despite the fact that Katrin's cousin was far better connected than he. Martik had trouble understanding why Chase was still within Dragonhold, but he admitted having his own reasons to stay. It certainly wasn't all bad. Trinda's leadership was mostly unobtrusive, and the people had flourished under her rule. Food was plentiful, people were productive, and they lived and loved as much as they had always done. However, the guards watching him colored the illusion heavily and made it look thin. In less time than Martik would have thought possible, Bradley returned with his team, 4 men and 2 ladders. As promised, the ladders had been lashed together at one end to his satisfaction. It was good they hadn't been longer, since the water spilling over the edge of the giant wheel was filling the valley. The water was getting deeper, and the crew worked hard to lift the ladders up the slippery stair. With the rushing water fighting them the entire way, it proved more difficult than Martik had initially expected, and he hadn't thought it to be easy. When they finally reached the top, the last man over the edge lost his footing and nearly fell, but he kept his grip on the ladder, which was held firmly at the other end. Martik and Bradley followed, helping each other manage the slippery climb. Twice, Martik wobbled, and both times Bradley was there. "Sorry I'm having so much trouble," Martik said, breathing heavily. "To be honest," Bradley said, "it's kind of nice to see you have trouble with something. I know you've been having a bad run of luck, but you have had a way of making a man think less of himself because of all the things you do." Martik didn't know what to say, and concentrated on making the rest of the climb. When he reached the top, the rush of water was nearly overwhelming. He could see why the crew had such difficulty keeping their footing. Bradley put an arm around him, and they moved one step at a time to where the crew worked on erecting the ladders. None of them was having an easy time of it. Martik's pride would normally have prevented him from accepting Bradley's help, but this was a matter of life and death. If someone fell and was swept away by the current, there wasn't much hope for survival. Grateful instead for the support, he felt a little better when Bradley slipped. He shouldn't have smiled at that, but he did anyway. The entire scene was surreal, and the dim amber light danced across the water, making the stone look like a living thing, writhing beneath their feet. Those holding the ladders looked less than confident, but Martik committed himself to climbing on 2 spindly-looking ladders on top of a giant rock wheel to pull a stone plug and turn off the waterfall. It was the kind of thing no one outside the hold would ever believe. Though reaching high enough for Martik to grasp the stone shaft, the ladders flexed and moved in alarming ways. "Let me do it," Bradley begged, but Martik was determined. The higher he climbed, the worse the flexing and swaying became. He decided to move more quickly, which worsened the problem. Finally, though, he was able to steady his weight using the shaft itself. The force of his weight overwhelmed the vacuum. The shaft moved slowly downward at first, but then fell without resistance. Martik did his best to hold on to it, and had to grasp it with both hands, his legs trembling from the exertion of staying upright on an unstable structure. The lives of those below him were at stake, and he gave his all to hold on to the heavy shaft. Though he secured it, his weight was on his heels, and he started to fall backward. Trying to shift his weight to his toes and failing, he had to reach out with one hand and grab the ladders. The shaft nearly slipped from his grasp, but the flow of water had already begun to abate. Once steadied, he shifted to a comfortable position, and Bradley met him halfway. It was an awkward exchange, but the stone was handed down, and Martik was able to use both hands to climb back to relative safety. The water was receding, which was good with the exception of the thin layer of glistening silt now covering the entire surface of the mighty wheel. It moved and shifted under their boots, and nearly sent Martik to his knees. Martik hoped it would be manageable when it dried, and was pleased to see the source of this material had been the cement-like sediment holding the debris together. What remained were big chunks of stone, which should be relatively easy to dispose of. After a slippery climb down, Martik felt somewhat vindicated. He was now several steps closer to solving the mystery, and he could hardly wait. Chapter 6. Passion Raises Kingdoms. King Venice. Martik sat with his legs crossed, watching the ancient wheel turn. It made no sense. After clearing the rest of the debris, the giant stone wheel began to move, the water filling the pool around it, giving it buoyancy. It didn't spin, it bobbed. Bradley and Martic inserted the remaining shafts, which were sucked into place, and the mighty wheel shifted slightly. A loud grinding noise was followed by a thump that made Martic's teeth hurt. Nothing at all changed at first, but then it became clear the wheel was turning, albeit very slowly. Little by little, the speed increased, and Martic wondered how fast it could go, and to what purpose it moved. There was no perceptible effect of the wheel's movement. There had to be something he was missing. Bradley stood nearby, and Martic knew the young man was worried about him, but he just needed to think it through. This was a complex machine, and there was no shame in not understanding it. The ancients clearly knew things he did not. They had left him quite a puzzle, especially since he could find no way to gain access to the mechanism. The only possibility he could think of was to move the great slope behind him and fill the entire city with water, which stretched the imagination. "There has to be another key," Bradley said. Though he'd considered that before, Bradley's words made him stop and look at things from another perspective. "Bradley," he said, "when we decided to pile all the debris over there, why did we do that?" The younger man thought for a second, and his eyes went wide. "Because there was already debris piled there." Martic didn't have to say anything more. Bradley quickly organized his team and began the process of moving all the debris they had carelessly tossed down from above. Martic worried anything under all the shattered rock had also been destroyed. Part of him wanted to get in there and move the rock with the crew, but that was no longer his role. He had to trust his crew and Bradley to do what he asked of them. His role was to figure out this machine, and he was just guessing. If there was nothing under this pile of debris, he'd be back in familiar territory. Trinda had come twice to see his progress. She hadn't said a word to him since his attempted escape. He didn't care. He wasn't doing it for her. He was doing it for himself. Trinda's guards watched everything he did, and there was no need for him to report to her. His only job was to figure out this mechanism, and it was the one thing he was incapable of doing. Even as those thoughts crossed his mind, Bradley shouted, "We found something!" Martic didn't even remember standing up, but his legs were under him, and he was moving at a reckless pace. Workers converged on the place where Bradley stood, and things went more quickly now that they were clearing a much smaller area. "Bring water rags and an empty bucket," Bradley said, and he had water and rags by the time Martic arrived. Much of the debris remained, and he had to climb over jagged stone to see what Bradley had found. There waited a new puzzle. A carving of the goddess Istra was set into the floor, only with holes carved into the stone where her eyes, ears, and mouth would be. Bradley wiped the area down and cleared what he could. Some of the small bits disappeared into the holes, and there appeared to be no bottom to the orifices. Even when they used a stone on a string to check the depth of the mouth hole, which was the largest, they could find no bottom. "And it gets even stranger," Martic said. The crew continued to work at moving the rest of the debris, while Bradley and Martic stared. The area was soon clean and swept. He walked the entire carving, looking for any other clues or hints as to its true purpose, or at the very least how to unlock it. All the while, the giant cylindrical wheel turned just a little faster. Strom walked with his shoulders hunched, and Osborne followed, feeling about the same. Leaving Martic behind went against both of their values, but they really had little choice. If Trinda did not want them back in the hold, then there was very little chance of getting back in. Instead, they were forced to carry on without him, and their supplies. It was bad enough that Trinda had intercepted Martic, but she could at least have left their supplies. Now they were being forced to forage in the same woods they'd had to forage all those years ago. It was reminiscent and altogether humiliating and demoralizing. "Maybe we'll find some black walnuts," Osborne said, aiming low. The truth was that these woods were no longer what they had once been. Now they supported the mouths of Dragonhold, and they had been picked nearly bare. Once there had been black walnuts by the hundreds arranged in circles beneath the trees, but now one or two might remain high among the branches, the grounds clear. "The farther away we get, the better and worse it will get," Strom said, and he knew the truth of those words. The lands were less forgiving to the east, but they shouldn't have been picked clean. The snakes alone were usually enough to keep people away. "Try not to step on any rotting logs." "That's not even a little funny," Osborne said, but both had a very brief laugh. While we're talking of memories, I seem to remember a hill with a big tree and some apple trees not far away. You think we could find that place again? We can do that, Strom said, and Osborne noticed he stood a little taller as he walked. An achievable goal had perhaps given them both a little hope. Perhaps the land was more welcoming now, or maybe they had learned with age to be more careful where they put their feet. But the journey across the swamps was not as unpleasant as it could have been. Rolling hills waited beyond, and the smell of apples was on the wind. I think we're getting closer, Osborne said. He sighed. I miss them all. I know, Strom said. I'm glad you're here. A pretty lady would be better, but we can't have everything. I'd trade you for a sackful of sausages, cheese, and spring wine, or any one of the three in a pinch. Over the next hill stood a place they both recognized. The mighty tree still presided over the sloping hills, and not far away, another tree cradled a stone, as if gripping a mystical orb. The memories were overwhelming. Some of them made Osborne want to laugh. Others made him want to cry. Gather wood, Strom said. I'm going fishing. One thing the smith had managed to get out of Dragonhold was a length of fishing wire and a hook. They were the only tools they had, and Osborne was grateful for them. He hoped they would not have to live off the land for long, but he knew they could if they were forced to. Strom had sent a message through the Vestrana, seeking a ship, but there was no way to know if that message had ever gotten through to anyone willing or able to pick them up. The realization they had no home was inescapable. All Osborne could do was hope. Even his memories of the Argas desert could not prepare Osborne for the oppressive heat and searing light of the sun. The sand reflected the heat, and he felt as if he were being cooked. Strom had taken off his shirt, and his skin tanned like leather. Osborne remained trapped within his long shirt, knowing the sun would boil the skin from his body. His fair skin would never tan like Strom's, and he envied the man. Much as Wendell and Benjen had done all those years ago, Strom and Osborne walked the beaches of the coastline. Bordered on one side by nothing but blue salt water, and the Argas desert on the other, they suffered from thirst. Here, the heat from the sands burned off any moisture in the air, and everything was parched. The seawater was salty and would make a person sick, and they had nothing to help them distill it into potable water. We shouldn't go too much further, Osborne said. If we don't find water soon, we're going to need to go back to that last stream we found, and it was a long way back. Just a ways further, Strom said, just as he had a number of times before. Osborne knew they would eventually go too far, and turning back would do no good. The only source of hope was the gathering darkness along the horizon. Rain would give them what they needed so badly. Lightning illuminated the growing clouds, and Osborne decided he should take care in what he wished for. There was no cover along the shoreline, and he and Strom were the tallest things for some distance. What do you think we should do? Osborne asked. About what? Strom replied, sounding irritable. About that, Osborne said, pointing to the storm, knowing his friend had been in deep thought, and neither of them were at their best. We should look along the water for shells or anything we can use to hold rainwater, Strom suggested. What about shelter from the storm? Osborne asked. Strom just shrugged. Not much we can do about that. Together they scoured the beach, looking for shells, but most of what they found were small, broken, and not of much use. Strom had just found a conical shell the size of his fist when Osborne saw something he would never have expected. Some kind of cross between a balloon and a ship emerged from the storm clouds, rocking and bucking like a prize bull, and the thing managed to lurch its way toward where Strom and Osborne stood. The shell slid from Strom's hand as he stood agape. Is that who I think it is? Strom asked. Who else could it be? Osborne asked in return. Only Kenward Trell could be responsible for something as audacious as the airship. As she drew closer, they began to see the rough likeness of Kyrian. It was very rough, but not without charm. For a moment, Osborne felt lucky, albeit nervous. The nervous part grew as the ship approached, and the pitch of Kenward's orders continued to rise. The winds driving the ship forward whipped across the beach and drove sand before it, stinging skin and eyes. Osborne did his best to keep his eyes on the approaching ship. "Be ready to jump aboard!" Kenward shouted as the ship descended, until she skimmed across the water without ever touching the waves. When lightning flashed behind the ship, Osborne could see it through the slats making up the vessel, and he swallowed hard, uncertain he wanted to board this madman's airship. This feeling grew stronger when the ship crashed into the sands behind him and Strom. It was a violent impact, but the ship held together. The windsocks rested on the sand for an instant before the wind filled them. They stretched the ropes tight and dragged the ship sideways across the sand, rapidly approaching where Strom and Osborne now ran, trying to escape. "Be ready!" Kenward shouted. "We'll pull you aboard. Just don't get run over by the serpent. That wouldn't end well for you." Osborne looked over his shoulder, wondering if he could outrun the ship, but it was clear he could not. Strom had come to the same conclusion, and both turned at the same time. The ship rushed toward them, and Kenward's crew reached out while holding on for dear life. "Now! Jump!" Kenward called. It felt early to Osborne, but he was glad he jumped when he did. Clipping the rail, he spun in the air and landed firmly atop Kenward, which he thought was only fair. Strom made it aboard much more gracefully, but they were far from out of danger. Sand was building up before the ship, and she was threatening to dig in. Given their speed, it could tear the ship apart. "Get us back in the air!" Kenward ordered. Crewmen moved and shouted, but not much otherwise changed except for the gouts of black smoke filling the air, and a whirring sound that grew louder and higher in pitch. The windbags quite suddenly righted themselves and inflated, and the ship left the sand. It rejoined the sand several times before finally leaving the ground behind. Kenward ordered a structural check and offered Strom and Osborne a winning smile. "Welcome aboard the Serpent. If you see any giant dragons chasing us, be sure to let me know." Flying aboard the Serpent was an experience Strom would never forget. As a craftsman, almost everything about the ship offended his sensibilities, but it was the only thing between life and death. It was not a good feeling. There were things about the ship he had to admire as well, which helped a little. Though the lashings appeared sloppy, for example, they also flexed, making the ship supple. Given the brittle nature of the wood, this design made more and more sense. He still didn't like the shift of the deck under his feet, or the way the ship flexed and moved, but she flew. He had to give Kenward that point. Without the aid of Ishtra's power, the Serpent flew. When he looked deeper into how the ship managed flight, Kenward was very guarded. "It's an ancient technology," he admitted. "I'm sworn to secrecy on its exact nature and source, I'm afraid." "Coal-fired," Strom said, sniffing the air. "Steam power and hot air as a byproduct. How do you regulate the pressure?" "Show off," Kenward said, grinning. "Come on, I'll show you." Strom followed against his better judgment, although to the delight of his curiosity. The deckhouse was as flimsy and haphazard as the rest of the ship. Within waited unbearable heat, a pile of coal on one side and a huge boiler on the other. Men tended the fires, and Strom kept looking for the valves, the pressure releases. He found only one, and there was no gauge or any other way to measure the pressure. It was a nearly sealed system. They were flying on a giant bomb. If it didn't explode, it would likely burst into flames. The mounts holding the boiler in place were surrounded by smoking black wood. An impeller drove a shaft with a leather belt running between it and another. If the belt broke, as belts were wont to do, it could take out the less than sturdy boiler mounts. "Isn't she a beauty?" Kenward asked, sincerely looking as if he thought Strom would be impressed. Strom was impressed Kenward had lived as long as he had with such a terrible mental illness. "Your brilliance is only surpassed by your sheer lack of concern for safety." "Thank you," Kenward said with his irrepressible grin. "I knew you would see the beauty in her." In truth, Strom could think of nothing but getting off this flying disaster before it came unglued. "How long until we reach the Firstland?" he asked. "Not much longer," Kenward said, either blissfully unaware of Strom's misgivings or in complete disregard of them. Strom suspected the latter. "Perhaps we should land at the beach. Trying to land within the hold sounds like an unnecessary risk." "Oh, but it's so much easier," Kenward said. "You'll be able to step right off the ship and into Windhold. That's how we do things here on the Serpent.
No long journeys just to board and disembark. No, sir. We come to you and take you directly to where you are going. It's the way of the future, my friend. You just have to see my vision.
Strom was having visions of his own, most of which involved fire and a twisted pile of burning flakewood. Osborne thought even less of the ship and refused to even walk around the deck. He had remained glued to the side of the deckhouse in spite of the heat, and Strom thought he might have splinters from gripping the planks so tightly. When the Firstland finally came into view, Strom found himself at a loss for words. Despite having seen the Firstland before, no description from fireside tales or books could convey the majesty of the place, said to be the cradle of mankind. Osborne even stood to get a better view, though he remained stuck to the deckhouse. Mountains reached for the sky and pierced the clouds, a natural harbor at their feet. Strom decided seeing the eternal guardians from above was the most awesome way to see them. The entire Valley of Victors was amazing in how real the carvings of men were. Katrin had always said how it had bothered her that there were no women depicted at all, as if they hadn't existed. The winds became less predictable around the mountains, especially Windhold, which boggled the mind and the eye. The mountain had been carved out to leave only what looked like her bones, twisting, sweeping shafts of hard rock shaped by forces long forgotten. The Argast, who Strom knew he must now think of as Draken and Dragon Clan, gathered near the mouth of the largest opening into Windhold. Strom questioned the wisdom of their decision. Gusts blew the ship sideways without notice, and there was little Kenward or anyone else could do about it. Perhaps one could fly without Istra's power, Strom thought. But should one? The answer was fairly clear when the Draken had to flee.
"We're coming in too fast,"
Osborne shouted, but everyone else had already realized it.
"Vent the steam,"
Kenward shouted.
"Lower the sails! Brace yourselves!"
The Serpent struck Windhold a resounding blow. The mountain didn't budge, and thus the ship and her occupants absorbed the energy. Though the ship was still in one piece, Strom was fairly certain something important was damaged, if not completely broken. Black smoke continued to pour from the chimstack, and he just hoped the thing held together long enough for him to get off of it and never get back on again. He would swim wherever else he may need to go, if that was what it took. No more flying with Kenward, he promised himself. The windbags pressed against the hold by the prevailing wind held the ship in place. Though Strom would have liked to have been the first one off the ship, he couldn't leave without Osborne. He turned back to the deckhouse, but to the man's credit, he was already walking towards Strom.
"Get me off this ship,"
Osborne said.
"Why do people always say that?"
Kenward asked. No one responded. Strom helped Osborne over the rail, and his friend offered him an arm to grasp as he made his way down. His arms and legs tingled, and he had to take a couple of minutes just to bask in the glory of having survived flying to the Firstland aboard the Serpent. Osborne looked to be having the same experience, and they hugged each other for a brief moment in celebration. Kenward looked down on them as if they were daft.
"I wish Martik was here,"
Osborne said, and Strom agreed. He deeply regretted leaving Martik behind, but would have to live with his regrets. Kenward and his men worked with rope and winches to secure the Serpent. The windbags and the sails were stowed and the fires quenched, though the steam nearly filled the entire hold. The dragons, at least, seemed to like it. St. John and Kendra approached, and Strom couldn't help but grin.
"Look at you,"
was all he could think of to say. At least he didn't say, "Look how big you've gotten."
"Welcome,"
St. John said, smiling. Then he turned more serious.
"Martik?" "Captured, but most likely well cared for,"
Strom said.
"There are things Trinda wants him to fix."
"Fix?" St. John asked.
"Remember how well things went when the water got turned on?"
Osborne asked while poking Strom in the ribs.
"Those kinds of things."
"What are those things supposed to do?" St. John asked.
"St. John,"
Kendra said.
"you're interrogating the poor man.
It's clear they've had a harrowing journey."
"Yes,"
Kenward said as he came to join them.
"I'm certain the time they spent in the wilderness must have been quite harrowing. How lucky they were the Serpent arrived to pick them up. And how lucky they were verdant dragons have to eat and sleep,"
someone behind Kenward said, but he ignored it.
"Kenward,"
St. John said,
"I must ask, why were verdant dragons chasing you?"
"Oh,
that,"
Kenward said.
Clearly a misunderstanding. They think we stole something from them. The crew and I have discussed it, and we've decided we did not steal anything. And yes, thank God and Goddess, verdant dragons have to eat and sleep." His crew roared in response. "Please, all of you come in and have some tea," Kendra said. This was the most St. John had ever seen her attempt to entertain anyone, and he rather liked it, though he wouldn't tell her that. She might take it the wrong way. What he liked was that she was warm and welcoming, and she wasn't yelling at anyone. The last thought came with a chuckle. His wife was a spirited woman. "They ambushed us as we were leaving the hold, grabbed Martik, and forced us the rest of the way out. Trinda told us we were to never return, but I'm not leaving it up to her. She even had the guards dispose of our packs and supplies." "Had to rough it, eh?" St. John asked with a smile. Looking at what the Draken had done with almost nothing, Strom was ashamed to admit they struggled. "It took months to get set up well enough I didn't have to worry over our day-to-day survival," St. John said. "You worry too much," Kendra said while adjusting his shirt collar. Strom looked to the dragon that watched him from nearby. "That's Valterius," St. John said. "He likes to know who's in the hold." "He doesn't talk in people's minds, does he?" Strom asked, unable to hide the worry in his voice. "No," St. John said with a smile. "Sometimes I wish he did." "Don't wish for that," Strom said. "Trust me." "What is this thing Martik is working on for Trinda?" "It's a towering wheel of stone," Osborne said. "No idea what its purpose is, but Martik is supposed to make it turn." "Really?" St. John asked. "And then what happens?" "I wish I knew," Strom said. "Martik is still trying to figure it all out." "I don't like the sound of it," Kendra said. No one disagreed. "I'm going to see if she'll trade with me," Kenward said. "She's got the perfect airship landing pad. Something you need here, by the way, seriously." "Good luck with that," Strom said. "She'll do it," Kenward said. "She's cut off from the world, and there'll be things she wants. I might know how to get those things, and perhaps I can get you things." "We'll talk about that later," St. John said. "I could use your advice. The Heights are claiming the Ferals are very active, though not in as great a number as before." "Give them a couple of years," Durin said as he walked up. "The place will be crawling with them." He served tea and embraced each in turn, threatening to spill their hot drink. "Anyway, the Greatlenders want to remain neutral, and the rest want us to fly in support of the Verdants, so they can continue vital trade across the Jaga. We're not really fully settled here yet, and that would drain us of resources. What do you think?" "I think you violated my first rule," Osborne said. "Never be in charge. Failing that, my second rule is to care for yourself and your family first. If you can help more when those are cared for, then do so." St. John smiled. "I thought so too. Thanks." "You shouldn't second-guess yourself," Kendra said. "People's lives are at risk, and these decisions could place a lot more in danger. I won't apologize for seeking good counsel." "Nor should you," Kenward said. "And I shall give you my advice. Start by having some of your friends help your other friends fix their ship."
Chapter 7. Success lies in the ability to inspire others to action. Mother Gwendolyn, Cathurin Monk. Strom shook his head, and Osborne looked just as concerned. "You're defenseless in here," Strom said, and Osborne nodded emphatically. "I bet a good storm would chase you out of here." St. John flushed, but didn't say anything. "This place is great as a flight deck, but it's no place to live. The Dragon Clan occupies the lower levels of the mountain, and they are a little better protected from the weather." "But not by much," Kendra said, and St. John flushed again. "The problem with this mountain is it's full of holes," Osborne said, and all eyes turned to him. "In order to secure it, you need to fill far too many openings." "He's right," Strom said. "They're right," Kendra said. "I hear you," St. John said. "We cannot defend others until we can defend ourselves." "Thank you," Kendra said. "Was that so difficult?" Strom gave her a disapproving look, and she closed her mouth forcefully. "We've looked over the island," St. John said, "though not as thoroughly as I would like. We've found ruins, but nothing more attractive than this." "Perhaps we should look some more," Kendra said with a twinkle in her eye. St. John smiled. He loved his wife.
That's a splendid idea. I don't know about you, but I could use a second set of eyes.
Kendra just grabbed Strom by the arm and propelled him to where Garanda waited. St. John guided Osborne toward Valterius. Durin was already saddling the dragon, and several clanspeople assisted Kendra and Strom in saddling Garanda and getting strapped in. Strom looked as if he might be sick.
"Perhaps you could just draw me a map?"
he said to Kendra, and St. John laughed.
"It's not funny,"
Osborne said.
"I could make do with a map. It'll be fine, and there's nothing like seeing it for yourself. Am I right?"
Osborne appeared dubious and looked Valterius up and down.
"Do these things have a weight limit? I'm not made of flakewood, you know."
"I think Valterius can handle it," St. John said, and his dragon snorted, forcing Osborne back a step. After climbing up, St. John offered Osborne a hand, and his mother's old friend took it reluctantly.
"I won't kill you. Promise,"
St. John said. With that, Osborne grabbed tight and pulled himself up. Durin climbed up and got Osborne strapped in. He also double-checked St. John's straps, something St. John had grown accustomed to, but still appreciated. Once Durin jumped down, Valterius started for the wind channel.
"Are we really ready? Are my straps tight enough?"
Osborne asked.
"You've been cleared,"
St. John said, and Garanda fell in alongside Valterius. Before anyone could say anything more, both dragons surged forward and thrust themselves into the warm, blue skies. Lush greenery was already reclaiming the scarred landscape around Windhold. Much of the evidence of the mighty battle was now obscured, but skeletal remains, along with circular impressions left in stone and sandy areas, were difficult to miss. Strom held his breath as the world fell away from underneath him. This was worse than flying with Kenward, as now rock and trees hurtled toward him at incredible speed. When Garanda extended her wings, Strom was pressed down into his seat by the force, and he couldn't prevent the scream issuing from his lips. Osborne, apparently, couldn't either. But then an amazing thing happened. Garanda and Valterius found thermals and started riding them in lazy circles. The land below grew farther away, and the view became even more impressive. They had seen some of this scenery on their approach aboard the Serpent, but that had been a very different experience. Once the dragons had gained sufficient altitude, St. John and Valterius turned first and dived toward the twisting valleys. Garanda followed, and Strom had never felt such a rush of excitement in his life. It was terrifying and thrilling and amazingly beautiful all at the same time. Kendra pointed out the second hollow mountain they had mentioned, where the openings were too small for the dragons. She also pointed out the clearly man-made ruins giving evidence of the Firstland's distant past. Beyond that, they had to squeeze through a narrow and twisting valley, and it didn't look wide enough to accommodate them. With wings trimmed, the dragons barely avoided the rocky peaks. As a passenger, it was difficult to do anything but ride along and watch the rapidly approaching trees and rock. Despite that, Strom turned his head and looked about as they flew. Just before they burst forth from the narrow valley, he saw a bright flash of green light. Before them waited an amazing sight. The Valley of Victors was far more imposing when seen up close than from afar. The dragons flew along the twisting river, and Strom saw the eternal guardians rising up before them. Only the giant statues were facing the other direction. Even from behind, though, they demanded respect. Strom could barely keep his breath for all the wondrous sights, though his eye was drawn by dark shapes moving through the trees and causing the canopy to shake. When the harbor came into view, shrouded by black beaches lined with glistening bodies, Strom forgot everything else. Corpulent seal-like creatures sunned themselves along the shores and on formations of glistening rock. Valterius winged toward a section of beach free of wildlife. As his shadow approached, many of the distended beasts thrust themselves into the water. With a few flaps of his wings, Valterius slowed and landed on the obsidian beach. Garanda landed not far away.
"I thought you might like a chance to catch your breath,"
St. John said.
"Is it safe to be here?"
Osborne asked. "The dragons will keep most of the wildlife at a distance," Kendra said. "But if you see a big black fin coming, get away from the water."
"Maybe I'll just stay up here,"
Osborne said. Strom unstrapped himself and climbed down. The flight hadn't been a long one, but it felt good to stretch nonetheless. Eventually, Osborne joined them. We considered moving closer to the beaches, where it is easy to land, but there are too many predators at forest level. The Hollow Mountains are the only inhabitable structures at a sufficient height above the tree line. We can look some more, but I'm not sure how much we'll find. It could be nothing, Strom said, and all eyes rested on him. Have you ever seen green light flash in that gorge? He pointed to the place through which they had flown. St. John looked puzzled. No. He turned his eyes to where Strom pointed. That's a pretty tricky stretch. I've never noticed much of anything going through there. Too busy trying to stay alive. What did you see? Kendra asked. It lasted only for an instant, Strom said. But I saw a flash of green light come from up there, by where that flat spot is, next to the dip. See where I mean? No one did. If you'll fly us back up there, Strom said, I'll show you. We'll have to get some serious altitude over the sands, Kendra said. You know how dangerous the air above those peaks can be. One downdraft and you'll be smeared across the mountainside. Maybe we should wait here while you look, Osborne said. I'm sure the extra weight just makes it more dangerous. Come on, Osborne, Strom said. I see a big black fin coming. Don't get eaten. Very funny, Osborne said, until he, too, saw the giant fin racing toward shore. He managed to get back in his place atop Valterius before anyone else. The fin continued toward them, pushing a wall of water with it, and one of the oversized seals was thrown into the air by the wave. The shark's head and gleaming white teeth gnashed the air as the seal writhed, trying to escape its fate. The shark was ready and struck as soon as the creature hit the water. It was over in an instant, and Osborne paled even further. Strom wasted no time in regaining the saddle, and the dragons kept close watch on the shoreline. Strom didn't want to think about who would win in a battle between shark and dragon, and he triple-checked the straps holding him in. Kendra checked them herself once, and they were on their way. With a powerful leg thrust and a few flaps of their wings, the dragons gained the air. Soaring low over the water, they could see oversized shadows moving beneath the surface. Strom didn't want to know what those creatures were. Knowing such massive beasts now ruled the seas and the skies, he felt a great deal smaller than he once had. It was an adjustment all of them had to make. On the Godfist, or even the Greatland, humans had been at the top of the food chain. Here the same could not be said. These days, no place was safe. Soon Black Beach rushed beneath them again, and warmer air pushed them upward. Higher and higher they went, and it still wasn't high enough to suit Kendra or St. John. Strom's head felt as if it would explode, and he wasn't certain how much more he could take. Kendra showed him how to relieve some of the pressure by holding his nose, closing his mouth, and blowing. Though he felt much better afterward, he still wasn't certain how much more altitude he could withstand. There seemed to be no air, and he struggled to breathe. Kendra noticed his discomfort and signaled to St. John. "Be careful," he shouted. Flying through the valley had been a frightening experience. Knowing it was a good bit safer than what they were about to do made Strom's stomach hurt. Clouds obscured much of the landscape below them. The air moved in ripping torrents, sheared by the peaks themselves. Tenacious trees clung to the heights, reaching out to them and coming perilously close. Valterius pulled away from the rocky peak, looking as if he would pull away altogether, but Kendra would not be so easily dissuaded. Strom held on with a white-knuckled grip. If she or Garanda miscalculated, they could slam into the side of a mountain. Clouds obscured his vision, and he waited for death to come. Instead, they burst into an area almost completely surrounded by peaks. A series of irregularly shaped spires surrounded a grove, and by their very shape, they directed the persistent wind into the hidden valley, creating a nearly permanent updraft. Garanda floated on the updraft, small movements of her wings allowing her to turn them in a slow circle. Moments later, Valterius burst from the mists, his roar echoing within the sheltered vale. No one spoke as they took in the beauty of the place. At the center stood a clearing of weathered stone, with 24 towering green crystals on the perimeter, and, in the surrounding valley walls, were openings large enough to admit dragons. Each one was shaded by an overhang of rock, making them nearly impossible to see from above. Balterius landed first, and Garanda floated down beside him. The landing was remarkably soft. This time, no one hesitated in climbing down and exploring what they had found. It was impossible not to be drawn to the crystals. With flat, glossy faces, they formed geometric shapes with no names. White striations broke up the green. They were beautiful beyond description. Each stone was unique, and the deeper you looked into them, the more texture you found. Strom backed up when he realized all of them were staring directly into the crystals.
"Do not get lost,"
Strom said. His words echoed. It took a moment before the others responded, as if they had to cover a great distance to return.
"Whoa,"
was all Osborne managed to say. Beautiful, Kendra said, running her hand along a sheer face. Strom walked to the center of the veil, to the very heart of the bare stone. Never had he felt power like Katrin's, save maybe when her dragon had spoken in his mind, or when he was at the forge and swinging a hammer. The world shimmered around him, the updraft warm, almost gentle in its caress. Perhaps it was just his mind playing tricks, but Strom would swear he felt something. This place had such power that even he could feel it. For once, he was glad Katrin was not by his side. What might happen if she tapped into this power? He tried not to think about it. St. John was the only one still looking at the crystals, and Kendra went to pull him away. Osborne joined him.
"It's creepy,"
he said. Strom knew exactly what he meant. This was so much like the event in the Grove of the Elders all those years ago, yet it was so very different. It smelled the same, as if the air were charged, like right before a storm. Kendra led St. John away from the crystals, but instead of coming to where Strom and Osborne stood, she took him toward one of the shaded entrances. Strom moved in that direction, and Osborne followed, still in an apparent haze. The air was cooler there, and there was less of an updraft. The openings themselves, 5 of them, were large enough to admit regent dragons, which meant no problems admitting the smaller regal dragons, except all of the orifices were blocked. Strom whistled when he saw the stones used to block the entryways. The blocks were well cut and would weigh as much as a warship.
"They really didn't want anyone getting in there," he said.
Kendra had her arms crossed over her chest, her thoughts clearly intense.
"What would it take to move those stone blocks?"
St. John asked.
"Dragons,"
Osborne said.
"And Martik,"
Strom finished for him. Martik had never been more frustrated. Trinda had forbidden him to work any more on the Great Wheel, which continued to turn a little faster every day. He suspected there was a limit to how fast such a colossal stone could turn and not have disastrous consequences. Yet he was denied access to the vast new stores of ancient knowledge found within the hold. Surely there had to be clues, if not the answers themselves, and they were just out of reach. The only thing he was allowed to concentrate on now was the viewing chamber. He knew what had happened to Katrin and Prios when they had used the chamber without the metal-streaked stone throne, like the one present within Omahold's viewing chamber. A stack of books with descriptions of the stone chairs and their composition were brought to him, but he was no miner or prospector. He was trained to build things made of stone, not figure out where to dig for a very rare and specific type of stone. He didn't know how much metal there had to be within the rock for the chairs to serve their purpose, or even exactly what types of metal were needed. All he had were dimensions and a vague idea of the required material. He could deduce from what he knew of Katrin's work that she had commissioned stone thrones from the Greatland. This led him to believe the required stone was not known to exist here on the Godfist, and that it was known to exist somewhere in the Greatland. It occurred to him that the thrones Katrin commissioned were probably still resting within Katrin's veil upon the Firstland. That thought stuck, and Martik became fixated on finding words capable of convincing Trinda to allow St. John to bring the throne. There was nothing else for him to do regarding the viewing chamber. It was fully functional, had no moving parts, and essentially consisted of 2 holes cut in a stone wall. It was exasperating. He could no longer avoid the inevitable. He needed to face Trinda. They had not spoken in person since his betrayal, as she referred to it in her missives. She was clearly still not pleased with him, but he could stand his current assignment no longer. Perhaps if he was able to negotiate a trade with St. John, he would be allowed to go back to work on the wheel until St. John arrived. Walking into the hall, he found Bernard, Trinda's trusted guard. "I need to speak with the Queen," he said. "Why?" Bernard asked, disinterested. "Because I need to speak with her about the viewing chamber." "What, exactly, about the viewing chamber do you need to speak with the lady about? You see, the thing you must understand is that anything you wish to say to the Queen must be said to me first. The thrones we need are on the Firstland. See now, that wasn't so difficult. And how do you propose to retrieve them? Do you require a boat?" Bernard asked with a smile. "I suggest we trade with St. John Volker for it." It took a moment for Bernard to stop laughing, but he finally wiped a tear and drew a deep breath. "This should be fun to watch. I'm going to allow it just to see her react when you say the name St. John Volker. Trade, he says." Bernard continued to laugh as he led Martek to Trinda's day apartments. It was rare for him to be allowed into her personal space, but Bernard seemed to want to make this a little extra uncomfortable for him. "And why is he here?" she said by way of greeting. Bernard smiled. "He insisted on seeing you." Trinda turned to Martek with a raised eyebrow. Insistent wasn't the word Martek would have used. "He has a question he simply must ask you. Go ahead, traitor. Ask her." Could there be a worse setup for a question? Martek wondered. He thought not. "You have asked me to understand the viewing chamber and bring it to full utility, as you put it," Martek said, pausing to take a breath under Trinda's cold stare. "It is my opinion the correct composition of stone is not known on the Godfist, and commissioning new thrones will be expensive, laborious, and take a long time. This all seems avoidable since the very thrones Katrin commissioned are resting on the Firstland." Trinda's look turned a bit more hostile. "Surely, if we offered them something, they would be willing to trade. I'm betting they would bring the thrones to us." "Only if the thrones are delivered by Brother Vaughn," Trinda said, shocking both Martek and Bernard. He knew the man had been close to Trinda, but it was an odd thing for her to request, especially when he had expected a real fight. "What may I offer them in trade?" he asked, wondering if this was where it would begin. Trinda tapped her chin for a moment, then gave him a wicked smile. "Perhaps I should offer them you." Martek didn't know what to say. "Or perhaps I'll keep you just a little bit longer," she continued. The girl did have a cruel streak. "Offer them food and goods of equal weight. They may select what they wish from the market when they arrive. I believe they are aware of the quality of our produce, herbs, spices, and other goods. You have way to get word to the Volker boy?" Yeah," he admitted. "At least you were honest about that bit," she said. "Go. Send your missive." St. John sat across the table from Strom, Osborne, and Durin, and had Kendra by his side, along with Arakan and Michaela. Surely they would find some solution to their problems, he thought, yet they mostly came up with more questions. What was in the head of Trinda Hollis was the subject of much discussion, but no one could say for certain what the girl was up to. She was as easy to understand as dragons, Kendra had come to say. St. John thought the same could be said for women in general. Durin did not look happy. "I'm worried we might end up spending a lot of resources and energy with a very real chance there's nothing in those holes worth having," he said. And St. John recalled that Durin had just been saying how nice it was to finally have settled into his new home. St. John could see his point, but he also saw what Strom and Osborne meant about the sheer lack of physical security. If the Pharaohs wanted to attack, they could fly right in, just as they had when the Regent Queen had been here, and knowing where her skull rested made clear the outcome. "It's worth at least investigating," Kendra said. "If you don't believe me, then I'll take you up there and show you. No one who has been there would feel as you do." Durin waved his hands in front of him. "No need. I just wanted to make my point. Do what you need to do, just try not to use all of our precious resources in the process, and try not to get anyone killed. You all aren't the folks I'd call if I needed help moving dragon-sized rocks, Except maybe because you actually have dragons. But, seriously, don't kill yourselves. Sinjin turned to Ericon. Who among you are the builders? Ericon shrugged. No builders, only shaman. There are Draken shamans. I am one. Do you know how to move heavy stone? Ericon shook his head. Not much stone in Argas Desert. I guess it's up to us then, Sinjin said, looking at Kendra. We'll find a way, Kendra said. As if summoned by her words, a young member of the dragon clan ran up, holding a pigeon. It bore a message. Sinjin smiled. The birds were working out well, even if he had to send many birds to get a single message through. It was better than being cut off from Dragonhold and the Vestrana. After carefully removing the tiny rolled parchment wrapped around the bird's leg, Sinjin saw a simple note. Send stone chairs and Brother Vaughn in exchange for equal weight in food and goods. No dragons. As soon as he saw the words, his mouth watered. There were things from the Godfist all of them longed for and could not have. If this was a chance to open up trade with the people of the Godfist, Trinda Hollis aside, then it could be a boon for him and his people. It sounds like a trap, Durin said. I wouldn't put it past her. That girl has issues. And she's sneaky. And why ask for Brother Vaughn? Kendra asked. I really don't know, Brother Vaughn said. Though I'll admit, I'm not certain I wish to go. It's a long voyage by boat, and I don't remember seeing any docks in the bay. And she said no dragons. Sinjin's visions of sausage breads and cheese rapidly faded. Chapter 8. Potential is often smothered by doubt. Brother Vaughn, Cathurin monk. Within the dry dock, ropes sang with tension as 4 regal dragons lowered the stone chair directly into the hold of the serpent. Even as a group, the weight was almost too much for the mighty beasts. Valterius bellowed and Geronda responded, as did Aetherian and Greca, ridden by Arachon and Michaela. The 4 strained and struggled to work together against the wind and the weight. It was a perilous and risky venture, and it was only the beginning. I know they say I'm insane, Kenward said, but this is beyond even my foolhardiness. Everything my mother has ever said to me tells me not to do this. Those words made Sinjin consider his options once again. They could send for a traditional ship, but that would take months. The Dragon's Wing could do the job, but she wasn't due back from the Greatland for weeks either. The Wing is a faster ship, yes? Brother Vaughn asked. I mean no offense, of course. Under certain conditions, Kenward admitted grudgingly. The journey between the Firstland and the Godfist is dangerous due to far more than just distance. A single storm can add weeks to the voyage. Those seas are among the stormiest I know, and it can be impossible to avoid them on the open seas. The Serpent can sometimes fly above storms that would relegate the Dragon's Wing back into the waves. The Serpent does not require someone with access to Istra's power to stay aloft, which makes her the faster vessel under many circumstances. Brother Vaughn nodded. It's said that Katrin and Kyrian made the trip in under a week. If that's true, Kenward said with a shiver, I suspect it was not an entirely natural occurrence. Again, Brother Vaughn nodded. There is no way Valterius and I can travel that fast. At least not that I know of, Sinjin added. We would be at the mercy of the winds as much or more than either ship. Brother Vaughn sighed in frustration. I'm not even certain the Serpent can handle the weight, Kenward said, looking truly distressed, even though he had not asked anyone to stop preparations for this voyage. Brother Vaughn stood next to Kenward, looking no more confident. When the throne had been successfully lowered into place, the knots in his gut snatched tighter, making him fear he would be sick. It was the least of his troubles. With only one of the mighty stone chairs in place, Sinjin and Kendra dismounted, knowing the ship could carry no more. Still, 2 trips with the Serpent should be faster than a single sea voyage. Trinda is not going to be happy, Kendra said. Sinjin shrugged. The other Draken went back to their usual business, some flying out to sea in search of fish bulky enough to feed growing dragons. others flying through the valleys or circling high above on patrol. Soon that rhythm would be disrupted, but St. John enjoyed the new familiarity while it lasted. The awkward-looking ship reminded him change was inevitable, and moving at a pace unrivaled in history. "We've discussed this," Kendra said to Kenward. "Without most of your crew aboard, you'll need far fewer supplies, which will offset the additional weight."
"Myself, 2 crewmen, and him?" Kenward asked. "I mean no insult, Brother Vaughn, but you aren't trained in the workings of this airship, and your usefulness will be limited. That's about enough people to operate the boiler and man the tiller. What about the sails and rigging, and the lookout? Do you think the monk is going to climb to the crow's nest?"
Brother Vaughn said nothing, knowing that climb was truly beyond his abilities or desires. "How much of your crew do you plan to leave behind?" Kendra asked.
"I don't want to leave any of them behind," Kenward sulked.
"And once you're in the air, you'll know if the Serpent can support more weight, correct?"
"I suppose so, yes," Kenward said.
"Then I'll bring Bryn on Geranda, and we'll lower them onto your deck. Is that satisfactory?"
"That's a dangerous plan,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"Geranda could easily get hung up in the rigging."
"That's why I didn't offer to have the Draken ferry more of the crew onto the ship once she's in the air," Kendra said. "However, 1 or 2 I think we can handle, and if it truly is too dangerous, then we'll abort the mission."
"Don't mind my wife,"
St. John said.
"She hasn't had a sausage bread in too long, and the thought of Godfist food is perhaps more than she can bear."
She elbowed him in the ribs.
"You don't have to do anything you don't think you can handle. We could just wait until the dragon's wing arrives. I don't think she'll have any trouble."
"I may be pushy," Kendra whispered in his ear,
"but you're evil."
Brother Vaughn remained silent. Part of him wanted to return to Dragonhold and see all those he'd left behind. Leaving his wife, Myrta, in Windhold was not something he wanted, especially since he had just been gone to the Heights for so long. He'd also sworn never to board the Serpent again, let alone the Serpent with a fraction of her crew and too much weight in the hold. Kenward had said he thought the ship would float, despite not being watertight, but the truth was that the Serpent had never touched the water, and there was no way to know what would happen if she ever came down over the seas. This was particularly disconcerting, knowing just how much water they'd have to cross to reach the Godfist.
"Where are the minstrels among you?" Kenward said. "Songs will be sung of this."
Brother Vaughn swallowed hard. He'd secretly been hoping Kenward would refuse, for he could not. He'd long ago taken an oath to put the good of those around him before his own needs. It was an oath some of his order interpreted loosely, but Brother Vaughn had lived his life in accordance with his vows, and he wasn't about to stop now. His bravery had difficulty matching his nobility, though, and his knees trembled.
"I'll not ask anyone to board the Serpent unless they wish it," Kenward said. "I know she'll fly, but you must find your own belief."
Farsi stepped forward without hesitation. He'd been with Kenward the longest, and trusted the man implicitly. Nimsy and Seven stepped forward next, and neither said a word. They just took their places next to Farsi, having been integral in the design of the more experimental parts of the ship. Though new to the crew, Seven's nimble fingers and uncanny understanding of mechanics had proven invaluable. All had known they were the captain's first choice, and they were unwilling to let him down. Risking their lives for Kenward had long since lost its chill. Next, Bryn stepped forward, despite knowing he might not get aboard. He looked as if he were trying very hard not to think about what he was getting himself into.
"Very well," Kenward said after a prolonged silence. "Farsi, Nimsy, and Seven, pack the coal bins tight, stoke the fires, fill the barrels, and check the ropes. More weight requires more fuel, which means more weight. Anything more, and I'll have no crew at all. Bryn, you ride with the lady. May you find your way safely to my deck once again."
Bryn nodded solemnly. The entire crew of the Serpent responded to these orders, and the ship was soon nearly ready to fly. Farsi and Nimsy manned the fires from below decks, and Seven worked amid the rigging. Brother Vaughn wished the man well. All their lives depended on his work, which was something he tried not to think about. Slowly the windsucks filled, the air pulling at them, and the Serpent sat lightly in the dry dock. Kenward rushed about the ship, checking and double-checking things, usually the responsibility of others. He looked frantic, which didn't ease the knots in Brother Vaughn's gut. It was a terrifying feeling to know you were about to gain the air with no way of knowing if you would fly or come crashing back down. Trinda had requested him by name, and Kenward was unwilling to risk having Brother Vaughn flown in by dragon. Brother Vaughn reconsidered the decision. Now that the time had come, flying in seemed a far safer plan.
Maybe the dragons could escort the serpent until we get near the Godfist,
Brother Vaughn said as the wind picked up. Black smoke belched from the chimstack, and the socks billowed one last time before snapping taut in the wind. The sound of flakewood grinding against stone gave the impression the ship was being torn apart. Those aboard had secured themselves, and were as prepared for this as they could be. But there was nothing that could completely prepare a person for being taken by a sudden gust of wind, with sail and windsocks fluttering around you. A rocky shoreline rushed toward them, scrubby trees ready to provide a final embrace. Brother Vaughn screamed. He was not alone. The serpent spun out of control, losing what little altitude they had. Shouting came from above as well, but he could not understand what was being said. The only thought his mind could comprehend was that he was about to die. Wings flashed by, and Brother Vaughn saw Bryn leading out with a gaff and trying to free a snagged rope. His valiant effort lacked the strength or leverage to free it. What the young man had done, though, was show Garanda exactly what needed doing, and she used her claws to untwist the line securing the windsocks. The rope snapped taut with a whip-like sound, and the prow moved upward, righting the ship. Dragons latched on to the serpent from all sides, and helped to lift the seemingly doomed ship away from the jagged shoreline. Branches smashed into the hull, even as the dragon strained, and black smoke filled the air. Taking deep breaths, Brother Vaughn did his best to not hyperventilate. Slowly, the ship gained the air, and the dragons peeled away one by one. Kenward guided the ship out over the water, where the air was cooler. The serpent did not fly as high as she had in the past, despite the fire's radiating heat through the slats of the deck. Garanda and Kendra came closer, Bryn riding anxiously behind Kendra, and still wielding a gaff.
"I'm sorry, my boy,"
Kenward shouted over the sound of his hissing and whirring ship.
"There's just too much weight. I can't get here higher than this without throwing the monk overboard."
Brother Vaughn swallowed, not entirely certain he was joking. "May the winds be kind and bring you home," Kendra said. Garanda turned and wheeled away, back toward Windhold. The look on Bryn's face made it clear he longed to be on the ship, and Brother Vaughn felt bad for having taken his place. Trinda had given him no choice. What she could want with him, he had no idea, but he did not fear the girl. It was the waters separating them he dreaded most. Again, he wished the dragons would escort them, but he also understood that the Draken were still in survival mode and could scarcely afford to lose their most valuable resources for weeks or months on end. Still, a single dragon and rider could not have hurt, and they would soon burn enough fuel and consume enough rations to allow for additional weight. If Kendra and Bryn were not already beyond earshot, he would have called them back and begged. Kenward approached with a smile on his face. That worried Brother Vaughn more than anything.
"How are you with his shovel?"
Kenward asked, his grin never fading. Approaching Dragonhold was surreal. The Pinnock Valley was wide, providing plenty of room to move, but Kenward still kept them as high as he could, which wasn't high enough to clear the peaks. It also wasn't high enough to reach what Kenward knew was an airship dock atop Dragonhold. It was from there Trinda had saved Brother Vaughn from the Ferals. Kenward reminded himself of that act. She had been kind to him, and she had treated the people of the Godfist well. He had no quarrel with her, save the actual taking of Dragonhold. It was something he would need to bury deeply and quickly. The wrong words within the hold could get them all killed, no matter how kind she'd been in the past. Denied the option of mooring at a proper airship dock, Kenward reluctantly flew toward the main entrance to Dragonhold, which was far grander than when he'd last seen it. Rising from the valley floor was a bulwark to dwarf any other on Godsland. The stairways, once exposed to dragon attacks, were now concealed within white stone fascia. Near the top, construction continued, and the old gates remained in place. These gates had served Dragonhold well since their hasty construction, and would still deny the serpent entrance should the Child Queen wish it. Given the slow outward swing of the gates, it would appear she would admit them. Kenward gripped the wheel, watching the approach with intense concentration. He had yet to land the serpent in the same way twice. The entrance to Dragonhold was large enough to admit them into the towering Great Hall, but there wasn't a great deal of extra height. The addition of gusting crosswinds made this an even more perilous endeavor.
"We're going to have to come in fast,"
Kenward shouted.
"We need all the air in the shocks and all the thrust we can muster. We can come in a little high, but we can't come in too low. The shocks will likely catch, so be ready for a rough landing."
Brother Vaughn secured himself to the rail and stood with his knees bent. When Kenward warned of a rough landing, a wise man took it seriously. The valley suddenly felt much smaller as Kenward guided the ship lower and lower. Towering walls of stone rushed by in a blur, giving evidence to their speed. Too fast, thought Brother Vaughn. Kenward held his course. The mighty gates were now open as wide as they would go. Height wasn't the only issue. The opening looked too narrow to admit them.
"This is going to be close, people,"
Kenward shouted.
"Brace yourselves."
There were no dragons here to save them this time, and if Kenward misjudged, it could be the end of them. Brother Vaughn breathed fast and tried to be brave. It made him feel only a small bit better that Kenward's screams matched his own. The mountain consumed them. With only a whispered brush, the serpent entered Dragonhold like an albatross, beautiful in flight, yet awkward and dangerous when landing. Clearly not everyone had been expecting an airship to enter the hold, and people scattered in all directions as the serpent dropped to the cold stone and skidded. Slowly the serpent rotated and slid, the windsocks cast forward by a gust of wind, even as the mighty gates swung shut. The jarring impact and subsequent bouncing threatened to shake the ship apart. Brother Vaughn stood on trembling knees and couldn't help but feel anxious as the gates blotted out the sky. They were left in torchlight, which struck Brother Vaughn as ironic since Trinda had the largest stockpile of Herald globes in existence. He knew there were a few in private collections that had escaped her grasp. It stung, knowing the one Katrin had given him personally was among Trinda's hoard. It wasn't the kind of thing one forgot. He was also reminded of the cube he'd lost. Ever since he discovered its true purpose, he wanted to get back to Dragonhold and find out just what could be locked away with such an elaborate key. The serpent issued gouts of black smoke and steam for some time after entering the Great Hall, and Brother Vaughn wondered if it wouldn't be wise to open the gates enough to let the wind carry it away. As it was, most people were coughing and moving out of the main hall. "I've allowed this ship within my hold," Trinda suddenly said, and Brother Vaughn looked up to the place from where her voice had come. Once again, she sat on the oversized throne left by the ancients. She looked down on Brother Vaughn, and familiar feelings of confusion and distrust washed over him. He'd done what he could to help this girl. Woman, Brother Vaughn corrected himself, no matter how she looked. And she'd turned on those he cared for. And yet she'd cared for many of those he loved as well. Trinda Hollis was an unsolvable puzzle, and he put his feelings aside. He could do some good here, and that was what he intended to do. Foster relations, trading, and in general have a positive impact on the situation. At least that was what he thought he was going to do. "I want to see the thrones," Trinda said, and Brother Vaughn's blood went cold. "Martik, have your people unload my cargo."
"Begging your pardon, Your Highness," Kenward said. "We were only able to transport one of the thrones this trip."
Silence, heavier than he'd ever known, enveloped the hall. "You insult me," Trinda said, her voice as cold as the stone surrounding her. "I asked for 2 thrones, and you have defied me." As she said these words, Trinda slammed her fist down on the seat of the throne upon which she sat, her arms nowhere near long enough to reach the actual armrests. She sat in the middle of the throne, looking like a child's toy. When her fist struck stone, however, it was clear neither was she a toy nor should she be trifled with. A blast of cold air rushed away from her striking fist, chilling whatever it touched and leaving steaming frost in its wake. Stinging from the cold, Brother Vaughn stepped forward, hoping to defuse the situation.
"There was no other way, child,"
he said, realizing his error even as the words left his lips.
"Do not call me child!"
This time, when Trinda's fist met stone, there was fire. A wall of blue flame charged outward, singeing everything in its path. Feeling as if he'd been assaulted and smelling burned hair, Brother Vaughn braced himself for the worst.
"You will get whatever supplies you need to make the journey, and you will fetch the remaining throne,"
Trinda said, and there was no room for argument. At least she was providing supplies. It showed the girl had good sense and was not inclined to cruelty as a matter of course. Trinda Hollis was nothing if not intriguing.
"My lady,"
Kenward said, eyeing a crumbling section of the Serpent.
"My ship was damaged during our landing. I doubt the quantity of flakewood I need to repair her is within the hold. May I—"
"Get him what he needs," Trinda said to a nearby guard. The man nodded and immediately moved to stand in front of Kenward. A younger man with a wax tablet and stylus approached.
"And do not let him rob me," she added. "This man is a scoundrel."
Kenward made no argument and instead bowed to Trinda. The woman in a girl's body looked thoughtful, and Brother Vaughn knew there was far more intellect behind those eyes than anyone had ever given her credit for. She was up to something, perhaps many things, and he wished he knew what she planned. Everyone within the hold said she had an uncanny ability to read Dragonhold, as if communicating with it. The underground fortress was expansive beyond reckoning, yet she continued to discover its secrets. When Kenward finished listing the items he needed, the guard and his scribe turned to the throne. Trinda met the guard's eyes, and he nodded to her. She nodded in return. Kenward started breathing again. It was then he realized Martik's crew were about to unload the throne.
"Wait,"
he said.
"She's gonna shift when you move that thing."
Martik waved off Kenward's worry as he orchestrated his crew, who made him proud. Using a quickly constructed hoist with a thick oiled rope, they lifted the hulking chair of metallic stone and eased it away from the Serpent. The ship they had stabilized and secured using a series of braces and sandbags. The crew worked with speed and efficiency Brother Vaughn admired. Not many achieved that level of teamwork and competency. Once free of the ship's hold, the crew lowered the throne onto wooden braces, then disassembled the hoist. Using the same materials, they built a platform around the throne. It would take many strong bodies to move the stone and metal chair. This platform with its raised supports would make it easy for them to do so. These people worked with smooth, quiet efficiency. Impressive indeed. Now if he could just figure out how to get Martik out of Dragonhold and to the Firstland, where he was really needed.
"I wish to see the throne in place," Trinda said. "All of you are to be present. Without you, the throne would not be here. All of you. My guards will care for your ship."
Kenward was hesitant, but the size and number of guards nearby provided him ample motivation. They were in Trinda's hold, and would need to do as they were told while they remained here. Brother Vaughn still had no idea why he'd been summoned. He thought perhaps it had been a mistake, or maybe she'd forgotten asking specifically for him. She hadn't so much as greeted him. Another puzzle. Martik and his crew were already halfway across the Great Hall when Trinda had her guards help her down. She followed the same path as Martik, and the crew of the Serpent fell in behind, followed by more guards. It was clear this trip was not optional. Being back amid the towering columns was reminiscent for Brother Vaughn, though it was in far better repair this time around. Under Trinda's rule, a great many things had been restored to their original luster, or had been improved upon, as with the bulwark facade. Even the throne had been commissioned by Katrin and Prios, and was a fulfillment of their desires. Both had nearly died in the viewing chamber because they lacked the anchor effect these very thrones provided. Katrin and Prios were gone. Emotion nearly overcame him. Never would he get over the loss of them. Never. The viewing chamber was much as Brother Vaughn remembered it. Small, sparse, and with 2 holes in the outer wall of the chamber, open sky beyond. This was among the very few places within the hold where one could see the sky. This alone made the room remarkable. The presence of a single throne in the room cast it out of symmetry. 2 holes, 1 throne. The balance was gone, and it offended the eye.
"Do you see what you have done?" Trinda asked, her voice shrill.
"I apologize, milady,"
Kenward said.
"You should have brought the other chair and left him behind,"
she said, pointing to Brother Vaughn. It was the first she had acknowledged him. It was an ill auspice. He began to suddenly and seriously question the wisdom in coming here.
"But since you are here," Trinda said, "I'll be kind, as you once were to me."
A bit of hope bloomed in Brother Vaughn's chest.
"Thank you,"
he said, trying to appear deferential.
"Come,"
Trinda said.
"all of you."
Brother Vaughn wasn't certain why she kept saying that, but she gave him little time to ponder. As they entered the hallway running between the Great Hall and the God's Eye, Trinda stopped.
"Fetch the diver,"
she said to one of her guards, and the man sprinted back toward the Great Hall. Trinda, though, turned and walked toward the God's Eye. Brother Vaughn walked with a sense of anticipation and wonder. Did she know? He asked himself. What could she possibly want to show them in that expansive underground lake? Brother Vaughn knew some of what lurked there, and he instinctively reached for the cube, lamenting the loss of it. Logan, the diver, nodded to Brother Vaughn after catching up with them and making his way to the water's edge. He wore nothing but a loin wrap and looked out of place standing beside Trinda and her guards. From within her white robes, Trinda pulled a glowing orb. It cast warm light that bounced off the water. A herald globe.
"Do you remember?"
Trinda asked Brother Vaughn, who nodded.
"I sang for you and summoned the fish. Do you remember?"
"I remember,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"Good,"
Trinda continued.
"You were kind to me, and I'll now return the favor."
Brother Vaughn didn't know how to tell her he'd lost the cube.
"Sevalon,"
Trinda said.
"the time has come."
Sevalon, Brother Vaughn thought. How did he know that name? From behind Kenward, Seven stepped into the light of the herald globe. Kenward hissed. Seven turned to him and Brother Vaughn with an apology in his eyes.
"Mistress,"
he said.
"I do like it when you call me that, Sevalon,"
Trinda said with the closest thing to a smile Brother Vaughn had ever seen on her face.
"What do you have for me?"
"Just the items requested, mistress."
Brother Vaughn watched in disbelief when Sevalon, produced a familiar cube from his pockets. He also handed Trinda an object Brother Vaughn recognized. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a small figurine. Brother Vaughn recognized it as the one the Lord Chancellor had asked him to hold as part of a welcoming ceremony. He'd not realized it at the time, but this was something of great value. But why have him steal the cube?
"It was only a precaution,"
Trinda said, as if reading his thoughts.
"I always intended you to be here for this, though I wasn't certain you'd come. I needed insurance." "Do you know what this is and how it works?"
Trinda asked the diver.
"No, milady. I dived for it and found it, but I don't know what it is."
"Tell him,"
Trinda said to Kenward. Brother Vaughn was a little surprised when Kenward began to speak. He was not a man accustomed to taking orders.
"It's a key,"
Kenward said.
"A unique and special key meant to open only one thing, the second hold of a ship."
The diver looked confused.
"The hold is where the captain keeps his cargo. The second hold is where the captain keeps his most precious belongings. If there's a ship down there, and that key opens the second hold, there's no telling what you'll find."
These words once again ignited Brother Vaughn's imagination, and he could imagine a great many possibilities, but he'd done that for years. Now he wanted to know what was actually in the second hold.
"How does Logan use the key?"
Brother Vaughn asked, unable to keep the impatience from his voice. Kenward raised an eyebrow but didn't argue with Brother Vaughn. Instead, he turned back to Logan.
Look for the captain's quarters. They'll be the biggest. Search for trapdoors, false bottoms and shelves, that sort of thing. Look for a recessed area the right size to accept the cube.
Then what? The diver asked. Kenward just shrugged.
That's all I really know. It should allow a trapdoor to open, but you might have to do something else, maybe push on it or pull a lever. If that doesn't work, try changing the orientation of the cube.
He's going to be underwater, Brother Vaughn said. That all sounds pretty complicated.
Your only other choice is to raise the ship, and even then you might have trouble, Kenward said. There's no way you'll get a proper second hold open without a key or a dragon.
May I see if I can find the second hold first? Logan said, and Trinda nodded her assent and handed him the Herald Globe. Don't lose this. He nodded and stepped onto the barge. After Bradley pulled them into place, Logan took a few deep breaths, slipped beneath the surface, and swam downward. The light in his hand grew brighter the deeper he went. The shadowy form of a sunken ship emerged from the darkness, looking as if it had been perfectly preserved. Chapter 9. The greatest threat our world faces is unyielding belief. Barabbas the Druid. There was a visible sense of wonder and excitement emanating from the usually implacable Trinda. No one could say what Logan would find, but Brother Vaughn could feel the collective hope the diver would find something. Locating the second hold would be a feat in and of itself. Opening it and retrieving its contents seemed an impossible task. When the man broke the surface and gasped for breath, Brother Vaughn knew he was pushing his abilities to their limits. Part of him feared the diver would swim into the ship and never find his way back out. It was a rational fear, and that was what troubled him most. Glistening in the light of the Herald Globe he held in one hand, the diver had to breathe for a moment before he could speak. Trinda tapped her toe. "I found the cabins," he said across the water. "Haven't figured out which is the captain's cabin yet. Some of the hatches are closed, so I'm going to check the open ones first." Trinda sighed. "Do your best," she said. After Logan took a few deep breaths, he dived and kicked his way back to the sunken ship. Looking back at her guard, Trinda said, "Surely he's not the only person in the hold who can dive. Find the rest, equip them, and bring them here." "Yes, m'lady," he said before leaving at nearly a full run, a wise move given Trinda's darkening mood. Brother Vaughn watched the child queen and tried not to think of her that way. She'd hurt him, for certain, but that didn't seem to have been her intention. She never appeared to want to hurt anyone, except maybe Edling. She just wanted her way. Kenward was unusually quiet, and Brother Vaughn suspected it was because he was standing on solid ground, something the man clearly detested. Even this marvelous body of water trapped within a mountain wasn't enough to overcome his discomfort. Trinda had nearly complete control over him, his ship, and his crew, especially the thief, who'd never been his to begin with. Brother Vaughn could understand his trepidation. Given some of the things that had come out of Kenward's mouth in the past, Brother Vaughn decided silence was the best he could hope for. When the guard returned with 3 young men and 2 young women, each holding a Herald Globe as if it might explode at any instant, all of them were breathing hard. "You bring me divers who are out of breath?" Trinda asked. "How good can they be?" "I'm sorry, m'lady. I asked them to hurry, and these were the only people brave enough to answer the call." Trinda nodded. "They are to be commended for their bravery," she said. "The water is cold and deep. Do not die. Your only job is to help Logan and provide him light, and not to die. Is that clear?" The divers all nodded, none of them bold enough to speak to the queen. They moved to the barge, but Trinda stepped in front of the smallest girl, who looked younger than Trinda appeared. "Do your parents know you're here?" The girl nodded. "Do not die." "I won't die, m'lady," the girl finally said, her voice quavering. "I used to clean the barnacles from our fishing boat before—" Trinda nodded and stepped out of the girl's way. When she turned, her eyes were greeted by an incredible sight. 6 Herald Globes cast overlapping pools of light onto the subterranean lake floor. Not far away,
Brother Vaughn knew there were crystalline formations in the shape of a megalithic feral dragon. The divers had been urged to avoid the area, not because Trinda feared it, but she must have known the divers would. Brother Vaughn couldn't argue with the logic, since he, too, had been made to feel small, weak, and vulnerable upon seeing the mystical creature. The ship itself was of a design unlike anything Brother Vaughn had ever seen. Clearly, there had been rowers in the middle decks, and she had no masts. Certainly, there was no wind to speak of within this place. The ship must have been built within the cavern, and would forever remain there. Trinda did not want the ship raised, even though it looked as if it were perfectly preserved. Her only indication had been to retrieve items of value, and specifically, those items the ship's captain had considered most valuable.
"The ship has a name," Logan said when he next surfaced. "Draken Gar. Not sure what that means." "I believe it means those of the dragon who protect," Brother Vaughn said.
"A guardian dragon," Trinda said, her visage unreadable. "I've never had one of those. I have wondered what it would be like. It's not all I expected it to be."
No one made any response, and Brother Vaughn was trying to decide if it had been a joke. Unwilling to laugh at the wrong thing, he remained silent. 3 more times Logan returned from the ship, though the rest surfaced twice as often. The young girl Trinda had questioned shivered so badly, her teeth knocked and her skin was a bluish color.
"Out of the water,"
Trinda said, pointing to her. The girl looked as if she might protest, but then saw the glow in Trinda's eyes and thought better of it. Smart girl, Brother Vaughn thought.
"Get her a blanket,"
Trinda said, and her guard went pale. Trinda just sighed and shook her head.
"Someone had better go get some blankets then, hadn't they?"
He was already running. 2 boys got out of the water as well, and Trinda did not scold or chide them, nor did Bradley complain about conveying them to shore. When Trinda's guards returned with blankets, Trinda grabbed a blanket herself and wrapped it around the youngest girl's shoulders. She did, however, make sure the herald globes were returned to her guards. Logan broke the surface again and gasped for breath.
"I think I found it,"
he said.
"The captain's quarters?"
Trinda asked.
"The second hold,"
he said. Subdued excitement rippled over those standing on the cold stone shore of the God's Eye. Trinda boarded the barge this time. When the barge reached the man who was treading water, Trinda knelt down and handed Logan the cube he himself had found and given to Brother Vaughn years ago.
"Pardon me for saying this, milady, but if there's something in there that entitles a man to wine, women, and song, may I be first in line?"
Trinda laughed, her eyes twinkling.
"You may."
"There's one other thing,"
Logan said, though he hesitated before continuing.
"It looks to me like the captain of the Draken Gar sunk her intentionally. There's no battle damage, and all the hatches are open."
Brother Vaughn wasn't certain what to make of it, but his curiosity about the second hold overwhelmed all else. Would Logan be able to open the second hold? Would the ancient lock even function? Considering how well the ship was preserved, a part of him dared to hope. Another part knew the most dangerous dives were ahead. Twice more the diver came up for air, each time clearly winded.
"Out of the water, all of you,"
Trinda said.
"I think I've just about got it open,"
Logan said.
"Just 1 or 2 more dives and we should know what's inside."
"Get out of the water, dry off, and warm up with some tea,"
Trinda said, and she looked at another of her guards. The man didn't know what to do at first, but then he must have realized there was no hot tea waiting for the divers, and he dashed away. "Fools," Trinda said under her breath. Perhaps it was not meant for Brother Vaughn's ears, but he heard it nonetheless.
"Describe it to me,"
Trinda said to Logan once the barge reached shore. Kenward and Brother Vaughn stepped closer as the diver spoke quietly, still shivering. Trinda had been right. All of them needed to warm up. Had he misjudged her? Again?
"It's in what would have been the floor of the captain's cabin, under a desk that's secured to the deck. I saw a square outline in the wood, about the size of the cube. With a little prying, the wood plug came loose, and I saw the carvings within the recessed area. That's when I knew it was what you had asked me to find."
"You've done well,"
Trinda said.
"Now tell me about the recess. What did it look like? Were the carvings the same as what's on the cube?"
Kenward listened intently, but Brother Vaughn couldn't quite understand why she was pursuing this line of questioning when he nearly had the second hold open.
It looked as if they had carved the cube out of that very piece of wood, Logan said. The carvings on it fit perfectly into the ones in the recess once I had it turned the right way. That's what took me so long. I'm sorry.
You have no reason to be sorry, Trinda said. And here is your tea. I'm so glad you didn't have to wait any longer.
Trinda's guards had the good sense to look sheepish.
I've asked Miss Maris to send hot food, Bernard said.
Thank you, Trinda said. It's good to see you thinking for yourself.
Yes, m'lady,
he said, which clearly annoyed Trinda. Everyone else wisely remained silent. Runners arrived from the kitchens, and they brought a kettle of thick stew and loaves of bread. The stew was ladled into mugs and bread torn off in generous hunks. The divers eagerly accepted the food except for Logan.
It's not good to dive with a full stomach, he said. I want to get back in the water.
The other divers looked as if they would put down their food, and he held up a hand to them.
I know where I'm going now, and I don't need any help this time. You all did a great job helping find it. Thank you. Eat.
Brother Vaughn thought Trinda might stand in his way, but she just nodded and stood aside. Logan handed his blanket to one of the guards and stepped onto the barge. Once back in the water, he dived without hesitation. Not for the first time, Brother Vaughn tried to understand why the Herald globe shone more brightly the deeper it sank. Was it the cold, or the pressure, or the water itself? It should tell him something, but he couldn't figure out what it meant. No matter the mystery, the diver illuminated the floor of the God's Eye, and there appeared to be runes carved in the dark stone. Debris and artifacts from the sunken ship gave a tantalizing glimpse of the past, something Brother Vaughn had always longed for. History gave him context. When Logan re-entered the ship, he left those above with only a few beams of shifting light as signs of his progress. Tension charged the air. Any number of things could go wrong. Brother Vaughn was convinced that was why the diver had wanted the young people to stay on land. He was protecting them from what he knew might claim his life. Brother Vaughn admired the man's bravery and honorable intentions, but he cursed him under his breath at the same time.
And now we all just have to wait here and wonder if you're drowning or not, he said without meaning to.
He's well,
Trinda said, her eyes hooded, looking as if her thoughts were far away. A moment later, Logan proved her correct and emerged from the Draken Gar, his legs pumping as he rushed back toward the surface. The diver swam directly to where Trinda waited expectantly. He was gasping for breath, but held the Herald globe steadily in one hand and a circular object in the other.
"M'lady,"
he said,
"I'm so sorry. I got the second hold open, but this is all that was in there."
He handed her a ring of stone, almost big enough to be worn like a bracelet. Brother Vaughn tried to get a better look at it, but Trinda turned away, leaning over as she examined it. He'd seen it for only an instant, yet he would have sworn it bore runes and maybe even a flash of metal. He was about to ask Trinda what the ring was when Logan said,
"Oh, and there was this."
He reached down and pulled a rolled cloth from his loincloth, which was still submerged.
"Wait,"
Brother Vaughn said as Logan moved to hand Trinda the rolled cloth.
"Leave it underwater. If you expose it to the air, it could disintegrate."
Trinda crossed her arms over her chest, met his eyes, and listened. Her expression was not entirely friendly. He continued, speaking more quickly.
"We need a vessel to move it out of the God's Eye without risking destroying it, and we'll need to move it to a colder part of the keep. There we can transcribe and preserve whatever knowledge it contains, even if we cannot save the item itself. May I enlist the help of your guards?"
Trinda stood silent for a moment, considering his words.
"Do as he says."
People moved to obey her command and fill Brother Vaughn's requests. He wasn't certain it would work, but his studies on the preservation of knowledge told him it was his best chance. It also brought back painful memories of the order from which he was now estranged. He sought comfort in the fact that he lived his life by the Cathoran Order's tenets, more so than many of his brothers and sisters, but those were prideful thoughts, and they shamed him. Only the knowledge of misdeeds at the hands of his brethren banished that shame. He was not innocent, but he was in the right.
"May we see the other, thing?"
Kenward asked, somewhat meekly and seemingly against his better judgment.
"You'll get your chance,"
Trinda said with a smile that chilled Brother Vaughn.
"But now's not the time. When you've secured the documents, my guards will escort you to the Great Wheel. I think you'll find the conditions there favorable. By then you should also have your supplies, and your repairs should be well underway." With a nod, she ended the conversation and walked away, most of her guards going with her. 4 guards remained. They would not meet his eyes.
"You all know us, and you know we mean you no harm. Be at ease."
The guards remained as they were, and Brother Vaughn sighed. So much in his world had changed, and little of it was for the better. He couldn't help but smile, though, when Martik arrived with a work crew and materials. Planks of wood were quickly assembled to make a small box, which they lined with oiled hide. The box was wide enough only to hold the rolled canvas. Martik instructed his men to build a larger container near the great wheel, one large enough to hold the unrolled scroll and still keep it submerged in elbow-deep water.
"I want water from the Godside to fill the container,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"Don't use river water, please."
"Do as he says," Martik said. He leaned closer to Brother Vaughn and asked, "Strom and Osborne?"
"They're fine,"
Brother Vaughn whispered. The guards pretended not to hear.
"Though I'm not sure you'd get them aboard the Serpent again."
"Not sure you'd get me on her either," Martik said. Now it was Kenward pretending not to hear, though he was doing a poor job of it, looking somewhat annoyed. Once the transport vessel had been filled and checked for leaks, it was lowered into the water by 4 of Trinda's guards. The diver placed the rolled canvas in the vessel and quickly climbed from the water. "Move steadily, and let everyone know if you're tiring," Martik said. "We'll get someone fresh to take over. The lady has made it clear she values this object, and we are to treat it with care." Brother Vaughn could barely contain his curiosity. Ever since they had found the cube, he'd wondered what purpose it could serve, and ever since Kenward had told him it was a key to the second hold, he'd wanted to know what could possibly wait there. Part of him knew it might be illegible, its contents lost to the flow of time. Still, he hoped. Martik and his crew proved themselves as flexible as they were capable, and soon they were moving into parts of the keep Brother Vaughn had never seen before. Certainly the Great Wheel was a shock to see. He'd heard about it from Strom and Osborne, but their descriptions failed to express the overwhelming presence and sense of unstoppable power the mighty apparatus conveyed. The water cascading over it kept it slick and glossy, and it reflected the amber light from enormous crystals overhead. The very scale of the place made Brother Vaughn wonder at how any of this had ever been constructed. Such mastery and power the ancients had. It made him feel small and ignorant. In the face of all that, there stood the more permanent vessel ready to hold the document while he transcribed it, assuming there was something to transcribe. As soon as the scroll was moved into the more accommodating vessel, Martik turned to Brother Vaughn. "It's in your custody now," he said. "But if you don't mind, I'd like to stick around and watch what you do."
"I don't object at all,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"though I can make no promises. It could be that the years have erased everything."
As soon as he leaned down to examine the document further, he saw it wasn't so. Precise lines crossed what would be considered the outside of the rolled document. A single strip of cloth tied with a simple knot secured the scroll in spirit only, and fell away at the slightest probing of Brother Vaughn's knife. It didn't bode well for the rest of the document. The parchment resisted being unrolled, cracking and splitting. Martik sucked in air over his teeth, and Brother Vaughn looked at him. "Sorry," Martik said. "I hate it when people do that to me. Please, carry on." Trying a slightly different approach, Brother Vaughn used a straight edge to lift the entire end of the page at once, and the document slowly revealed itself. The parchment had clearly been used multiple times. There were messages, then other messages between the lines of the first, and there were tallies and numbers jammed around the edges. When the thick, dark lines emerged, Brother Vaughn saw another, more urgent message written over top of everything else. It was only the beginning of a message, and Martik leaned in close, looking over Brother Vaughn's shoulder, and clearly intrigued by what he saw. The parchment resisted giving up the rest of the message, though. Again, Martik sucked in air as the document tore, and a chunk stayed where it had been for thousands of years. Brother Vaughn did what he could to recover the fragment, but it had been completely fused. He continued, hoping the missing part could be reconstructed based on context. But he hated to lose anything. There could be many things to learn from all of the messages on this document. With trembling hands,
Brother Vaughn continued his ministrations. The message became clearer. Beware the fifth magic. He was fairly certain the third word was fifth, but much of it was missing. He could think of nothing else it might be, and he looked to Martik. "I can't argue your translation," he said, "but I also can't be certain." "You're right," Brother Vaughn said. "Fifth is my best guess, but it doesn't really tell us anything."
"That stone ring Trinder took had writing on it too,"
Kenward said, but he was silenced by the glares of the remaining guards. Brother Vaughn changed the subject. "I'd like to see if I can transcribe any of the older messages on this parchment."
"Those look like inventory tallies in the margins," Kenward said. "But if you want to translate an old love letter, be my guest."
Brother Vaughn wasn't certain the guards believed Kenward's last statement, but they did look at least a little less interested in what he was doing. Certainly, everything they said of any consequence was being relayed to Trinda, but maybe he could still learn something to give him an edge. Sadly, Kenward's prediction the other messages were love letters proved true. "I don't think we're going to learn any more from this," Brother Vaughn finally said, and he stepped away from the vessel, his hands still dripping. To his surprise, the guards covered the vessel and stood watch over it. "I've completed my analysis," he said to one of the guards. "Can you please let Her Highness know?" "She knows," the man said, and he looked away, making it clear Brother Vaughn would get nothing more from him. He was left with no idea what to do. Kenward fidgeted, and Martik was already talking with men from his crew.
"I should be going,"
Kenward finally said into the awkward silence.
"I'm sure Her Highness would like my ship out of her hull."
No one barred his path. Chapter 10. Despite eons of disuse, weapons of the past threaten us all. Nat Derzinger, Prophet. The Serpent was nearly airworthy, but a few of the metal pieces needed to repair broken mounts had still not been sent from the smithy. Kenward wondered if Trinda had truly passed along his request, since he hoped those working the smithy would not intentionally keep him waiting, certainly not under these circumstances. His attempts to visit the forge had proven he did not have free rein within the hold. He was left with two options: wait until Trinda decided to give him what he needed and let him go, or risk coming apart in the air. People might say he was crazy, but he wasn't stupid. The remainder of his crew continued to work on the ship, checking rigging, joints, and lines, then double-checking. They were growing restless, Kenward knew, and he could hardly blame them. Trinda was an enigma he was certain he'd never understand, and the best thing to do would be to get away from there. The Child Queen still wanted the second throne from the Firstland, and Kenward had already decided she'd have to find another way to get it there. He, his crew, and his ship were simply too precious to risk for someone who might turn around and have him killed or imprisoned. What Kenward hadn't been expecting was to see Seven coming from the direction of the kitchens and the forge, a place he himself had been denied. "May I approach?" Sevalon the thief asked. Kenward reminded himself to whom he spoke.
"Don't come too close, and keep your hands where I can see them."
There was pain in the thief's eyes.
"I'm sorry. I know you're angry, but I hope you'll understand. I couldn't reveal myself, even to those I trust and care for."
Kenward was a pirate. He understood such things.
"Did you ever steal from me or my crew?"
he asked, not certain he'd believe any answer but yes.
"No, sir. There are few places in the world I felt more at home than on the Serpent. You and the crew are like—" "But you did steal something from the Lord Chancellor, which put the Verdants on our tail and caused no end of trouble, did you not?"
"I did, sir," Sevalon said, his head hanging low.
"And how do I know you wouldn't do such a thing again?"
"I give you my word." Kenward knew the word of a thief was as good as the word of a pirate, which was to say it varied widely. Seven had been a valuable part of his crew, and he'd not easily be replaced. There certainly wasn't a line of people waiting to board the Serpent, let alone work the rigging like Seven. The man was physically as nimble and quick as his sharp mind.
"How do I know you're not still working for Trinda? After all, you just came from places I've been barred from going." I'll not work for the Child Queen again, sir. She violated the contract by revealing my true name. This cannot be forgiven.
Kenward thought on this for a moment. It was a risk. Sevalon was a convincing liar. It was requisite for his profession.
I just don't know if I can trust you.
The thief nodded, sadness in his eyes.
I had hoped you would understand, but I hold no grudge. I endangered you and your crew. As a token of my appreciation, I bring you these, though I recommend you install them quickly and be on your way. I heard tell of orders to be ready to close the gates on a moment's notice.
He handed the metal pieces needed to repair the mounts to Kenward. The value of the gifts and the information could not be overlooked, and Kenward extended his hand.
Come, Seven. We've work to do.
Seven smiled and did not hesitate. Soon they were working quickly but quietly to install the new mounts that would hold Kenward's prized experimental engine in place. Without it, they wouldn't get far. Most of the crew remained as they had been, as a result of Kenward's silent commands. He didn't want anyone in Dragonhold to know just how close they were to being ready to leave. He would need the fires lit to bring the boiler up to temperature, and that would take time. Time when it would be quite obvious they were preparing for departure.
Light a test fire,
Kenward ordered far more loudly than needed.
Not too much now. We just need to test the pressures. We still haven't got all the parts we need.
The guards nearby ignored him, and he hoped his luck would hold. When Brother Vaughn approached, Kenward thought that alone might give them away. He had no desire to leave the monk behind, but having him show up just when they were heating up the engines was more than inconvenient.
"Are you getting ready to leave?"
Brother Vaughn asked softly. The skin on the back of Kenward's neck stood. He was in the middle of the bee's nest, trying to steal honey, while all the bees watched.
"Still don't have the parts we need,"
Kenward said, again, louder than needed before continuing more softly.
"Be ready at a moment's notice, but do whatever you can to make it look as if we can't leave yet." "I'll see if I can get some food for the crew while they wait,"
Brother Vaughn said, far too loudly, and Kenward cringed. Brother Vaughn walked away and did his best to blend into the crowd. Kenward shook his head, knowing their plans must be all too obvious to anyone paying them the least bit of attention, which Kenward hoped would be their saving grace. His hopes were dashed, though, when Trinda emerged into the great hall flanked by rows of guards. She wore a long white dress with a train rustling along the stone behind her. She came to stand before Kenward, and a bead of sweat ran into his eye.
"I would have had your parts brought to you, but you've apparently beaten me to it,"
Trinda said, her eyes landing on Seven, who was high above. The rigging hung limply from the mast, which stood at an odd angle as a result of the ship's resting mostly on her side. Kenward remained silent.
"You were to deliver me 2 thrones," Trinda continued. "I will expect the other before the first snow. Is that clear?"
This was not an enemy Kenward wished to create.
"I understand,"
he said, still unsure as to whether or not he would make good on the bargain.
"You should hurry,"
Trinda said, a knowing smile on her face.
"The skies may not remain clear much longer."
Kenward turned back to the serpent.
"Stoke the fires and open the valves, full stop."
Steam and black smoke began to fill the air around the ship, and when Kenward turned back to Trinda, she was gone. After looking around, he finally found her sitting on the humongous throne, her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands. She watched Kenward intently, and his skin began to crawl. He returned to his work with full intensity. As much as he hated to admit it, that girl frightened him. Moments later, he knew the fear was warranted. Trinda Hollis, the Child Queen, began to sing. Reunions were at hand, and St. John smiled. It had been too long since he'd seen the crew of the Dragon's Wing. Kendra flew nearby, and though she might not be overjoyed to see Gwen again, seeing Benjen, Fasha, Wendell, and Jensen was enough to bring tears to her eyes. St. John pretended not to see them. Garanda flew in close, and Kendra instructed them on where she wanted them to dock. It had been some time since they had been there last, and Kendra was proud of what she'd accomplished in that time. A shelf of rock protruded from the 3rd level of Windhold. and Kendra had orchestrated the construction of a landing field. It had taken thousands of trips for the dragon riders between the beaches and the plateau, but a black beach now formed a suitable dry dock. Wooden structures existed at the far end of the shelf, waiting for the dragon's wing. Benjen didn't appear sold on the idea of landing his ship in the dry dock, and he could see the disappointment on Kendra's face. Those eyes must be the same force that drove Sinjin to recklessness. Fasha could have countermanded Benjen's orders, but she did not. The way she stormed to the stern gave evidence as to her opinion of the plan, though.
"We'll guide you in,"
Kendra said, now beaming. Voltarius must have recognized the danger of the situation and followed even Sinjin's most subtle urgings. It was a magnificent feeling to have another creature acting as a willing extension of your own body, especially when that creature could fly. For most of his life, he hadn't known how freeing flight could be. Always before he'd been limited to moving on the ground or on the water, but now he could soar the skies and view the world from another perspective. The dragon's wings slowed as she approached the shelf. Now that the ship was really here and moving in closer, the shelf appeared far too small, and the command to abort caught in his throat.
"Too fast!"
Kendra shouted.
"Slow down!"
"I can do this!"
Pelibor shouted, and Sinjin saw Benjen and his grandfather brace themselves. Black sand filled the air beneath the dragon's wing, but plenty remained on the shelf. Pelibor stood with power flowing around him, orchestrating the thrust and lift through his communication with Gwen. The two of them looked strained as the ship settled into the black sand, but the crew barely moved as a result of the impact. It took a moment before a cheer rose up from the crew, allowing Pelibor and Gwen to release the energy they'd been channeling. Sinjin squeezed Voltarius with his left leg, indicating he wanted the dragon to execute a wide turn, which would allow him to share a moment of celebration with his wife, but Voltarius did not respond. Being far less subtle, Sinjin tried again to get his dragon to turn. Voltarius ignored him.
"Where are you going?"
Sinjin heard Kendra shouting.
"I said go back!"
At first, Sinjin had thought she was yelling at him and Voltarius, but then a cold feeling washed over him when he realized Garanda and the other dragons were also not responding to the input of their riders. The shouts of the Dragon's Wings crew were lost in the distance as one of Sinjin Volker's greatest fears came to pass. He, his wife, and the Draken were at the mercy of their dragons as they flew off, away from the Firstland. He could only hope their wisdom was greater than his. Kendra, on the other hand, decided to take a different approach. Screaming things at the top of her lungs that would make a sailor blush, Kendra berated Garanda until her voice failed. Not long after, the dragon showed the first sign of cognizance since leaving the Firstland. For hours they had flown as straight as arrows, as if drawn by a mighty lodestone to the north and west. Now, though, they were flying lower, beneath the scattered clouds. A splash of land came into view. A pair of mountain islands cradled a small natural harbor, which shone bright blue. Towering needle trees dominated the islands and stood in contrast to the white sands and foaming waterfalls. It was to those falls the dragons went to drink. Most of the draken had the good sense to stay in the saddle, but not his wife. Kendra yanked back the straps as quickly as she could and practically leaped off of Garanda's back. The dragon nudged Kendra with her forehead, but Sinjin's wife was having none of it.
"How dare you drag us out here at such an important time?"
Kendra shouted.
"Those people needed us, and you just left them there as if they didn't exist. Explain yourself."
Sinjin shook his head, but became alarmed when Voltarius finished his drink, trumpeted, and leaped back into the air. Garanda nudged Kenward back toward the saddle, but she crossed her arms over her chest and refused to move.
"How do you like it?"
Garanda whined and pawed the soil, again nudging Kendra toward the saddle. This just infuriated Kendra further, and Sinjin thought she might actually hit her dragon, though he doubted Garanda would feel it if she did. Instead, Kendra just stood her ground. After one more whine, Garanda leaped into the air, leaving Kendra standing agape on the shore of an uninhabited island. Sinjin cried out, knowing just how terrible being stranded in such a place could be, and his faith was mostly restored in the dragons when Garanda turned back, swept across the beach, and scooped Kendra up in her claws. Sinjin sucked in air. It hadn't been a smooth acquisition, and Kendra dangled in her dragon's grip. Garanda continued to whine and flew higher, which St. John wasn't certain was the best course of action. Soon, though, they were high above him and Valterius and the rest of the dragons. Shading his eyes from the sun, he looked up, and his blood went cold when Garanda dropped Kendra. St. John heard his wife scream and tried to direct Valterius to intercept her. Valterius continued on his path. It was St. John's turn to berate his dragon. When he looked back up, though, he saw Garanda extend her claws and gently wrap them around the now repositioned Kendra. St. John's wife made no sound and did not move, and he couldn't contain his alarm. Eventually, she answered his calls and told him she was uninjured. The strain in her voice was clear, but at least he knew she was alive. It was near dark the following day when finally St. John and the dragon got some idea as to where they were headed. It came as quite a surprise when the serpent materialized from within the clouds ahead. They were traveling in opposite directions, and there wasn't much time to speak. Kenward never slowed his ship, and Valterius stayed his course.
"Why are you going to the Godfist?"
Kenward shouted.
"The dragons insist,"
St. John shouted in response. The last thing he heard from the serpent were the words,
"Trinda sang!"
When the Godfist finally came into view, it was no surprise. It felt inevitable now, as if they were drawn by an irresistible force. St. John could almost feel Trinda's claws reaching out for him. Certainly he hadn't always been kind to her, but neither he nor the dragon, nor the crew of the Dragon's Wing, deserved to be tormented. The harsh beauty of the place and all the new construction were lost on St. John. In his mind, he tried to find the strength to deal with Trinda. He had no idea what it was he would say, but he knew he needed to keep things as civil as possible. The gates to the Great Hall stood open, and people lined either side, as if waiting to greet them. It was a strange feeling. Many of those gathered were people St. John knew and cared for, but they were also loyal to Trinda now, or at the very least, living under her rule. St. John no longer had a place within Dragonhold. His belongings had been delivered to him by Trinda and Pelivor what felt like ages ago. Now she had pulled him back in, and he wasn't certain how his former home and people would welcome him. He realized his goal of keeping things civil was going to be exceedingly difficult when they flew into the relative darkness of the hall, and Garanda released Kendra while she was still several hand-widths above the stone. Kendra made a loud woof when she struck the stone, and lay still for a few moments, long enough for the rest of the Draken to land within the hall. Even with their numbers, the hall swallowed them easily and made them look tiny. Garanda whined and nudged Kendra with her snout. Sitting atop her grossly oversized throne, St. John thought Trinda looked ridiculous, and yet she exuded an undeniable sense of power. Opening her mouth to speak, Trinda silenced the hall, even the dragons, with a gesture. Before she could utter a word, though, Kendra pulled herself from the cold stone. St. John and the others remained in their saddles. His grip on the staff tightened, and his fingers caressed Ko. Kendra turned slowly to Garanda, who did her best to look sheepish. "What in all of Godsland is wrong with you? Have you lost the use of your senses? How dare you carry me like nothing more than a plump tuna? What in the name of everything good and right in the world were you thinking? You dropped me in mid-air." The dragon just whined in response and nudged Kendra with her forehead. St. John's wife was clearly not ready to let go of her anger. "It's not her fault," St. John said, despite knowing it might make Kendra angrier. "Garanda was summoned like the rest of the dragons." "I summoned the dragons, yes," Trinda said to St. John, "but it is to you I wish to speak." "And the rest of us?" Kendra asked, her face flushed, her posture aggressive. "It is difficult to summon just one dragon," Trinda said, holding out her palms in a show of innocence. Kendra fumed. "I require your assistance." It was clear she spoke to St. John, which infuriated Kendra even further. "There are easier ways of contacting me," St. John said, "and I'm fairly certain you told me I was no longer welcome here." Trinda took a long moment before responding. "I had hoped your love of your people would outweigh your hatred of me.
The people of Dragonhold are in grave danger. St. John wanted to say he didn't hate Trinda, but his wife came uncorked. People wouldn't hate you if you didn't just up and take over people's holds and throw them out and then summon their dragons without so much as a please. St. John drew a breath to speak, and Kendra looked at him with eyes afire. "Silence!" Trinda barked, slamming her fist down with emphasis, sending out a wave of icy air laced with cold blue fire. At this command, guards moved to close the mighty wooden gates. Even more guards emerged from all around, most carrying heavy crossbows. "Dismount and surrender your arms, and no one will be harmed." Kendra crossed her arms over her chest, daring anyone to disarm her. Trinda, though, wasn't looking at Kendra. She was looking at St. John. "Surrender the staff and the cat, and they'll be returned to you when the time is right." St. John doubted he and Trinda would agree on when the time was right, so he resisted. Kendra gave him a firm nod. St. John looked to the guards, hoping to see familiar faces, but Trinda knew better. Most of the men facing the Draken had the look of the Greatland about them. None would have reason to be loyal to St. John. It would be a bloodbath. Maybe he and the Draken could defeat Trinda's forces, but at what cost? Perhaps they could fly in the darkness above them. The massive pillars disappeared in the heights, but St. John had no idea how deep that darkness was, or if there were anything awaiting them there. In the end, his temper cooled, and he began unstrapping his harness. The Draken took that as their order to do the same. "No!" Kendra shouted. "Don't you dare surrender!" St. John stepped down from Voltarius, knowing there was likely to be blood if ever he and his wife got the chance to discuss this day. Despite his own misgivings, St. John laid the staff and co at the feet of a guard, who kept him at the end of his blade. The crossbowman next to him kept his bolt trained on St. John's chest. It was quite the welcome home. The guard quickly bent and retrieved the items with leather-gloved hands. When he handed them up to Trinda, a flash of blue light leaped between her outstretched hands and the staff. The pulse of light continued and wrapped around the hand she used to grip the staff. Ko gleamed in her other hand. The child queen drew in a deep breath, and gusting winds filled the hold. With a sick feeling in his stomach, St. John wondered what he'd done. Chapter 11. If it makes your heart sing, do it. Barabbas the Druid. Standing in front of the huge stone cylinder, St. John didn't know what to think. The megalithic wheel rotated at dizzying speed, lending credence to Trinda's claims, but he could not see what purpose this wheel might serve. Part of him wanted to scold Trinda for experimenting with things she didn't understand, but he and his were guilty of the exact same thing, and the hypocrisy stayed his tongue. "So you're saying you started this machine without having any idea what it does, and now you're worried it'll come apart and destroy Dragonhold?" Kendra asked. "And a large piece of the Godfist, yes," Trinda said, her eyes unfriendly, her patience with Kendra clearly worn thin. St. John tried to convince Kendra to be silent using nothing more than a look, but that just made her angrier. It was another situation St. John found impossible to solve. Though he loved his wife's passion, he didn't want to see it get her killed. Kendra snorted. "It's big, all right, and it's impressive, but I doubt much more than this immediate area would be affected in the event of a failure." "You've not read what I've read," Trinda said. "You don't have access to the truth." Before Kendra could speak another word, St. John jumped into the conversation. "I must ask," he said, "what exactly is it you think I can do to help?" "It's complicated, but you have already helped me," Trinda said, smiling in a way that gave no indication as to the thoughts in her head. "Soon I will return your staff and cat to you, and I will ask you to help me stop the wheel." "Then let's do what must be done," Kendra said, and St. John had to bite his tongue. "Give my husband back his belongings, and I'm certain he'll do what he can to help, just as I'm certain he'd have done if you simply asked him. He did, after all, facilitate the delivery of the stone thrones you so desired." "Would you please let me do the talking?" St. John finally said to Kendra.
It was not that he disagreed with her sentiments, but now was not the time to antagonize Trinda. The girl was unpredictable enough as it was, and Kendra's goading wasn't helping anyone. "My wife and I were engaged in important matters when we were summoned," St. John said. "Please ask what you will of me and let us be on our way." "Soon," Trinda said, and she turned and walked away. Her personal guards surrounded her as she walked, and the remaining guards closed ranks behind them, making it clear they were not to follow. A moment later, the guards moved to form an opening once again. As was her way, even the Child Queen's gifts were unexpected. When Miss Maris, his Uncle Chase, and Martik made their way past the guards, St. John couldn't help but smile and run to meet them. The three carried platters laden with food, and even Kendra smiled. The smell of sausage breads was unmistakable.
"It's good to see you, my boy,"
Chase said.
"Have you word of my father and Benjen and your grandfather?" "We saw Benjen, Fasha, Wendell, and Jensen very briefly, just before we were summoned here."
Chase's eyes went wide at the word summoned.
"I knew she sang, but we had no idea what it was she was singing for." "Apparently," St. John said, "she can sing and summon the regal dragons. She said she needed my help stopping that." He pointed at the stone wheel. "It's good you came," Martik said. "I fear Trinda's concerns are not wholly unfounded. I've seen an ancient diagram she found, and it looks to me like the giant wheel is not the primary mechanism." "What is it then?" Kendra asked. "A trigger," Martik said. "She wouldn't let me see the other diagrams, so I can't be certain. Even if I'm right, I have no idea what it's supposed to initiate. It could be entirely benign, just like the water system or the central forge, but—" "Heat," Miss Maris said, and no one argued. The Draken waited in orderly fashion for the sausage breads and wine to be distributed. Each thanked Miss Maris, and she appeared touched by their formality. St. John knew Miss Maris's sausage breads were legendary even among the Argast, and he wouldn't be surprised if they didn't attempt to take her with them when they left Dragonhold. Knowing they might never leave Dragonhold threatened to spoil his appetite. Deep down, he didn't think Trinda intended them harm. "There are two things worrying me," Martik said. "First, the wheel moves ever faster, driven partly by the water and partly by the vacuum created by the underground river as it moves through a sealed chamber. However, there must be something else to account for the forces being applied here, and I don't know what it is. And though she often speaks in riddles, I don't doubt her words on one thing. If left alone, the wheel will continue to spin faster and faster, and some part of the mechanism will eventually fail." "And you think this wheel is used to start some larger chain reaction?" Kendra asked. "From what Martik has described to me," Chase said, "this is not just some part of the hold waiting to be turned back on. It struck me as a part of a defensive or even offensive feature of the keep. I doubt very much the application is civil. It has a far more military look about it." "All of that is but speculation," Martik added, and Chase nodded sadly. "There's no way to know without those diagrams or access to the mechanisms." Nearby guards were clearly monitoring their conversation, and no one was foolish enough to ask if there was a way to get those diagrams, but St. John knew it was what all of them were thinking. For a few moments, they ate in silence, and St. John was actually able to taste the food he was eating. It was just as glorious as he remembered, and it reminded him just how archaic their way of life on the First Land really was. When they returned, St. John silently vowed to talk with Kendra about ways to draw talented and experienced people to the First Land. "You cannot stop the wheel?" Arakan asked. "Not now," Martik said. "Early on, when it was moving slowly, we could probably have stopped it safely by jamming it with wooden timbers. But now there is simply too much energy. Anything we do will transfer that energy to the stone around the mechanism, and something would have to give. If we destabilize the mechanism, it may be worse than allowing the trigger to function normally and initiate whatever it is it's supposed to do. And if we stop the water, then it will no longer float freely. I believe it would bite into the stone and possibly bind up. I wouldn't want to be around if that happened. There must be a way to bring it to a gradual stop, but I haven't figured it out yet. If only we had more control over how much water flows." "There's something I don't understand," St. John said. "If this thing is a trigger, then how is it initiated?" Martik and Chase both shrugged. "I wish I knew," Martik said. Standing side by side at the prow, as they had done so many times before,
Benjen and Fasha sailed the winds in silence. Neither wanted to voice the fears churning in their guts. There was no need. The Draken had gone from the Firstland and hadn't returned. The crew of the Dragon's Wing had done the only thing they could, which was to offload the supplies and goods they carried. An empty ship was far easier to fly away from Windhold. Kendra's idea for an airship dock had merit, but Benjen would stick with water landings and more traditional methods of transporting the goods inland. The dragons were supposed to be there to help guide them away from the dry dock and to keep the prevailing winds from smashing them against the hold itself. The memory of their departure from Windhold was something none of them would soon forget. The fact that the Dragon's Wing was in one piece was the result of good fortune as much as anything else, which wasn't the most comforting thought. Few of his thoughts were pleasant. Not long ago, he'd believed they were making a new start. He'd hoped for a peaceful existence. He'd clearly been wrong. The path the Draken followed had been unerring, and the Dragon's Wing now soared along the same path. None of them knew what they would find, if anything. Their only information came from the general direction the Draken flew, toward the Godfist. This did not bode well, and Benjen was reminded of the events that led up to Trinda's taking Dragonhold. He did not like the conclusions he came to, and he was certain the rest on board felt the same way. Pelivor and Gwen kept the ship in the air with perhaps an unhealthy level of dedication and commitment. Benjen didn't want them or any other member of their crew to burn out. Jessup Tillerman was now the backbone of his crew. The young man knew how to work hard and did his level best to keep up with Pelivor and Gwen.
"We must fish,"
Fasha said without preamble.
"Set us down."
Gradually, Gwen reduced the thrust, and the ship eased lower. His flight master and thrust master had more than earned their titles. They had gone beyond proficiency and now practiced flight like an art form. It required the two of them to work together, and it looked to Benjen almost like a dance. Pelivor was leading, but without Gwen, the dance was incomplete. Either of them could act on their own to both fly and propel the ship, but when they worked together, the Dragon's Wing became the fastest and most nimble ship on all the seas and skies. Benjen was reminded a moment later, though, they were not the only ship sailing the wind. Just moments before the Dragon's Wing would enter the seas, Jessup cried out from the crow's nest, "The Serpent to port!" Though he'd seen Kenward's airship only once, the thing had managed to offend just about every one of Benjen's senses. Everything about it just felt wrong, yet he'd seen the thing fly. Now he had inescapable evidence the ship was still flying. It wasn't that he wished any ill on Kenward or his crew, but the Serpents had been designed to never touch water. The roughly carved masthead modeled after his own ship did not sit well with Benjen. Though he flew the Dragon's Wing without reservation or fear, the thought of getting on the Serpent made him physically ill. He'd known Kenward's crew were less than sane from his days on the Slippery Eel. Many proved themselves fearless by boarding the Serpent. At least a few had shown good sense. They had been replaced. Distant shouts drifted over the winds, fragmented and distorted.
"Bring us back up and make for the Serpent,"
Fasha commanded. Once again demonstrating their skill, Gwen and Pelivor aborted the water landing. The maneuver required a great deal of thrust, which sent Wendell to his knees, but he quickly regained his feet. "Sorry," Gwen said once they were gaining altitude. Wendell waved off the apology. No one could expect the two of them to have mastered things no one else had ever done. The closer the Serpent got, the more detail became visible, and Benjen had to admit the roughly carved masthead looked a suitable tribute from a distance. There was no way the Flakewood airship could ever match the polished sheen of the great oak wood of his own ship. Another problem became clear as the two ships approached one another: speed. Though Kenward did his best to keep it a secret, the Serpent was propelled by more than just wind and sail. Still, the Serpent was far slower. The Dragon's Wing, which was heavier, needed to move faster than the Serpent to stay in the air.
"Bring us down,"
Fasha ordered after they had flown 3 circles around the Serpent, without being able to communicate clearly. Gwen and Pelivor swiftly complied, and brought them in for the softest landing one could expect when dropping into rough seas. The motion of the ship was like an old friend, yet was foreign after so much time in the air. The adjustment always took a bit of time. Kenward proved his ship did have some advantages over the Wing. He could effectively hover as long as the winds cooperated. Though the seas were choppy, the winds were consistent and allowed Kenward to bring the serpent in close.
"Not too close,"
Fasha shouted, and frowned when Benjen chuckled. She shook her head, knowing the joke. Kenward had been making her think he would sink her for most of their lives. He hadn't actually done it yet. He had managed to sink one of his own ships, and another lay in the high reaches on the Firstland, which wasn't exactly comforting. Benjen admitted Katrin had a lot to do with the loss of the slippery eel. Thoughts of Katrin were painful, and he pushed them away.
"Aye, sis,"
Kenward shouted. Benjen couldn't help but smile.
"Have you seen the dragon?"
Fasha shouted back, never one to waste words.
"We sold them,"
Kenward said.
"They're headed to Dragonhold."
"Why?" Benjen shouted before Fasha could take a breath.
"Trinda sang,"
Brother Vaughn shouted from the place where he had quite obviously and thoroughly tied himself to the serpent.
"I think she must have summoned the regal dragons in the same way she once summoned the pharaohs."
These words made Benjen's blood run cold. He'd suspected Trinda was behind this, but having it confirmed made him feel even worse.
"I can't fly in circles all day,"
Kenward shouted into the silence following Brother Vaughn's words.
"I've only got enough fuel and fresh water to get me back to the Firstland. Trinda really wants that second Forsaken throne, and we can't pull it off without the dragons."
"Throne?" Benjen asked, a sick feeling in his stomach.
"The ones from the eel,"
Brother Vaughn said, saving Kenward from having to say it. Fasha turned and looked at Benjen. Both knew how painful it must be for Kenward to go back there, how difficult it must be to once again transport the cargo that doomed the slippery eel. Benjen wasn't certain he wanted to go to Katrin's Vale, but he could not make his friend go there.
"Drop the fishing gear,"
Benjen ordered, and Fasha looked at him, trusting him to make the next call.
"Once we have enough food to get us back to the Firstland, we sail."
Fasha nodded, and though it was his and his wife's ship, Benjen turned to Wendell. St. John was Wendell's grandson, and the boy was flying into the hands of the child queen.
"There's nothing we can do to help St. John if we can't even get into Dragonhold,"
Wendell said, his face a mask of grim determination.
"With the throne, she has at least a reason to hear us out." "It's decided,"
Fasha said.
"Kenward, fly on ahead. We'll be behind you." "You'll catch up, sis,"
Kenward said, and Fasha blew him a kiss. Benjen would never really understand those two. For much of their lives, they had been at each other's throats, yet as they grew older, they were almost nice to each other. Almost. They were Trells, after all. Benjen had made the decision, but he had a strange feeling in his gut. He watched the serpent until she disappeared behind the banks of clouds rolling in. Winds tossed the seas and the ship. Benjen would never admit it, but his sea legs weren't what they used to be.
"Fish aren't going to bite in these winds,"
Wendell said.
"We've enough stores for 3 more meals, sir,"
Jessup reported without being asked. Benjen nodded and looked around. Everyone was waiting for him to decide. He felt unsure, a sense of impending doom descending upon him, but from where he did not know. For once he felt true empathy for Nat Dersinger. Now he knew what it felt like to have dark premonitions, and he liked it not at all. Looking to his wife, he silently asked her. A weaker person would have deferred to him or had difficulty deciding what to do, but that was not Fasha.
"Pull the lines, get us back in the air, and point us back toward the Firstland. Jessup, prepare the next meal with 1/3 rations."
Jessup nodded and retreated into the deckhouse. No one protested, instead getting busy with the task of pulling in the fishing gear and preparing for flight. It was a mixed blessing when a pair of tuna came in with the trawls. While it did bolster their stores, it took time to clean and store the fish before they could prepare for flight. Benjen's impatience had rubbed off on Fasha, and she joined him in securing the rigging. Dark skies harboring cold winds descended upon them by the time the Dragon's Wing was ready to take flight. The conditions made it easier in some ways since the winds provided lift, but these winds were gusty and unpredictable, which could suddenly and unexpectedly drop them back into the water. Instead, the ship leaped upward and backward on a sudden, persistent gust. Turning the ship to use that wind to their advantage, Pelivor strained. It didn't take him long to bring the ship under control and gain a bit of altitude, but it felt like an hour to Benjen. He was just about to take a deep breath when a hulking form burst from the clouds and nearly collided with the rigging. With a deep, rumbling roar, the dragon swerved and missed them, but it was a close thing. Shouting could be heard from the tier, but Benjen couldn't make out the words. Onin of the Old Guard's voice was easily identified, and he recognized Jerregard. The dragon continued toward the Godfist, his path unerring, and Benjen had a very bad feeling in his gut.
Make all speed!
Durin knew nothing. He was stranded on the Firstland with the Dragon Clan. Sinjin and Kendra would never have left them intentionally, and Benjen had told him of Trinda Hollis's singing before also leaving. He had no insight into her motives, and nothing to ensure the future of his friends and his people. He wanted to scream, but the Dragon Clan were watching him. They looked to him as some sort of measuring stick on the intentions and motives of Sinjin and Kendra. The Dragon Clan were one people in name, but the clan consisted of 3 different cultures, and they had yet to come to fully understand each other. Harmony was difficult without understanding. Normally, Durin acted as a mediator between those with differences or ill feelings, but he didn't feel up to it on this day. For once, he wanted someone to try to calm his ragged nerves. Just one time, he would like it if someone solved one of his problems. This tirade was interrupted by the mental parade of his problems that had been solved by others, and he drew a deep breath. The storm had left parts of Windhold in disarray. Those parts of the hold were not anyone in particular's responsibility, and Durin knew he needed to organize work groups to get the wind-blown debris cleaned up and sorted from the still usable materials. They discarded almost nothing on the Firstland, and even wind-blown detritus could be what they needed to survive. He was only a few steps away from Valterius's stall when he heard someone cry out. At first he couldn't make out the words, but the Dragon Clan gathered near the seaward openings of Windhold. Finally, a clear voice rose above the din.
Dragon's Wing,
the man said. Relief flooded over Durin. He'd begun to think no one would ever come back. He heard no cry of Draken or Aldrak, which quickly tempered the relief.
The Serpent,
came another cry, and Durin slowed as he neared the opening, having reached a full run. There, on the horizon, were 2 flying ships in some way similar to each other, yet completely different. The Dragon's Wing outpaced the Serpent and reached the shallow waters offshore. There they glided into the smooth waters, barely disturbing the surface as they did. The process was so subtle, it was like an illusion to Durin. The Serpent, in contrast, soared over the Wing's masts and continued toward Windhold. Caught up in the spectacle of it all, Durin and the Dragon Clan failed to recognize the danger until Kenward's cries reached them.
Look out! We're coming in!
At once, the Dragon Clan cleared the opening, and a few brave souls charged across the wind-blown open expanse, moving crates, bales of stickweed, and bundles of herbs. The Serpent continued what looked like an orderly approach, but the winds directly surrounding the hold were anything but predictable. Sinjin had described entering Windhold on the wing as the most terrifying 3 breaths of his life. The Serpent exaggerated the effect and proved to Durin staying on solid ground would be best for him. Twisting at the last instant, the Serpent tipped forward, slamming Chirion's likeness into the stone. The ship stopped fast. Too fast. Durin worried there would be injuries. The windsocks quickly deflated, but as they had in the past, they re-inflated as they caught the wind within the cavern and began dragging the ship deeper into the hold. The Dragon Clan showed their tenacity and ingenuity by jumping on top of the windsocks, causing them to completely deflate. The first 2 or 3 were taken for something of a ride, but their efforts eventually paid off and brought the Serpent to a halt. Looking up at the now badly scarred visage of Chirion, Durin couldn't imagine how this could be a good omen. Still, at least someone had returned to them. His heart was still sick with worry over the dragon. He even missed Valterius trying to step on him or swat him with the sledge he had for a tail.
Thank you for your help, Dragon Clan,
Kenward said when he stepped from his airship and onto the solid stone of Windhold.
Sorry for the abrupt entrance, but on a finer note, we could use some help unloading all these supplies. Trinda would have let us all starve, I'm sure, but a Trell is never without options.
Durin smiled. He'd long since lost hope in any of the requested supplies coming back from the Godfest. For a time, there would be at least some of the comforts of home.
"Thank you, Kenward,"
Durin said.
"We're in your debt."
"I'm glad to hear you say that,"
Kenward said, and Durin felt a little sick. What had he just gotten himself into?
"You might want to get your fill of the things from the Godfist before I tell you. I don't want to spoil your appetite."
"Tell me now,"
Durin said.
"As you wish,"
Kenward said.
"Trinder sang and summoned the dragons to Dragonhold, and we need to get the other stone chair onto the dragon's wing."
"Without the help of any dragons?"
Durin asked without thinking.
"Are you joking?"
"Still hungry?"
Kenward asked in response. Durin walked to where the supplies were being opened and inspected them, despite having far less appetite than he'd had a moment before. Chapter 12. Marry the sword, sleep in a cold bed. Moref, soldier. Benjen found himself, once again, grateful for the dragon clan. The strength of these people came not from their dragons, but from within. As ever in his life, when he needed help, they had been there for him. They had not always understood each other, and there had not always been love and respect between them, but that was long ago. Now Benjen considered himself an honorary part of the dragon clan, if not the Draken. Sinjin had often said flying the dragon's wing made him and his crew Draken, but Benjen knew his place. Finding a way to sufficiently thank the dragon clan for the risks they took and the burden they bore this day would take years. Only a single mention that the throne might help keep Sinjin, Voltarius, and the Draken safe was needed to motivate the people. It gave Benjen great pride, not only in what Sinjin had accomplished, but for the Argas themselves. They were, after all, his countrymen. Flying any ship to the place where the slippery eel lay was risky and dangerous at best, and strong winds made it even less of a viable option. Thus they found themselves carrying the bulky piece of stone down the side of a mountain. Benjen had serious reservations about the practicality of this plan as well, but his people never ceased to impress him. Once they had gotten the throne out of the slippery eel, it was apparent they had sufficient strength to bear the burden. Benjen prayed for their stamina as well. Another reason Benjen was grateful for the dragon clan was that they had spared Kenward the need to revisit the resting place of the slippery eel. The anguish had been clear in Kenward's eyes, and Benjen couldn't imagine how the man must feel. At least when he had sunk the Kraken's claw, the wreckage had been lost to the depths. The slippery eel remained much as she'd been left, save the slow ravages of time. Encroaching mosses coated the wood, making it look as if the ship were growing out of the side of the mountain. There were other restless spirits in that vale as well. It was a sacred place. The regent dragons had said the vale belonged to Katrin, but one couldn't visit the place and not be overcome by the fading presence of those majestic creatures, now gone from his world. Benjen shed more than one tear in their memory, and that of Katrin and Kyrian. Not for the first time, nor the last, he sucked unsteady breaths past his quivering bottom lip. Shouts brought Benjen from his mourning. Methodically, he made his way around the narrow ledge to see the throne teetering on the precipice. Those carrying one side had slipped on loose scree and were having a terrible time trying to get back under the timbers they were using to hoist the massive weight.
"Lower your corner,"
Benjen shouted to the men opposite the low corner. As they did, daylight became visible under the support braces, and the people wasted no time getting the timbers raised back up onto their shoulders. No one had been killed, and the throne hadn't been lost, which was a testament to just how strong these people were physically, mentally, and spiritually. Somehow they knew they would not fail, which drove them to success. Benjen had always known the world worked this way, but never had he seen it quite so clearly demonstrated as with the Dragon clan. Nothing, it seemed, would prevent these people from achieving what they believed they would do. Their progress gave Benjen hope and belief of his own. They had made it past the worst of the descent. Here and there they would have to clear brush and take down a tree or two to clear a wide enough path, but they had essentially achieved their goal. Benjen worried less about potential loss of life. It was nearing dark when they finally reached the lowlands, making their way onto the trail leading to the beach. As soon as Kenward's crew saw the Dragon clan emerge onto the plain, they rushed to assist the now exhausted tribesmen. The windlass and ropes had already been prepped, and only Kenward and Seven remained to mind the serpent. Seven was not known for his brute strength, and would have been of little use. Still, knowing what he knew, Benjen wondered if Seven had other reasons. Kenward said he trusted the man, but Benjen couldn't help but view him with a healthy amount of suspicion. Anyone who'd been in the employ of Trinda was suspect. Knowing he could do nothing but guard his own coin purse, Benjen let his concerns about Sevalon the thief go, and concentrated on the dangers they might face while lowering the throne into the serpent's hold. Kenward, though, proved he knew his business. Though it was fully dark by the time they had secured and rigged the throne to Kenward's satisfaction, the actual act of loading the heavy chunk of stone went quickly and smoothly. Windlass, levers, and pulleys were all used with tremendous effect. The captain of the Serpent came to Benjen and leaned close.
"Don't tell anyone I said so, but I think this might be the most dangerous and stupid thing I've ever done in my life."
Considering what Benjen knew of Kenward's history, and having been there for some outrageously reckless behavior, the thought made Benjen feel a little sick.
"I still think it would be a lot safer and faster to take the throne on the dragon's wing. Pelivor and Gwen said they could handle the additional weight without much trouble. If all we wanted to do was deliver the throne to Trinda," Kenward said, "then the dragon's wing would indeed be better suited to this task. But there are other things that must be done. The wing would have to dock in one of the harbors. The Serpent has the advantage of being able to fly directly into the hold. How do you think Pelivor and Gwen would feel about that?"
Benjen didn't have to ask. He knew doing it safely was simply beyond the wing's capabilities.
"The best thing you can do for me is escort us back. You can fish and provide us with provisions so I don't have to carry the extra weight. That alone will make this journey safer than the last."
Benjen saw Kenward's point, but he couldn't help feeling they were playing directly into Trinda's hands. Kenward Trell watched the Godfist growing larger with an ever-increasing sense of trepidation. He'd known this was a bad idea from the beginning, but something was telling him things were far worse than he'd thought. Soon they would leave their escort behind, and the Serpent would be on her own. Usually that was how Kenward liked it, but this time was different. Far different.
"We'll wait for you in the harbor,"
Benjen shouted from below. Leaning over the rail, Kenward waved goodbye to his friends and his sister. He hoped not for the last time. Once they were over land, the feeling aboard the ship changed. Kenward's orders were often anticipated by the crew at this stage of the journey, and the severely short-handed crew worked with alacrity. Kenward watched closely to make certain speed did not affect the quality of the work. These tasks were required not to suit his whim. They were matters of life and death. A single bad knot could send them crashing into the rock face or the valley floor. Despite his efforts, the Serpent moved with too much speed. One thing Kenward had never figured out was how to slow down his airship when pushed by prevailing winds. The crew's skill manipulating the sails gave him some control under good conditions, but stronger gusts sent the Serpent out of control. The lack of a solution was now Kenward's foremost concern. When Dragonhold came into view, Kenward was glad to see the gates open. A part of him had been wishing for the gates to be closed, but Trinda awaited his cargo, and the traitor in him knew a good captain always delivered. Darkness was all he could see within the hold, and he could only hope they were ready for his entrance.
"Sound the horn! Secure yourselves!"
Kenward shouted. Farsi pulled down 3 times on a cord running into the boiler room, and 3 deep blasts issued from the ship's horns, before Kenward's trusted friend looped a rope harness over his shoulders and grinned. Their speed was likely to send them deeper into the great hall than on their previous entrance into Dragonhold. Kenward did everything he could to scrub off speed. Nothing helped. The Serpent entered Dragonhold with her crew screaming in terror. Just barely clearing the gates, the ship turned sideways as the wind socks dragged against protruding edges. When the Serpent struck stone, she skidded and bounced on her starboard side, leaving everyone aboard bruised and scraped. Kenward's vision slowly adjusted, and he cursed himself for not using the oldest pirate trick known. He should have worn a patch over one eye to preserve his night vision. Had he pulled off the patch upon entering the darkness, he would have been able to see out of one eye, at least. A strange puff of warm wind buffeted Kenward for an instant, and his vision was slow to return. The air smelled of smoke and something else. He was worrying over the furnaces and the boilers when his vision cleared. Towering over him was the head of a dragon. The mighty beast's roar was more than Kenward's psyche could handle. He fainted, crumbling to the angled deck of the serpent. The bellowing roar of a mature dragon rolled through Dragonhold like chained thunder. St. John wondered for a moment if the sound truly was thunder. It had been known to rain within these parts of the keep, but he'd heard the sound of that thunder, and this was different. This sounded alive, and Kendra appeared to agree. Both turned to leave the inexplicable stone wheel they had been contemplating, and St. John feared someone would bar their path. It had happened before. Mostly they had been honored as guests, but there was no question as to who was in charge and who determined their fate. Trinda was not unkind, but neither was she friendly. Not for the first time, St. John wished he'd been nicer to her in the past. They say the true measure of a person can be seen in the way he treats people less powerful than himself, and St. John was ashamed of some of the things he'd said and done. Regret was a part of growing up, but he'd been taught not to let the mistakes of his past prevent him from doing great things with his future. The purpose of those mistakes was to teach him how to be a better person, his father had always said. Sometimes it was as if he could still hear his father's voice in his mind, saying the things St. John knew he would say given whatever situation he faced. He missed his father terribly. "What do you think that was?" Kendra asked softly. Trinda's guards were never far away. "I don't know," St. John said, not wanting to admit he hadn't been thinking about it. "Not sure how much more excitement I can take," Kendra said. St. John laughed. It felt good to release some of his tension, even if just a small amount. A crowd had gathered along the shoreline of the God's Eye, waiting for the barges to return from the far shore. These people clearly wanted to know what was happening just as badly as he and Kendra did. Their arrival among the crowd did not go unnoticed, and though no one spoke to them, they did clear a way for St. John and Kendra, silently acknowledging the rightful masters of Dragonhold. St. John wasn't certain what exactly the Child Queen had said to the people, but it was clear they feared communicating openly with him and Kendra. It saddened him. The barges were larger and more substantial than the ones originally built under Katrin's leadership. These barges required 4 men to pull them and could hold many more people, though it appeared the original, smaller barges were also still in use. When they arrived, however, no one boarded. Instead, St. John and Kendra were left standing closest to the shoreline, and they boarded in uncomfortable silence. Even the young men manning the poles did not speak to them, despite St. John's knowing 3 of them fairly well. Bradley, at the very least, met his eyes and gave him a nod. The others were afraid to do even that. These kinds of things made St. John dislike Trinda, and he remained conflicted with regard to the Child Queen. Only the sounds of the water lapping against the barge and the poles moving accompanied their journey across the lake. On the far side of the God's Eye, the passageway and the great hall beyond were eerily quiet and empty. Normally, a steady flow of people moved through this hall, and now the sounds of their bootsteps echoed in the silence. A distant shuffling sound like leather on stone reached their ears, but was too distorted to tell them much. A sinking feeling nauseated St. John. A horn sounded 3 times, and St. John recognized its call. Soon after, there was a great deal of screaming and shouting, followed by another bellowing roar, this one unmistakable. Entering the great hall at a full run, St. John and Kendra quickly slowed and stared at the spectacle unfolding. It took a moment before they truly understood what they saw. Clouds of black smoke mingled with steam rolling across the ancient mosaic floor of the hall. Rising out of that smoke and steam stood a dragon that dwarfed the Regals. St. John soon recognized Jerregard, still wearing his tiara, and Onin of the Old Guard glaring at anyone who dared approach. Before the dragon, like a child's toy in disarray, the serpent lay on her side. Nimsy and Farsi helped Kenward off the ship. St. John and Kendra were soon running again, seeing their friends in trouble. By the time they reached the others, much of the excitement was over. The fire on the serpent appeared to have been quenched, and the windsocks emptied. Kenward looked unsteady on his feet, but he did stand, and that relieved much of St. John's worry. As they approached, Jerregard lowered a wing, allowing Onin to dismount. St. John was surprised to see Thundergar Reams as well.
You gave me quite a start,
Kenward said to Onin as St. John and Kendra approached. Are you all right? Kendra asked.
Onin's dragon nearly scared the wind out of me,
Kenward said with an accusing glance at Jerregard.
You have my apologies, Onin said. If someone would lend me a sledgehammer, I'll make sure he's aware of my displeasure.
A sledgehammer? Kendra asked.
The great brute won't feel anything less, and I want him to know just how much I appreciate him bringing me here against my will. And what, if I may ask, are all of you doing here?
We were summoned, St. John said. Onin noticed him for the first time, a confused look crossing his gnarled visage. Trinda sang and summoned the regal dragons. It would appear Jerregard also answered the call. Onin didn't look convinced.
Regardless, Onin said, I will greatly reward the person who brings me a sledgehammer.
St. John reminded himself not to cross Onin. For a moment, silence fell over them, and St. John was momentarily overwhelmed by the strangeness of it all. He wondered if he were dreaming, since none of this could really be happening to him. Moments later, the feeling grew. Without warning, Trinda spoke. Welcome, Onin of the Old Guard. Welcome, Jerregard. Onin opened his mouth to say something, but Jerregard, whose head loomed just behind Onin, issued a deafening bellow directed at Trinda. Onin's hair, beard, braids, beads, and all, danced in the wind of his dragon's roar. Holding his ears, Onin turned around and glared at his dragon. When Onin did speak, he shouted far more loudly than needed.
Why have you summoned us?
I need your help, Trinda said.
You've got a funny way of asking for favors,
Onin shouted.
Can I expect to be compensated for this effort and the inconvenience?
St. John was surprised by Onin's words, having expected him to take Trinda to task. What compensation do you require? Trinda asked, looking intrigued.
For starters, Onin said, I need a sledgehammer.
St. John was conflicted about the stone throne finally finding its way into its rightful place, the place his mother had intended to put it when she commissioned the stone chairs years before. Like many of the things taking place within Dragonhold, they were things his mother had strived for, yet they hadn't been completed until after Trinda took control. St. John heard speculation Dragonhold was better off under Trinda's leadership than under his mother's control. St. John couldn't help but resent it. His mother had worked for years to convince people to return Dragonhold to its former glory, and it was only after the accidental discovery of the Hold's ability to reconfigure itself that Trinda was able to do what she had done, however remarkable it might be. St. John wondered just what sort of things his mother would have done given access to the rest of the Hold. St. John had to take a moment to shake his head. If not for the laziness of his best friend, the rest of the Hold might have remained locked away forever. Again, St. John wondered if he were dreaming. When the second throne was finally resting in its permanent home, St. John had to admit the place now looked right. There was symmetry and balance, and his mother had always taught him how important each of those were. Trinda cast him a coy smile, no doubt proud of herself for once again fulfilling his mother's ambitions. Then, though, she looked out the stone portal to the skies beyond. After sucking in a deep breath, she ran from the room. Her guards struggled to keep up. St. John and Kendra ran behind, joined by Martik and Chase, who'd orchestrated the placement of the stone chair. Stick with me if things go badly, Chase said. Order with me, Martik said. Either of us should have a chance of getting you to a safe place. What's Trinda playing at? St. John asked his uncle. Chase just shook his head. I wish I knew, he said. I'm starting to wish I'd taken one of the opportunities I've had to leave this place. I've got a really bad feeling. This made St. John feel even worse. No one asked any more questions. When they neared the Great Hall, Chase signaled them to slow. He sneaked to the corner, peeking around. He just stood there, frozen, and never looked back or gave any of them an indication of what he saw. When St. John and Kendra walked up to join him, he jumped. I think we should try to get out of the Hold. Now, he said, and he pushed them back. What is it? St. John asked. What's happening? Chase continued to push him back, but St. John was no longer a child. If he didn't want to go back, then he would not. The look on his uncle's face surprised him when he resisted. The older man just nodded and let him go. Where St. John went, so went Kendra. Slowly, St. John poked his head around the corner. Jerregard had moved deep into the great hall, and was the first thing to grab St. John's attention. When he looked toward the far end of the hall, St. John saw Trinda, standing alone before the serpent, her arms spread wide, holding two objects. Immediately, St. John recognized the Staff of Life. From the distance, he couldn't be certain it was Ko she held in her other hand, but he surmised it was so. Perched atop the serpent and crushing her under its weight was a nightmare made flesh. A maturing feral queen lashed the air with her tail in clear agitation. St. John knew animals, and this one was ready to shred anything that came close. He couldn't really blame it. Though ferals had been his enemy, this dragon had not come of its own volition, nor did those atop her. Dressed in black and wielding a staff of dark swamp root that glistened under a polished sheen, Alette Kilbore looked down on Trinda with deadly intent. Before her, the cloud cat dug its claws deeper into wooden panels built into the otherwise dragon leather saddle. The dragon hide offended St. John's sensibilities. Along with a host of other reasons, St. John was starting to think Chase was right. When he turned to leave, though, Kendra grabbed his arm. "Wait," she said. Torn, St. John decided to trust his wife's instincts. She'd been right before, and he also knew knocking her out would be the only other way to pull her away from something she'd decided she wanted to see. "Why have you brought me here?" Alette demanded, her dragon's tail still twitching. "I need your help," Trinda said. "And why would I want to help you?" Alette asked. "Because I am not your enemy," Trinda said. "I recall differently," Alette said. Trinda's forces and herald globes had turned the tide of the Jaga war. "You have not attacked us, and we have not attacked you," Trinda continued. "There has been peace." "Until now," Alette said. This was nearly enough to convince St. John to drag Kendra from Dragonhold. Things were about to get ugly. The feral queen shifted her weight, and the serpent groaned beneath her. The sound of timbers snapping was almost physically painful. St. John knew how much Kenward loved his ships, and though St. John had sworn never to board the serpent, he felt a certain attachment to her.
"Whatever you two are going to do," St. John heard Kenward shout, "leave my ship out of it."
"Silence!" Trinda demanded, and she slammed the heel of St. John's staff on the flagstone, the same staff his mother had once guarded, and Nat Dersinger's family before her. A frost ring radiated from the staff, stunning those around Trinda, and striking the feral queen in the muzzle. The dark creature responded with a furious bellow. The following events were instantly burned into St. John's memory. Kenward and his crew fled the serpent. Timbers snapped when the feral queen launched herself. Hovering in the air above the child queen, who was dressed all in white, Alette and her dragon looked like death incarnate. The feral queen snapped at Trinda. The girl hurled a fist of lightning to intercept the approaching dragon's muzzle. The two connected with a sizzling pop that left the air smoking. The feral queen reared, and Alette stood tall in the saddle. Leveling her inky black staff at Trinda, she sent forth a gushing font of black flames, staining whatever they touched. Trinda showed the speed of her reflexes and the extent of her bolstered power by virtue of St. John's staff and co. when she cast up a defensive shield. It held back the torrent of dark flame. The child queen retreated, her shield of energy held around her, and she disappeared into the halls leading to the kitchens. The feral queen settled herself on the overlarge throne. Now it looked small and fragile under the weight of Alette and her dragon. St. John stepped out and waved to Kenward and his crew. Once Kenward had spotted them and waved back, St. John turned to Kendra. He opened his mouth to speak, but the roar of the feral queen filled the hall. Jerregard responded with a deep bellow that vibrated the stone, and even the regal dragons trumpeted from the darkness above. Hearing Voltarius made St. John want to cry. How in the world were they going to get their dragons out of here? In the next instant, the question became irrelevant. Pointing her black staff at the gates, Alette issued a blast of darkness. The crossbar keeping the towering gates closed shattered. Slowly, the massive timbers swung inward. Feral dragons flooded the hall. With them came twisted demons like those that had plagued the Godfist in the past, and St. John felt sick. The feeling grew worse when he heard screams coming from the God's Eye. Chapter 13. To bend the wind is to hold hands with the gods. Pelivor, Flightmaster. There was nowhere to run. St. John considered their options, and none of them were good. If Alet's forces were outside the hold, then fleeing would only put them in greater danger. Alet stood between them and the tunnels leading to much of the hold. The God's Eye stood in the way of the only other route St. John knew of to gain the interior of Dragonhold. Staying near Voltarius, the other Regals, and Jerregard seemed a far safer thing to do. Alet and the Feral Queen cleared most of the main hall, and demons were making their way toward where Onin, Thundergar Reams, and Jerregard stood. Thundergar had known the girl, had been a father figure to her at a critical time in her life, but when the man started walking toward her, St. John feared for his life. "What in the world just happened?" Kendra asked in a low voice, still stunned over Trinda's retreat and Alet's sudden taking of the outer hold. "We're in trouble," St. John replied. There was no more time for talking. Thundergar had come face to face with one of Alet's demons, and the monstrous, twisted creature brought up a heavy maul with black metal studs, and only a heartbeat before it brought down the weapon with the full force of its might, Alet spoke, "No." With her staff, she pointed at the demon, and it dropped its weapon before falling to its armored knees. There it remained. Those who had been approaching slowed, then stopped. "You have just come very close to death," Alet said. "Do not test me. I'm not the girl you knew. I am the Black Queen, ruler of the Jaga, and you will bow before me."
"I do not fear death, nor you," Thundergar said, "and I bow before no one, nor should you, or anyone else for that matter."
The Feral Queen lashed the air with her tail and coiled her serpentine neck, all while moving closer to where Thundergar stood. Standing in her saddle, the Black Queen loomed over Thundergar. Perhaps she would have killed him then, but Rastus intervened. After struggling a moment to free his claws from the wood blocks he used to secure himself, the Cloud Cat took 3 long strides and leaped off the front of the Feral Queen's angular snout before the dragon had a chance to react. The dragon didn't appear to appreciate it and snapped at Rastus's tail. The cat Thundergar had raised charged toward him at a full run, never slowing. Just before he reached Thundergar, who braced himself on his cane, the Cloud Cat leaped, sending his considerable girth into Thundergar's chest, knocking him down. The stone rushed up to meet Thundergar, and St. John heard the air burst from his lungs when he struck. Even as Thundergar struggled to regain his breath, the big cat rubbed his face along Thundergar's torso. Then he was attacking the man's boots. After grabbing one boot and weaving his head back and forth like the great goofball he was, the cat actually coaxed a laugh from Thundergar. He rubbed his old friend between the ears, as he hadn't been able to do for so long.
"Crazy cat,"
he said. Those words softened the look on Alet's face, and St. John thought he saw once again the frightened and broken little girl who'd fled back into the Jaga after their last meeting. "Why did you bring me here?" Alet asked him softly. "Why would you want to hurt me so?" The Feral Queen growled, low and deep, like rolling kettle drums.
"I was summoned, same as you," Thundergar said.
Alet looked dubious.
"Trinda has the ability to summon dragons. I was riding the dragon you see behind me with my friend Onin when it happened to us, too."
The look on Alet's face still showed suspicion.
"There are other dragons here as well," Thundergar said. "They're hiding, first from Trinda and now from you."
Alet's eyes narrowed. "You lie," she said. St. John stepped closer, but Kendra grabbed his arm and held him fast. "This is something I must do," St. John said. Kendra squeezed hard one last time before letting him go. He made a mental note to remind her how strong her grip was if he survived the next few minutes. "I too was summoned, along with my dragon." At the sight of St. John, Alet hissed, and the Feral Queen's pupils narrowed. It was a disconcerting sight,
and it stilled St. John's breath for a long moment. "You know me," he said, "and I know I've brought you great pain in the past, but it was not out of malice." Alette looked unconvinced. "St. John is among those who voted to leave you in peace," Kendra said, stepping out behind him. "There are others who wish to attack you before you could regain your strength. I beg you not to prove those imbeciles correct." "Where is your dragon?" Alette asked St. John, no warmth in her manner. "Voltarius!" St. John shouted. Nothing happened. Demons moved closer. St. John could feel the beast's hot breath on his face. The smell alone was enough to make St. John want to flee, but he held his ground. To retreat would be to trigger instinct in the predatory dragon. This much St. John knew. He also knew standing his ground probably didn't increase the odds of his survival by all that much. "Voltarius!" he shouted again, hoping his dragon would sense the urgency in his voice. But still nothing happened. "Geranda!" Kendra shouted when Voltarius did not materialize. The Feral Queen hissed and turned on Kendra, ready to snap her up in her jaws. The creature's head was so big, it wouldn't even need to chew before swallowing her. The thought made St. John ill. Demons closed in on him now, and it seemed only Rastus kept them from harming Thundergar. St. John and Kendra had no such protection. Just as St. John and Kendra found themselves back to back, the air pressure suddenly changed around them. St. John cried out as he was violently snatched from within the crowd of demons. In the next instant he was flying, but not as he usually did. Voltarius gripped him with both claws and flew through the halls of Dragonhold with incredible speed. Only when he heard his wife cursing behind him did he know Geranda followed. About the rest, St. John could not say. He was too busy being terrified. Voltarius wove through towering pillars, making himself a difficult target to hit. Jerregard's massive head appeared before them, and Voltarius flew just a little higher before turning on a wingtip and diving toward the hall leading to the God's Eye. There, Kenward, Chase, and the others waited. "Look out!" was all St. John had the time to shout before they were flying through what looked like a too small space. Voltarius's scales made a frightening sound when scraping against the ceiling, and St. John's feet occasionally came into contact with the stone floor, causing him to nearly slip from his dragon's grip. The sound of Kendra's complaints gave him a little comfort. At least he knew she was alive. His breath and all other thought were taken from him when they suddenly entered the chamber containing the God's Eye. Voltarius flew higher, dodging the stalactites reaching down from the chamber ceiling. Sun and comet light streamed in through a narrow opening in the ceiling of the chamber, and St. John had a sick feeling when he thought his dragon might try to escape through that too narrow gap. Instead, Voltarius continued toward the far side of the chamber. When Aldrak was forced lower by a protruding formation, St. John saw the reflection in the still lake. It featured him and Voltarius against the backdrop of daggers made of stone. That was until a demon burst forth from the water, breaking the illusion and nearly catching St. John's ankle as they passed. Geranda swooped in, smacking the demon in the head with her bottom jaw. The demon quickly disappeared from sight, and St. John caught his first glimpse of Kendra, who hung upside down, Geranda gripping her by her ankles. St. John knew Kendra well, and if they survived this, he knew he might need to intervene on Geranda's behalf. Of course, that would have to be after he and Voltarius got a few things straight. Those thoughts were washed away when St. John saw the barges under attack and the head of a feral dragon sticking in through the far entrance. The demons were taunting those aboard the unarmed and overfull barges. What had Trinda been thinking, St. John had to ask himself. Then he had to hold on as Voltarius plunged him into the lake. The dragon's open jaws sent demons flying away from them. The feral dragon roared, trying to squeeze itself into the chamber without much luck. Though the feral dragon posed little danger as long as they did not approach it, St. John also knew they wouldn't be able to escape that way. Voltarius fended off demons and placed St. John onto the barge. The dragon did not let go of him. "Hold on to me," St. John shouted, and the people around him did as he asked, nearly crushing him with their desperate grasps. Voltarius flapped his wings and moved the barge toward a nearby opening, one St. John knew led to the inner hold, perhaps their last chance at finding safety. Hearing a splash behind him and more of his wife's cursing, St. John shouted, "Help her!"
Those nearest Kendra let go of St. John and reached out for his wife. The moment she was in their embrace, Garanda released her. The regal dragon used teeth, claws, and tail to fend off the encroaching demons. Gathered beneath the barge, the twisted, unnatural creatures rocked the unwieldy vessel, trying to tip it over. Those aboard were tossed about when a massive wave pitched the barge as Garanda dived beneath. Moments later, Valterius's effort paid off, and the barge thumped into the wall of the chamber. As soon as they struck, the people let go of St. John, and Valterius flew on into an even smaller hall than the last. St. John had to keep his knees bent to not be dragged along the floor. Again, Kendra's shouts reached him. He turned long enough to catch a glance of her, now right side up, and struggling the same as he. Remembering this hall, St. John hoped Valterius could truly read his thoughts, for there were tight places ahead, places where he'd nearly died the last time, he recalled. The dragons proved their skill at flying even in tight spaces, executing swift turns that left their humans looking pale and queasy. When at last they broke into the chamber with the mountain-like bridge of loose black stone, St. John saw the true majesty of the city that lay on one side of the bridge. Beside the Titan wheels spinning ever faster on the far side of the enormous structure of loose stone, Trinda waited. St. John wondered what kind of reception they would get. Valterius denied St. John a dignified entrance and sent him sprawling on the wet flagstone at Trinda's feet. Garanda, at least, tried to redeem herself by gently placing Kendra at St. John's side. His wife helped him stand and wiped blood from his lip. When St. John looked at Trinda, he expected a sarcastic remark, but all she did was raise one eyebrow. This, he decided, was no better. Occasional sounds of battle and the roars of dragons filtered down to where St. John and Kendra confronted Trinda. Or perhaps it was she who confronted them. The dragons had retreated to a pair of rock protrusions high above.
"None of this makes sense,"
St. John said.
"Why have you done this? What purpose could it possibly serve?"
Trinda responded with nothing more than a smile. It crawled under St. John's skin and made him want to scream. But when he heard a growl escape his wife's lips, he held her back. This was no time for tempers.
"Are you going to let them take over the hold?" St. John finally asked. "Or are we going to fight?"
It was the most diplomatic approach he could take. Perhaps if Trinda could be persuaded to align her forces with his, then they would have a chance.
"A let is not evil,"
Trinda said. St. John blinked.
"What?"
Trinda sighed with a pained look on her face, as if she spoke to a slow-witted child.
"The sounds you hear are not the slaughter of people. It is the posturing of dragons trapped in a confined space and people being herded into areas where they can be controlled. I'm not saying no one will get hurt, but I can assure you the self-proclaimed Black Queen is not a mass murderer."
It took a bit of time for St. John to process the information.
"That still doesn't explain why you summoned the dragons here. What game are you playing?"
Kendra asked, venom in her tone and flames in the corners of her eyes. By the gods, St. John loved that woman, and by the goddess, she did her best to drive him mad.
"Perhaps I don't want to tell you," Trinda said. "You haven't been very nice to me, so you shall have to wait and find out with all the rest."
The words were said with cool power flowing through them. They escaped the child queen's lips like wisps of mist. Then her voice turned hard and icy.
"But do not think for an instant I'm vapid or without cause. Perhaps someday you'll find understanding, but I doubt today will be the day."
St. John could hear Kendra grinding her teeth, and he could only hope she would maintain control of her rising temper. Kendra was no stranger to conflict. Clenching her teeth, she let St. John ask the next question.
"What are we going to do when they get down here?"
St. John asked in as polite a tone as he could manage, without sounding entirely insincere.
"Leave me to worry about that,"
Trinda said. St. John couldn't help but feel betrayed and helpless. They'd never had any choice in the matter of coming here. He worried over these things to mask deeper worries. Trinda eyed him as if trying to read his anxiety, and he pushed those feelings deeper. Fortunately for him, he had an abundance of things about which to worry, and let his thoughts remain a maelstrom of anxiety. The sounds drifting to them grew louder, and St. John wondered just how much time they had left.
"If we are to defend the hold," St. John said, "may I have my staff and coat, please?"
"That won't be necessary. Now is not the time," Trinda said.
St. John had known she wouldn't grant his request, and it further soured his mood. This trickster, clothed in the body of a child, was starting to push St. John's patience to its limits. Dealing with Trinda required St. John to constantly remind himself she was far more powerful and intelligent than her form would suggest. The girl was an expert at using this to her advantage. Even people who knew how dangerous she was still sometimes fell under her spell and underestimated her. Considering some of her abilities, Trinda was perhaps the most powerful person on all of Godsland. St. John noticed Trinda staring at him, and he pushed that thought down as far as he could. Despite his efforts, he felt the blood rush to his face. Sometimes he envied his mother's ability to speak with her subconscious. Maybe then he could convince his body to stop embarrassing him. Trinda's smile grew wider. Given the chance, St. John would have said something, but his knees buckled when the keep shuddered. An instant later, a clap louder than thunder and a familiar roar filled Dragonhold.
"Well,"
Trinda said, her face a mask of innocence,
"I think we have another visitor."
Kenward watched the events unfold in a state of increasing shock. Far too many demons and feral dragons flooded the hall, and the serpent wasn't yet ready to fly. He eyed Jerregard and wondered if the huge dragon could push his way out of the hold. Visions of being in a wooden box atop that dragon forced Kenward to consider other options. In the end, he looked at Chase and Martek to see what they would do. So far, they had remained near Onin and Jerregard for the semblance of safety the dragon provided. But it was clear Chase was looking for an opportunity to make their escape. Martek was eyeing the tier atop the Verdant dragon, but the longer he looked, the more color drained from his face. Alette remained atop her dragon and appeared torn as to what to do with Thundergar. She'd been ready to cast him aside not long before, but Rastus stood defensively beside Thundergar, his tail wrapped partially around the man's leg.
"I'm not your enemy,"
Thundergar said.
"Nor are you my father," Alette responded with venom. "He's dead, along with all my friends and family."
"Not all of your friends are dead,"
Thundergar continued, his voice calm and level, without a hint of fear. Kenward admired him. The gaze of the feral queen was enough to make his legs turn to jelly.
"I betrayed you!"
Alette finally shouted at Thundergar as if he were deaf.
"You've no reason to be my friend."
"You did not betray me,"
Thundergar said.
"You are unable to help me, that is true, and you did what you had to do to save yourself. But that doesn't make you a traitor. It makes you a survivor. If you had come back, it's possible none of us would have survived. Do you understand me?"
The hall was mostly silent. Kenward drew ragged breaths. The air reeked of power and left the taste of metal in his mouth. It was getting progressively worse.
"What do you expect me to do? Just leave? After I was drawn here against my will and threatened by that child?"
"I only ask you to recognize that we are friends, and that none of the people you see in this hall are responsible for bringing you here."
"I am aware of that,"
Alette said, with a heavy note of exasperation.
"but it doesn't mean I don't want to at least pay my respects to our hostess and repay her for her kindness."
The venom pouring forth from Alette showed just how damaged this child was, and Kenward's soul wept for her innocence. He knew her story and could not help but relate to her. He'd lost a great deal in his life. Some of it had been returned to him, but he knew the pain of loss, and he could see it all over the girl's face. Like Thundergar, he hoped she would come to see them as allies. The presence of the demons didn't help Alette's cause in anyone's mind, but Kenward also knew they existed before Alette had come to power among the ferals. The demons were the creations of the ferals, and Kenward wasn't certain just how much control over these dragons the girl really had. If it was anything like what he'd seen out of Voltarius, Geronda, and Jerregard, then her control was little more than an illusion. From what Kenward had seen, the dragons were the ones in control. If not, they wouldn't be in this mess. The taste in his mouth became overwhelming, and a hum grew in his ears. Kenward opened his mouth to speak, but the humming shut out all other sound. Even the feral queen's roar was drowned out. Chase had both his hands over his ears, but he pulled one away long enough to wave them toward the main entrance to Dragonhold, not far from the hall leading to the kitchens, and deeper into the hold. Kenward caught a flash of light through the open gates, and his mind could not fathom what it was he'd seen. At that moment, consumed with following Chase and the others, Kenward could give it no more thought. The Feral Queen loomed above him as they slipped beneath her tail. She and Alette were focused on the entrance to the keep, and those who fled were no longer of any concern. Kenward was glad to see Thundergar among those who made it to the hall, the cloud cat Rastus never leaving his side. Something made Kenward stop and look back, despite his better judgment. When he did, he saw something he'd never have dared to hope for. Glowing like a new star, and entering the hold at high speed, came a dragon and rider. There was no mistaking Katrin Volker, the herald of Istra, and Kenward's dear friend, and her dragon, Kyrian. Never had Kenward seen either of them shine so, and it looked almost as if Katrin herself were on fire. The saddle upon which she rode spread rainbows of light about them. Ropes of multicolored lightning shimmered and leaped out at random. "Flee!" boomed Katrin's forceful command. "I have to release the energy. No one will be safe." She may have said something else, but Kenward couldn't hear over the thunder of his heart and his feet. Tears streamed down his face from the realization Katrin and Kyrian were alive, but he could not slow. When the Herald of Istra tells you to flee, anyone with the sense the gods gave them did just that. When the thunder began and the blast of air knocked them all from their feet, Kenward could only hope they'd gotten far enough away. Chapter 14. Artifacts of true power are rarely hidden in the light. Ain Geist, Sleepless One. The first thundering crash was the least of it. What Katrin was doing to release her energy, Kenward didn't know, but it added to his confliction. The joy of knowing Katrin was alive was unabated. She was among his most treasured friends, but she was also the Herald of Istra, and was apparently in the process of grinding the Great Hall to bits. Those around him had the good sense to stay down, and none of them was injured by the blasts, but Kenward knew his ears would ring for days.
"It's Katrin,"
Kenward managed to say between blasts, and the looks he received in return ranged from fright to disbelief. Chase, though, stood with tears in his eyes and a determined smile on his face. The next blast knocked him back down, and he landed on Martek, who complimented his decision-making skills. Eventually, the blast subsided enough that it was safe to stand again. Chase was already moving back toward the hall, and Kenward had to run to keep up with him, and even then, Chase pulled ahead. Others followed more slowly, and the two of them burst back into the hall, expecting to see the place littered with the bodies of ferals and demons alike. Instead, the demons huddled together against one wall. Jerregard was as still as stone, and Alette remained atop her dragon. They watched Katrin from a distance, the feral queen coiled around a stone column. Katrin remained in her saddle as well. The air around her shimmered and sparkled. Kenward had seen her struggle to access her powers early in her journey, and now it looked as if those very same powers would turn her to ash. Though it was obvious Chase wanted to be reunited with his cousin, the danger was far from averted. From the appearance of things, Katrin might be a danger to herself. While they hadn't found the bodies they had been expecting, they did find scorch marks blistering the Great Hall. In places, the mosaic was now once again in disarray. The damage was confined to the general area around Katrin, and it was clear she exercised some level of control in venting the excess energy, or there might not be anyone left alive. Seeing scorch marks and a mighty split down the center of the oversized central throne, it became clear where Katrin had concentrated her rage. Trinda would not be pleased, but Trinda had yet to face Katrin. The thought gave Kenward a chill. He'd said once that he'd happily give up adventure for a life of trading, yet here he was in greater danger than ever. Slowly, the feral queen slithered down the column and crept across the floor to face Kyrian. Kenward was trying to decide which was more intense, the looks exchanged between Katrin and Alette, or between the dragons they rode. The four sized each other up. Now it was Kyrian's tail lashing in the air. Kenward couldn't imagine what the dragon was thinking. The ferals had been responsible for exterminating his race, making him the last of his kind. Yet he'd mated with the feral queen, producing the regal dragons. Uncertainty hung in the air. Kenward knew the slightest thing could set these two to tearing the world apart. No one wanted to see what they were capable of. "I have no quarrel with you," Alette finally said into the silence. "I did not summon you. The child queen is responsible for that, and I would thank her for her kindness. Would you care to join me?" "I have no quarrel with you," Katrin said, her face stony and cold. "But I take exception to the company you keep." The feral queen extended her wings a bit, making her look even more imposing. Kyrian remained as he was, which was perhaps even more intimidating. "You and the dragon you ride were not part of the attack that killed the Regent's queen, but some of those here were. I can smell the blood of the Regents on them, and I will make no peace with them. Their lives are forfeit, a small price for the loss of an entire species." "You are correct," Alette said. "Vakara and I were not a part of that heinous act." Kenward wasn't quite certain the statement constituted an apology. "For this day, I propose a truce," Katrin said. "If your forces do not attack anyone within this hold, with the noted exception of Trinda Hollis, then I will allow you all to live." From any other person, those words might have been an idle threat, especially to one as powerful as Alette. But there was no doubt Katrin meant what she said. It looked to Kenward as if it were taking all of Katrin's concentration to not kill them all. It unnerved him. Though he trusted Katrin to never intentionally hurt him, she had a history of unintentional consequences that made Kenward take a step backward. "Accepted," Alette said. "Where is Trinda Hollis?" Katrin asked in a frightening voice that carried throughout the hold. "Cat!" Chase yelled, and Katrin turned to him. The expression on her face changed from a stoic mask to a storm of emotion. A sad smile morphed into a look of pure guilt. "I am so sorry you mourned me. I never meant it to be so." "It's okay, Cat," Chase said, his voice cracking and tears streaming down his face. "You're here. That's all that matters." Slowly, Katrin released the saddle straps and climbed down. The truce was clearly a shaky one, and Kenward was glad to see her not making any sudden moves. Though he loved her dearly, she did frighten him so. Of just about any other person, Kenward would chastise himself for the fear, but with Katrin, it was warranted. This was the only person in existence who might inadvertently destroy the world. Kenward wondered for one terrifying instant what would happen if Katrin had nightmares, but he pushed the thought from his mind, lest it paralyze him. His world had become a very dangerous place. "The last I saw Trinda," Chase said, "she was near the Great Wheel with Sinjin." Katrin's head snapped to the side, and she started toward Chase. "Take me there," she said in one of the least friendly tones Kenward had ever heard. "Now!" Alette dismounted a bit more quickly and walked to Katrin's side. "I will join you." "My son," Katrin said, "will come to no harm from me," Alette said. "You have my word." Katrin said no more and pushed Chase into the lead. Kenward followed, knowing he was of no use at all. Despite that, he had to know what happened. The events of Katrin's life had permanently shaped his own, and he had to know what could possibly come next. He was especially curious to find out what it was Trinda wanted. Surely her story about the Great Wheel destroying the hold was a ruse, but there was only one way to find out. The arrival of the feral dragons had made it clear it was time to leave the Godfist, despite the fact that the serpent had never returned. Benjen stood at the rail, watching the seas. "Beliveau and Gwen will awake soon," Basha said when she reached his side. The feel of her close to him was comforting. It was one of the things he clung to. In many ways, his world was a dull and faded version of what it had once been. His wife, his friends, their ship, and a daughter of which he could not be more proud, were the things that kept him moving. Even in the face of all that bounty, his losses had torn great holes in his heart. The pain of it was at times unbearable. Fasha sensed his mood and wiggled herself under one of his arms. He did nothing to stop her.
"Have I told you today, my wife, how much I love you?"
"No," she said. "You're late."
"Have I mentioned you're as beautiful as the sunrise, and I get to gaze on you even at night?"
"Feeling poetic today?"
Fasha asked.
"I'm feeling something today. I'm not quite certain what it is. I just need to get a bit of air and clear my head. Did you finish the inventory?"
"I did,"
Fasha said.
"We can make for the Firstland and not stop for food or water."
"We're going to need to keep our flight master and thrust master in check."
Fasha laughed.
"They'll rest, even if I have to knock them over the head."
Benjen knew it was so, and let at least that one worry go. Gwen was his daughter, and he expected things of her he could expect from no one else in this world. But Pelivor was not his son, and he had no right to ask the man for so much. He knew just how twisted it was that he expected more from Gwen than he felt comfortable asking from Pelivor, but it was so. It was something Benjen had to accept about himself.
"I feel so helpless,"
Fasha said after a long silence.
"There's nothing we can do on the Godfist, and really nothing we can do on the Firstland. We're not even bringing trade goods. It goes against my heritage."
Benjen smiled. As he'd thought many times before, once a sailor, always a sailor. Once a pirate, always a pirate. Once his, he'd never let go. He pulled Fasha a little closer.
"I don't know what we'll do to help, but we'll find some way. We've managed not to be completely useless up until now."
"Speak for yourself,"
Wendell said from not far away.
"Eavesdropping?"
Benjen asked.
"Normally, I wouldn't interrupt your private conversation,"
Wendell said.
"but I was drawn out here by a feeling. I tell you, I'd laugh at anyone who told me that years ago, but then Katrin came along."
He sniffed loudly. The rest of those aboard, most of whom had known Katrin personally, gathered with them and shared the memory of her. No one spoke. No words were required. The sense of Katrin's presence was nearly overwhelming. Then the thunder started. Unlike natural thunder, this was nearly continuous, though the intensity did fluctuate. Looking out at roiling clouds that were suddenly lit from within, Benjen held a hand up to shade his eyes. All those aboard were speechless when rainbows burst through gaps in the clouds and bits of orange fire could be seen. Benjen's breathing quickened, and he grabbed Wendell by the arm. In the next minute, he was the only thing holding his friend up. From the clouds burst a vision of the goddess reborn a dragonback. Shining like a font of pure energy, both dragon and rider were engulfed in flame. Even from a distance, Benjen could see Katrin struggling. His friend was alive, but she was far from saved. Wendell's knees buckled, and Benjen went to one knee with him, looking back up to the skies with a mixture of fascination and disbelief. Had he gone mad? Then he thought he might be dreaming as Katrin and Kyrian dipped in close, just as Pelivor and Gwen arrived on deck. Like blowing a kiss, Katrin sent a twinkling ball of light speeding toward the dragon's wing. It raced over the ship, and as it reached the mainmast, it exploded into an umbrella of sparkling light, shimmering and dancing in the air, closing in on the ship like a shrinking dome. Benjen extended his hands and let the sparkles gather there. They were warm to the touch, and left a tingly feeling in their wake, long after they faded and disappeared. Each burst of light brought with it a memory of Katrin, a laugh, a rare hug, more than a few giggles, and a lot of great memories. Tears streamed down Benjen's cheeks, and he looked to Wendell, who was holding his face in his hands, so powerful were his emotions. When the last of the glittering gifts had passed, and Katrin and Kyrian had long since disappeared from sight, Benjen and Wendell lay down on the deck and slept better than they had in a very long time.
"I am sorry about the Regent dragons,"
Alette said as they made their way to the interior of Dragonhold. It was dangerous territory, and Kenward dearly wished the girl would just remain silent and not push the issue. Katrin nodded in acknowledgement of the statement.
"Do you know the reason?"
she asked. Silence was broken only by their footsteps as Chase continued to lead the way.
"Bad blood,"
Alette finally said. "It goes back a very long way. The memories of dragons are far longer than ours. Has your dragon not told you this?" The look Katrin gave in return could have stopped a charging bull. "I asked you what you are aware of. I already know what I am aware of." "There was a war during the last age of power," Alette said. "During the long sleep, the dragons rest and keep themselves nourished until the goddess returns. Given the chance to avenge yourself the losses of the last age, what would you do?" It was a rhetorical question, but Katrin seemed to be considering answering nonetheless. "And now what do you and the Pharaohs want?" Katrin asked without looking at Alette. "To be left alone," Alette said. Kenward had to admit that for the time they had been left to themselves, they had caused no trouble. Many had insisted they would quietly rebuild their strength, then attack again, but Kenward wasn't so sure. There was something in the Black Queen's eyes that made him second-guess himself. Such humanity existed there, though it was laced with dark, reptilian coldness. Kenward shivered when she caught him staring at her. Did she blush after she looked away? Kenward wasn't certain since he couldn't look directly at her. Instead, he had to try to catch a glimpse from the corner of his vision. Whether she had or not, Kenward felt himself flush, and his knees were a little unsteady as an array of unbidden thoughts flooded his mind. No matter how much he wished them away, they persisted. He hoped no one was looking at him. Chase held up his hand silently, calling for them to stop. He moved to the end of the narrow, secondary hall they were walking through and peered around the corner. Moving very slowly, he came back shaking his head.
"They're all there," he whispered. "It looks like they're waiting for us."
"Since we lack the elements of surprise," Katrin said, "I'll be on my way. Thank you, my dear cousin. Now get out of my way." Alette moved at Katrin's side. They were perhaps the oddest of alliances, and Kenward hoped the allegiance would last long enough for him to escape. It occurred to him, perhaps too late, that Katrin might best be loved and admired from afar. As she walked, the air shimmered around her, and as if it were contagious, a nimbus of power also grew outward from Alette. Hers was all violets and deep blues. Katrin's aura ran more reds, oranges, and yellows. Kenward had no idea what it meant, but he saw a similar nimbus around Trinda. She waited for them, arms outstretched, and holding the staff of life and co. Fire and lightning danced around the serpents on the staff, showing Trinda was drawing deeply from the dragon ore stones in its eyes. Katrin and Alette carried no dragon ore, and Kenward wondered if they could defeat Trinda within her very center of power. She had everything at her disposal, and they had been summoned. One did not, in general, summon someone she could not control or dominate. That fact had all of them on edge. Trinda had proven unpredictable in the past, and no one knew quite what to expect. It was unnerving in the extreme. St. John and Kendra watched with worry as Katrin and Alette approached. Something bothered Kenward about what he saw, but he couldn't quite place it. The look on St. John's face seemed wrong to Kenward. Then he realized what was missing. Surprise. Realization slammed into Kenward's psyche, and he couldn't decide if he wanted to punch St. John and Kendra or hug them. Keeping such a secret would be a tremendous burden, Kenward knew, but it seemed such a pointless secret. Pointless until he considered Trinda's ability to summon dragons, and apparently their riders as well. He wondered about that last part, but then Trinda spoke. "Welcome home, Katrin Volker," Trinda Hollis said. Katrin and Alette continued forward. Neither spoke. "And I thank the Black Queen for joining us. I know I've kept you waiting, but now that Katrin has joined us, we can begin." "Begin what?" Alette asked, her tone miles from friendly. Trinda lowered her hands, and it was only then Kenward noticed Trinda was straddling a hole in the black stone floor. The mighty wheel spun with dizzying speed now, and when Kenward looked closer at the hole, he saw runes around it glowing blue. A scream was forming on his lips as he realized the runes were actually on the stone ring found in the second hold of the Drakengard. He remembered then the scroll. "Beware the fifth magic!" he shouted. Before anyone else could act, Trinda's hands were moving downward, inserting the staff of life into the now glowing orifice. The shaft sank in just deep enough to keep the head of the serpent with its glowing eyes visible. The Child Queen quickly and deftly twisted the staff until there was a rocky click. Finally, the sound erupted from Kenward and everyone else at the same time. The cacophony prevented anyone from being heard, but there was no need for words or commands, only warning. Trinda wheeled and retreated toward the giant stone wheel, reaching into the pocket of her robes. Katrin lashed out, her attack followed a heartbeat later by Alette's. Both attacks struck the Child Queen's exposed back, and she shuddered. Falling forward, she did manage to free whatever it was she'd been trying to pull from her robes. In her hand, Kenward saw something he recognized. The figurine the Lord Chancellor had asked him and his men to hold when they had first met. He'd been told it was for ceremonial purposes and was merely tradition, but now he suspected it was something entirely different. Trinda rolled onto her back, clearly stunned. Guards moved to surround her, the window of opportunity closing. Katrin and Alette did not attack, though Kenward wasn't sure why they held back. Perhaps neither of them could stomach harming someone in the body of a little girl, despite knowing she was older than Katrin. No matter the reason, the consequences soon became clear. They should have taken their chance while they could. Though placing the staff within the stone ring had no discernible effect, what Trinda did next would forever change the face of the Godfist. With trembling hands, she placed the figurine in a much smaller opening in the rock and gave it a turn. Katrin's second attack raced toward her, but too late. The delicate figurine of a woman in flowing robes went fully erect. With the hand gripping a lightning bolt held high, the figurine began to spin, the centrifugal force causing previously hidden blades to extend. For a moment, Kenward was struck by the beauty of it. He had no idea how such a thing could be made, or why all these seemingly unrelated pieces interacted in such an amazing way. His infatuation was interrupted by a whirring sound from the spinning figurine, which was now rotating faster, causing the sound to grow higher and higher in pitch. Then the figurine suddenly and catastrophically stopped. The blades must not have been connected to the center of the figurine, because the sudden stop allowed the blades to continue rotating until they crashed into one another. What had been beautiful a moment before was now in chaos. It was a trend that would continue. The stone ring holding the base of the Staff of Life suddenly disappeared into the hole, and the staff dropped with it until only a single hand's width of ancient wood remained above the stone. Part of Kenward wanted to race to the staff and keep it from dropping any further. Never before had it been so clear to him that he was powerless. For a few moments the keep was silent. Trinda lay still. Bernard knelt to check her for signs of life, but then the keep shuddered. A deep, painful vibration hurt Kenward's joints and gave the impression of giant gears being engaged. He had the distinct feeling his fate was already sealed. Whatever was going to happen was going to happen, and it was too late for him to change it. He'd been in dangerous situations before, but never had he been so utterly helpless. When the stone floor leaped up to meet him, he thought his luck might finally have run out. The decision to return to the Godfist came down to Wendell Volker. It was, after all, his daughter who'd just effectively come back from the dead, and now she was flying back into danger. Benjen didn't know how to feel except worried. There were very few ways he could imagine this ending well. Almost all paths led to disaster. Again he tried to understand Trinda's motives, but could make no sense of them. Why bring all the dragons to Dragonhold, if not to get the most powerful people on Godsland in one place? It was possible the girl could not differentiate which types of dragons she summoned, but Benjen suspected she knew exactly what she was doing. He just didn't know why, which bothered him greatly. Going back to the Godfist was an enormous risk, but the weather had worked to Benjen's advantage for once in his life. Those storms were something they normally sought to avoid. A storm fronted by strong winds and headed in the correct direction had made their already swift vessel even faster. Ferals had ignored the Dragon's Wing last time, but that didn't mean they would do so again. His wife and daughter were on this ship, and every member of the crew was a dear friend. All of them had agreed, but that did nothing to reduce the responsibility weighing on Benjen. His family and friends were strong and craftier than most would give them credit for, and still Benjen felt he should turn back out to sea. The Godfist loomed ahead like a beacon of inevitability. The problems there would neither go away nor fix themselves. People he loved were in danger there, and the wing flew with single-minded determination. They weren't much of an army, but they would have to do.
"Bring us in fast and low," Benjen said to Pelivor. "The longer before they know we're coming, the better." "Are you sure about this?" Basha asked. "You're the captain of this ship," Benjen said. "I know I've crossed that line on a number of occasions, but I'll not go back on my word."
Fasha stood for a long moment, silent. She glanced at Gwen and the others, as if committing them to memory. Perhaps she was, Benjen thought. It nearly brought tears to his eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of losing any of them, and yet if they landed on the Gondfest, the likelihood of all of them making it back out was negligible.
"Turn back," Wendell said suddenly. "I can't have any of your blood on my conscience. Let me off in the harbor. I'll go alone." "I'm going with you," Jensen said, leaving no room for debate.
"No one will keep me away," Pelivor said, fire in his eyes. His posture dared anyone to defy him. "I'm not staying here while my flight master saves the girl," Gwen said. Pelivor flushed. It was, once again, unanimous.
"Low and fast,"
Benjen said again.
There were shouts when they passed over the harbor and lift, but those who'd seen them couldn't send word in time. Flying low, as it turned out, had some drawbacks. So many things jutted into the air. Trees and buildings jammed the valley, which had been uninhabited not so long ago. Benjen thanked the gods for Pelivor's skills. No one spoke for fear of breaking the man's concentration. Deadly obstructions soared past with blinding speed. Pelivor masterfully avoided the dangers, but in doing so, he sent the ship leaning to one side or the other. The rest of the passengers did what they could to predict the movements of the ship. Pelivor could offer little warning, able only to react when new dangers approached. The valley widened a bit as they moved south, and the flight through Lowerton was much smoother. The place was abandoned and empty and lent to the spooky feeling. Seeing feral dragons circling high above didn't add to his confidence. When Dragonhold came into view, the facade was still unfinished, the gates hanging open. Those gates were charred and splintered, and didn't look as if they would be closing any time soon. One door was perilously close to falling into the valley below, which would most likely take out the wooden stair on its way down. It didn't bode well for their climb. Few other options presented themselves. Deep thunder rolled through the valley, far louder than anything Benjen had ever heard, yet there was not a cloud in the sky. This sounded different than Katrin's attacks, and he was still trying to figure it out when he saw the clouds of dust. Dragonhold moved. It didn't simply rotate internally this time. It looked as if the entire mountain moved. Reaching from the ground like claws of stone, megalithic spires with smooth, elegant lines erupted. Dragonhold was now in what looked like the grip of a god. Farther and farther the claws extended, until nearly meeting in the air high above the tallest peak. How could anyone have created something grander than the mountains? Benjen asked himself. What he saw was simply unfathomable, yet it was real. Lightning danced between the stone spires. Then the stones themselves began to sing a wavering note.
"It's some kind of shield," Wendell shouted. "We'll never get in there through that."
Desperation raised the pitch of his voice.
"Whatever that thing is," Benjen shouted, "it looks like it's still warming up. Hold on."
"What are you doing?"
Basha asked in a shrill voice.
"Bring us in hot,"
Benjen yelled to Pelivor.
"Are you mad?"
Basha shouted. The time for debate had passed. One of the stone spires stood between them and the front gates. Sliding past it would be the only way to gain the hold. That was, if they were not killed instantly by the shield. Mountain and spire rushed toward them at incredible speed. Benjen braced himself. Dancing between the spires, lightning licked the rigging as they sped forward. Benjen hoped they weren't already too late, and couldn't blame those screaming as they cleared the spire. No pain came, but the gates were upon them in the next instant, looking smaller than they had from far away. The opening was large enough to admit the wing, but the speed and the angle of their approach was less than ideal, causing them to brush against one side of the entrance. A whole tree trunk protruded from the gate and sent them spinning. Pelivor showed skills he'd never used before as he straightened out the listing airship and brought her down. The landing was more abrupt than any before it, and Benjen would have thought they would shatter the hull, but it was as if they had struck something with a bit of give to it. A moment later, Benjen made his way to the rail and looked down to see what had broken their fall. Kenward Trell was not going to be happy. Chapter 15. Memory is short and civilization fragile. Record precious knowledge in stone. Brother Vaughn, Cathurin Monk. After the initial jolt knocked everyone down, St. John pushed himself up onto all fours. Kendra and others were moving, and his wife did not appear to be hurt. Trinda did not move, and her guards hovered over her. The look on his mother's, and even Alette's faces, told him something was terribly wrong. All the color had drained from them, and St. John felt something unnerving. Though he possessed very little power, he could feel it. Changing. It was a strange sensation and difficult to describe. He felt as if the power were being bent. What had always been a somewhat constant note had changed in pitch, and it buzzed in his mind. His mother clapped her hands over her ears, and Alette looked as if she might be sick. Accompanying all of this was a grinding vibration, similar to what it had felt like when the keep moved, only this was far more intense and sustained. Darkness overcast the amber crystals, allowing in the light, forming claw-shaped shadows. Like the hand of an awakened god tightening around them, megalithic fingers of stone enclosed Dragonhold in a tomb-like grip. "No!" Katrin screamed. "Make it stop!" Alette added her shrill plea. These massive stones warped the energy as they moved into place. Multicolored lightning danced along the rock, and waves of blue plasma washed over the spaces in between, as if some sort of barrier had been erected between them. The farther the fingers reached, the more defined the barrier became. The energy vibrated at an ever-increasing pitch, making St. John's teeth feel as if they would explode. His mother and Alette squirmed in obvious anguish. Never had St. John hated Trinda more. He'd been angry and hurt, but now it was different. Now he wanted to knock her teeth out. There was nothing he could tolerate less than someone hurting his mother, and it was clear those with power greater than his were in far more pain. Trinda woke. St. John found his anger deflected by her screams. The certainty of their deaths was made clear when a second jolt rocked Dragonhold. The fingers of stone locked into place with sudden finality. It felt as if they had all just been sealed in a tomb. Though they had previously managed to stand, Alette and his mother both collapsed back onto the cold stone floor. What struck St. John first was the silence. The high-pitched note was gone, and the absence of it felt unnatural. It was like the feeling he got when flying, and pressure built up in his ears. He could still hear, but everything sounded wrong. The silence didn't last long. It was soon filled with the sound of Alette's sobbing. St. John rushed to his mother and found her unresponsive. What had Trinda done? He asked himself with tears streaming down his face. She was breathing, which gave St. John hope. Kendra reached St. John's side. "What just happened?" "I'm not certain," St. John said, "but I'm pretty sure it's not good. And I don't know what it's done to her, and I don't know how to help." Despite his best effort, the anxiety and fear made his voice tremble. Perhaps this sound triggered some maternal instinct in Katrin, since her eyes opened, and a sad smile formed on her lips. "It's okay, St. John," she said. St. John could not hold back his tears. The wellspring of relief drove him back to his knees. "What has Trinda done?" Kendra asked Katrin. "The power is gone," Katrin said. Her words were followed by stunned silence, which felt as if it might last forever. "The fifth magic has been activated. The true nature of this place has come to light too late. Dragonhold is a prison." Kicking at an empty oyster shell along a black shore, Durin walked alone. Holding out hope his friends and family were still alive was exhausting in the face of what they knew, and Durin had long since grown weary of it. For the Draken left behind by dragons summoned in their absence, the uncertainty was no less painful. It had been their inescapable worry and anguish that had driven him from the hold. Stopping, He picked up another empty shell and skimmed it across the still waters of his favorite tidal pool. It was this place he came to whenever he needed inspiration, and he was sorely in need. A variety of fish swam within the pool. Shocks of blue, yellow, and orange color danced beneath the now shimmering surface. Glossy black one-claw crabs skittered from the pool and up onto the rocks, concealing themselves away in crevices, making themselves nearly invisible. Dura knew where they were, though. The crabs had become a delicacy among the dragon clan, and though it took dozens to make a proper meal, Durin and the rest loved their succulent, smoky taste. Thoughts of the dragon clan reminded Durin of his troubles. Morale was low. The Draken were privileged just by virtue of having bonded with the dragon. No one blamed them, but that didn't mean there wasn't resentment and hurt and disappointment. Clearly, the Argast had foreseen this day long ago, and the honor of becoming Draken was something they'd all aspired to. For those left to support the hold, it seemed Dragon Clan had taken on new meaning and was no longer something of the greatest pride. It was less than Draken, and that would not do. It was a puzzle Durin had no chance of solving, and was in many ways the least of his problems, but he wanted very much to avoid thinking about his most pressing concerns. He wasn't the one who'd been raised to hold great power as St. John had. Durin was in no way prepared for the role in which he found himself, yet the Dragon Clan looked to him. They trusted him. He knew that trust was misplaced. He was given it only because of his relationship with St. John, not because he'd earned it. The idea of hand-me-down power did not sit well in his gut. The thought of his having any power, least of all power he did not deserve, did not sit well with him. St. John, at least, had been raised for leadership. He'd been trained to handle situations just like this. Durin had been trained to carry buckets of water. When he was honest with himself, he admitted that St. John had carried his fair share of water, and that some of what he'd learned had rubbed off. Still, the thought of these people relying on him made his stomach hurt. He'd been an outsider not so long ago, a pasty-faced pinnock among Argast, but all that had changed. They relied on one another now. They had saved each other's lives, which created a bond stronger than any but blood. The responsibility of their trust and reliance on him weighed on Durin. He was going to fail them. It was among the few things Durin had done with any regularity in his life. The greater the possible payoff for his efforts had been, the more colossal the disaster. St. John had set him up for the ultimate failure, and Durin couldn't help but resent him for it. Most of the time, Durin didn't feel this way, but St. John was gone along with the rest of the Draken, and the crews of the Serpent and the Dragon's Wing. The unknown was driving Durin to distraction, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Again, Durin kicked at the loose shells around him. Seabirds filled the air with their calls, and more shellfish dropped from the skies around Durin. He had learned long ago to wear headgear when visiting this place. His hat of woven reeds was far from attractive, but it did protect him from errant projectiles. The rocks around the tidal pool appeared to be the preferred place for seabirds to drop the otherwise inaccessible morsels. The air was filled with their raucous calls, and Durin thought it might be time to go. Shellfish wasn't the only thing to fall from the sky during these feeding frenzies. Holding on to his hat, Durin jogged up the trail leading back to Windhold. Even with the noise of the seabirds, Durin could hear cries from the hold as soon as he cleared the black dunes. Panic set in almost immediately. Something must be wrong. Running up the difficult and in places treacherous trail, Durin knew he was being reckless. St. John would have counseled him to go more slowly rather than risk injury, but the uncertainty was going to consume Durin if he didn't get some indication of what was going on soon. In record time, he reached the base of the mountain housing Windhold. Durin had to take a moment to catch his breath. It was then he saw a sight that made his heart leap. Dragons on the horizon. It didn't take long, though, to realize something was wrong. His breath freezing in his chest, Durin came to a chilling realization. The dragons were saddled, but riderless. Durin couldn't get back to the hold proper quickly enough, and when he finally burst into the main flight hall, everyone was talking at once. Doran walked to the giant opening and let the wind scour him with sand and occasional hints of salt spray. He had often marveled at the persistent wind giving the hold its name, but on this day he ignored it. His tears mixed with the wind, and Voltarius called out to him a mournful wail. That alone was nearly enough to make his knees buckle, but he steeled himself. This was no time for weakness or fear, Doran finally realized. His people needed him, and now there might be something he could actually do. Though he had no idea what fate had befallen the Draken, he would not rest until he found out. Voltarius, Garanda, and the other dragons entered Windhold in silence. The entire scene was surreal. What happened next put a lump in his throat. Garanda approached Mara, the woman who usually helped Kendra care for her, but rather than letting the woman remove the bridle and saddle, Garanda used her forehead to nudge Mara. Her eyes went wider and wider as Garanda guided her to the saddle. The scene repeated throughout the hold, and even so, Doran jumped when Voltarius nudged him. Feeling as if he were in a dream, Doran mounted Voltarius. His knees trembled, though he'd secretly wondered what it would feel like to have his own dragon. This was certainly not how he had ever hoped or imagined it might happen. The other dragon clan appeared to share this feeling. Most of them, at least. Strom and Osborne had been struggling to find their place in Windhold, and both were stunned when dragons approached, especially since they were not dragon grooms. No one protested, though, and Osborne climbed atop a Therian. The man had no experience with dragon saddles, and Doran was proud of Shalene when she strapped Osborne in. He sensed no anger or resentment from her. Ever-practical Shalene simply did what needed doing. Strom, on the other hand, had a much more difficult time. Initially, he refused Greca, but the regal dragon insisted. After some words Doran would never repeat, Strom mounted. As with Shalene, Tressa helped Strom, who sat with his eyes closed. Doran wasn't sure if he was praying or just frightened. Strom had sworn to avoid dragons ever since Kyrian had invaded his thoughts and coerced him into making Katrin's sword. Tressa gave him a firm nod, indicating Strom was securely strapped in. "Today, my friends," Doran shouted, "we must be Draken, if even only for a time. If you'll follow me, we'll either find a way to save our people or avenge them." Voltarius roared his agreement, and the Draken answered. Before Doran was quite ready, Voltarius leaped into the air, followed by Garanda and the other dragons. Solemn and determined, the Draken flew. Doran knew not what he would find or even if they would survive, but for once, he knew what he did was right. "We've got to get her out of here," Kendra said. "I'm not sure we should move her," St. John said. His mother had been drifting in and out of consciousness. Her fragile state worried him deeply. "She just needs rest and time to adjust," Kendra said. "I'm certain of it. They took Trinda away." This was perhaps the only reason St. John was even considering doing as Kendra asked. Most of the guards had left when they had carried Trinda somewhere more comfortable. His mother had said Dragonhold had become some sort of prison, and if they were going to escape it, this might be their only chance. Looking around for something from which they could make a litter for his mother, St. John spotted the wooden basin constructed to preserve the parchment found on the Drakengard. Without hesitation, he moved toward it, driven by single-minded purpose. He was rudely blocked by a spear point jabbed in his belly. Though it did not pierce his flesh, it was painful, and St. John appreciated it not a bit. Taking the spear in hand just below the tip, he pulled it away and did not release it. "I've done what you've asked of me up until this point," St. John said. "But if you don't get out of my way, we'll find out just how good you are in a fight." There was a moment of tense silence before the Greatlander stepped back. Another guard stood nearby and tried to pretend he hadn't been watching or listening to the exchange. Without a single thought for the document, St. John knocked the ends of the framed basin free, which left two longer rails with waxed leather between them. It wasn't quite as long as St. John would have liked, but it was better than nothing. Within moments, they had Katrin loaded onto the litter and were moving back toward the Great Hall. Through the tunnels and past the kitchens, no one barred their path. Though this was not the shortest route to the Great Hall, it didn't require the use of the barges. A commotion up ahead forced them to stop. St. John and Chase lowered Katrin slowly to the ground. Only when Hamsa rushed down the hall, his face lighting up when he saw them, did St. John breathe again. The Draken had come looking for them, and there were now plenty of hands to carry his mother. Though he wanted to care for her himself, it was more important he figure out a way to get them out of there.
"What's happening in the Great Hall?"
St. John asked.
"The Drak have gone,"
Hamsa said, and St. John felt the air leave. He couldn't form the words of the questions flooding his mind, and Hamsa continued.
"Ferrell and Verdant are still in the hall, and the dragon's wing."
"What?" St. John asked, dumbfounded. "They shouldn't be here."
"Here they be,"
Hamsa said. The problems they faced felt insurmountable, but a glance at Kendra and his mother, who barely stirred, overcame his fears.
"We need to get my mother on the dragon's wing and get her out of here. But there is something surrounding the hold."
"You said the Drak escaped."
"They did,"
Hamsa said.
"just before the, thing closed."
While he was happy Voltarius and the others had escaped, St. John wondered if the rest of them were doomed to be imprisoned within Dragonhold for the rest of their days. Though he had far less access to Istra's powers than others, he could still feel the absence of it acutely. He had never realized how strongly he'd felt Istra's energy until it was suddenly gone. It was as if something critical were missing from the air. He could only imagine what it must feel like for his mother or Alette. He thought for just an instant about how Trinda must feel, but she had brought this upon herself and them. He would never forgive her for it. In the past, he'd felt guilty for the way he'd treated her, but that was no more. Benjen, Wendell, and Jensen emerged from the kitchens laden with supplies, and St. John couldn't help but smile at the sight. Kendra quickly briefed their friends since she reached them first.
"What in all of Godsland is going on around here?"
Benjen demanded.
"And what are those giant stone claws?"
"The best we can figure," Kendra said. "That thing is the fifth magic, and it appears to be a prison. It cuts us off from Istra's light."
"Can anything go through it?"
Benjen asked, but no one answered. Instead, they started making their way back to the Great Hall. There they found Onin of the Old Guard and Jerigard making their way to the main entrance. Kenward came to St. John's side and was about to ask him a question when Benjen interrupted.
"Kenward," he began, "I'm more sorry than you can possibly imagine."
Without even asking what, Kenward pushed past Benjen and into the Great Hall. Then he saw the dragon's wing resting atop the shattered remains of the serpent.
"I know you never liked the carving on the masthead,"
Kenward finally said in a pained voice.
"But you didn't have to do that to her."
The serpent had taken significant damage before breaking the wing's fall, but now the ship was unsalvageable. In preserving the dragon's wing, the serpent might have saved them all, but they would need to figure out a way around the energy field surrounding the hold. Now that he was in the main hall, St. John could see the field through the still open and damaged gates. It shone bluish-green. The plasma rippled and churned like fast-moving clouds. He could feel it drawing every bit of energy from the air. It felt as if it would suck the life from him, leaving nothing behind but a dried husk. Escape was starting to feel like an unreachable goal. Chase was looking for something they could throw at the energy barrier, looking everywhere but at the wreckage of the serpent. It seemed a wise move. Kenward was already volatile, and there was no sense in antagonizing him, no matter how handy the wreckage might be at the moment.
"Look out!"
Seven cried a moment later, and he ran back from the main entrance. St. John couldn't help but look over his shoulder as he moved away. Given everything that had happened, he acted on Seven's warning without hesitation. When he caught a glimpse of what the thief had seen, St. John's legs stopped cooperating. A mature, feral dragon was bearing down on the keep, moving at incredible speed. It looked as if the barrier would be first tested from outside. Striking the plasma barrier jaws first, the feral bull was all aggression. A loud crackling and a blinding pulse of light reported the impact. The thunderclap was almost immediate and made St. John's head ring. The pharaoh continued forward, wings extended, but the life was gone from its eyes. Slamming into the timbers framing one side of the main entrance, it reduced the wooden gate to rubble and flying splinters. St. John supposed there wasn't much need for the gates any longer, since it was now clear nothing living would be going in or out of Dragonhold. Katrin Volker woke in her chambers and looked around. A herald globe rested in the stand as it always had, though the light it gave was soft and dull. It would soon need to be charged. The fog of sleep played tricks with Katrin's memories. She almost expected to see Prios walk in with trays of food from the kitchens. Her chest tightened as she prayed that very thing would happen, hoped against hope for all the terrible things to be naught but a dream. It was not to be so. Looking around with fresher eyes, Katrin saw all of her belongings were as they had been. This surprised her, since she knew Trinda had sent all of St. John's belongings with him when she banned him from Dragonhold. This one small thing Katrin was thankful to Trinda for. Here, there, were ties to her old life, to a happier time when she and Prios and St. John had been a family. When the door did open, it was Chase who entered carrying trays of food. The sight almost made Katrin cry for a multitude of reasons, but mostly she was happy to see Chase.
"Stay there,"
Chase said.
"You need the rest."
Katrin sat on the edge of the bed despite his protests. She hated trying to eat while lying down.
"How are they doing?"
Katrin asked. Chase knew whom she meant.
St. John, Kendra, and the rest are uneasy, and still trying to figure out what to do with themselves. Trinda's guards don't quite know what to do either, and so far they've given us run of the keep, except for the halls where Trinda's quarters are. We haven't seen a single sign of her. I assume she has the good sense to rest."
Katrin snorted.
Kenward and Brother Vaughn have been looking after Alette,
Chase continued, not acknowledging the outburst.
"No one's been killed yet, so it's going reasonably well."
"I need a way to get word to someone outside of Dragonhold,"
Katrin said. Chase considered this for a moment.
"Who?"
"Anyone who'll listen,"
Katrin said with a hint of desperation in her voice.
"What about the Stone Forest?"
Chase asked.
"When you're better rested, we can try to get you there and see if you can contact Jarman or Omahold."
"Perhaps,"
Katrin said.
"the keystones fell into disuse once everyone knew Trinda could hear every word."
"You just never know,"
Chase said.
"They may have people posted to eavesdrop, just as Trinda has. I suppose there's the chance it won't even work without Istra's light."
His mood soured as he talked himself out of his own idea.
"I understand why St. John is here, since Trinda summoned the dragons. But why are Benjen and Kenward here?"
Kenward came after Trinda offered to open trade with Winhold, in exchange for the stone thrones from the hold of the Slippery Eel,
Chase answered, but he stopped when he saw the look on Katrin's face.
"No, you need to rest. Absolutely not."
Chapter 16. Fortune favors the reckless, but abhors the unlucky. Munden Bar, Speculator. It took hours for Strom to open his eyes, but the man eventually relaxed, if only just a little.
"Greca won't let anything happen to you,"
Durin had told him. He wasn't certain it helped. Osborne had quickly grown accustomed to flight a dragonback.
"This is so much better than an airship. You're an extension of the dragon."
The Dragon Clan shared his enthusiasm. Durin didn't say anything, knowing he and Strom would probably be more at home on the Serpent or the Dragon's Wing. Durin had often chided St. John about his lack of control over Voltarius. It had been more than just a little inconvenience on numerous occasions, but now he knew just how St. John had felt. Helpless. He tried talking to Voltarius, but had no way to know if the dragon understood him. He wasn't certain how the dragon would communicate back, even if he did understand. It was frustrating beyond belief. The dragons knew what had happened to his friends, but they could not or would not tell him. Choosing to believe the former was easier than venting impotent rage on Voltarius. He was fortunate to have worked with his mount from the time he was a hatchling. They already trusted each other. Strom and Osborne were at a disadvantage, but Osborne and Aetherian were bonding. Greca checked on Strom often, as if worried her passenger might have died. Strom refused to move for fear of causing them both to fall from the skies. It was an unreasonable fear, since dragons were designed to fly and could easily compensate for his shifting weight. Deep-set fears were rarely subject to reason. Early in their flight, Durin had searched St. John's saddlebags for any sign of what had happened to him and the others. He'd found nothing beyond salted fish and meal cakes. Neither had appealed to him at the time, but now the coarsely ground grains in the meal cakes were just sweet enough to offset the fish's saltiness. The others had also found basic rations, but it would not be enough to get them. The uncertainty was maddening. How could he plan when he had no idea where they were going or what they would find there? When the keys of Terhillion came into view, the Terhillion lovers at least confirmed they were, indeed, flying toward the Godfist. That was until Voltarius led the other dragons lower and landed on the beaches beneath the statues. The mighty table brought here for the Council of the Known Lands rested at an angle, partially submerged in sand and making for an unnerving sight. Half a dozen ornate chairs surrounded the table in disarray. Other chairs had been carried far down the beach by tidal waves. Everything about the sight was creepy and spoke of the perils they faced. Nipping at the straps securing him, Voltarius made it clear Durin was to dismount. It was his way of saying, "Get off, or I'll remove you." Dragons landed along the beach, their riders looking to Durin. After he unstrapped himself, the Draken did the same, equally reluctant, but given no more choice in the matter. Voltarius nudged Durin toward a chair that was mostly submerged in the sand, and he leaped back into the air. The other dragons followed, and Durin was left to wonder what it was he was supposed to do.
"Firewood,"
Strom said. Grateful for the big practical man, Durin cursed himself for being so dense. Soon the chairs had been reduced to kindling, and Strom set to work using flint Osborne had found in his saddlebags and shavings from a chair leg. Fishing would be difficult without wire or hooks. Voltarius proved himself once again when he plunged his claws into the waters offshore and landed a fish half as long as a man was tall. He had thought Voltarius might be hunting for his own meal until the dragon came soaring back toward them. Durin took 2 steps back as the dragon approached, aiming straight for him. Voltarius was a few paces away when he released the still fighting fish from his claws. The fish caught Durin full in the chest and drove him back into the sand. As unpleasant and uncalled for as it was, at least he knew what he was supposed to do.
"Let's get the best impromptu smokehouse we can set up and preserve as much of Voltarius's gift as we can,"
he said. Strom said the table would be perfect if they could manage to cut a couple of pieces off. They had no tools capable of cutting the thick table. Greca proved no tools were required. After dropping the fish, she'd caught nicely at Strom's feet. She looked up to Durin. He did his best to make gestures indicating what they needed. Stepping up, the dragon looked the table over and sniffed. Then she clamped down her powerful jaws and snapped off a section large enough to lean against what was sunken in the sand and form a workable smokehouse. Before the dragon completely disassembled the table, Durin stepped in.
"We need more wood to burn,"
Strom said. Walking down the beach, searching for more chairs or driftwood, they gathered what he could find. The dragons had begun to eat their catches, and Durin watched them as he searched. None of this could be happening to him, and he walked as if in a dream. With few more answers than when they had left Windhold, he moved back to where skilled hands deftly cleaned the fish brought back by the dragons. It wasn't nearly enough wood. Osborne joined him in the search, and they looked for a place where they might be able to climb up to wooded areas of the island, but the cliffs here were similar in height and steep grade.
"I have to admit, I never saw this coming,"
Durin said as they walked. Osborne smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
"The world once made sense,"
Osborne said wistfully,
"but that was before the return of Istra changed everything."
After weeks of anticipation, the Godfist came into view, and a sick feeling came over Durin. Did he really want to know the Draken's fate? He asked himself. Though he and his fellow dragon clan flew with the Drak, none considered themselves true Draken. No matter what he said, they were but passengers upon dragons belonging to others. Belonging was not the right word, but he knew no suitable way to describe the relationship between dragon and rider. Greca flew in close. Strom looked almost comfortable in the saddle, but not quite. The desire to get out of the saddle and stretch his legs was almost unbearable. Yet they were probably safest right where he was. There had been breaks in their flight that had allowed for time swimming when islands and sandbars weren't an option. Even accompanied by the dragons, Durin had feared swimming in such deep waters. More than once he'd regretted squandering the chance to loosen his sore muscles.
There was a time when I longed for my homeland, Strom said, but now I dread it.
His words reminded Durin of his own feelings. Trinda controlled Dragonhold, at least as far as he knew, and he'd never been very nice to her. Putting himself back under her control was something he wanted to avoid at almost all cost. The Draken were not an acceptable bargain, though, and he had to steel himself to the possibilities. He'd have answers soon, whether he liked them or not. The upper Pinnock Valley appeared to be completely deserted, and Durin was saddened by how short a time the settlements had survived. He didn't blame the people for retreating into Dragonhold rather than being exposed to enemy dragons. Still, it bothered him and left his homeland scarred and dead. The feeling persisted, and when they reached the plateau, they found it bathed in unnatural blue light. Instants later, Dragonhold came into view. Had he not been strapped in, Durin might have fallen from the saddle. Gasps of dismay burst from those around him, despite the well-known need for stealth.
By the gods,
Strom said, though he kept his voice low. Rising from within the land like giant dragon claws, symmetrical stone leviathans engulfed Dragonhold in their embrace. Power, embodied in sheets of blue flame, reached between the claws. The air sang with energy, and everyone could feel it. It was like a sunburn, but more intense, and coming from something on Godsland. Were Sinjin and the rest of the Draken in there? Had Trinda summoned them just to imprison them? Voltarius was keeping his distance from this dome-like structure, until a sudden change in direction sent them straight for it. Durin cried out, thinking Voltarius would send them plunging into the blue fire and to their certain deaths. A blast of hot air then warmed his back, and he turned to see a feral dragon closing in on them and more coming. There was no time to shout a warning to the others. Durin was too busy holding on and ducking beneath feral claws. Picking up speed, Voltarius narrowly evaded the closest feral and changed direction again only once they were almost upon the fiery barrier. Then he sent them climbing the almost vertical face. The feral's mass kept it moving forward, and it slammed into the barrier, passing through. For an instant, Durin dared to hope the barrier was but an illusion, but then lightning struck the feral from multiple directions, and the already dead dragon slammed into the cliff face before sliding down, taking out an expansive section of the wooden stair and fortifications around it. Breathing hard, Durin leaned forward in the stirrups and connected with Voltarius. The dragon provided subtle cues as to which direction he would turn next, giving him just enough time to anticipate it. This made evasive flying far less abusive on his body, and Durin would have shared the tip if he'd been able to speak. Ferals closed in from multiple directions, and flitting was the best way to describe Voltarius's evasive maneuvers. He'd seen birds do it, but being on the back of a flitting dragon was like being stuffed in a barrel and rolled down a hill. The other regals were also hard-pressed. Behind them, dragons screamed. A regal and feral dragon locked in a deadly dance. Though smaller, the regal dragon, Vartika, managed to bite down on a critical wing joint, sending both dragons and Jarell into a fatal dive. Durin couldn't watch. Voltarius bellowed, and the regals responded. The number of dragons roaring gave him heart, and he crouched over Voltarius's neck.
"We can do this," he said. "Together, we can do this."
The flight from the Godfist was far less harrowing than it could have been, though the anguish of leaving loved ones behind weighed heavily on them all. The feral dragons had chased them out to sea, but had then returned to guard Dragonhold. If the ferals were there, Alette was likely there as well. Given the choice, Durin would have to pick Trinda. She was completely unhinged, but at least she didn't have dragons. He wondered about that a moment. If Trinda had summoned all the dragons, did she have control over them? Only a fool would draw such dangerous creatures otherwise. Trinda was insane, but she was not stupid. He must assume she had some control over the dragons, which put her a step ahead of almost everyone else. The Draken had formed an alliance with the Regal Dragons, but who was actually in control of that relationship was a matter of some debate. Given the current circumstances, he knew which side of the argument he fell on. He would have chosen to circle back to the Argas Desert and regroup, but Valterius no longer responded to anything he did. It was as if Durin had ceased to exist in the dragon's world, and it infuriated him. Those who flew alongside him were no more at ease with the lack of control they had over their future. Not for the first time, he pondered the motivations of dragons. Endless waves passed beneath them with almost nothing to break the monotony. Occasional aquatic life or patches of seaweed were welcome sights, since they were something other than ubiquitous waves. Their supplies had long since dwindled, and no one had even the faintest idea of where they were going. Strom, Osborne, and Durin speculated about their destination, but the midday heat was better suited to silence. Sweat ran into Durin's eyes, and he wondered how much longer they would last. No land had been spotted since the Falcon Isles, and Durin feared the dragons would arrive at the Greatland with corpses on their backs. The only sources of fresh water were clouds and rainstorms, but those had been scarce. It was as if someone had driven all the clouds away. Another reason they had stopped talking about their destination was that there was nothing they could do about it. They had no control over where they were going, no way to help Sinjin and the Draken, even if they were alive, and no way to return to Windhold to assist those who remained. Had something on the horizon not attracted his attention, he might have screamed. There was something, though, and it grew more distinct by the moment.
"What is that?"
Durin asked out loud, his throat dry and sore. It took a moment for anyone to respond. Finally, Strom said, "That's perhaps the least inviting place I've ever seen." Jutting from deep water was a black stone tower. No windows, no gates, nothing to indicate the structure was habitable. Waves as tall as great oaks slammed into one side of the tower, leaving huge, swirling depressions in the seawater on the far side. Seabirds flocked around it, were the only life to be seen. Durin muttered the same phrase over and over as he squeezed his eyes shut and prayed.
"Fly right by, fly right by, fly right by."
The closer they came to the tower, the more ominous it appeared. Fear clawed at Durin. Having no control made the feeling far worse. He trusted Valterius, to a certain extent at least, and he didn't think the dragon would do anything to intentionally hurt him. At the same time, dragons were proving unfathomable and unreliable allies. No matter how wonderful the ability to fly, he wasn't certain he'd ever get back on a dragon once he found his way home. Engulfed within the tower's shadow, getting home was less and less likely.
"Why would the dragons bring us here? Wherever here is,"
Osborne said into the oppressive silence.
"They could have left us to die any number of places along the way. Flying out here to do it seems like a lot of effort."
The dragons appeared irritated by the discussion, but Durin didn't care. He was pretty unhappy with the dragons at that point.
"Whatever it is they plan to do, I hope they just get on with it and do it."
With that, Valterius climbed steeply. The other dragons followed. Though he was strapped in, Durin held on with everything he had. It was self-preservation. If a single strap failed, his grip might be the only thing holding him in place. Their ascent began to slow, and Valterius pumped his mighty wings before alighting atop the mighty stone tower, which stood as a grim monument to some long-lost civilization. No one in their time possessed the knowledge required to build such a massive structure in deep water so far from any shore. Well, that wasn't entirely true, but it frightened him to admit some people currently alive possessed sufficient power to do such things. Still, this place exuded a sense of ancient foreboding. Aetherion landed not far from Valterius. Greca soon followed. The other dragons circled overhead. Durin waited to see what Strom and Osborne would do. Valterius blocked his view and nudged him with his maw. Durin had absolutely no intention of removing his straps. He was comfortable right where he was. The dragon disagreed and nudged him again. Seeing Strom unbuckling, he said,
"Don't! They flew us all the way out here,"
Strom said.
"What else are we supposed to do? They must have brought us here for some reason." "I don't care what their reason is,"
Durin said.
"I'm not going in there. I'm not even convinced it's possible to get in there."
Strom might have said something more, but Valterius had Durin's full attention. Now biting at his straps, Aldrak might destroy the saddle completely if Durin did not dismount. Then he would never get home. Uttering words he'd thought he'd never use, he started undoing the straps. Valterius watched with an unreadable expression, and he couldn't help but stick his tongue out at the dragon, who snorted in response. All three had dismounted, dangerously close to the tower's edge in Durin's opinion. There wasn't so much as a railing to prevent a person from plunging into the depths, so far below. Valterius nudged him again, except this time pushing him toward the other side of the tower.
"If this isn't for a very good reason,"
Durin said to Valterius,
"I'll find you and haunt you."
The dragon had the courtesy to look the slightest bit abashed before leaping back into the skies and flying away. Much of St. John's childhood had been spent playing on the meeting chamber floor. It had been some time since the room had seen any use. On this day, Katrin had called a conference, and St. John felt more than a little strange sitting at the table as a participant. He felt like a pretender. His mother appeared fragile and weak without her power, and St. John wondered if the fifth magic weren't slowly killing her. Alette arrived a moment later, guided by Kenward. Few had been willing to tend to Alette's needs, but Kenward felt sorry for the girl. St. John could almost understand where Kenward was coming from, but seeing them together just felt wrong, and he couldn't shake it. Chase and Martic were also in attendance, along with Brother Vaughn, Wendell, Jensen, and Miss Maris.
"I've not had the opportunity to speak with all of you individually. I apologize,"
Katrin said. Even her voice sounded thin and weak.
"I know my disappearance was terribly difficult for all of you. I'm sorry about that. I cannot tell you everything, but I know that I did what I had to do." "You shone like Vestra when you arrived here," Alette said, surprising everyone. "And then you vented the excess energy. Why draw so much?"
The question caught everyone except Katrin off guard.
"I no longer draw energy. I cannot keep the energy out."
Alette covered her mouth in shock.
"You have a barrier or a doorway you must open to access the power, correct?"
"Yes," Alette said, her suspicion poorly masked.
"My barrier is gone,"
Katrin said, and more than one pair of eyes bulged.
"I have access to all the energy around me, all the time, whether I wish it or not. That is why I invited you here,"
Trinda said from the doorway, once again proving her talent for stealth. Again, Katrin did not appear surprised.
"While I appreciate your invitation, I had the situation quite in hand."
Trinda smiled a knowing smile. How much did she know, St. John wondered, and how long had she known it? She had access to information within Dragonhold no one else did, but he suspected it went further than that. A lot further.
"This place is a sanctuary for those who need refuge from the burden of Istra's power,"
Trinda said.
"I wasn't seeking refuge,"
Alette said, her eyes never leaving Trinda.
"You violated the peace we declared. We are at war. And that is why I invited you," Trinda said. The world is a safer place with the two of you within Dragonhold." "I don't remember being invited," Alette said, her voice smoldering. Trinda gave a slight bow of her head. "In the best way I knew how." Alette maintained her aggressive posture. "And what of you? Why lock yourself within your own prison?" "I have made this sacrifice for the good of my people," Trinda said, her face a mask of innocence. "I have done what needed doing. Tell me, how else would the world ever have been rid of you?" The anger building within St. John knew no rival. Trinda had drawn his mother and Alette here, imprisoned them, and now she was taunting them. Before he knew it, he was out of his chair and moving toward the child queen. "No!" his mother shouted, but his momentum carried him forward, and his anger drove his hand to her throat. Trinda's guards reacted just a moment too late, and he had the girl's delicate neck in his hands. He could crush the life out of her if he wished, but even after all she'd done, he didn't wish it. Lowering his lips to her ear, he whispered something only she heard, and that she alone would understand. Then he let go. Trinda's guards immediately pushed him back, and one drew a fully charged Herald Globe from his pocket. St. John's opportunity had passed, and Trinda once again had the advantage. "We're going to have to find a way to get along," Trinda said. "We're going to have a lot of time to spend with each other." "Thanks to you," Alette said. "You're safe now," Trinda said. Those words flummoxed Alette, and she said no more. "I'm sorry to have interrupted your meeting," Trinda continued. "I thought I might save you a bit of time. The fifth magic is irreversible. There's no sense planning your escape. None of us are leaving this place. Ever. You might as well get used to the idea. And while the people here once were loyal to some of you, they are no longer. Try to subvert them, and you might find my patience at its end." No one had to ask what power Trinda had over those within the hold. She held the Herald Globes, powerful weapons when overcharged, and she also had the staff and co. Those, St. John realized, were now the only sources of power within the hold. Somehow, he would have to find a way to get them back for his mother. The staff appeared to have been locked in stone during the activation of the fifth magic, and he wasn't even certain it could be removed. The dragon ore stones themselves pulsated with light, promising a fiery death to any who tried removing the serpent's eyes. "You may go anywhere in the hold, unless my guards say otherwise. Consider yourselves my guests," Trinda continued with a wicked smile. "I'll leave you to plot your escape."
Chapter 17. To soar above the land is to see it in a way the landbound can never understand. Onin, Master of the Old Guard. Sevalon the Thief moved through Dragonhold with casual detachment, as if only there to see the sights. Most ignored him. He was, after all, short in stature, and he'd spent a lifetime learning ways to keep people from looking at him. Being a good thief required far more than stealth and physical dexterity, though those were certainly important. A good thief knew planning was the key to success. Understanding the people and the culture and all the details of daily life could dramatically reduce the chances of being caught. Since most thieves are caught only once, that was a matter of utmost importance. Sevalon had kept his head on his neck for this long, and he hoped the trend would continue. Those who did watch Sevalon pass had been trained to look at everyone and everything, and retain pertinent details. Soldiers and guards. Even the off-duty guards and retired soldiers were easy to spot. There was a hardness about them that could come from only the difficult work they did, not to mention the way they held themselves and the way their eyes moved. Most people failed to see much of what was around them, but thieves, guards, and soldiers knew details saved lives. For Sevalon, the life saved was generally his own or perhaps his patron's, but the master thief had never before known the pride of using his skills to help people he truly cared for, people who had given him a second chance. Few things had been given to Sevalon in his life. Almost everything he possessed had been taken from someone else, which made any sort of kindness or generosity from others stand out. Kenward Trell had given him a second chance. Part of Sevalon wanted to distrust. It was the thief in him. Why would anyone be kind to someone as undesirable as he asked himself. Surely anyone looking out for his best interest did so for reasons of his own. The thoughts nearly made him stop what he was doing, but he continued, doing something he'd almost never done, believing in someone else. When he passed the guard hall, filled with observant men and women, he did not rush past, as his initial impulse urged him to do. Instead, Sevalon slowed and peered into the hall. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him, and he gave them a nod of acknowledgement. It was all that was needed to put these people at ease. He moved onward with a smile on his face. The entrance to the kitchens was flanked by a pair of sweating guards who didn't even look at Sevalon when he entered. The place was the heat of the hold, and was never silent or dormant. Those who toiled there tolerated the intense heat for the sake of the people they fed, but it was known to keep tempers at the ready. Miss Maris stood nearby, and Sevalon approached a young woman he'd never met. She wordlessly handed him a platter of potato and onion hash with a slab of whitefish over it. The smell made Sevalon's stomach grumble. Under the pretense of finding a place to eat his food, the thief moved deeper into the hold. As he approached the forge, a discordant ring became audible. Even the rhythm of the hammer blows was wrong. In Strom's absence, someone had had to assume the duties of smith, and it appeared the available talent was limited. Silence was all that emerged from the now dormant glassmithy, but beyond lay what had once been a storeroom, and was now the secondary entrance to the inner keep. Sevalon half expected to be stopped there, but the guards posted simply made certain he stayed away from the supplies still stored there, as well as the glowing runes recessed into the floor. Sevalon knew the purpose of some of those runes. Keeping them guarded was wise. These guards looked at him differently than those flanking the kitchens. These men watched over something dangerous and powerful, and it showed on their faces and in their eyes. Whereas the kitchen guards were posted more to maintain order and to prevent anyone from demanding more than their share of food. Detecting these differences was the entire purpose of this stroll through the halls. Sevalon did not need to sneak through the hold to discover where the things of real value were being kept. All he had to do was walk past the places where guards were posted and read their faces. His food was growing cold, and the thief soon found an open space where he could eat his meal and not be in anyone's way. Benches and other alcoves were spread throughout Dragonhold, and Sevalon seated himself at a nearby bench. Passers-by paid him no mind. He listened to their conversations as they walked, trying, as he always did, to piece together many small clues to get a better overall picture of the situation in general. The main thing Sevalon sensed from the people of Dragonhold was fear, followed closely by uncertainty. No one understood the exact nature of the barrier erected around the hold, and most of what Sevalon heard was speculation. Some conversations were far more telling than others. Despite all their training and experience, guards and soldiers were still people, and this day proved they didn't always know when to keep their mouths shut. Eating slowly, so as not to run out of food and be seen as eavesdropping, Sevalon blew on the already cold potatoes.
Need to double up on the guard around the entrances to the Queen's chambers, as well as those leading to the control room. Also, if you see anyone going to the Stone Forest, let them go, but report back to me immediately. Is that clear?
Keeping his eyes down and now playing with his food, which was nearly gone, Sevalon did his best to become invisible. In this regard, he was ill-prepared. When the captain of the guards finished speaking, he turned to leave, and that was when his eyes landed on Sevalon. A flash of concern crossed the man's visage, and the thief knew he was in trouble. Meeting the captain's eyes, he gave a respectful nod. For a brief moment, Sevalon thought the man might arrest or interrogate him, but then he returned Sevalon's nod and walked toward the kitchens. Knowing how men like the good captain tended to think, Sevalon did what he could to eliminate any remaining suspicion. Getting up, he followed the captain back to the kitchens to return his platter. The sound of Kenward's snores filled the very hall where Katrin had once found Emitri's fish. Not far from Katrin's quarters, these accommodations had been available and made sense on every level. Still, Sevalon hated them, no matter how much Kenward spoke of history. The place reminded him of a prison cell, something he'd spent his entire life trying to avoid. The time or two he'd spent in a cell had been brief and not for stealing. Sevalon did his best to shake off the feeling and decided not to count his many failings. On this night, he needed to focus on his strengths. A certain sense of invincibility was required to pull off something this dangerous. Doubts threatened his confidence even as he removed painted clothes from beneath his cot. At least this room had given him a place to hide the things he'd been gathering to make this possible. Memories also plagued him. Not so long ago, he'd been happy, with the wind in his face and nothing but clear skies around him. Flying aboard the Serpent had been the most enjoyable time of his entire life. Though he'd been under Trinda's employ, he'd become a part of Kenward's crew, and they were a rare breed. Never before had Sevalon known others possessing bravery and audacity to match his own. They made him proud. Up until this point in his life, finding a way out of the back alleys he'd grown up in had been among his greatest accomplishments. What he was about to attempt was perhaps the most daring act yet. If he did fail, he would know he'd never let fear stand in the way of helping those for whom he cared. In a way, he also knew he'd be forcing their hands. Trinda had made it comfortable for them here, and the motivation to find a way out was far less urgent than Sevalon desired. Perhaps another man would have let others decide his fate, or might even have enlisted help. But what Sevalon did best, he did alone. Still, Kenward's snores echoed in the hall. Sevalon was thankful for them as they covered any sounds he made changing into clothes he painted to match the mottled surface of the keep's inner walls. He wore no shoes, and instead painted his feet and face and hands. A cloth covered his hair and the back of his neck, and he tied knots at the bottom of his pant legs to make them tight and to keep them from moving. The halls were dark, but night vision was among Sevalon's strengths. The Child Queen had hidden the herald globes she hoarded, save on occasions when having them visible suited her needs. Sevalon had a good idea of where they might be, but herald globes were not what he sought. Their absence from the halls aided him greatly. Since the keep was now reliant on torches and oil lamps for light, most of those were extinguished during the night, leaving only occasional pools of light to expose him. It was not the initial part of this journey he feared, though even discovery by his allies would take some explaining. Nearing the great hall, Sevalon slowed. A single shadow crossed the pool of torchlight surrounding the entrance to the hall. The guard remained almost perfectly still, and Sevalon suspected he was sleeping, but patience was among his most trusty tools. He waited and watched. After a count of 100 breaths, Sevalon crept closer. He moved noiselessly, but it was probably unnecessary at that particular moment, since Jerregard's snoring drowned out all other sound. The dragons were on Sevalon's side. Each one taxed the hold supplies. Feeding them had been among the greatest challenges. No one knew how long the creatures could survive without food, which created a great sense of urgency. Kyrian had not helped his case when he disappeared into the God's Eye, since he could presumably survive off the fish the mighty underground lake had been stocked with. There was some debate as to where Katrin's dragon had gone. His disappearance caused a good deal of anxiety among his companions, but Katrin appeared unconcerned. And Sevalon, too, could tell exactly where the dragon had gone from an array of scratches on the stone walls of the hall leading to the God's Eye. Slipping past the sleeping guard, Sevalon looked over to where Onin slept. His tiara rested on the floor of the hall, and Onin's feet could be seen sticking out the sides. Somewhere in the hall was the feral queen, but Sevalon tried not to think about that. Moving perhaps more quickly than he would have under any other circumstances, the thief made his way toward the hall leading to the kitchens. This route was dangerous, well lit in some places, and in use during all hours of the day. Sevalon had considered taking the longer, less used route through the God's Eye, but there would be no hiding his passage on the barges, and the thought of swimming in that lake terrified him. Kyrian might mistake him for a fish. Few things in this world truly frightened Sevalon, but dragons did the job. He'd have conquered his fear had it been practical, but getting wet would only have ruined his camouflage. Using his mental image of the halls and all the places he'd seen where he might hide if the need arose, Sevalon moved quickly. Just before reaching the kitchens, his pulse quickened. Ducking into an alcove, the thief avoided a passing patrol. In the darkness behind the towering statue filling most of the alcove, Sevalon's bare feet were warmed and illuminated by the glowing rune beneath them. More than just a little disturbed, the master thief darted into the hall the instant the patrol moved beyond his immediate area. They could have looked back and seen him, but it was a risk worth taking. The sooner he moved, the less likely he'd encounter the next patrol. The smithies were silent, and Sevalon moved with ease. The supply room, however, boasted 2 guards. These men were neither sleeping nor inattentive. Sevalon suspected this was a short-watch duty station, where the guards were rotated every few hours, keeping fresh eyes on the ruins and the passers-by at all times. No matter what Trinda would have them think, she was tracking their every movement. Sevalon smiled. Almost every movement. Retrieving a pebble from his robe, Sevalon threw it to the far side of the storeroom, not far from the ruins. It made a small tick when it struck stone. Both guards looked in that direction. It was enough to get Sevalon into the room. This was the part of being a thief most couldn't stomach. Hiding in plain sight, he relied on the frailties of human perception. The brain sees what it wants to see, an illusionist once told him. Those words had changed his life. A lesser thief would have lost his nerve and bolted, but Sevalon stood not 2 paces from an alert guard. He slowed his breathing and employed his practiced skill of remaining almost perfectly still. Time passed sluggishly. Sevalon started to wonder if he'd been wrong about the short watches, but it must have been his impatience skewing his perception of time. Everything, he reminded himself, was a matter of perception and perspective. By the time a pair of young men came to relieve the current guards, Sevalon himself was having trouble keeping from falling asleep. The sight of the fresh guards brought him to immediate attention, and he did what he could to clear the fog from his mind. The man standing next to Sevalon saw the guards an instant after Sevalon did, and he stepped out to meet them.
"It's about time,"
he said.
"The Queen has us working in that special project,"
one of the approaching men said.
"Orders are to stand double watches. It would have been nice if someone told us,"
the guard still standing across from Sevalon said. He was staring directly at the thief, yet he did not see. Sevalon, not for the first or even the 100th time, thanked the amazing Kells for teaching him. Even knowing, Sevalon nearly bolted. The guard held a spear as tall as he was, and would have no problem skewering the thief were he to suddenly realize what he was looking at. After what seemed an eternity, the second guard, too, abandoned his post. For the briefest instant, the newcomer's view of the room was blocked by the guards leaving, which was all the time Sevalon needed. The lights had ruined his night vision, though, and he stubbed his toe on a protruding crate. Biting his lip, he moved quickly to the next hiding place he'd previously scouted.
"Did you hear something?"
one of the new guards asked, and Sevalon hurried, hoping no one noticed the trail of blood coming from his lacerated toe. Human nature once again played to his advantage.
"I didn't hear anything,"
the other guard said.
"Must have just been mice," the first said. "We need to bring a couple of cats up here from the meadow so they can catch 'em."
Sevalon heard no more from the two and did his best to staunch the bleeding. He was in trouble, and he knew it. Already he was behind schedule, and he had nearly been caught. The most dangerous part of this journey was yet to come. The ability to overcome such fears was what had made him such a good thief, and Sevalon moved down back halls and disused corridors. There were more of these than well-used corridors in this part of the keep. Dragonhold was capable of holding many times more people than it currently did. They still hadn't figured out quite how to grow enough food within the keep to feed so many. Using everything he could to his favor, Sevalon made up some time on his way to one of the most heavily guarded places in the hold, second only to the control room. When he reached the junction just before the hall leading to Trinda's chambers, Sevalon listened. Silence. Slowly he crept around the corner, and he could see the shadows of 2 guards dancing across the stone in the torchlight. Only a wispy drapery filled the doorway to the Queen's chambers, and the torches burned low, casting small pools of light. These guards looked nowhere near as alert as those who guarded the entrance to the inner hold. Again, human nature. Those within the inner hold assumed the more closely guarded tunnels leading in meant they were standing guard for appearances only. Guards who think they are in no danger tended to look more like these two young men. Despite their inattentiveness, neither was fully asleep, which was less than convenient. But Sevalon had come up with a solution long before getting to this point. Keep it simple, he reminded himself, and take advantage of human nature. He drew a second pebble from his pants pocket, and he tossed it down the hall past the guards. Both men heard it and looked. Sevalon moved as quickly as he could, the narrow halls now an advantage. With his hands pressed against one wall and his feet against the opposite wall, he suspended himself in the darkness above the guards. His arms and legs trembled by the time they had lapsed back into a collective stupor. Only one stirred when Sevalon grabbed the ledge above the doorway, swung himself down, and slipped inside the Child Queen's personal apartments. After landing silently, the curtain moving in his wake, Sevalon crouched down beside a footstool. The guard looked inside with no alarm on his face. Seeing nothing out of place, he looked back out at the empty hall. Having been unable to get this far in his scouting mission, Sevalon was now in unfamiliar territory, and he could only hope he knew what he was doing. Nightfall atop the Black Spike was perhaps the most frightening thing Durin had ever experienced. He thanked the gods Strom and Osborns were with him, or he might have gone insane. The place was creepy during the daytime, but at night it was terrifying. Heavy cloud cover left them in near-complete darkness, and Durin was afraid to move for fear of falling over the edge, despite knowing they had moved to the center of the structure before the darkness enveloped them. There was nothing here but black rock and salt water. Again, he asked himself why the dragons would leave them there if not for some purpose. Strom and Osborn had walked the edges of the structure, looking for some sign of an entrance, but they found none. When Osborn had lain down on his belly and slid himself over each of the sides, Strom holding his ankles, Durin had retreated farther away from the edge. The mood had worsened after their search came up empty. Knowing it could be his stimulated imagination, Durin thought he could feel the presence of others around him. Strom and Osborn had gone silent, and Durin presumed they were sleeping, yet the wind whispered to him. What was even more disturbing were the conflicting messages he was getting. Some of the communications seemed to invite him inside, yet there was another presence that just as emphatically wanted him to leave. At times the wind felt as if it were a hand pushing on his face and body, trying to push him over the edge and to his death. Another, more comforting presence joined him then, and visions of saltbark trees standing in calm blue waters gave him solace. He could hear waves crashing in the distance, and the song of seabirds was like the music of nature. Somewhere in this idyllic setting, sleep found Durin, and his own imagination took over. Soon he was soaring above the trees, as light as air. Chapter 18. Beware the vanquished, for they smolder like banked coals. Archmaster Bellegra. Though he'd prepared most of his life for protecting Katrin, Chase had thought the need passed, and it was, in fact, beyond his meager abilities. Now, though, Kat was here, in the hold, and without her power. Trinda had done a masterful job of taking Dragonhold and adding people loyal to her rather than to Katrin and Chase. There were many within the hold still loyal to them, but they were no longer the majority, and there were a great many armed guards in support of Trinda. The Child Queen was without her power also, but she retained the Herald Globes. How ironic, Chase thought. The very thing Katrin had worked so hard to create as a tool for peace was now being used as a weapon against her. Alette knew better than anyone the lethal impact of his cousin's invention. Though Katrin had created the globes as precious sources of light in her underground fortress, it had been Trinda who discovered the ability to flood them with energy and use them as weapons. Most of Alette's forces had fallen to the Herald Globes during the Jaga War. Remaining in the outer hold had been Chase's idea, and Katrin hadn't argued. Trinda's grip was firmer deeper in the hold, and there were tactical reasons as well. An awful feeling had been growing in his gut. Things were bad, but he knew they could be much worse. Slowly, people loyal to Katrin joined their numbers in the outer halls. Chase did what he could to conceal what was happening, but he knew it must be painfully obvious to those loyal to Trinda. Whatever he planned, he must keep in mind what she might be planning as well. What helped Chase the most at the moment, though, was having someone friendly in the God's Eye. Bradley had always been one of his better soldiers. He'd done any number of undesirable things in the name of service to his people. Chase trusted him. Being in charge of the barges in the God's Eye might not be the most glamorous position, but from a strategic standpoint, it was perfect. Though he'd had no particular destination, Chase found himself walking toward the God's Eye. When he arrived at the nearly still waters, he stayed back. There had been reports of demon attacks along the shoreline and on the barges. Fewer reports had come in the past few days, but Chase was given to caution. His home had become a very dangerous place. It had happened to him before. Old fears and anxieties rose within him, unbidden and unwilling to be suppressed, try as he might. With only 2 people aboard, a barge approached. One was tall, and the other was shorter. Traffic on the God's Eye was minimal, partly due to worries over the demons, but also because there were no goods or trade coming from outside the hold. Somehow Nat Derzinger and Katrin had foreseen this. It was something that pained Chase deeply to admit. Fundamentally, he'd been proven wrong. It shook the foundation of his beliefs and left him feeling far less certain of himself than he'd once been. The torches on the approaching barge cast wavering shadows, and the vessel was nearly to shore before Chase recognized the 2 men aboard. Sims pulled the barge to shore with a sour look on his face. Clearly, he didn't want to be there and resented anyone who asked him to venture out into the dark waters. In this case, Chase really couldn't blame him. With every trip, he risked his life, but that was the role of a soldier. Chase sighed. Not all people could share his philosophy. He reminded himself he could not expect the same level of commitment he had to this cause from anyone else. Doing so nearly guaranteed disappointment. This was one of the things Trinda had done masterfully. She'd left much as it had been, and slowly changed things that seemed insignificant in and of themselves. But when you added up all the subtle changes to the power structure, the girl had effectively divided the hold, which would make revolution far more difficult to achieve, and a much bloodier proposition. Chase didn't even want to think about civil war within Dragonhold. The other person on the barge was Sevalon the Thief. Chase felt the smallest bit bad for the fellow, whose identity Trinda had revealed. It must be difficult to be a thief when everyone knows your profession. Perhaps the man would take this as an opportunity to find some other way to apply his skills. The barge touched stone, and no one spoke. Sevalon stepped off the barge, and Chase immediately noticed the man was barefoot. His feet were filthy. They almost looked like... Chase swallowed hard and hoped his gut was wrong. Meeting Sim's eyes, Chase was not surprised when he turned away and pushed back off without saying a word. Sevalon smiled at Chase and tried to appear unconcerned by his presence. Chase wasn't so easily fooled. The thief had it tough now, indeed. "What happened to you?" Chase asked, pointing to the crude bandage on his foot. "I stubbed my toe," the thief said. "And where are you going now?" Chase asked, his years as chief of the guards asserting itself. "I need to speak with the herald." Chase hadn't been expecting that, and the statement raised his anxiety levels dramatically. "What have you done?" "I did the only thing I could do to help," Sevalon said. "I need to see the herald. Now." Chase escorted the thief to the viewing chamber where he knew Alette and Katrin were talking. It was a meeting they were not supposed to disturb, but something told him this would not wait, which was also the reason he'd decided to let Katrin interrogate the man instead of doing it himself. "Life has been unkind to you," Katrin was saying to Alette when Chase entered. She cast him a glance, conveying a sharp reprimand. He nodded, accepted it, and remained as he was. "What is it?" Katrin asked, her anger turning to exasperation. She knew Chase would not interrupt such a crucial meeting without a good reason.
I need to speak with you a moment, Chase said.
You may speak freely, Katrin said. I have no secrets from my allies.
Alette seemed as uncomfortable with that term as Chase was, but he knew his cousin. There would be no changing her mind now. Casting a glance at Sevalon, he gestured with his head for the man to enter. No matter how he felt about thieves, he would not repeat what Trinda had done. Sevalon entered the room slowly and knelt before Katrin.
Lady Katrin, I bring you a gift. With this, I also give my support to your cause.
With these words, Sevalon handed Katrin a small bundle. Chase was just starting to think the man had a good sense of self-preservation until he saw what it was he presented to Katrin. Her breath caught before she even opened it, and Alette could not take her eyes from the bundle. Slowly, the folds of coarse cloth fell away, and Ko was revealed, all glossy and slick, as if he'd been thoroughly soaked in Istra's light. Now it was Chase who lost his breath. This was perhaps the most precious gift anyone could have given Katrin, but it might also hasten the onset of the very war Chase feared. He didn't know how much energy the dragon ore carving held. Certainly it would not be enough to destroy the fifth magic. Alette was the first to speak.
It's so beautiful, she said. May I touch it?
The conflict on Katrin's face was brief, but then she said,
It contains a store of Istra's power. You may certainly touch it, but I would ask you not to draw from it. I fear it will be precious little given what we're about to face. Sevalon has given us a powerful gift, but it comes at a great price.
Sevalon looked as if he wanted to disappear.
What's done is done. The best we can do now is prepare for Trinda's response, which will likely be swift and lethal.
There is one other thing, Lady Katrin,
Sevalon said, pulling a torch from a nearby crevice.
Please, come.
Katrin did not appear entirely pleased, but she allowed Sevalon to lead her back into the hall. Alette followed closely, and Chase brought up the rear, on the alert for any signs of trouble. Already the hairs on his neck were standing, and he knew it was coming. Dragonhold currently felt the same way the giant mountain in the shallows had felt right before it exploded.
A wise man once taught me to observe everything in my surroundings,
Sevalon said after stopping at a nondescript section of hall.
That includes looking up.
The ceiling of the hall was high above them, but with the torch lofted, there was something there. It wasn't much, just a small hole in the otherwise ubiquitous stone. Sevalon handed the torch to Chase, and he held it higher. The additional light brought out previously hidden details. Instantly, Chase knew what he saw. A tunnel collapse mechanism. Sevalon had found part of the keep's ancient defenses. The only problem was, they didn't have the specially designed release rods needed to safely trigger the cave-in. This shortcoming became apparent to everyone, and the futility of the situation clear, when rows of guards entered the hallway from the Great Hall. This was the first time any of them had seen such military movements within the hold. Trinda knew she'd been robbed. Shouts from the God's Eye gave evidence of attacks from two sides, and Katrin stepped back from under the collapse mechanism. "Get back!" she said in a dangerous voice. Sevalon obeyed her command, but Chase and Alette remained. "Go!" she demanded, and even Chase feared her in that instant. Fire danced in her eyes. Kenward had come up behind them, and he took Alette by the arm. To Chase's surprise, she let him lead her back to the viewing chamber. Walking sideways, Chase retreated. Worry for Katrin was foremost on his mind, his own safety and that of the rest not far behind. The guards were nearing the cave-in mechanism, and Chase muttered under his breath, "If you're going to do something, you better go ahead and do it." Katrin may or may not have heard, but clearly she agreed. Holding up Ko, she pointed him at the release mechanism. Tinged with fire and lightning, a bolt of blackness leaped from the cat's open jaws. Roaring like an angry dragon, the intentionally weakened stone shuddered and cracked upon impact. Though it had looked as solid and permanent as the rest of the hold, the ancients had done their jobs well. Despite being triggered in far from the expected manner, the defense mechanism did what it had been designed to do. Before the eyes of the approaching guards, the hallway ceiling collapsed, completely blocking the hall with chunks of granite the size of yearling horses. Like the ancient barriers originally barring their entrance into the hold, this obstruction was considerable, but could be removed in time. The sand clock had been turned, and Chase knew the last grain would eventually slip away. Retreating from the cloud of dust and debris accompanying the cave-in, Katrin came with a grim look on her face. This was not at all how either of them had expected this day to go. When she shifted Ko in her hand, Chase saw chalky swirls left in the cat where Katrin's fingertips had been. The single burst of energy had already visibly drained the stone, and Chase's confidence waned. There would be no way to recharge the cat once it was drained, Chase knew, and if it could be drained so quickly, then it would soon cease to be useful. He would have to trust his cousin to be judicious in its use.
"Arm yourselves and gather round,"
Chase shouted as they neared the halls where most of their people waited. Afterward, he looked back to Katrin. She had stopped walking, her eyes looking glazed and distant. "The god's eye is well defended," Katrin said. "Post guards, but Kyrian says he'll keep any real danger from getting too close." Again, Katrin shifted Ko, and the cat's back was now cloudy.
"Now what do we do?"
Chase asked, to no one in particular. Katrin looked at him and shrugged. Both turned their eyes on Sevalon, who had the good sense to look guilty. Under the weight of their gazes, he said,
"I just wanted to help."
Along the shoreline of the God's Eye, Katrin and Alette stood, unworried over demon attacks since Kyrian had briefly shown himself before disappearing in deep, dark water. The barge carrying Trinda approached slowly. Only the Child Queen and a single guard were aboard. Chase knew it was possible to conceal more soldiers under and around the barge since he'd trained his soldiers in the tactics, but Kyrian's presence made that less worrisome. The fact that Trinda carried 2 overcharged herald globes, whose light was nearly blinding, was far more worrisome. Even as an effort of last hope, 2 herald globes could produce a devastating attack. No one on shore spoke as the barge glided to a stop before them. Chase wasn't certain what he'd been expecting, but it certainly hadn't been seeing tears dripping from Trinda's chin. Never had he seen such a mournful look on her face, and his emotions churned.
"My sisters,"
Trinda began, her voice quavering.
"I come in search of forgiveness. I have wronged us all in my ignorance, and I am sorry. I've also come because I need your help."
Her words were met with silence. Trinda possessed a knack for being unreadable and nearly impossible to predict. Chase couldn't imagine a more terrifying thing than someone as flighty as Trinda, with the powers she possessed. Perhaps from that aspect, what Trinda had done had been a good thing. If only she hadn't trapped the rest of them in Dragonhold with her. She claimed to have acted in Katrin's and Alette's best interests by protecting them from the ever-growing amounts of Istra's power flooding their world. What other escape could there be, Chase had wondered more than once. Katrin refused to talk about what had happened to her after her disappearance, and Chase was left to speculate. It was a cruel thing to do to a person, and he really didn't appreciate it, even if he knew she had her reasons. Sometimes it seemed like being angry at Katrin was a never-ending effort. Add Trinda to the recipe, and Chase thought he might scream.
"What is it you've done this time, sister?"
Alette asked. Trinda bowed her head in acceptance of the reprimand.
"I've made a terrible mistake."
This admission was met with silence charged with resentment.
"I learned long ago of the 5th magic. I was told it was a sanctuary shielded from Istra's power."
Thus far, Chase felt her argument was plausible, but he feared whatever this mistake was. To have reduced Trinda to what were to Chase fairly convincing tears and emotion, his fears conjured terrible visions.
"You've said as much,"
Alette interjected. Katrin remained silent, and Chase marveled at her control. Somehow saying nothing delivered a more scathing reproach than any words could convey.
"After the 5th magic was triggered, I knew something was wrong. It felt as if I was being sapped of life."
"It's an unpleasant sensation, isn't it?"
Alette remarked. Katryn's gaze was unyielding and was starting to intimidate Chase as well. She projected the energy of an angry mother so strongly, everyone present was cowed, with the notable exception of Alette, who looked ready to pull Trinda's head from her neck. I retreated to the archives and scoured the oldest sections with my most trusted assistants. This is what I found. In her hand was little more than a roll of aged vellum. The image it bore was faded and stained, but contained an unmistakable signature Chase had seen before on equally ancient documents. Most of those concerned abominations such as the statues of Terhillion and dark tomes of compulsion and greed. This image was different than the others, though. It showed Dragonhold as it was now, the stone claws enclosing the keep, though the drawing looked far simpler and cleaner than the real thing. On the vellum, trees grew around the energy field, and Chase had seen the devastation around the keep, even if tinted by translucent blue flame. What lay beneath was the last thing to draw Chase's eye. Seeing it first, Katryn drew a sharp breath, and Chase rushed to understand. There, at the bottom of the vellum, partly obscured by dark stains, were words Chase could mostly translate and understand, having studied alongside Katryn for years. Here waits my final revenge on those who embrace Istra's abominable light. Just below was the signature of Vaughn of the Elzics, a madman if ever there was one. The name made Chase's blood run cold. Already many thousands of people had died as a result of Vaughn's weapons, and knowing he designed this keep to target those with Istra's power drove Chase to his knees. It occurred to him then that Ko might contain the only usable energy in the entire hold, save the explosive force of the Herald Globes. The energy Katryn had expended in collapsing the hall and communicating with Kyrian had essentially been wasted. When he considered how much work it was going to take to clear the obstructed hall, Chase wanted to slam his head against the cold stone. I bring these as gifts and tokens of my sincerity, Trinda said, handing Katryn and Alette each one of the Herald Globes. You now have the power to kill me if you so choose. Alette appeared to be giving this option serious consideration. Chase was ready to run. He'd seen what overcharged globes did on impact, and he wanted to be well clear of the area if one was going to go off. He was no coward. A wise person knows when they are overmatched. Again, tense silence hung in the air, and no one seemed to know what to do next. Chase feared Alette would become frustrated and kill Trinda, but all of them turned and looked as ripples of water moved toward them, growing larger by the instant. Glistening in the light of the Herald Globes, Kyrian raised his head and nudged Katryn. In doing so, he also nudged Alette, who laughed. It was the first sign of happiness Chase had ever seen from the girl. Katryn, though, closed her eyes and laid her hands on Kyrian, communing with him. When she pulled her hands away, there were tears in her eyes. With a firm nod, she said, I know what must be done, and I like it not. Chase didn't like any of what was happening. Events were moving too quickly, and so much was based on the word of the least reliable person he knew. If not for the communication from Kyrian, Chase would have demanded they stop. He didn't completely trust the Regent Dragon either, but Katryn did, and he would have to accept that. Looking forlorn, Trinda gave the strong impression of a child made to wait her turn to play with a toy. Alette refused to leave Katryn's side and occupied the other stone chair. Finally, the viewing chamber was ready for what they believed to be proper use. Brother Vaughn and Chase had trained groups on the chant, and there was melodious power in the vibrations, even just as a bystander. Watching from the corner of the room and feeling sick, Chase prayed to any god who'd listen to keep anything from going wrong. No one knew if astral travel was possible from within the hold, and none could say if Katryn would even survive. Alette was bound to the same fate, since she insisted on doing as Katryn did. There was no guarantee Ko contained enough energy for her to complete the journey, and Katryn had tried to dissuade her. If anything complicated her travels, as had happened in the past, she might not make it back at all. Alette was beyond reasoning, though. and only when it looked as if she might throw down her herald globe in frustration had Katrin relented. What had Trinda been thinking, giving the Black Queen a herald globe? Then he had to admit, knowing what Trinda thought about anything was one of his life's greatest mysteries. There was no sound or anything other than the distant look in Katrin's eyes to indicate she was gone, and Chase's guts twisted. Alette, on the other hand, looked frantic. She, too, knew Katrin was gone, but it was clear she'd been unable to follow. Katrin once told me that hitting her head on the rock while staring out into the sky was how she first learned to astral travel, Chase said, unsure why he felt compelled to offer this advice. In the next instant, he wished he'd been a bit more specific. With a desperate look on her face, Alette gazed out of the portal and slammed her head back against the stone chair. Hard. Chase wasn't certain if she'd successfully left her body or knocked herself unconscious. Chapter 19. Few things match the power of imagination. Enli Mandone, Bard. Twin beams of consciousness burst from the viewing chamber in tandem, almost immediately piercing the blue fire encasing Dragonhold. There was no perceivable effect. Katrin soared free, her spirit rejoicing. Behind her extended a thread of gossamer leading back to her physical vessel, and she suspected a smile was forming on her now distant body. Mother Gwendolyn had introduced her to astral travel long ago, even if somewhat accidentally. Katrin took a moment to thank her. Brother Vaughn had been instrumental in determining what kind of stone the chairs needed to be made of, and where they could be sourced. Kenward had sacrificed 2 of his ships to transport these very stone chairs, and she would make certain it counted for something. Without her body, Katrin could not feel the sun or the wind, nor could she feel Istra's energy. Her only source was Ko, and she had to be mindful of the limited supply. She didn't know what would happen if they depleted the store of energy Ko held before they returned to their bodies, and she had no desire to find out. Another thing that worried her was the possibility of draining Ko of energy to the point of destroying her precious carving, just as she had destroyed Imitri's fish so long ago. She had no way to know how much energy she was drawing, or how much remained. Thus, all she could do was attempt to achieve what she must as quickly as humanly possible. Had Alette remained in her body within Dragonhold, it would have been better, Katrin thought, but she sensed the Black Queen's presence gaining on her. Consciously, Katrin slowed to allow the girl to catch up. Katrin had no inkling how much energy Alette was drawing from Ko, but the thread leading back to her body burned brightly. "We must conserve." Communicating with Alette in the way Prios had once done for her, Katrin felt physical pain at the thought of her beloved. That pain was foremost in her mind, when the chanting within Dragonhold seemed to find a new level of synchronicity, unlike anything Katrin had experienced before. Always before, the 2 disparate melodies had merged into one, but never before had Katrin realized her spirit was bound to one side of the melody. Alette's spirit was bound to the other. Even when Pelivor had once traveled at the same time as her, he'd been trying to save her, and they had never achieved synchronicity. Now, with Alette, it simply became unavoidable. Even the beams of energy trailing behind them had somehow become braided together, and were nearly indistinguishable from each other. Somehow the losses they had taken bonded them and brought them closer. Alette's pain became Katrin's pain. It suffocated her. Every moment that was seared into the Black Queen's psyche permeated Katrin's, and became almost as if it were her own experiences. She remembered being present, and had memories of all the senses. Smells in particular triggered intense memory and emotion. "You were so afraid." Alette's disembodied words rang in Katrin's consciousness. "You are so powerful, and yet you are so afraid." Guilt washed over Katrin at hearing the words because they were true. Never would she have believed she could become trapped within Dragonhold. She'd been so foolish as to think she was going to scold the Child Queen for summoning Kyrian. If only she'd known, she would have done things very differently. Now she had left the most dangerous things unguarded. She tried not to think about that since she knew Alette must be experiencing her memories as well. Both must have had the realization simultaneously, which wasn't by circumstance. Whatever one wanted to hide suddenly became the foremost thing in the other's mind. The very act of trying to conceal something exposed it. And now they knew they had to kill each other. They now knew the other's most closely guarded secrets, things far too dangerous for anyone else to know. Any sane person would want to distance her thoughts from someone now committed to killing her, but their energies had become inseparable. If only Katrin had known this would happen. Both resigned themselves to killing the other later. This wasn't the first time Katrin had left Chase, Brother Vaughn, and others waiting during her astral travels, but this time was different. Chase watched Ko in despair as the cat became streaked with milky swirls under the hands of Katrin and Alette. The cloud cat, Rastus, was curled up in Alette's lap, but watched everything that was taking place. Chase could almost see the energy streaming over their hands and out of the carving. He knew they both could die if they ran out of energy, and he also knew they might never hear his words of warning. Brother Vaughn and the others continued chanting, while Chase yelled at his cousin to come back, shouting that they were draining Ko far too quickly. Katrin had been gone for days during previous astral travels, and by the looks of Ko, they had hours at most. She'd told them she experienced time differently when traveling, and he worried his warnings would go unheard and unheeded. Resting in Alette's lap, the cloud cat continued to watch. Only the flow of energy told Chase that Alette also traveled, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing and feeling things others couldn't had always been Katrin's area of expertise. His level of anxiety increased tenfold when a voice spoke in his mind.
"We're coming."
Chase looked up to see Kenward watching him. The good captain was among the few people on standby to continue the chant. He and Chase had known each other for a long time, and the man must have read the look on his face, because he also went pale. "Get everyone out of the main hallway and into the side halls," Chase said. "Get those replacements reserved for the chant divided up and squeezed into the chant rooms." Under almost any other circumstances, Kenward would have balked at being given orders, or at least made a sarcastic comment, but he simply did as he was told. This unnerved Chase as much as anything else, at least until the roaring and rending of stone began. From the direction of the great hall came the sounds of an angry, feral dragon, muffled only by the very barrier Katrin had released. Chase didn't know how long it would take a dragon to remove the stone obstruction, but he was betting it wouldn't be long enough. Trinda might not approve of this new alliance, and Katrin and Alette were vulnerable. When he turned to look back out to the hall and saw a huge reptilian eye watching from the doorway, Chase nearly fainted. When the eye moved away and a giant claw reached into the room, all Chase could do was back away from the opening. Never in his life had he felt so helpless and trapped. The claw landed gently on Katrin's chest, and Chase held his breath, having no idea what would happen next. In the hallway rang the echoes of a feral dragon trying to claw its way to them. Finding consensus with someone who wants to kill you is a difficult thing, but it was something Katrin and Alette had to achieve if they were to survive. For some time they had simply struggled against one another, neither willing to allow the other to have control, and thus they were no closer to Katrin's goal, no closer to achieving the mission Kyrian had sent them on. Katrin still had second thoughts about putting those she cared about in such danger, including her son's closest friend, but she had no other plan. At that moment, Alette was proving just how strong-willed she was. Her father had raised a determined and capable soul. The thought came partly from Alette, and partly from Katrin's shared memory of her upbringing. It was among the most bizarre experiences of Katrin's life. Mired in stalemate, the two powerful entities struggled against one another to nullifying effect. They continued to go nowhere. Katrin tried everything she could to persuade Alette, but the girl knew as much about Katrin as she did of Alette. The Black Queen knew what Katrin wanted, and, at the moment, seemed diametrically opposed to it. If they continued as they were, they would simply burn each other out, and the world would be left to fend for itself. Simultaneously, both committed themselves to that act. At least then, neither of them would return to the world armed with the most dangerous knowledge possible. Katrin knew this wasn't the right answer. The people would not be able to protect themselves from what had already been set into motion. The Godfist itself could be destroyed. And what of Kyrian? His presence suddenly flooded into Katrin's consciousness. She drew strength from her closest friend and companion. He was there with her then, and the tide turned. Alette was not cowed, but she could no longer hold them in stasis. Applying her will, Katrin's spirit merged with Kyrian's, his bright light adding to the texture and beauty of their interwoven souls. Alette's sense of wonder was palpable, and her resistance lessened. Across the waves their spirits soared, and Kyrian helped Katrin find their way. She had become disoriented, and only her dragon's ability to know where he was, no matter the circumstances, kept them on the correct trajectory. The black spike finally came into view. Engulfed in darkness, it looked as if the storm clouds had gathered there to torture the ancient stone structure jutting from the deepest and most solitary waters on Godsland. The black spike should not exist, yet it did. Katrin had lived in this strange place, and she still had no idea how it had been constructed, although she had serious suspicions about exactly who had built this improbable structure. No one could enter this mighty fortress in the way Katrin and Kyrian did, since it required such a tremendous amount of power, along with the knowledge of where the entrance was. It didn't help Katrin's anxiety when she heard Alette's thoughts. Now there were two people powerful enough to enter the black spike. Katrin also knew there was no hiding what she was about to do, and Alette would know even more of the secrets surrounding this most mysterious and dangerous of places. Having slept within, Katrin knew dark powers waited in the depths, even if she didn't know the exact form they took. Still, she directed their energies to the top of the mighty fortress, and did the very thing her spirit urged her not to do. Sleep had come in fits, dreams melding with reality to create a waking nightmare. Darkness enshrouded the black spike, which seemed to be a magnet for storm clouds. Durin didn't know if the structure created the storms or attracted them, but it was clearly unnatural and made his skin crawl. Strom and Osborne did their best to remain positive and optimistic, but Durin despaired. Here was only darkness, and his spirit could no longer find the light. The blackness crept into him, seeping into his bones from the cold obsidian stone. It was as if the keep itself were drawing the life from him. In many ways, it didn't really matter. A quick death would be preferable to a slow one, and Durin once again considered throwing himself from the heights and ending it all. Something deep within him, though, knew these thoughts were not his own. It was as if the keep were defending itself by fostering these ideas. There didn't seem to be all that great a need to defend against Durin and his companions, since they were stuck on top of this boiling pile of rocks, with no way to go anywhere else. Durin wasn't certain what he'd done to offend the gods, but it was clear he'd done so. To add insult, the wind cast sand into his eyes. Holding up his arm, Durin was suddenly buffeted by powerful winds, which threatened to send him toppling over the edge, even if he didn't go willingly. Burying his head in his arms, Durin hoped to wait out the winds, but they were insistent and pushed on him relentlessly, somehow finding a way to blow sand into his shielded eyes. There was no shelter atop this abomination, and he stood. Moving with the wind afforded him at least a small amount of relief. To his surprise, the buffeting air became more gentle as he went, as if caressing rather than assaulting him. Not wanting to go any closer to the edge, he slowed and stopped. The gusts grew suddenly fierce, propelling him forward. Part of him feared the wind was trying to get him into a better position from which to hurl him to his death. But there was something else there, something familiar, and Durin allowed himself to be pushed. Once again, as he moved in the direction the wind blew, it lessened, but did not go away. When he was only a few paces from the edge of the structure, Durin began to resist. The air became calm. The darkness drew closer as the storm clouds brooded above. Subtle at first, but growing stronger and brighter, a faint orange glow outlined rocks not far from the edge. Strom and Osborne must have been watching Durin, and they saw it as well, both coming to stand by Durin's side. No one spoke. There was no need. As a team, they cleared away the rocks from atop the glow, finding a chamber within. Sitting within an alcove carved into a stone taller than Durin, sat a wonder. A statuette of amber in the shape of a woman emitted a ruddy glow. With a sudden gust of wind, the glow brightened. In the floor of the chamber was an ancient hatchway made of wood and metal, which somehow retained its luster after withstanding the elements. Strom spent a few moments examining the metal before shaking his head. Applying his muscles, the smith opened the hatch. Durin, Strom, and Osborne silently descended into darkness. Book 8. Dragonhold. Chapter 1. There will never be another you. We must cherish the one we have. Brother Vaughn, Cathurin monk. There were no more secrets. Intertwined souls raced along woven gossamer threads leading back to their bodies. In synchronicity, Katrin Volker and Alette Kilbore moved through combined will. Fear and exhilaration flooded the irrepressible bond between them. With time passed the duality. Merging into a single energetic force, threaded together like a glittering tapestry, they soared. The journey back to the Godfist was not an easy one. The wavering cord of energy guiding them danced and grew difficult to follow. Panic and fear permeated the energy Brother Vaughn and those guarding their bodies sent. It was an experience Katrin found familiar. Astral travel was by its very nature a dangerous endeavor. Part of her hoped never to leave her body again, but first she had to survive long enough to make it back. The world moved beneath them at a speed of its own choosing. Long before the Godfist came into view, fatigue whittled away at her resolve. Ripples of anxiety washed between the nearly ubiquitous souls of Alette and Katrin, threatening to overwhelm them both. Each drew strength from the other, and the bond grew. Engulfed within towering plasma walls that shimmered before them, Dragonhold was visible from a great distance and promised a price for entry. Though they approached in a form other than physical, the luminous shield reached out with bluish-green fire, burning and biting deep. Striking the shield was like being slapped, then doused with frigid water. Once within, there was no relief. Perhaps they should have seen it coming, but neither was prepared for their intertwined souls to suddenly and violently separate. Just before the ropey light beam reached Dragonhold's stone walls, the woven tendrils were torn apart, each entering the hold through one of the two holes leading back to their bodies. Slamming back into their physical form with percussive force, Katrin screamed. Numb fingers relaxed, and Ko fell onto a pillow someone had placed there. Before anyone else could move, Brother Vaughn reached down and grabbed the cat figurine. It was chalky white, and looked as if it might crumble within his grip. Katrin wanted to warn him of the danger Alette posed, to take her precious Ko back from him, but her body would not respond. At least the screaming had subsided. In its place came a cloud cat's warning growls and the sound of dragons in the hall. Angry, determined dragons. "You are safe," Kyrian said in Katrin's mind, which made her head hurt. Looking to her right made it worse. Alette Kilbore sat, still recovering from her first experience with astral travel. It would take her longer to recover than Katrin would require. This might be her only chance to kill the Black Queen, and Katrin reached for the blade at her belt. Her fingers refused to grip the handle firmly, and the blade danced, breaking free, her hand trembling. Brother Vaughn gasped, and the cloud cat Rastus flattened his ears. Then Katrin's eyes met Alette's. Between them passed understanding. Katrin's will was shattered. This girl had a noble, if broken, heart. Alette could not be blamed for what had occurred. Other forces were at play, threats far more dangerous than Alette. Newfound knowledge, acquired while melding with the other woman, gave reason for fear. The Black Queen stirred and Katrin flinched. Brother Vaughn snatched the knife from the pillow. Katrin barely noticed. Her eyes were locked with Alette's. "Can we kill each other later?" the Black Queen asked.
My head hurts. Deep rumbles from the hall moved closer. The Feral Queen would tear down the hold to get to Alette. In the hall between the viewing chamber and the God's Eye waited Kyrian, equally determined. At either woman's command, the wrath of dragons could be unleashed. The thought made Katrin shiver. Kyrian's mind was his own, and he would do anything to protect her. She was all he had left. Brother Vaughn brought them both cool water and steaming broth. Alette waved them off, but Katrin knew better. Sipping it, she refreshed herself. Though Katrin's memories and knowledge might not be foremost in Alette's mind, the Black Queen soon reconsidered and accepted what the monk offered. St. John reached his mother's side. "Are you well?" he asked. At her nod, he continued, "What did you learn? Where have the regal dragons gone?" After 2 more sips of water, Katrin cleared her throat. "Durin and the Draken are well. For now." Part of her wanted to guard her words. Adapting to this new situation proved difficult. Alette knew everything she knew. Secrets would remain hidden at Alette's discretion. The lack of control twisted Katrin's guts. "I sent them into the Black Spike." St. John gaped in return. "We sent them," Alette said. Katrin didn't argue the point. "Strom, Osborne, and Durin are on a quest to find a way to destroy me and Trinda and the Fifth Magic." Alette finished for Katrin, no humor in her words. Katrin nodded the admission. St. John and Brother Vaughn exchanged confused glances. It would seem simultaneous astral travel from this viewing chamber creates an experience very different from traveling alone. "In what way?" Brother Vaughn asked before Katrin could continue. "Our souls became entwined," Alette said. "The Herald knows my every secret." "And the Black Queen mine," Katrin said. After a dangerous silence, Alette smiled. "We'll eventually have to kill each other, but now is not the time. As I mentioned before, my head hurts. Do you have any humerus root?" All the while, Rastus watched Katrin with distrust. Seeing the Cloud Cat through Alette's eyes and experiences, she smiled. Confused, the cat whined and backed away. "Perhaps we should get you back to your quarters," St. John said, his eyes never leaving Alette, save once to glance at the doorway. The Feral Queen's roar, no longer dampened, echoed loudly. The time the defensive blockage had afforded them was alarmingly brief. "Where's Trinda?" Katrin asked. "We need to kill her too," Alette said. St. John looked at Brother Vaughn before answering. "She left." Katrin simply nodded. Alette made an unflattering sound. "Alette can have the upper keep and the God's Eye," Katrin said. "I wish to move deeper into the hold." The Black Queen's eyes narrowed. "Will your dragon let us pass?" St. John asked Alette. "No," Alette said, her face expressionless. "Go to the God's Eye, or surely you will die." Katrin nodded. With St. John's aid, she stood more quickly than she should have, and her head swam. Alette wore a shrewd smile. The Cloud Cat tried to curl up in her lap, but spilled over on all sides. "Do you accept these terms?" Katrin asked before St. John could lead her away. "I do," Alette said with a playful glint in her eye. "For now our goals are the same. When that ceases to be the case—" The Black Queen shrugged and showed a sad but knowing smile. "There's always a way to find peace," Brother Vaughn said. The words sounded hollow and generated no response. "Let's go," St. John said, pulling on Katrin's arm. This time she let him lead her back into the hall. Brother Vaughn preceded them, co in hand, and Katrin watched his every step, worried he would trip and let the carving fall to the stone while in its most fragile state. Trusting others with her fate was not something Katrin was comfortable with. "May I have Co?" Katrin asked Brother Vaughn, though it did not come out as a question. The Cathuran monk nodded and handed the carving to Katrin with great care, making her feel guilty for doubting him. Still, she felt better having Ko back in her hands. Once it was in her pocket, she caressed the stone, trying to give it back energy, as it had done for her so many times. She'd half expected Alette to make a grab for the dragon ore carving, but it would have been a hollow prize. With no more energy coming into the hold to charge the stone, it could forever remain fragile and inert. Katrin pushed that vision from her mind. The herald globe in Brother Vaughn's hand stood as a constant reminder. It, too, would soon cease to shine. Trinda had overcharged it, making it a viable weapon, but over time the light dimmed. When used as a weapon, the energy served to protect the glass. When the globe contained less of a charge, Katrin had her doubts regarding its durability. Having no way to tell just when delicate glass became a deadly weapon, she watched Brother Vaughn walk, hoping he wouldn't stumble and fall. Deep growls changed the air pressure in the hall and made Katrin's ears hurt. The group moved toward the God's Eye at a brisk pace. Kyrian filled much of the hall ahead and walked toward the water. Having a feral dragon at her back raised Katrin's hackles. The realization of her own powerlessness set in. Ko had been drained. Still, Katrin fingered the statuette, and she wondered if the surface wasn't just the slightest bit smoother than it had been. Ahead, Kyrian slipped into the God's Eye as silently as a dragon of his size could, and only when Katrin had walked onto his back did she feel safe. She'd grown so accustomed to limitless power that its absence made her feel weak and vulnerable. Alette felt the same, and Trinda likely did as well. The Child Queen had no one to blame but herself, yet Katrin still managed to feel compassion. Her hands trembled. No barges moved within the God's Eye. Those who wanted to join Katrin would need to walk onto a dragon's back. It wasn't something a person did without considering alternatives. Even Sinjin hesitated. "You've been invited," Katrin said. "Come." With cautious steps, Brother Vaughn, Sinjin, Kendra, Kenward, Sevalon, and the others climbed atop Kyrian's back. Unlike the barges, the dragon's mass did not shift with their movements, and somehow he managed to swim while keeping the section of his back on which they stood perfectly still. To the observer, it must have appeared to have been magic. Eyes in the darkness watched, and Katrin wondered once again what game the Child Queen played. "Why did Trinda leave the viewing chambers?" she asked as they glided toward the enormous cavern's far wall. "Don't know," Brother Vaughn said. Kendra explained, "We were too busy chanting and taking turns screaming at you to tell you Ko was almost depleted." "And that you were going to die," Sinjin nodded emphatically. Katrin shook her head. "Astral travel is not for the delicate."
"Do you share Alette's memories?"
Kenward asked after a long silence.
"I mean, do you know what happened to her?"
Meeting her friend's eyes, Katrin nodded. Durin took a tentative step. Each one was more difficult than the last. Every bit of his experience told him to get out of this unnatural place. Strom and Osborne continuing onward kept him from fleeing. The steep entry stair ended at a landing that opened into the creepiest place Durin had ever seen. Outside light streamed in through myriad openings in the rock walls. The result was a crisscrossing pattern of light that left much of the chamber floor in darkness. Enough was visible to see writing carved into the stone. Osborne knelt with the amber figurine they had found atop the black spike and chased back the shadows with its light. The floor was a marvel consisting of perfectly flat tiles melded together along sometimes jagged, haphazard lines. Despite the irregular shapes, there was a distinct beauty to the formations. Even more remarkable was the writing covering every stone. It was as if someone had written a massive epic using a chisel. The runes were foreign, but their elegant form and embellishments made it clear it was as much art as writing. Nearby stones, adorned with sentences carved in a spiral pattern, further bore this out. Near the center of the room waited a circular depression. Strom stepped closer, Osborne and Durin moving with him,
not wanting to be left in even partial darkness. As they approached a stairway, the writings on the tiles took more sinister forms. Doran had to credit the author for conveying threats, even though Doran didn't understand the words themselves. Runes laid out in the form of fierce creatures grew more and more frequent until they reached the stair. There, runes formed images of dragons surrounding a portal into darkness, portraying more varieties of winged serpent than were known to exist.
"Not the most inviting place,"
Osborne said. Strom shook his head.
"I don't want to go in there,"
Doran admitted.
"Neither do we,"
Strom said.
"but the dragons don't appear to be coming back for us. And short of climbing down the outside of this thing and swimming home, we don't have much choice. I know one thing, though. When I get back to my forge, I'm going to make a pair of steel-shod gloves." "What for?"
Osborne asked.
"Because I don't want to punch a dragon with my bare fists."
With that statement, Strom took a deep breath and the first step. Circular, steep, and tight, the stair was daunting. No railings provided safety, and there was nothing to indicate how deep the winding steps went. Given the black spike's height, no one expected a short climb. Not knowing the exact nature of the amber figurine, they had no idea how long it would continue to emit light, making the descent even more nerve-wracking. Never had Doran felt so helpless and doomed.
"And I thought carrying buckets of dirty water was bad."
Shaking his head, Strom continued downward and almost immediately stumbled. Feeling guilty for distracting the smith, Doran cursed himself, but then a grinding sound made him look back. Cold stone closed over the entrance, blotting out the remaining natural light. They were trapped. Or perhaps entombed would be more accurate, Doran thought. Drawing deep breaths, Strom and Osborne looked at each other. Doran was afraid to speak. He hoped they would say something to make death less certain. No words came. Continuing into the darkness had been folly before, but now it appeared closer to inescapable madness. Under the shadow of fate and the weight of black stone, they continued. The lower they climbed, the clearer the danger became. No landings emerged from the darkness. The narrow stair spiraled into the depths as if endless. Protruding from the outer wall, it was all that kept them from being swallowed. Vertigo threatened Doran's sanity, and he clung to the outside wall. Neatly mated stones didn't provide much grip, but it comforted Doran at least in some small measure.
"I need to rest my knee,"
Strom announced without warning. Doran empathized. His feet felt as if he'd been dropping rocks on them. Sitting next to Osborne, they pressed themselves against the stone as far from the gaping chasm as possible.
"We don't even know what we've been sent after,"
Strom said.
"How are we supposed to know what to do?" "Look on the sunny side,"
Osborne said.
"So far the choices have been few, so chances are we're still on the right track."
The statement failed to make Doran feel any better.
"I wish we had more light,"
Strom said, an absent-minded note in his voice. Doran jumped when the figurine glowed more brightly in response to Strom's wish. Shielding his eyes against the blinding light, Doran caught a dizzying glimpse of what lay below. Morbid fascination drew him closer to the edge. They were but a fraction of the way down based on what he could see. The dreaded chasm continued into the darkness for no one knew how far.
"Not that much,"
Strom whispered. Gradually the light dimmed. None of them spoke for some time.
"I don't know what just happened there,"
he finally said.
"You've talents, my friend,"
Osborne said. Strom made no response.
"You don't have to want gifts to receive them. If Katrin taught me anything, she taught me that."
"Thanks," Strom said. The light shone just a bit brighter. Osborne looked thoughtful.
"Keeping the light only as bright as we need it is probably a good idea. I'll do my best to manage it,"
Strom half mumbled, seemingly embarrassed by Istra's touch.
"I'm glad you're here, Strom,"
Doran said, hoping to bolster the man's purpose, if not his confidence. Deeper they moved into the black spike.
Why concede the upper hold to Alette? Brother Vaughn asked Katrin as they walked deeper into the hold. Kyrian couldn't fit through some of the more narrow halls and stayed back to guard the entrance to the God's Eye. For a time, they wouldn't have to worry about attacks from behind. The truces were tenuous at best, and St. John did what he could to keep up with the rest. Chase moved to the fore and forced Katrin to stop. "What is it we're after?" he asked. "I know you have reasons for keeping secrets, but it would be nice to at least understand our goal." "I don't mean to hide things from you," Katrin said. "I want to find Trinda's library and read the passages that caused her to initiate this nightmare." "And if we run into her and her guards?" "We do our best to get what we want peacefully. If that fails—" Katrin shrugged. Chase nodded. He and Morif were the only trained soldiers among the group. The rest were poorly armed and wouldn't be much help in a fight. Katrin, though deprived of her power, was still at least a capable fighter. St. John shared only some of her prowess. Though not all of them were handy in a fight, some within their group possessed other useful skills. When they reached the first junction, Katrin faltered. Sevlon stepped up to her side and met her eyes. Without saying a word, he looked to the left and nodded. St. John wasn't certain his mother would take directions from a known thief, but she surprised him by wordlessly turning left. At several more junctions, Katrin allowed Sevlon to guide the way. St. John was beginning to suspect they were hopelessly lost, but then they came upon a hall flanked by guards. Katrin stepped in front of the thief and approached those posted. With or without her powers, the Herald of Istra knew how to intimidate with nothing more than a walk. She approached the guards with her head held high and steel in her eyes. Stopping before them, she let the silence hang until it became uncomfortable. Just as one of the guards was about to speak, Katrin cut him short. "I wish to see Trinda Hollis." "She's not present," one of the men managed before Katrin silenced him with a stare. Chase walked up beside her. "Brennan, Merrick," he said, nodding to the men as he did. Both guards just stared at him. Chase pointed to each and silently counted. Then he counted those around him. He shrugged, smiled, and turned back to the younger men. Morif cast the guards a one-eyed grin. St. John knew just how disconcerting that could be. "She ain't here, sir," Merrick said. "Then take us to her," Morif growled, looking as if his patience were nearly exhausted. "Don't know where she is, sir." "Then go find out," Morif said. Merrick looked at Brennan, an apology in his eyes. Brennan just shook his head. "She'll have your hide for leaving your post." "I knew this time would come," Merrick said, his head hung. Then he met Brennan's eyes. "I stand with Katrin." Knowing there were still loyal folks within the hold renewed St. John's faith. Seeing Merk rush deeper into the hold made him question the truth of that loyalty, which made him feel ashamed. He did his best to trust Merk and the rest of his people. He dared to hope. It was always a risk, since every time hopes were dashed, they were even more difficult to rebuild. "What are you guarding there, Brennan?" Morif asked, taking a step forward. Chase matched his stride. To his credit, Brennan stepped in front of the men and used his spear to bar their path. "Bend your knees," Morif told him. Brennan did as he was told, his face flushing. St. John guessed he'd heard it before during drills. "Keep your eyes on my hips, remember?" Morif said, a gleam in his eye. "I might try to fake you out with my head and arm movements." Brennan took a step back, a wild look in his eyes. He knew he was more than overmatched. St. John watched the debate unfold in Brennan's mind. He might be able to take down one or two of them with his spear. He seemed to be considering dropping the spear and drawing his sword. Morif and Chase both put their hands on hilts, and Brennan swallowed. "It's a library," he said, laying his spear on the stone. He did clear his sword from the scabbard, but only to place it next to the spear. After collecting the weapons, Chase pushed Brennan into the library. What waited was beyond anything St. John had ever heard of.
He'd seen extensive collections, but this place was like a city of books, scrolls, and stack after stack of parchments and tablets. The library consisted of multiple levels, with each getting larger the higher they went. Walkways lined each level, giving access to the multitude of racks and shelves. There were more words here than anyone could read in a lifetime. Overwhelmed, St. John knew the answers they needed must lie within the pages found here, but he also knew it might take a lifetime to find them. Given the current circumstances, time was not a luxury they possessed. No one knew exactly how long it would take the fifth magic to fully charge and activate, and they had to assume it could happen at any time. Such realizations made solace impossible to find. The pressure was constant and relentless. Chase seemed more interested in some of the other items within the room, whereas Katrin and Brother Vaughn were drawn to the books. Chase caressed the handle of a tall, edged weapon that gleamed when the layer of dust was cleared. Multiple metals had been used to fashion a weapon that was strong and functional, but also a work of art. St. John worried they would waste too much time sifting through all the information they didn't currently need to find what they so desperately sought. It would be so easy for all of them to become lost in the revelations such a place could provide, but his worries were cut short when a breathless Merrick returned. "The lady would like to see you," he gasped. Chapter 2. Determination is the fire within. Burn brightly. Barabbas the Druid. While trying to memorize the path they followed, so he could find his way back to the library, St. John allowed Kendra to pull him to the back of the group. "I don't like this," she whispered. "I stopped liking this situation the moment we arrived," St. John responded. "There's got to be a way out." "I agree," St. John said. "That's what my mom's trying to find out. We just need to help her. She's vulnerable in here. Seems like she's vulnerable everywhere now, but in here at least, she's not a threat to the whole world." "What are you saying?" St. John asked, soon regretting the edge in his voice. "I'm just saying your mom was clearly overwhelmed by the energy of Istra's direct light. You remember that part, right?" Grudgingly, St. John nodded. "We need someone on the outside. How did Brother Vaughn escape the hold? And what about the portal to the mountaintop? Surely there's some way to get out of here." It took a while for St. John to respond. His wife was a practical woman, and she made a solid point, but St. John didn't want more blood on his hands. They'd seen what happened to a dragon when flying through the barrier, and he had no reason to expect a kinder fate for anyone else who tried. "There's no guarantee a person could escape the keep with their lives. Staying within Dragonhold is almost certainly a death sentence." St. John made no response. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again after more thought. Kendra glared at him, but neither got the chance to continue the conversation since they had reached their apparent destination, Trinda's apartments. St. John wasn't the only one uncomfortable about entering. Sevillon looked as if doing so might violate some kind of personal rule. "Milady," Merk said, preceding them to the Child Queen's presence and gesturing for them to follow. Katrin strode into the room as if she owned it. Some would argue she still did, but Trinda paid her no mind. The diminutive Child Queen's form hunched on deep carpeting, amid a storm of parchments, scrolls, tapestries, and even pottery. Each piece had a story to tell, but amid such disarray, Katrin couldn't imagine finding any useful information. Finally, Trinda looked up and said, "You're back." Katrin stared in response. "Yes, right," Trinda said. "And the Black Queen holds the outer hold?" "You don't need me to tell you that," Katrin snapped. "No," Trinda admitted, "but it's nice to get a first-hand account of events. It helps me to make certain I haven't been lied to." Merk flushed. "Alette holds the Great Hall," Katrin said. Trinda smirked. "Nice of you to confirm that." "Enough of this," Katrin said, stepping on ancient parchments to reach Trinda. The Child Queen gasped and squealed, but could not scurry away from Katrin's wrath. The Herald of Istra might be without the powers the goddess granted her, but she was not without the internal fortitude her father and Benjen had helped her to build. Tell me what you know. How do we stop this thing? You're standing on part of the answer. Please do not turn your heel. Show me, Katrin said. Sinjin wondered at the truth of Trinda's words. So much of what she had shown him in the past was false. He couldn't help but feel he was being told a series of well-crafted lies. His mother looked no more convinced. Vaughn of the Elzics detested the use of Istra's power, Trinda reminded them, quite unnecessarily, which made Katrin grind her teeth. It was a warning sign Sinjin recognized, but of which Trinda was oblivious. He built the fifth magic as a way to create a place to isolate what he considered an abomination. We know that part, Katrin said. It was later, when he was stricken with madness, that Vaughn redesigned the keep to serve as a prison, trap, and eventual extermination device. He planned to hold peace talks within the hold, and then spring his trap. Vaughn died before his work was completed, based on what I recently learned, but someone carried on his work and completed the construction. Have you learned anything that might actually be useful, or are you just in it for the history lesson? Trinda sighed. Patience has never been your strong point, Katrin Volker. My research has taught me the fifth magic includes no fail-safe mechanisms or path of reversal. In order to stop it, we'll have to destroy it or circumvent it in some way. Is that information useful enough for you? It wasn't something any of them wanted to hear, but it was important. At least they knew not to search for a simple solution to the problem. Vaughn and his successors had gone out of their way to make certain there were no easy ways out. Perhaps Kendra was right, he thought, and she cast him a knowing glance, though it was clear she took no joy in doing so. Sinjin, and he guessed everyone else, would be thrilled to be proven wrong. Instead, all the worst possible cases were being proven true. Brother Vaughn once escaped from the hold, Kendra said. All eyes turned to her, and she shrank under their scrutiny. Sinjin empathized. It's possible the shield doesn't penetrate the water, and that we could escape. Possible. Kenward spoke the word as if it were a snake. There's no way to know, Kendra admitted. I nearly died under normal conditions, Brother Vaughn said. Getting out puts you underwater for a long time. I don't know if I could do it again. What about Logan the diver? Sinjin asked, surprising even himself. Those around him considered the possibility without immediately rejecting it. I'd hate to ask it of him. He's already risked so much to help us. I'll do it. Everyone turned to the slight figure who'd been nearly invisible. So well did he blend in with the stone walls. I violated the trust of just about everyone present, Sevalon said. Perhaps this is my chance to regain what I've lost. Kendra swallowed hard. Sinjin knew his wife. For all her bravado, she considered the consequences of her words. Sevalon's fate was now in her hands. If he died, it would be her fault. Sinjin did not stand in judgment. He simply read the emotions on her face. Sliding closer, he gave her arm a squeeze. When she didn't pull away, he knew he'd been right. It was also nice that experience finally told him when the wisest thing to say was nothing at all. Trinda also appeared concerned about Sevalon's decision. If Sinjin was any judge of emotion, she wanted to object, but she remained silent. Perhaps it would be best to wait until we know more, Brother Vaughn suggested. We don't know how long we've got until the hold destroys itself, Kendra said, regaining her strength. She pulled away from Sinjin's grip. If Sevalon makes it out, he'll need time to get word to any of the people who might be able to help us. Sinjin doubted there was much anyone could do to help. In his mind, all Sevalon needed to do was prove it could be done, and all of them could escape in the same fashion. Learning the opposite would be devastating, no matter Sevalon's transgressions. How will we know? Brother Vaughn asked. The question left everyone in silence for some time as they contemplated. We can see into the Pinnock Valley from the Great Hall, Kenward said.
which is held by the Black Queen, who may or may not be cooperative, Chase observed. I vote we leave her out of this if possible.
Moref stood behind him, nodding his agreement.
The source of the river must be to the north of the hold, yes?
Sevalon asked, once again proving he possessed a sharp mind. Chase nodded.
There should be a lot of apples on the ground at this time of year.
There's a chance whatever signal we choose will just float on past or get stuck, Moref said. This underground river is only a small part of what continues on above ground. We also need a way to acknowledge receipt of the message. That way, if he doesn't receive our response, he can send another.
Mushrooms, Kendra said. Trinda looked incredulous. Miss Maris would lose her mind, she said. It was the closest thing St. John had seen to her being afraid of someone. The fact that it was Miss Maris was a sign the enigmatic woman did have some sense.
So if I live, I'm to go north, gather apples, and throw them all into the river at once? And then I'm to come back south to look for mushrooms. Is that right?
No one contradicted him.
And then what?
St. John thought about the situation and finally overcame his distrust of Trinda. She wasn't in a position to do much with the information, and it might just save his mother's life. His mother's and Kendra's safety were his highest priorities.
Find a way to get to Lankland, St. John said. Go to Jarman Kite and tell him we urgently need the blanket he once lent me.
Katrin turned with surprise. It felt good to contribute, and St. John savored the moment. Jarman Kite had once hidden St. John from the Farrells and his mother, and judging by her expression, she'd made the connection. That same blanket might just be what Katrin needed. If he was right, the blanket had concealed him by cutting him off from Istra's light, which would explain why he'd found it so hard to breathe when under it. Kendra also understood the blanket's effects, but Trinda obviously did not. She stared at him as if trying to read the thoughts in his head.
I believe it might be able to lessen the effects of Istra's light on my mother.
This was intended to give Trinda just enough information to satisfy her curiosity, without telling her everything. It also didn't hurt to remind the Child Queen that Katrin was his mother. Whether to instill fear or to evoke compassion, St. John didn't really care.
If you don't see mushrooms downstream, Chase said, try lighting a signal fire in the Chinapa Valley within sight of Dragonhold's rear entrance. But I wouldn't stick around. Alet has forces outside the hold, and I wouldn't trust them, truce or not. For the same reason, I'd avoid the Pinnock Valley no matter what. He'll need coin, preserved food in a waxed pack, and 1 Herald Globe, Trinda said.
A look at Bernard sent him scrambling to gather the items. St. John wanted to follow, to find out where Trinda had hidden the Herald Globes. He wondered if Merc knew where she'd stashed them, and resolved to get the younger man alone soon. Sevalon looked to be having similar thoughts, but Brother Vaughn and Katrin were inspecting his clothes for anything they could do to increase his chances of survival. The best they were able to suggest was tying off a pair of breeches and using them to hold air. He could use them for flotation and a few precious extra breaths.
You'll want all the air you can get,
Brother Vaughn said with haunted eyes.
And take lots of deep breaths before you go under. This should also help.
Sevalon looked as if he had made the choice between a quick and slow death. There was no joy in it, only relief. When the guard returned with a full pack, the thief wore a sad smile.
I'm ready.
Descending into darkness for what seemed an eternity, Durin wondered if the infernal stairway might continue all the way to the center of Godsland. Memories of his lessons regarding the underworld conjured frightening images he did his best to banish. The 3 men climbed in near silence, any words echoing harshly within the well. Though living in such a place was unimaginable to Durin, Katrin had done so, and he imagined all kinds of creatures who might also live there. No matter how hard he tried to change the direction of his thoughts, each step took him closer to madness.
I don't like this place one bit,
Osborne said. Strom cast him an accusing glare as his words echoed.
You don't really think we can sneak in here unnoticed, do you?
Discarding stealth felt unnatural, even if Osborne was right.
No sense announcing our arrival either, Strom said in a whisper. No matter how hopeless this may seem, I have no intention of dying today.
Osborne quieted, and they climbed once again, enveloped in naught but silence and a small bubble of amber light. The statuette was warm, and Durin took comfort from its light. Each of them had held the figurine for a time, but Strom alone could control the light with his mind. The figurine had been left there for them, that much was certain. The wind had guided them to the softly glowing statuette. It hadn't been a chance wind. Dragons had brought them here for reasons all their own, but it added up to their being guided towards some greater purpose. He just hoped the hand guiding them was one he could trust. Any comfort was welcome in the pervasive darkness, and for a brief time, Durin was unafraid. The monotonous climb also dulled his senses. When the stairway ended, his anxiety returned in full force, making his heart race and his knees tremble. Already his legs and calves ached from the climb, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Strom and Osborne slowed and stopped on the final stair, as if about to step into another realm from which they might never return. The fact that this wasn't an unreasonable expectation set Durin's guts to churning. Without a word, Strom caused the figurine to glow more brightly, illuminating a dragon's head, jaws agape. Light danced over carved black stone, making it look alive and momentarily startling them. To proceed, one must willingly walk into a dragon's jaws. Durin swallowed hard. Strom placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder. Together, three men entered the underworld. None was completely surprised when the jaws closed behind them. Durin realized there was a limit to how much fear he could experience. This journey had only gotten worse over time, yet he hadn't been reduced to a quivering pile of mush. This, at least, gave him some measure of pride, even if the slightest noise still made him jump. Within the stairwell, all had been silent save the wind and the echoes of sounds the three men made. Wherever they were now had noises of its own. Durin assumed they were below the waterline, a thought that threatened to smother him. Briefly he imagined the ocean rushing in to drown them all. Driving the image from his mind, he stepped lively to keep up with Strom and Osborne.
How much water do we have left?
Durin asked in a whisper, unable to drive water, salt or fresh, from his mind. Too much or too little, and they would die.
Enough for 2 days, tops,
Strom said. Osborne nodded his agreement. Nothing to be done about it. He must have taken Durin's question as thirst, since he lowered his pack to the cold stone floor. The narrow hall continued on a meandering course from what they could see. Unlike the stair, this place lacked deliberate symmetry and clean lines, as if haphazardly dug by enormous creatures. It was not a comforting thought. Osborne commented,
The problem with salted fish as survival food is that it makes you so darn thirsty.
Before his sentence was complete, a long, vibrating moan interrupted him. Growing increasingly louder, it ended with a boom that sent tremors through the entire structure. Unable to find words, the group just ate and drank. Silence crept back over them, as if the booming had never been. A place like this could drive a person mad. What had Katrin done here? How had she survived? As Strom stood and offered Durin a hand, he was no closer to having answers.
For all those we love,
Osborne said as they moved deeper into the unknown. Seeing the faces of those he cared about most, Durin held his head high. If he could be brave, it would be for them. They deserved this from him, and he did his best to move with renewed commitment. Still, his knees trembled. Whether intentionally or subconsciously, Durin didn't know, but the figurine in Strom's hand grew brighter whenever something new came into view. The light ahead, though, came from something else. The glow was a similar hue, and it illuminated a junction. Still looking like a tunnel dug by some enormous creature, this intersection showed no signs of being man-made. There was, however, a clear message left by someone. In the left-hand tunnel rested an animal skull. It was perfectly centered in the hall and pointed directly at them. A second glowing figurine of similar design was the light's source. It rested in the right-hand hull. A very clear message. Osborne reached down to grab the figurine, but Strom stayed his hand. He looked to be committing every detail to memory. After a moment, he let Osborne go. When the glassmith closed his hand around the figurine, Strom visibly tensed, but nothing happened. So far it seemed they had a benefactor guiding them. Durin just wished he knew who it was. Part of him wanted to know what was down the other hall.
"Can you make it brighter for a moment?"
Strom frowned.
"No one disturbs the skull or goes past it. Agreed?"
Durin nodded. Osborne moved to Strom's side, and all three got as close to the skull as they dared. While not an expert on animal bones, Durin knew a number of things it was not. His gut and experience told him it was a dragon skull. That fact alone made him want to give it a wide berth. Further down that hall, another light source was visible. Faint shadows danced like leaves on a gentle breeze, and the air whispered of moving water nearby. Extending himself as far forward as he could without taking another step, Durin leaned on Strom. Shadows gathered into a diaphanous form. Strom pulled him back. He'd seen it as well.
"There's water in there,"
Durin whispered directly into Strom's ear. The shadow hadn't seemed threatening to Durin. For some reason, he sensed it was shy and afraid. The smith nodded but pulled them back.
"And something else. If we can find no other source, we'll return here." "If we're able," Osborne said in a soft voice. "This place has a nasty habit of sealing us in."
Chapter 3. Madness is but a matter of perspective. Ein Geist, Sleepless One. Sevalon the thief was not as brave as he appeared. While everyone else had been preoccupied, he'd taken numerous opportunities to observe the barrier surrounding the keep. At a glance, it could be perceived as penetrating deep into the land itself, but Sevalon had borrowed Kenward's looking-glass. Few things had survived the serpent's destruction, but the leather-bound looking-glass had been spared. Life as a thief had taught him to take advantage of opportunities when they presented themselves. It had also taught him a healthy amount of caution was required to stay alive. He prided himself on taking enough risk to gain the reward, but not enough to end up dead. It was a fine line. As he slipped the waxed leather pack straps over his shoulders, he knew this might be his last risk. It was a familiar feeling. The faces around him wore equal concern, which was touching. So much of his life had been spent alone and afraid. It was difficult to understand why these people cared for him. The bond he'd shared with Kenward and crew was the closest thing to family he'd ever experienced, and those people he'd miss most. "You have letters from Trinda, Katrin, and Chase," Kendra said again. "There's enough coin to buy a whole fleet of ships and sail them to the Great Land and back. And remember to take lots of deep breaths." The woman's concern appeared genuine, but made Sevalon uncomfortable. He was accustomed to blending into the background. Having anyone's undivided attention was disconcerting, and being fussed over gave him the shakes. After Kendra had straightened his collar and brushed his shoulders, he stepped into the water, as much to get away from her as anything else. Now the terror was real. Deep breaths. Dark, frigid water tested Sevalon's confidence as it rushed inexorably into a narrow crevasse. Knowing the wisdom of the advice from his own training, he took more deep breaths. After one last look at those along the shore, the thief gulped air, held it, and disappeared. Cold shock made him feel as if he'd already needed to take a breath, even though he'd only just passed into the darkness beneath the stone. The water twisted and turned him until direction became meaningless. Getting the breeches untied and to his lips was far more difficult than he would have imagined. After 2 desperate attempts, he discarded them and swam with all his strength. Darkness engulfed him, and he wasn't certain if it was because he was still beneath a mountain of rock, or if he was about to pass out. His lungs burned and ached, and just before he drew in water, Light filtered in from one side. He would have screamed from the pain if he could, his body no longer obeying his will. Finally, his lips parted. Water rushed in, choking him, but then he broke the surface and air was mixed in as well. The coughing fit nearly cost Sevalon his consciousness, and he flailed in the rushing water, trying not to get pulled back under. Clothes, boots, and pack weighed him down, and he'd yet to gain control over his breathing. Slowly and deliberately he calmed himself. Allowing his body to float with the current, he regained his composure and strength. Getting out of the water wouldn't be all that difficult once he got to land, but the river was swollen and turbulent. Though going with the current had allowed him to rest, it also sent him farther into deeper water, where the current was irresistible. Only a fallen tree obstructing the rushing flow gave Sevalon hope. Throwing his arms up, he latched onto the tree and was dragged underneath. Bark dug into his face and arms, but he was able to slow himself and lock his legs around a branch. Again, he took a moment to regain his strength. He lost no ground this time, but the cold water sapped the feeling from his limbs. There was no time to waste. White-capped formations dragged at Sevalon as he clung to the tree, pulling himself closer to shore. Branches still bearing leaves made things more difficult, but Sevalon eventually reached dry land. Once there, he found a place to hide and watch, knowing there might be demons and ferals about. While he was closer to his freedom, he was by no means safe.
Run, hide, become invisible.
A familiar voice in the back of his mind warned.
They aren't your friends. They don't care about you.
Pulling an apple from his pack, he ate with a sad smile. When he was done, he tossed the core into the raging waters, which carried it toward the ocean.
Go, run.
The nudge was less subtle now. With regret and relief, Sevalon headed south, away from Dragonhold. Though these people had befriended him, they would eventually see his true nature and cast him out, or worse. Certainly Trinda had a score to settle with him. Given the chance to walk away, instinct and training demanded he take it. To go north, as Kendra has asked, carried far greater risk and got him no closer to safety. The amazing Kells had also taught him the most difficult lesson of all. A noble thief was a dead thief. Though the river water was more turbulent than usual, the cavern through which it passed had changed little in thousands of years. Stunted trees bore small but delicious fruit, and miniature deer grazed among them. Birds were far from plentiful, but some managed to eke out a meager existence within the mountain. St. John and Kendra sat, watching the waters and knowing it was too soon to see any apples or other indicators that Sevalon lived. Still, they kept vigil. Kendra would not rest if there was even the slightest chance of missing the signal. St. John couldn't blame her, but he wasn't spending much of his time watching the water. For just a brief while, St. John allowed himself to enjoy spending time with his wife. She was rigid beside him, twisted up from the stress and anxiety, which came as much from what they knew as from what they didn't yet know. Leaning closer, St. John touched her hand. She pulled away at first, but he was undeterred. Lightly he brushed up against her, and she came out of her trance-like state of worry.
I'm afraid to ask what's going on in that head of yours, St. John said.
You should be, Kendra responded with half a laugh.
I'm sorry, you know.
For what? Kendra asked, turning her full attention on him.
For not telling you about my mom.
They had never talked it out, and somehow the words just fell from St. John's lips. He hadn't really meant to say it.
I don't want to talk about that right now, Kendra said.
But she snuggled closer.
How far do you think Sevalon has gotten?
St. John asked before he could think better of it. One day he'd have to learn to think first.
I don't want to talk about that either.
Her tone was colder.
What are you thinking about?
St. John asked.
Took you long enough, Kendra said.
What do you want to do when all of this is over? That question caught St. John by complete surprise.
I want to spend my life with you. In our home. With Voltarius and Garanda, and the Dragon and the Dragon Clan. We have a big family now.
Maybe, Kendra said. But maybe our family isn't quite complete yet. St. John flushed.
Maybe.
Let me guess. You don't want to talk about that.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, Kendra said, putting a little distance between them. Trying to figure out where he'd gone wrong, St. John sighed. That, of course, was a mistake. Kendra huffed at him and turned away. Silence hung between them for some time, and St. John tried to find the words that would make his wife less angry. "Do you really think that awful blanket will help your mom?" she asked. The question proved to St. John that no matter how hard he tried, he would never understand the inner workings of the female mind. "I think it might," he said. "When the fifth magic blocked out Ishtar's energy, I felt like I was suffocating, except I could still breathe. Do you know what I mean?" "I know exactly what you mean," Kendra said. "Your mom described something similar, only more intense. It reminded me of the feeling I had under that blanket. I could even smell the stench when it happened. I don't know. I could be wrong." "I remember it too," Kendra said. "It didn't strike me until you said it, but now I can't help but agree." At least for a short time, they were of the same mind. St. John would take these moments when he could get them. "There's something else," Kendra said. A cold feeling gripped St. John. "Did you see the way Kenward looked at Alette?" The question made St. John stop and shake his head. He hadn't actually noticed, but the way Kendra said it told him all he needed to know. Kenward had never been known to resist going after something he wanted. How Kendra could twist St. John's guts into pretzels with a single question was beyond him, but he found himself unable to respond. Instead, he just shook his head. "She and your mom are going to try to kill each other." "I know." "Sorry," Kendra said. "Sometimes the things I think just come out of my mouth." "I know." "And?" she asked, one eyebrow raised. "It's one of the things I love about you." "Thank you," she said. No more words were spoken as dusk settled in, the amber crystals above growing dimmer, yet still shedding faint, residual light. St. John wondered how his mother and the others fared. If Trinda had already found and hidden the answers, there was little hope they would find it on their own. The child queen would also be doomed unless she knew something they didn't. St. John's thoughts ran in circles. In the end, he baited a line and dropped it into the river. Maybe he could catch dinner. No apples appeared in the water. When days passed with no apples in the river waters, and no signal fires reported, St. John despaired. Kendra was taking it far worse since she was responsible for the idea in the first place. It would appear Sevalon the thief had gone to his death on her suggestion. St. John wanted more than anything to fix this for his wife, but he could do little beyond being there for her. "My mother, grandfather, and Uncle Chase are leaving in the morning to explore the rest of Dragonhold," he said, hoping she would show some interest. "I'll stay here. We can post a rotating watch," St. John said, not for the first time. "I'd never be able to trust someone else to remain vigilant. I know Sevalon is probably dead. One sign of respect I will show him is that I'll not give up on him so easily. Just a couple more days, and I'll give up hope." This wasn't something St. John wished for his wife, but in this case, it might be for the best. "You can go, though," Kendra said. "Go. Be with your family. I'm sure they'll be better company than me." "I always enjoy your company." Kendra snorted, but then she leaned against him and held his hand. Chase approached with Bradley. They had a whispered conversation out of earshot, and Bradley stood off to the side while Chase continued toward where Kendra and St. John kept watch. He sat next to them, but didn't say anything for a long while. Eventually, he broke the silence. "I want you both to come with us tomorrow." "No," Kendra said, her jaw set. It was a familiar warning sign. "Every decision we make has consequences," Chase continued. St. John tried to gesture to his uncle to take another approach, but the older man ignored him. "Some are harsher than others, but we cannot let that paralyze us. I know how badly it must hurt." "What do you know about how I feel?" Kendra shouted accusingly. Every bird in the cavern took flight, fluffy white tails retreating into distant shadows to escape Kendra's wrath. Wise move, St. John thought. "I've given orders that cost people their lives," Chase said. "You made a suggestion, and Sevalon volunteered to go." "How dare you downplay what I'm feeling?" Kendra said.
and she stood, hands clenched into fists. When his uncle stood, St. John wondered if he had any idea how close he was to getting punched in the nose. St. John's wife knew how to put her weight behind it as well. His jaw hurt just thinking about it.
"You may be angry at me,"
Chase said. Kendra punched him in the chest. It was kinder than hitting him in the face, which showed a measure of restraint. Still, Chase took a step back and winced. Kendra struck him again and again, shifting from punches to pounding on his chest. Words poured from her, most incomprehensible, which was probably a blessing. Her words dissolved into a mourning wail, and her blows lost their force. Slowly, she melted against the older man, who had withstood the assault as if made of stone. St. John flushed, knowing he never could have done the same. His uncle must have known what he was thinking.
"You're both still young, and like my cousin, fate has been particularly unkind to you. Do not blame yourselves for things beyond your control. You've acted admirably, and should be proud of yourselves, though I know that may seem impossible while you are mourning. But understand what it is you're experiencing. Feel the pain. Allow yourself to let go of Sevalon and those you've lost, and someday the sun may shine on you again."
Kendra sniffed, wiped her nose, and elbowed Chase in the ribs. St. John smiled. His wife had a unique and often painful way of expressing her love. Somehow, Uncle Chase knew it as such.
"That's your last free shot," he said. "The next one will cost you some bruises."
Kendra actually laughed.
"Let me post Bradley here," Chase said. "He's a good man, and he'll make sure vigilance is maintained."
Kendra nodded and allowed him to draw her away. St. John shook his head. His uncle looked back over his shoulder with, "You're welcome," written on his face. St. John had to smile. There really wasn't much they needed to do to prepare for the journey. The kitchens remained neutral territory at the moment, and so far everyone had followed an unspoken truce in that area. The kitchens continued to operate as they always had, and managed to feed those within the hold. Miss Maris insisted she would let no mouth go unfed if there was any way she could help it. Still, she did not skimp on the supplies she and her staff packed for the journey. Dragonhold's true size was unknown. Trinda had given indication of some exploration beyond the stone forest, but had not elaborated. St. John suspected they would need far less in the way of supplies, but didn't mind the weight of his pack. He'd gone hungry before, and knew too much food and water was far better than not enough. Despite others having packed food and bedrolls for them, Kendra's list of things needing doing was long. It kept her occupied and from dwelling on Sevalon's supposed death. For that reason, St. John was happy to play along, and did his best to help. He'd long since grown accustomed to living away from the sun and stars, relying solely on his internal clock to tell him when it was time to head for his bedroll. He and Kendra shared a cot not far from the kitchens. St. John found it strange, since he had grown up in the hold and had his own chambers. Alette held that part of the hold. No matter the truces, it might not be the safest place to sleep. Here, they would be guarded, which allowed St. John to fall asleep. Otherwise, he probably would have stayed awake, watching Kendra breathe, knowing she wasn't really sleeping either. She'd always told him his snoring somehow pulled her eyes closed. Letting his cares go, St. John drifted to sleep. The Great Hall had probably never before seen such disarray. There had been chaos there before when refugees erected a tent city, but that paled in comparison to the Serpent's wreckage, crushed as it was beneath the dragon's wing. Onin and Jerregard huddled against the exterior wall, far from the main entrance, which had become a dangerous place. In an apparent fit of panic and rage, the Feral Queen attacked debris blocking the God's Eye tunnel. It was difficult to understand what was happening. The more time passed, the less likely he and Jerregard would escape Dragonhold alive. His chances were better than the dragon's, given he needed far less food to survive than the mighty beast. He wasn't sure how long his valiant companion could go without food and water, but the verdant dragon was already showing signs of negative effects. If it came to it, he had decided the two of them would fly from the hold. They would either make it through or they wouldn't. Far better to choose their own fate. Jerregard moaned, and came as close to a sigh as dragons could accomplish.
"I know, old friend. I know.
Onin was still stroking the dragon's eye ridge, which had purposefully been placed low enough for him to do so, when Miss Maris arrived with a half-dozen helpers. "I don't blame you for not wanting to leave your dragon, but you must eat." Onin grunted in response. "I'm told my brisket is unmatched in the world. Would you care to judge?" By the aroma, the woman did not boast, and a fine woman she was.
"How is it that you are unmarried?"
he asked. "Well, I mean, I,
You're a beautiful woman whose food is art,"
Onin said, despite the deep crimson Miss Maris was turning.
"Were I not married to this great oaf of a dragon, I do believe I'd chase you anywhere you chose to run."
Those who had accompanied Miss Maris did their best to pretend they'd heard nothing and concentrated on filling Jerregard's water and food troughs. What they brought was not enough to sustain him, but Onin could ask no more. Those within Dragonhold took a great risk to feed his dragon. When the food was gone, it was gone. Dragonhold had never achieved the ability to feed its inhabitants without food from the outside, and that was no longer an option. Onin recognized this and wondered how much longer they should remain a burden on those people. He was an old man, and he'd lived a rich, full life. Then he laughed. He was too stubborn to die. Miss Maris watched him as if he were an unfathomable mystery.
"You're kind to an old man and his dragon,"
he said.
"We both acknowledge and appreciate what you do for us. Do not worry over my words. I was never very good at giving compliments."
"You did just fine," she said with a kind smile that melted Onin's battered heart. When she squeezed his arm, he felt things long since lost. "If you need to get away from here, for some time to yourself, or whatever you need, call for me. I can have someone sit with Jerregard while you're gone."
"Thank you,"
Onin said. Jerregard gave a mighty woof of gratitude that struck the retreating people like a wind gust. Miss Maris looked over her shoulder one last time as she walked away.
"We're going to have to figure out a way to survive this,"
Onin said to his dragon. Jerregard shook the hold's foundation with a deep baritone roar. Moments later, Alette Kilbor strode into the great hall unannounced, save the sound of the feral queen moving behind her. So much for staying out of trouble, Onin thought. The Black Queen moved directly toward him, leaving little doubt as to whom she sought. When standing before him, she stared flatly, no emotion on her face. Her dragon, however, made its intentions plain. Rising up to her full height, the feral queen extended her wings and poised her head, ready to strike. Though she was smaller than Jerregard, it was not by a large margin. Onin didn't want to find out which, if either, would survive such a fight. In all likelihood, both would die. "You're a good man, but you are powerless," Alette said by way of greeting.
"You are beautiful, but tactless,"
Onin replied. Alette wasn't quite prepared for that response, and it took her a moment before she spoke again. "Onin of the Old Guard, do you believe there can be peace between the Jaga and the Heights?"
"Relative peace existed for thousands of years,"
Onin said. "But the feral dragons were in hiding for most of that time. They cannot hide now. They will not hide."
"Still,"
Onin said,
"would you allow the Verdants to fly high above the Jaga, as they once did?"
The feral queen had not relaxed much, but she either understood his words or read Alette's thoughts. Those massive eyes narrowed, and the dragon moved her face closer to Onin. Behind him, Jerregard shifted his weight, agitated.
"If your dragon strikes,"
Onin said, his voice going cold and hard,
"there will be no peace."
The Black Queen turned and hissed, and to Onin's surprise, the dragon was cowed. After giving him a look that spoke of a painful death, the feral queen assumed a less aggressive posture. Jerregard gave a woof, as if to say that was how it should be. "There must be trade. No sanctions," Alette said. This caught Onin off guard. Never before had there been relations between the Jaga and the Heights. The Jaga had always been a wild place inhabited by dangerous creatures and even more dangerous people. The Lord Chancellor's policy had always been to avoid contact with the Jaga's inhabitants at almost any cost.
Verdant dragons were more comfortable than ferals at high altitudes, and flying high above had worked for many generations. Now a single individual represented the Jaga, a unifying force. Onin had no real power over those in the heights, but that didn't mean he couldn't try to talk sense to them.
Done.
You can make them do this, Onin of the Old Guard?
What other choice will they have?
At this, the Black Queen smiled.
You're a good man.
The burly man nodded, metal rings tinkling in his beard.
Will you help me get out of this place, Onin?
For a brief instant, the Alet Kilbor of old was visible. As Thundergar Reams had once said, Alet was no evil dictator. She was a good girl who'd been damaged by a cruel streak of fate. Onin knew something about that, as did Jerregard.
We wish to leave this place as well,
he said.
But how?
Come with me. I'll show you.
Alet and Onin walked side by side. A good bit of noise accompanied them as their dragons did their best to keep up, sometimes knocking down anything in their path to not let the other gain an advantage. Onin noticed Thundergar Reams watch from not far away, and he wondered if the man's presence might be a boon, but then Thundergar stepped back into the shadows. Onin decided to pretend he hadn't seen the other man. He hadn't seen Rastus the Cloud Cat make his way back to Alet's side, and he was caught by surprise when the cat swiped at him with needle-sharp claws. Onin's reflexes weren't completely gone, and he narrowly avoided a new scar. Alet hissed at the cat, who continued to stare at Onin, tail twitching with mischievous intent. The remains of the main gate gave the cat other things to hold his attention. The shield enclosing them was wholly unnatural and blotted out everything else. Alet walked all the way to the edge and pointed to the megalithic stone spire jutting from the ruptured landscape. With their graceful curves and runic inscriptions, these stone fingers stood at the heart of their problems. Between them stretched a membrane of pure energy. How and why, Onin didn't know, but that much he could see.
We can leave the hold, Alet said. We just can't yet escape the barrier. But if you look closely, you'll see that the barrier does not envelop the stones. It only fills the air between them. There is weakness we can exploit.
What would you have me do?
Onin asked.
Help me figure out how 2 dragons and a handful of people can take down one of those spires.
Chapter 4. Dreams are fueled by belief. Enli Mandone, Bard. Jessup Tillerman was torn. Part of him was loyal to Katrin. She'd done so much for his family and had changed their lives. Some would say he and his kin lived solely because of her actions. It was a difficult debt to overlook. The same, however, could be said of the crew of the Dragon's Wing. Benjen and Fasha had taken him in as their own, even if he'd had to be a little pushy about it. The deck of the Dragon's Wing was his home. There he'd grown into manhood. Though Pelivor taught Gwen to propel the sleek, graceful ship, Jessup thought he might have learned just as much. The thrust tubes themselves were of Pelivor's design, even if he still struggled to use them. Jessup helped fashion those Gwen now used, and couldn't help but feel proud of being part of what seemed an important moment in history. Fasha, Benjen, and later Wendell and Jensen had all mentored him at one time or another. He'd learned so much. The time Pelivor spent teaching Gwen to fly the ship was his favorite, though. Not that he would ever tell her that. She'd been so determined, but found little success. Jessup would always remember memorizing Pelivor's words to help her practice. Helping her overcome the frustration and embarrassment made him feel good, even if she hadn't quite succeeded in the end. Then there were the things he couldn't admit to himself. Still, the opportunity to explore Dragonhold with Katrin would be the adventure of a lifetime, though it had the potential to make that lifetime significantly shorter. Rarely had fear prevented Jessup from doing anything, but even brave men had limits. Traveling with the Herald of Istra carried risks, yet he was pulled so strongly to go with her. Something had been growing inside him, and he needed to understand it. The fifth magic changed everything, Istra's energy both blessing and curse. Only those with power were affected by its absence. It was the need to understand himself that drove him. The thought of facing Gwen was almost more than he could bear, but he could not live in her shadow forever. At some point, he would need to accept his own role in his fate and embrace them. He'd watched her and learned from her, perhaps more than he'd ever realized. What she and Pelivore did to fly the ship fascinated him. Perhaps now he understood more of the reasons. He was no coward, but his guts hurt. This was the most difficult decision he'd ever have to make. No safe choices remained. There was no sanctuary. Part of him wished for the simpler life he had back on the farm with his grandparents, but those times and those people were gone. With an aching heart, Jessup sighed. When Benjen approached, he tried to pretend he hadn't been sitting there thinking, and just as soon realized how silly that was.
"It's not often in life that the way forward is clear," Benjen said.
How Benjen knew such things was beyond Jessup's understanding. The older man's wisdom and wit proved Jessup had a long way yet to go. He did not live in the shadows of others because they placed him there, he realized. He lived in their shadows because he had a lot to learn from them.
"It's always the silent ones you have to look out for,"
Benjen said with a wicked smile.
"I know the reason for that."
Jessup Tillerman looked up at Benjen, a question in his eyes. Somehow that reason meant a lot to Jessup. Waiting to know what it was left him in suspense.
"I think it's because they're too busy thinking to open their mouths."
Jessup smiled, for he knew it to be true. Always one to consider his words these days, he wondered at how much he himself had already changed. Somehow he managed to let the silence hang too long. Again.
"If I'm going to talk to myself," Benjen said, "then I get to choose the subject. You're a good man, Jessup Tillerman. You've done everything asked of you and more. You've come a long way. It has been an honor to serve with you on the crew of the Dragon's Wing. But I want you to know you're free to live your life in any way you choose. You will always have a home on the Dragon's Wing, but it is not a prison. No one will hold it against you."
The words did not sound true to Jessup. Perhaps this was a shortcoming on his part, but he could not simply walk away from his responsibilities to the Dragon's Wing without leaving a hole in its place. He did not have as critical a role as Benjen or Fasha or Farsi or Grubb or Nimsy or Bryn or Gwen. He stopped his mental tirade before he came to tears. Patting the young man on the shoulder, Benjen sighed as well, as if he knew his words weren't helping. "Thank you," was all Jessup could get out. His quivering chin made him feel weak. Shame flushing his cheeks, he looked down.
"I believe in you,"
Benjen Huck said before walking away. Kenward walked toward the Great Hall, knowing Katrin and the others would soon depart for their explorations. Following what his gut told him was chief among the things that had kept him alive. The moment he'd heard Alette and Onin had aligned around the purpose of destroying one of the spires, he knew a likely fatal decision point lay ahead. No one could say what would happen if one was brought down. By Kenward's estimation, it had an equal chance of saving or destroying them. The Black Queen would hear no solution that would not free the dragons along with humans, which meant either take down the entire barrier or bore a large enough tunnel through one of the spires. While the stone fingers had sufficient girth, Kenward had his doubts. Onin stood near the main entrance to Dragonhold as the sun rose. It was among the few places in the hold a person could achieve a certain sense of connection with the outside world, even if the barrier cast a bluish-green hue over everything. Kenward wasn't certain if the man was in meditation or prayer, and he stood alongside him in silence. Together they watched the first sunlight strike the peaks on the valley's far side. The morning sun was at their backs, and they would not have a clear view until late morning. Still, watching the light inexorably reveal the landscape, painting it in a parade of textures that shifted over time, was a magical thing. The color would have been spectacular, if not tainted by the barrier, and Onin turned to Kenward. He said nothing.
"You'll help Alette?"
Kenward asked. Onin nodded.
"Why?"
"If the dragons do not escape, they die."
Kenward nodded, not given to frivolous words himself.
"Do you trust her?"
he asked after a long moment. Onan grunted.
Do you really think your dragons can take down the barrier?
Onan of the Old Guard just glared at Kenward and held out his open palms.
Won't know until we try.
Pulling information out of Onan was starting to wear on Kenward. Thundergar Reams joined them, and Onan was no happier with his company than with Kenward's. It didn't make him feel all that much better.
What do you think?
Kenward asked Thundergar.
Can the dragons possibly bring it down?
I mean no offense to Jerregard when I say this, but he is of smaller stature than most of his kind,
Thundergar said with a glance at Onan. The old warrior grunted in acknowledgement.
Had we a full-size verdant within the hold, perhaps. I'm not certain Jerregard and the Feral Queen are up to such a monumental task. Though the smallest of the three, Kyrian is powerful and his help could make a difference. Katrin's help couldn't hurt either. Perhaps you could talk to her.
Kenward had no sway over Katrin. She was his friend, most of the time, and would listen to him, but he could make no promises.
You'd be better served to talk with her father, Wendell or Benjen. They came in on that ship you might have seen resting on the remains of mine.
Thundergar sighed.
I already did. I've come to the conclusion what you or I think makes almost no difference at all.
Kenward gave him an ungrateful look.
You asked.
The truth of the words was plain, but they did not help Kenward. He had to decide what to do, where to place his efforts and his loyalties. Journeying deeper into the hold was counter to what every one of Kenward's instincts told him to do. He would add no value to that expedition, and it would likely get him no closer to the open air and seas. He had other reasons for not wanting to go with Katrin, and other reasons to stay here, but he wasn't ready to face those things yet.
Rock is rock,
Onan said into the silence. Kenward waited a moment for him to continue, but he just stood, staring at the stone spire.
What?
Onan looked at him as if he were daft.
We know how to break rock.
Fire and water, a female voice said from behind. All three men jumped. Realizing how close the Feral Queen had gotten without their noticing, they each jumped again. It was one thing for Alette to sneak up on a person. The Feral Queen was another thing altogether. Jerregard rested nearby, snoring. We need all the wood and coal we can get, and water buckets. A sick feeling gripped Kenward, and he started to reconsider going with Katrin. We all make sacrifices, Alette said, locking eyes with Kenward. He was trapped. Like a moth in a spider's web, he could not escape. Those eyes drew him in and held him. She knew him. She possessed Katrin's memories of him. It was perhaps the strangest relationship Kenward had ever had, yet she pulled at his heart. Something about this woman captivated him. He wanted to reach out to her, to touch her, to save her. But like a beautiful rose, he must be wary of thorns. This was no innocent dockside maiden. Alette was a woman of a different kind, and she had enemies Kenward called friends. Not to mention that the girl's allies came from his nightmares. It wasn't her fault, he knew, but even Katrin would not tell him what had happened to her. He was angry about that, and for a number of other things he'd yet to forgive. Will you hate me too? Alette asked, gazing into his soul.
I wouldn't hate. It's just, why must the ones I love destroy the things I treasure most?
It is a test of your love, Kenward Trell, Alette said. Kenward laughed. He never did anything the easy way. Why would falling in love be any different? His knees trembled at the thought. No matter how loudly warning screamed in his mind, they were overwhelmed. There simply was no choice in the matter.
You may burn the remains of the serpent,
he said, with his head hung, and though smitten, he could not keep the retort from his tongue.
But do be careful not to scratch the dragon's wing.
After being angry for a moment more, Kenward looked back at his sister's ship, perched atop the wreckage of his own. The wing was still seaworthy and airworthy. No matter how unfair it was or how much it hurt, the serpent was gone. Part of him had always known she would be short-lived, but she had done her job well. The serpent had proven one could fly without the aid of Ishtra's power. Ways to improve the design continued to fill his dreams. Someday, he would build a new ship in the serpent's honor. Kenward sighed.
If you'll work with Benjen to build a makeshift dry dock and move the dragon's wings safely, I should be able to get you coal and buckets.
Onin chuckled. Thundergar, at least, showed some sympathy.
I will go with you.
The Pharaoh Queen moved to one side, clearing a pathway toward the kitchens without a word from Alette. Kenward looked at her one last time, knowing he risked losing another piece of himself in doing so. She nodded in return, not meeting his eyes. He appreciated the confirmation and hoped it truly was safe to walk past the Pharaoh Queen. Which of the two was truly in control remained a mystery. Alette cared for Thundergar as well, so it was less likely the glossy black dragon would attack. There had been nothing stopping the towering predator from striking at any time. It was an unnerving thought.
You're a brave man,
Thundergar said as they walked between the rock wall and the Pharaoh Queen. Enormous eyes tracked them, and scales shifted as the Pharaoh Queen moved to watch them pass. Kenward wanted to run and hide and never come back out. He could feel the breath of his demise descending. It was not imagination alone tormenting him. The Pharaoh Queen fostered his fear and backed it with deadly intent. Entering the tunnel leading to the kitchens at a brisk walk, Kenward finally breathed again.
The Queen has a unique way of expressing herself, don't you think?
Thundergar asked while wiping the sweat from his forehead.
I'm not sure I can go back out there,
Kenward admitted.
Brave I might be, but suicidal I'm not. My place among the stars will have to wait.
I think she likes you,
Thundergar said. Kenward wasn't certain if he was talking about Alette or the Pharaoh Queen. He was afraid to ask. This was not a conversation he was prepared to have. The low murmur of many voices in another part of the keep caught their attention. A crowd blocked the corridor up ahead, and more people arrived from a side passage.
What's going on?
Kenward asked, acutely aware of being an outsider. Lady Catherine's going to explore the hold, a young man said. That wasn't news to Kenward, and did little to explain why people jammed the halls.
Why the crowd?
Kenward asked, hoping not to offend by asking the wrong question. People loyal to Catherine began to talk, and we decided we want to help. Turns out there are a lot of us.
We have important news for Lady Catherine,
Kenward said. Half expecting to be snubbed, he was surprised, and a little embarrassed, when the young man began shouting the herald's friends needed to come through. The deeper they moved, the more necessary the shouts became. Bodies crowded the constricting halls, the din consuming all but the loudest cries. Trapped amid a mass of humanity, Kenward had never felt so confined, and thought he might suffocate.
Easy there, friend,
Thundergar said.
Make some room. Give this man some space.
Packed against those around them, people did what they could to give Kenward room. In a way, it almost made the feeling worse. Guards wearing uniforms with Trinda's insignia guided the two men to where Catherine stood atop a stack of crates, tears in her eyes. The sight left Kenward breathless. He truly loved her in spite of all the pain their relationship had caused him. She'd always done her best to save those around her, and even those who opposed her. He knew she'd never felt like a true ruler within Dragonhold, but this gathering was a clear majority, and showed the people chose her as their leader. When Kenward and Thundergar made their way to where Catherine stood, bereft of words, she shook her head, and tears fell to the stone floor. Her father moved to her side and put his arm around her. "Thank you all," Catherine finally said, in a voice thick with emotion. A great roar traveled through the halls, rivaling that of the dragons. When the roar died down enough for Kenward to be heard, he shouted,
"Catherine, the dragon's wing will surely be destroyed if you don't come quickly."
He had her full attention. "I need to get to the Great Hall," Catherine said in a tone that set people instantly moving. Kenward had never seen anything to match the way the people responded to Catherine's words. Wendell Volker marched ahead of Catherine, barking at anyone who got in their way. The tunnels that had nearly cost him his sanity coming in cleared so fast, they strode through at a quick walk.
We're going to need coal, Kenward said, and buckets to satisfy Alette. They want the wood from the serpent.
For what? Katrin asked, sounding offended on his behalf.
Alette and Onan are going to attack one of the spies, Kenward said.
Looking shocked, Katrin grabbed his arm and dragged him forward at a half-run. He would have said something about buckets and coal had she given him the chance. Within the great hall, the Feral Queen glared at the dragon's wing with impatient eyes. Her head snapped in their direction when Katrin entered. With Thundergar, Kenward had a chance of passing peacefully. Approaching with Katrin, he'd likely wind up dead, and he questioned the wisdom of going any farther. "Stop," Katrin said, her voice echoing within the hall. "I wish to speak with Alette." The Feral Queen coiled herself before Katrin, ready to strike, but the herald showed no fear. Kenward admired her. Without Istra's light, she was less powerful than he in many ways, yet she stood before death itself and chastised it. Alette appeared from behind her dragon. "Do not stand in my way, Katrin Volker. We've no idea what effect destroying one of the spires would have," Katrin said. "Give us some time to learn more of how the fifth magic works, and we may find a better way." "Your dragon may be able to live on fish and mushrooms," Alette said, glancing up at the Feral Queen. "Unless you have a herd of cattle hidden away, we either escape soon or die." Jerregard and the Feral Queen both reacted to the sound of another dragon entering the hall. Kyrion's movements spoke of agitation and aggression. Jerregard issued a whine that ended with a trumpeting roar. "Has the time come so soon?" Alette asked Katrin. "Shall we kill each other now?" Those words were a clear invitation to leave, Kenward thought, and he took a step backward. Before he could turn and run, the Feral Queen edged into the space between him and the kitchens. Rising up to her full height, she hissed and flapped her wings, buffeting him with wind. Kyrion issued a warning growl that pulled the Feral Queen's attention away from Kenward, though she still blocked his path. Shouts echoed from behind the dragon, and Kenward worried the people of Dragonhold might attack the Feral Queen in their fervor, which would surely end in a massacre.
"Stop this at once," Onan demanded, and Jerregard trumpeted his displeasure.
Though normally docile, verdant dragons could be fierce when circumstances called for it. Kenward had seen them fight in the Jaga War. "I don't wish to kill you," Katrin said slowly. Alette held her ground and said nothing. "I just want you to wait before attacking the spire. Damaging the fifth magic could be worse than leaving it as is. I doubt it can be defeated through brute force. Give me 3 days. Please." "No," Alette said. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do what you ask. You, of course, understand." Kenward could not imagine what passed between the two women, having experienced each other's lives and knowing the other's secrets. He shivered at the thought. If either had access to Istra's power at that moment, Kenward suspected lightning would be flying. As it was, all 3 dragons appeared ready for a fight. In the end, Katrin nodded. "Help us preserve the dragon's wing, and I won't stand in your way. If the ship can be moved quickly, then let it be done. If not, it'll fly one last time." Once the Feral Queen stood down and moved well clear of the halls, people poured in. Word spread regarding what was needed. Katrin ordered buckets filled with coal and delivered to Alette, despite her misgivings. The Black Queen accepted the gifts and waited impatiently for Martik, Benjen, Wendell, and a handful of others, while they figured out how to move and preserve the heavy vessel. The conversation was heated, and Kenward decided he didn't feel strongly enough about it to interject. "We've a lot of straw," a young man said. The boy looked at the ground when no one responded. Men with louder voices talked right over him.
"Straw!"
Kenward said loudly, and the boy's eyes went wide.
"This young man says you have a large supply of straw."
Martik turned and blinked at Kenward a moment, his thoughts almost visible on his face. "Get it up here as fast as you can. We need people to start clearing the debris from this side." Kenward flinched at the word debris. "We need the longest and strongest poles you can find to support this side," Martik continued,
not even noticing the dirty look the captain of the Serpent gave him. Kenward tried a little harder.
"Don't forget you've got dragons at your disposal," Thundergar said.
Martek took a moment to consider. Kenward imagined many of the things Martek had done would have been made easier with a dragon's assistance. The man surprised him, though, when he said, "All the same, I think we'll do it ourselves. I don't know that I could communicate well enough with a dragon to keep anyone from getting hurt. It'll take us half a day, but we'll get it done." Alette grimaced at the prospect of waiting, but she was getting the coal and buckets she'd requested. For the moment, it had to be enough. The people of Dragonhold rallied around the common purpose, looking as if they might complete the task in far less time than Martek had predicted. A wise man always overestimated the difficulty of a task, and Martek Tillerman was a very wise man. Chapter 5. Nothing belongs to anyone. Sevalon, thief. The Godfist had never been an easy place to live. The years following Istra's return had made it even more difficult. Anyone who saw Sevalon looked at him with distrust, not because they knew he was a thief, but because they trusted no one. Complacency was a thief's best friend. Here, though, the people had already lost much. This was why Sevalon chose not to go anywhere near the Master House or Lowerton, but instead to the outskirts, where much of what had been destroyed had never been rebuilt. Many had died here. What most would see as modern ruins represented opportunity for the thief. Such places often held some small treasure, if you knew where and how to look. The cover of darkness was another tool he'd learned to use well, and preserving his night vision was a skill he'd finally tuned over many years. Still, avoiding frequent patrols sent out from the Master House and remaining watchful for dragons, demons, gray soldiers, and giants proved difficult. Outsiders were not welcome here. That was something Sevalon understood, and he had no good way to explain his presence. Lying came naturally to him, though. In the event he was captured, he had a number of tales prepared. He hoped to play on their sympathies since trust was unlikely. Guilt was not an emotion a thief could afford, and once again, he suppressed it. The metallic click of harness announced another patrol's imminent arrival. Sevalon crouched down behind an old chimney. Much of the place had burned, but charred floor slats remained. Part of being a good thief was knowing what things were valuable, what things you can manage to get away with, and where most people hide the things they cherish above all others. Remaining still, Sevalon relied on the fact that these patrols had found nothing lately, based on their idle conversation. These people were bored. Understanding human nature was another tool Sevalon relied on heavily, but one thing he had very little control over, much less understanding of, were animals. Perhaps these beasts could sense him in ways humans could not, or perhaps it was simply the smell of him. It mattered little, since the end result was the same. 2 of the patrol's horses spooked. Sevalon could not see the whites of their eyes from where he hid, but the way their hooves pounded against cobbled stone spoke of fear. Next came the sound of boots. His muscles tensed, and his heart raced. "Probably nothing," one man said. Sevalon was already moving, half walking, half running straight back from the chimney that had hidden him. Near the crumbling remains of a barn, he broke into a full run. If not for the torches the patrol carried ruining their night vision, they might have seen him. And if not for the horses' continued fussing, they might have heard him. But Sevalon had the thief's luck. Soon, having found nothing around the dilapidated house, the patrol moved on. Beneath the light cast by the moon and twinkling comets, Sevalon went back to pull the strongbox from its charred resting place. A strongbox was only as good as its lock, and Sevalon was confident. He'd not only opened better quality locks than those available on the Godfist, he'd made better during his time as a locksmith. In the end, he was wrong. While this lock was poor quality in comparison to his own work, the softer metals used had melted and fused during the fire, making the lock far more secure. With the right tools and a bit of time, he could have opened the box, but it might as well have been sealed with magic in his current circumstances. After restoring the slats to order, Sevalon moved on. The closer to the harbor he went, the closer to inhabited structures he came. Old instincts and heightened senses rose from years of training. Here, at least, he might find what he needed. Few dared to trade with the Godfist these days, and even the fishing ships rested, dormant, in the harbor. The thief needed a way off this forsaken rock, and that would require gold. At the moment, he had neither ship nor gold, and the odds of his surviving the winter continued to drop. Moving into the shadows between two buildings, both of which appeared to be occupied, Sevalon froze. Patrols approached from two different directions, showing the Godfist remained in a state of alert. Times of tension, war, and distrust were among the least productive for thieves. An old friend had once taught him that war raised the stakes and provided even greater wealth for those willing to risk their lives. That same friend had gotten greedy. It was the type of lesson Sevalon wished he'd learned some other way. The silhouette of a familiar ship crept through the harbor, close to the shoreline, its lighting kept low. In general, one did not question the thief's luck. In this case, however, Sevalon was uncertain whether he should be relieved or terrified. He knew from experience this ship would run under complete darkness if not for the rocks along the shoreline. The Night Fist was a mercenary ship, and not one Sevalon had ever hoped to see again. His time aboard had been brief, which had been the best part about it. Kenward Trell had sometimes dealt with those perhaps best avoided, but the thief did not question the life of the pirate. Perhaps, if he was lucky, the Night Fist's crew would remember him as a pirate, and not the man who had lightened their purses. "Go," his instincts warned. "Run." Kenward oversaw the placement of the planks he and his crew had cut not so long ago. They had been building a ship that would be the first of its kind. Now they were burning the remains of that same ship. There was the chance this would return to them their freedom and get Kenward out of this tomb, which would make it all worthwhile. When the boiler and pressure tanks from the ship had been lowered, Kenward wasn't certain what to think. Those would be the most expensive and difficult parts to recreate, but new designs would also provide better performance. From atop her dragon, Alette directed the placement of the tanks and boiler, and she dictated they be filled with water. When she ordered all the pipes sealed, he immediately remembered the warnings the ancient writings had about pressure release valves. He wasn't certain how long it would take, but he vowed to get well clear of the area once the fire was lit. It had been Martek who suggested using some old, moldy barrels to store water atop the boiler and tanks. Kenward wasn't certain he understood the exact principles, but suspected it would result in a spectacular display. All the more reason to get clear. There wasn't much room to maneuver within the dome-like shield. The dragons had far more difficulty staying clear of the plasma barrier. Some places could hold multiple dragons, while others were barely wide enough to allow passage. Jerregard had settled into one of the larger cavities, which put him close enough to exert force on the spire with his enormous head. The Feral Queen moved more nimbly, which allowed Alette to survey the pyre's construction from multiple perspectives. For her sake, and his own, Kenward hoped it worked. Katrin had left, gone in search of another way out, and Kenward wished her luck as well. He didn't care who found a solution, as long as someone did. The dragon's wing was safely dry-docked, and thanks to the ingenuity, strength, and tenacity of the people of Dragonhold, the ship was even pointing in the right direction. Kenward wasn't certain such takeoff would be possible for the heavier, more traditional and seaworthy ship. This was where his design had so many advantages. His mind whirled with possibilities. Leftover straw mixed with coal was poured into every crack and crevice of the woodpile resting at the spire's base. Already the Feral Queen had attacked the spire with tooth and claw, showing just how devastating those weapons were, but the barrier pelted her with lightning. Every bit of rock she tore away came with a price, and even the Feral Queen could not endure such punishment for long. Having done his best to oversee the placement of the timbers, Kenward hoped it was all worth it. If this didn't work, he might throw himself into the plasma barrier in frustration. His mother had warned him about such thoughts. Better to clear his head during the difficult and time-consuming climb back to the keep. Looking down on him, even Trinda watched the spectacle. Climbing the obliterated stair, his arms grew tired and sore. Ropes hung down over missing sections of stair, challenging his endurance. Somehow he found the strength, though his arms trembled. The order to light the fire was given long before he reached Dragonhold. Smoke and heat grew worse as he climbed. By the time he gained the entrance, smoke filled the valley, obscuring all except an orange glow, where the flames were highest. Swirling winds created wandering vortices of ash floating around them. Trinda coughed and looked over to Kenward, who was still catching his breath. She rolled her eyes as if believing there was no chance this would work. He wondered at the expressiveness of her face. The ability to communicate without words was a valuable skill, and he respected those who did it well. Still, her attitude annoyed him. Why would she hope for this to fail? Was it because it hadn't been her idea? Had Kenward wanted her support, he would have tried to make Trinda believe it was her idea, but it was not her support he needed. Trinda's power within Dragonhold continued to dwindle. People filtered in, and Kenward did what he could to help people make the last of the climb. He remembered how tired he'd been, and these folks had worked longer and harder. No one left afterward. They all stayed behind to witness events for themselves. They had been a part of this and were not ready to walk away. Kenward couldn't blame them. Trinda, on the other hand, looked as if she were being punished. The ash stained her white dress and collected in her hair. A carpet of it danced across the stone, constantly shifting and moving in the wind, and it dirtied her shoes as well. "How much longer is this going to take?" she asked. Kenward just shrugged in response. Trinda made a huffy noise. Not long after, though, a steady whistling grew in volume and rose in pitch. People came in faster now, and Kenward did what he could to help. Others joined in, the whistle's growing intensity increasing the urgency. Then, with unexpected suddenness, the whistling stopped. Now raging, the fire crackled and roared. "What happened?" someone yelled. No one got the chance to respond. A series of explosions sent shockwaves up the barrier, which reflected into the hold. It started with a single, smaller explosion, immediately followed by two larger blasts. When the second shockwave hit, it knocked Kenward, Trinda, and most everyone gathered from their feet. Cries from the stair told of those who'd fallen as a result. Kenward scooted himself backward as the heat and glowing embers followed in a towering wave. Then the cinders got bigger, much bigger. A flaming chunk of pressure tank landed where Kenward had been sitting just a moment before. As fast as he could, he regained his feet and started pulling people away from the ledge. Waves of steam and a thunderous crack followed the explosions in rapid succession. Cries echoed within the hold. A mighty dragon roar drowned out the flames, a thunderous boom shaking the god fist's foundations a moment later. Jerregard had struck the spire, Kenward assumed, though he could see little through the smoke and steam. Alette's shouts also drifted up to where he sat, and Kenward admired the girl's courage. Even amid a firestorm, she maintained her composure. It was a skill few possessed. The Feral Queen struck the spire next, which resulted in a much different, higher-pitched sound. Kenward felt each blow in his boots. Striking repeatedly, one right after the other, the dragons beat a rhythmic tune. Caged thunder filled the hold as stone gave way and the plasma wavered. Another cheer rose from those gathered. Lightning leaped out from the destabilized barrier, and from the sounds of their cries, it struck both the Feral Queen and Jerregard. Again and again, lightning created a dancing spiderweb that almost continuously struck the dragons. Kenward felt helpless and useless, unable to do anything to ease their pain, and knowing they wouldn't last much longer. "Look out! Get down!" Kenward had no idea who shouted the warning, but he was grateful nonetheless. Just as he hit the stone, ash swirling maddeningly around him, Kyrian flashed overhead at high speed. Smoke roiled in his wake, and no one had to wonder for long what he was doing. The dragon must have struck the spire at full speed. The impact caused the flagstone to jump up and smack Kenward in the face. He was still regaining consciousness when the snapping started. It grew louder, and when Kenward looked up, the spire moved toward him. The goal had been to push the spire outward, and he would have thought Kyrian's momentum would have done just that. But no one had accounted for the energy-filled's grip. It flexed and pulled the mighty stone finger back toward the hold. It was then the spire's base failed. The stone megalith no longer lumbered toward them. It crashed down at full speed. Helping pull the last few people over and away from the ledge, Kenward went down for a third time. The mighty pillar rushed toward him. Solid stone surrounding Dragonhold's main entrance was all that saved him from being crushed. Blocking most of the entrance, the spire now rested against the mountainside. What little open area remained was filled with a constant barrage of sparks and lightning. The plasma barrier remained in place, except now it bulged inward, closer to the hold, and far angrier. Kenward watched as the entrance to Dragonhold was effectively sealed, leaving Alette, Onin, and the dragons trapped outside, with no access to food or water. Safety from the lightning was scarce. Kenward wasn't sure how long anyone would be able to survive trapped between the plasma barrier and the mountain. What had been only a matter of time for the dragons was now a matter of much less time. The few people who'd made it back were moved to an impromptu infirmary deeper within Dragonhold. No one ventured close to the front gates, afraid of being the lightning's next victim. The keep resonated with a distorted note that warped the energy, making Kenward's teeth hurt. If he didn't get out of this place soon, he was going to go as crazy as most people thought he already was. Appearing to be a crazy fool had worked well for Kenward much of his life, but actually going insane was not a fate he relished. He'd seen powerful people, once vibrant and at the top of their mental games, reduced to shades of their former selves. Looking back at the gap between the stone spire and Dragonhold's gates, Kenward considered grabbing supplies and running through. Then he realized he could toss at least a few packs loaded with water, food, and other necessities through the narrow opening and remain unscathed. Kenward raced for the kitchens, where Brother Vaughn was already explaining the situation to Miss Maris, who looked more annoyed than ever. "People just don't know when to leave well enough alone," she said. Kenward would have defended their actions, but he knew better than to argue with Miss Maris in her kitchen. It was the kind of thing you did only once. Despite her grumbling, Miss Maris packed generous portions and included extra touches Kenward suspected were more for Onin's sake than Alette's. He was grateful when she handed him the packs and turned back to her work. He couldn't miss the worried look she gave him when he walked out. "Don't go and do anything foolish," she shouted after him. He smiled. His aunt knew him well. Though she'd given him water skins, he had to fill them himself. Not far from the kitchens was a small fountain perfect for the task. The things the ancients had built never failed to amaze him. Even as he filled the flasks, he imagined ways the wonders within Dragonhold might have been created. This led him to ponder how so much knowledge had been forgotten. Certainly things must have changed after Istra last departed, but that didn't explain how so much knowledge relevant to both Istran and Vestran phases had been lost. When he was honest with himself, he realized he was thinking about anything but Onin and Alette. Even if he could get supplies to them, what kind of existence would they have outside? Now, more than ever, Kenward wished Katrin and her party success. Alette and Onin had both suffered enough in their lives, and Kenward wished no more hardships on them. His own memories proved just how painful such things could be, and he'd been lucky. After capping the last water skin, Kenward walked back toward the Great Hall. Shouting and thunder quickened his step. When he turned the corner, two figures stood silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. Onin supported Alette, but even his strength was not enough to withstand the lightning. Dropping his burdens, Kenward ran toward them, despite the fact that others were far closer than he. The lightning continued, and the others slowed. Kenward did not. It was a brave and foolish thing to do. Quicker than thought, a flash of light relieved him of control over his body. Through his pain, Kenward learned lightning's true nature and power. When finally the lightning relented, his body was slow to respond. Onin, the man he'd come to save, dragged both Kenward and Alette away from the entrance. One last time the lightning exacted its price for passage, sending all three to the stone. Other hands grabbed him then and pulled him to the infirmary. He'd been fine moments before, but now his heart fluttered and his thoughts slowed. If this was how death felt, he liked it not at all. A woman he didn't recognize cut away his shirt to expose a charred wound, and Kenward cried out. His arms flailed at his sides against the shock of pain. His right hand met something warm and soft, rather than the cold stone he'd expected. Calloused yet delicate fingers closed around his hand. Empathy and support flowed through the physical bond. Turning his head once he was able, he saw Alette staring back at him with pain-filled eyes. She'd given him strength when she was, herself, in great need. Kenward did what he could to communicate through touch, and he felt even worse when Alette gripped his hand hard, crying out in pain as someone tended her wounds. Her eyes rolled up into her head, and she passed out, her grip going limp in his hand. Few things in this world impressed Kenward Trell, but reaching out to him in her greatest time of need, and offering something of herself imprinted this woman on his very being. The rest had Alette Kilgore all wrong. This, Kenward was determined to change. Walking beside Kendra, St. John could not believe what he heard. Even before they had split from the main party, the rumblings from deeper within the hold had begun. His mother had shown concern, but said nothing. There had been speculation, but she had never confirmed or denied any of it. Now it was getting louder, and some was definitely not thunder, although St. John thought there had been legitimate thunder as well. This added to the confusion. High-pitched screams were a different matter altogether. The latest one sounded nearby, and Kendra grabbed St. John's arm, an instinctive defensive measure. She reached for what she treasured most. With a lump in his throat, St. John cleared his sword from the scabbard. He made more noise than Kendra did performing the same motion, which made him blush. Next came a series of rumbling booms, as if a god snored. It was impossible to know exactly what it was, but St. John's mind conjured gruesome images that made him sweat. He and Kendra were not untrained or unarmed, but were no match for what St. John imagined waited in the darkness. There was something about exploring a place no human had seen in thousands of years. At every junction Katrin's party had come across, they had split up until broken down into pairs. No one was to go off alone. Despite the large number of people in the party, they got down to pairs surprisingly fast. At first, Kendra and St. John occasionally re-encountered others who searched the halls, but there had been no signs of other humans in hours. Being in a constant state of alert took its toll on them, and Kendra motioned for him to sit and rest. She wrapped her herald globe more tightly in cloth to dim the light. Getting Trinda to provide the globes had been difficult, and the Child Queen continued to surprise. After sending one of her guards to retrieve the globes, she'd disappeared. "Can you believe she just ran away?" Kendra asked, looking down at the glowing bundle in her lap. "At least she gave us some of the herald globes before going wherever it is she went." "You think she was telling the truth about not knowing where the rest are?" Kendra asked. "I wouldn't put it past Trinda to hide them all over the keep, and not tell anyone where they all are," St. John said as quietly as he could. Rumbling thunder obscured his words. Echoes danced within Dragonhold in strange ways. Sometimes the stones simply absorbed the sound, leaving people stranded where no one could hear them, and other sounds carried deep into the hold. "What do you think we're going to find?" Kendra asked. St. John shrugged, not wanting to reveal his fears. The question had come up before, and he hadn't answered then either. Knowing his wife as he did, St. John expected the question to come again. She wouldn't relent until he answered. She knew his weaknesses, yet he still wanted to be strong for her. Most of the time, she projected strength, but he knew her every weakness as well, and there were times she needed him. He'd let her down in the past, and never wanted to feel that way again. Reaching out, he squeezed her hand. After appearing confused at first, she looked up and smiled. Without warning, Dragonhold itself trembled and shook, tossing them helplessly about. When at last the tremor ceased, St. John jumped to his feet and helped Kendra up. Something was wrong. St. John's hair and teeth hurt, making him feel as if he'd been rung like a bell. When the feeling didn't abate, he looked to his wife, struggling as well, her eyes squinted from pain. Resonating within the halls and permeating the air around them, a discordant note threatened to debilitate them both. Like bees pouring into St. John's ears, the feeling was inescapable. It nagged at him. High-pitched, panic screams accompanied deep rumblings. If there were other creatures living within Dragonhold, surely now they were on full alert. Moving as quickly as they could, They found the note more prevalent in some places than others, and stopped to recuperate in a place where it was not overpowering. "I can only imagine what your mom is going through," Kendra said. St. John tried not to think about it. There was little he could do to help his mother, and thinking about her pain brought him physical and emotional anguish. It was a feeling no one should know, though many did. So far, Kendra and St. John had found little that was useful in their current circumstances. They found a beautiful fountain in full operation, though in need of a good cleaning, and they had discovered rooms filled with sealed clay jars as big as St. John. Halls cut in stone were indistinguishable from each other, the pebbles they dropped near each junction, all they had to lead them back out. The deeper they went, the less likely they would ever make it back. The weight of the stone above pressed down upon them. "You know Voltaires is going to knock you down with his tail for months once you've reunited, right?" St. John smiled and even laughed. It was the perfect thing to say at that moment. He loved his wife. Chapter 6. Information from the past is changing our future. Brother Milo, Cathurin monk. Pelivore walked alongside Katrin in a state of disbelief. He'd mourned the loss of her, and she'd been returned to him. He'd lamented her previous marriage, and now his relief over Prios's absence in Katrin's life shamed him. His old friend captured him with her eyes, just as she always had. She'd been his first kiss, and nothing could ever change that. He'd dreamed of her for years, which made him flush deeply. She spoke to him with softness in her eyes. Despite all the pain and danger, she still had a smile for him. Being so close to the very thing he desired was sweet torture, and he found himself staring too long. "We somehow managed to find ourselves in the most dangerous situations," she said. Smiling and nodding, Pelivore agreed. All along he'd planned to stay by Katrin's side, and no one had challenged him. His pairing with her for this exploration had been at his desire, but she'd made no move to change it. That was the same as wanting it in his perception, and he tried to restrain his overeager heart. If Katrin hadn't been looking at him, he'd slap himself in the face. He should be thinking of ways to get them out of this colossal mess, yet he was acting like a foolish boy. "I'm hoping all these dangerous situations will one day lead us to a peaceful existence," he said. Katrin nodded. "Such a thing does exist." Pelivore laughed. "What would you do?" he asked, knowing it was a silly question. "Do you really want to know?" she asked, somehow managing to look innocent and fragile despite being the most powerful person on the planet, even if caught in a spider's web. "It's rather boring, actually." Without realizing what he was doing until it was too late, Pelivore asked wordlessly, using only his facial expression. A flash of pain clouded Katrin's beautiful face. It was gone in an instant. Prios had always used a similar expression to coax words from people, and Pelivore had temporarily forgotten where he'd learned it. The result was that he'd made Katrin think of her dead husband. No matter how he tried, Pelivore always found a way to say the wrong thing around her. The keep continued to rumble, the noise unidentifiable. Pelivore and Katrin exchanged a glance. "Didn't Chase say Trinda had guards posted farther in than this?" Pelivore asked. Katrin nodded. "He did. She's been monitoring the stone forest, and Chase said he thought she might have guards posted beyond there as well." "I can't picture this forest," Pelivore said. "How much farther is it? It doesn't seem like a place this big should exist." "Not that much farther," Katrin said. "The keep could go on for miles. I'm fairly certain the ancients exploited natural formations. The river that runs through this place is a big part of why the keep exists at all. It has worn away the soft rock over the millennia." "You really are a know-it-all," Pelivore said, elbowing her in the ribs. The physical contact, no matter how minimal, was thrilling. "Sorry, I spent a lot of time studying, and I find these kinds of things interesting." "Don't be sorry. That's one of the things I love about you." The words were said before Pelivore could take them back, and the silence that hung after his statement was increasingly awkward. Searching for words, he drew a breath. Katrin gave him a sad smile and he was about to apologize when someone knocked the world sideways. There were things in life that were part of the background, like the ringing in his ears, but when suddenly amplified and shifted to a frequency that set everything on edge, those things became unbearable. Reeling from the sudden change in the energy around them, Pelivor caught a glimpse of Katrin, her head cradled in her hands. He could not imagine how much worse it must be for her. For years, Pelivor had struggled to eke enough power from the air to fly the dragon's wing, and he couldn't even imagine how it must feel to have access to all the power all the time. The small amount he was able to draw was an elixir that left one wanting more. He knew the extent of Katrin's powers, and it frightened him if he thought too much about it. "What is it?" Pelivor asked without realizing he was speaking. "That fool Alette," Katrin said. "I think she damaged the fifth magic without actually disabling it. Why doesn't anyone listen to me?" She didn't give him a chance to answer. "We are powerless to do anything about the barrier. It's still there, but now it's distorted. I can feel it. We must press on and hope we find some other way out soon." Pelivor let the silence hang. The initial shock of the ringing was wearing off, and now it felt as if his teeth were going to crack. Katrin leaned on him for a moment. He put his arm around her. Why did it have to be so hard for them, he wondered, but he carried on nonetheless. Only when they reached the stone forest did Pelivor really see the world around him again. His sole purpose was to take Katrin to the infernal ringing source and make it stop. Thousands of trees, painstakingly carved with unmatched accuracy and detail, temporarily made the pain go away. For a moment, the majesty erased all other thought. No guard could be seen, but evidence of their presence remained. Supplies and foodstuffs were stacked nearby, a cot tucked into a side hall not far from where the forest began. Trinda might have recalled the guard, but Pelivor wasn't so sure. Perhaps it was the lifelike forest, or maybe it was the occasional carved inhabitants of those trees that unnerved Pelivor. Either way, he felt as if they were being watched. The hairs on his neck stood. Neither wished to prolong this exploration, and they ate strips of dried beef while walking through the silent grove. Katrin unnecessarily motioned for silence. Others would be listening across the world in places just as improbable as this. Instantaneous global communications pushed the limits of imagination, yet it existed, and Pelivor stood inside it. While the high-pitched whine threatened to relieve Pelivor of his sanity, other noises indicated more immediate threats. No matter what anyone said, some of those deep booms were not thunder. Katrin had never said they were, and both knew the kind of danger they might face. It gave Pelivor great pride to walk beside Katrin into the unknown. They had fought overwhelming odds before, and though they hadn't always won, they had survived. When Katrin drew a sudden breath and grabbed his arm, Pelivor wasn't certain they would again. The maze beneath the black spike appeared to have been built by someone who was losing his sanity. Many tunnels went nowhere, some ending in vertical shafts. The construction was far rougher than what Durin had seen within Dragonhold or even Windhold. "I knew a smith who made art by pouring molten silver into anthills," Strom said, as if to chase away the ever-impinging darkness. "This place reminds me of the many tunnels and chambers the ants create." Markers, presumably left by Katrin, saved them from exploring the entire place. Durin had to assume she was the one guiding them. Any other thought was just too frightening to bear. "I'm convinced this place is the work of Ain Geist," Osborne said. Strom glared at him, as if mentioning the name might summon the immortal madman himself. Durin wasn't certain he believed the old tales about Enoch and Ain Geist merging their consciousnesses and going mad, but someone built this impossible place. If Osborne was correct, they were walking into the lair of the most notorious character in Godsland's history. Even the possibility gave Durin the crawls. They could do nothing to prepare and were essentially defenseless against whatever they encountered. Beyond the statuette's light, darkness shifted and moved. Strom kept the figurines glowing low, afraid of discharging them too quickly, although there had been no perceptible lessening of the light they provided. Durin wished to see farther into the distance. Not knowing if they were walking up on some ancient monster made his stomach hurt. "If it was Ain," Osborne continued,
I believe we are safe. He was never malicious as much as he perceived the world differently than others. No one can say what it must have been like, always having his grandfather in the back of his mind, controlling his breathing, heart rate, and other functions. His frailty was the price of Enoch's folly. He was the one who taught so many of his people to heal themselves, not knowing how dire the consequences would be. No one should ever get into someone else's head, Strom said. It's against nature, and just wrong. Durin could see his point. Knowing Strom's experience with Kyrian was a driving factor behind his stance on the matter. There were others, though, who had benefited from direct communication with the mind of another, sometimes across great distances. Had Prios not spoken in St. John's mind, assassins might well have succeeded in killing him. Some things were dangerous and needed to be used with care, was what Durin took away from the conversation. Ahead, twisted carvings of trees materialized from the pervasive darkness. Winged gargoyles watched from glistening black branches as they moved deeper into a nightmare. Artfully carved, the trees may have once been accurate representations of nature. Now they looked as if they had been turned to wax, melted, then turned to stone. The creatures who occupied the upper branches were angular in comparison, lifelike images of things Durin prayed did not actually exist. And if they did, he hoped there were none within this place, which was horrible enough on its own. Shuffling noises up ahead made Durin want to run and hide. Strom stopped them with a raised hand, and all three were on full alert. The light they bore would make them stand out to anything living in that darkness, and might even drive some away. Durin didn't want to consider which of the creatures he'd seen in the trees might have been real, especially since far more terrifying monstrosities waited deeper within the twisted forest. Wings and tails emerged from human-looking torsos. Durin thought he might faint if one moved. Nothing gave any indication of how large the forest was, or if there were other tunnels leading out of the place. Strom continued forward, as if drawn by magic, and Durin wondered if it might be true. He knew better than to ask the man. Strom was uncomfortable with his powers, and asking him would only make him defensive about it. Better to let the big man lead and follow his instincts. Durin smiled. He was finally starting to understand how to work with other people. He'd never known it could be so complicated or rewarding. When Strom stopped without warning, holding up his hand again, Durin wasn't prepared and walked into Strom's back. He grunted loudly from the impact, and both Strom and Osborne cast him scathing glances, demanding silence. When Durin recovered himself, he understood why. Voices came from not far ahead. Who in the world could possibly be at the bottom of this forsaken place, Durin asked himself, liking none of what his imagination conjured. Strom quietly led them deeper into the nightmare forest, the pool of light giving them away to anything with eyes. Durin, too, felt compelled to move in silence. Someone or something else was there. The odds of its being friendly were decidedly slim. No more voices came. Low rumblings and something akin to a growl were all that could be heard. Highly alert, all three jumped upon hearing a sudden intake of breath. Startled, terrified, and confused, Durin searched for a tree to hide behind, but could find none that didn't bear some creature from his nightmares. A mighty growl split the air, followed by a grunt, but Durin saw nothing. He exchanged confused glances with Strom and Osborne, but then remembered the tales of keystones. St. John had told him about them, and had used them himself, so Durin knew such things really existed. Grunts and cries filled the air, but no words. Still, Durin felt some sort of connection. Even across the distance, he knew even before Pelivor shouted, "Look out, Cat! Behind you!" Though Durin was not there in physical form, Katrin's foes didn't know that. He made up his mind. "For Katrin!" he shouted, with all the authority he could muster. Strom and Osborne took a moment to understand his goal, but then they charged into the empty darkness, shouting battle cries that reverberated through the black spike. Stopping cold when Katrin grabbed his arm, Pelivor held his breath. A hulking, shadowy form stepped into the light, and did not shy away. Another approached from a different direction. Pelivor grabbed Katrin's collar and turned her back the way they had come. A third demon stepped into their path. There was a chance they could retreat through the stone forest,
dashing between the trees to lose the enemy, but there were likely more where these had come from. Without their most potent weapons, they were in serious trouble. His grip on Katrin loosened, and she darted away from him, dividing the monster's focus. Charging toward the first one they'd seen, which wasn't far away, Katrin leaped into the air, executing a flying kick at the demon's knee. Too slow to react, the demon went down with a loud crack. The dark monster growled and thrashed in anguish, but would pursue them no farther. "Look out, Cat! Behind you!" Pelivor shouted. A mace made from a small tree trunk missed Katrin's head by a hair's width, but Pelivor had his own problems. The demon closing on him carried no weapons. Instead, the foul beast wore twisted ironworks more like hammers than gloves. One sword passed Pelivor's head, crashing into a stone tree, desecrating the eons-old masterpiece. Even as he sought to save his own life, Pelivor was aware of the beauty around him. What had seemed like a miss proved an effective attack when a heavy branch came crashing down on Pelivor. Her eyes defiant, Katrin stood in the mace-wielding demon's path. Having no time to process what he saw, Pelivor rolled away. Two mighty hammers raced toward him, and there was little else he could do to defend himself. "For Katrin!" came a sudden cry. Pelivor could hardly believe it. More cries split the air, and the course of the battle shifted. Pulling himself out from under the stone branch, he came away with cuts, scrapes, and bruises, but little more. The demon cast about, searching for this new threat. It was all the opportunity Pelivor needed. Following Katrin's example, he struck the enormous creature from behind, buckling the knee to take the beast down. It hit the stone floor with a resounding thud, its gruesome visage smacking the wall hard on its way down, knocking it out. Limping away from a still form on the stone, the third demon fled. Running as fast as he could, Pelivor reached her side to find her still breathing. "Can you hear me, Cat? Are you all right?" She gave no answer for a time, and Pelivor sat, strangely alone. "We were trying to help," came Durin's voice from the ether. "Is Katrin hurt?" "I'll be fine," she said, stirring in Pelivor's grasp. "Thank you. You saved us." "What do you need us to do, Cat?" Strom asked across the distance. He sounded as if he were standing right next to them. "We've done our best to follow your guidance." "You're almost there," Katrin responded. "Keep going the same direction you've been traveling, and you'll find Ain's machine." A fit of coughing interrupted her words. Pelivor helped her sit up. Demon calls rose in the distance. "We need to get out of here, Cat, now. I've left you the very tool you'll need to activate the portals," Katrin said, as Pelivor hoisted her back to her feet and hauled her away. Demons were coming. Onin and Alette both walked under their own power, carrying their own packs, despite Kenward's offered assistance. In the end, he was glad for their stubbornness, since his pack grew heavier over time. His aunt had been generous to him, and she'd been kind to Onin. Both were glad when she had agreed to show Alette similar courtesy. Miss Maris was a woman of reason, and she'd nodded when Kenward reminded her that Alette hadn't come voluntarily. "Katrin was correct," Alette said. It was as close as she'd come to an apology. "I can only hope she was right about going deeper into this tomb. At least here I can see the light, even if I can't feel it."
Onin shrugged. "Don't beat yourself up. Your idea had merit."
"I'm not angry with myself," Alette said. "I'm mad at her. How dare she be right?" The comment took Kenward off his guard, and when he cast her a sideways glance, the Black Queen wore a rare grin. This young woman was a puzzle to match Trinda, Kenward thought. Most of the women in his life were mysteries to him, so he was undeterred by this fact. "Katrin feels responsible for all of you," Alette blurted. "She feels terrible about the slippery eel and the serpent. She'd take it back if she could." Kenward gaped. He'd always known, but somehow hearing it from Alette meant something more. Katrin and Alette had bonded in ways he could never understand, and shared their deepest secrets. She had no reason to tell Kenward these things, unless Katrin absolutely believed them. He supposed she told him to make him feel better, but it had the opposite effect. He'd cursed Katrin in some of the most creative and unusual language ever uttered on Godsland. and having her remorse verified removed much of his right to complaint.
"She really is your friend."
"Thank you," Kenward said.
"You didn't have to tell me that, but I'm glad you did."
"Can she communicate directly with her dragon over great distances?"
Onan asked. His abrupt and specific question came as a surprise.
"Yes,"
Alette said after a moment, "but it's more difficult when she's deprived of Istra's light."
"Amazing,"
Onan said.
"I can barely communicate with Jerregard when I'm on his back and armed with a hammer."
Kenward had wondered just how brave Onan really was. The man's next question proved he was the braver of the two.
"Can you communicate with your dragons over great distance?"
All three continued walking, but Alette said nothing. Kenward wondered if she might scold the old warrior for his prying, but she proved capable of handling herself in other ways. "I've no need of the hammer," she said. Kenward smiled. She'd answered his question without really telling him what he wanted to know. Onan just grunted in response. Kenward had thought that might be the end of the conversation, but the old warrior wasn't quite done yet. Apparently, he was determined to make the best of having the Black Queen's undivided attention.
"What do the Ferals want?"
he asked. A bold question, Kenward thought. Alette did not respond right away. This was a sign of wisdom in Kenward's estimation. Those who speak with haste often fail to fully consider their words. To be left alone. If provoked, however, they'll seek revenge.
"Revenge?"
Onan asked. The feral dragons did not fare well at the end of the last age, Alette said.
"That was thousands of years ago,"
Kenward said. Alette's eyes were cold. "Dragons do not forget." Onan grunted in acknowledgement. There was something she wasn't saying. After all, if the Ferals wished only to be left alone, then why had they attacked the Greatland and the Godfist? Something wasn't adding up.
"And what do you want?"
Kenward asked before he could think better of it. Alette looked at him, almost sheepishly. "I don't know." It was perhaps the most honest thing anyone had ever said to him, and he recognized her vulnerability in that moment. She'd shown him something of herself, and he wanted nothing more than to comfort her. Life had been so unkind. She deserved some respite. She deserved to be loved.
"Not much chance you'll get it, then,"
Onan said. Alette stuck her tongue out at him, and he actually smiled. It was something Kenward had never seen before. This day just kept getting stranger. Their journey had been relatively uneventful, and Trinda's guard surprisingly helpful in telling them where Katrin's group had gone.
"Heard Lady Katrin was going beyond the stone forest,"
one man said when he encountered the group. He just pointed in the general direction and told them to keep going. It seemed odd to explore the hold by going directly down the main halls, but Kendra had most likely had this part of the hold thoroughly searched. If Katrin had good reason to believe she would find whatever it was they were searching for beyond the stone forest, then that would be the best place to start their search. That excited Kenward in one way. It was the chance to see this stone forest for himself. Some things simply are not real until experienced, and he could not imagine such a thing existed. "What do you want, Onan of the Old Guard?" Alette asked the old warrior. He grinned at her.
"I'd like to live out my life with an eccentric dragon, a warm woman, and a full mug."
Alette laughed. "At least you've set achievable goals."
"You'd think. So far it's proven impossible."
"I just want to be free,"
Kenward said, despite the fact that no one asked.
"Give me a ship and open skies, and I'll be the happiest man alive."
"You actually want to fly one of those things again?"
Onan asked.
"This from the man who navigates with a hammer,"
Kenward said, and they all laughed. It was an odd thing. All of them had reason to resent the others, reason enough to go to war in cases, yet they had found a common cause and were able to get along just fine. War was a prolonged and messy business Kenward wanted nothing to do with. Give him a good boarding and looting any day. No one gets hurt, and the pirates go on their way. Most of the time.
"Why did you not come to the council?"
Onan asked Alette. Her response was much faster this time. "I listened to what the Child Queen told me.
It's a mistake I'll not make again."
"What did she tell you?"
Kenward asked. "She said none of you wanted peace, and that the council was just a way to draw me out of hiding, so you could more easily dispose of me."
"And do you believe those words?"
Onan asked. "Not now," she said. "Many things have changed since then. I have changed since then." Onan nodded his understanding, and Kenward could relate. Some of life's lessons leave us forever changed, and we cannot go back, no matter how hard we try. It was among the hardest lessons he'd learned. Innocence lost could never be regained. Kenward would have put those thoughts to words, if not for battle cries echoing through the halls. The hair on Kenward's neck stood, and together they ran. Chapter 7. Even the powerful have feelings. Tread lightly. Trinda Hollis, the Child Queen. The mysteries of Dragonhold grew in St. John's mind. He'd never been unable to imagine the scope of the place. Now that he'd journeyed so far and still not found an end, he tried to reconcile it. "The ancients must have been something to behold," he said without really meaning to. "They frighten me," Kendra said. "Even long dead, they threaten us all. How do you fight dead foes?" "You don't. You just do your best to clean up their messes, and not get caught up in them in doing so." St. John laughed in spite of the truth. "At least we're together," Kendra said. "It's not so bad." She was right. Had they been separated, things would have been far worse for them both. They were stronger together. Her very presence made St. John a better person. He wasn't quite sure how she did it, but that didn't change it. When they reached the halls where the stones showed no signs of humans, St. John was disturbed to find evidence of clawed feet. They moved forward with even greater care. Something lay near the center of the hall, and St. John slowed. Upon closer inspection, the shape turned out to be a skeleton, perfectly preserved bones resembling nothing St. John had ever seen. He was no expert, but the shape and elongated finger bones gave him the crawls. More skeletons appeared as they moved deeper, each more mysterious and disturbing than the last. The keep had gone mostly quiet, which was even more unnerving than the noises had been. Now they had no way to know how far they were from the sources of those sounds. "Look," Kendra said, pointing at the floor near an upcoming junction. The scratch marks in the dust almost all turned in the same direction. If this was a test of courage, St. John was failing. Nothing anyone could say would make him believe turning the same direction as what were presumably demons was a good idea. Kendra appeared to be considering it. St. John pointed straight ahead, rather than the more used tunnel to the right. Kendra frowned. "Let's see if we can flank them," St. John said. "Look for the next hall to the right." He hoped using tactical reasoning would resonate with his wife, as it usually did. He'd married a fighter, and he'd eventually learned how to talk to one. Kendra nodded after a moment, and they crossed over the junction quickly, hoping nothing saw them pass. Kendra kept their herald globe tightly wrapped, but even a small amount of light was a beacon this deep underground. Not long after, they came upon another junction, the right-hand hall showing fewer signs of usage. Kendra nodded in satisfaction and turned right. Looking over his shoulder, St. John had a bad feeling. This hall had been his idea, which made it worse. Gently sloped halls curving in sweeping lines, much like the rest of the hold, which cut down on long-range visibility. This was an advantage in that it hid their light from others, but it also prevented them from seeing what lay ahead. St. John's knees trembled with anticipation. Part of it was fear, and part of it was being alert and prepared for anything. Eventually, the hall led to a flight of steps that descended into an oval-shaped chamber. Dust-covered forms filled most of the room, but gave no indication of their true nature. St. John's imagination conjured frightening images that he sought to banish. "You should go no farther this way," Trinda Hollis said in a low voice. Kendra and St. John both jumped. It wasn't until Kendra lifted the herald globe over her head, still wrapped in cloth and glowing brightly nonetheless, that he saw her. On a rock shelf high above, Trinda sat. Had the girl not broken the illusion,
the ledge would have been invisible. "What game is this?" Kendra asked in a hiss. "No game," Trinda said. "Just a final warning. If you go past this point, you are beyond any protection I can offer. My men do their best to keep the darker forces within the hold isolated, but I can make no promises. Dragonhold has more secrets than you may want to believe." "And what of you?" Kendra asked. "What will you do?" "I can take care of myself," Trinda said. "You should concentrate on what Katrin will do. She's a danger to us all, even if she does not wish it. I'm sorry, I know she's your mother, Sinjin, but please remember the rest of us when the time comes." Sinjin nearly scoffed at her words. It was an old reaction, and one that probably would not serve him well. It was a credit to his maturity that he gave what she said credence, even if he did not believe it to be true. His mother was one of the few things keeping darkness from claiming them all, and he could not imagine anything that would make her a threat. "Thank you for your kind words of warning," Kendra said. "If you wanted to be of help, you'd provide us with the documents you use to make such wonderful decisions for all of us." Trinda flushed at Kendra's scolding, but Sinjin could not deny the truth. "You never really wanted to help us," Kendra continued, and Sinjin doubted those words would improve the situation. "If you had, you would have given us the information we needed, the information we asked for. You couldn't even return all the Herald Globes to the person who created them. To tell the truth, Trinda Hollis, I've had about all I can stand of you." Trinda just sniffed and looked offended. "Fine," she said. "If that is the reward I get for my kindness, then you're on your own." The Child Queen then stood, huffed, and walked along the otherwise invisible ledge. When she disappeared around a corner into a perfectly disguised rectangular orifice, Sinjin couldn't help but wonder if his wife had made a huge mistake. There was no time to contemplate their route. All Pelivore could do was run away from demons and whatever else moved within the hold. Katrin kept pace but said nothing, the pain on her face clear. Coming here had been a terrible mistake. What had they been thinking? Exploring in pairs and lightly armed, they were no match for even a single demon, and by the sounds of it, there were many. Part of Katrin's pain came from not being able to help those she loved, and now knowing she'd probably sent them to their deaths. Pelivore bore his own measure of responsibility. A nearby growl caused them to scurry back the way they had come and around a corner. Katrin breathed heavily beside him. What a shock it must be for her, he thought. To go from having the power to rend the world to being helpless must be terrifying. Pelivore had considerably less access to the energy around them, but he knew how it felt to lose that power. It was something they might never get over if left in this wretched prison. There was something that drew them both on, though, a persistent feeling. It wasn't that Pelivore knew which direction to turn or which chambers to explore. It was more the general sense he was getting closer to or farther away from his goal. It was something he couldn't explain, and he did not even want to put the feeling to words for fear of breaking the spell. When the demon patrols drove them in the wrong direction, Pelivore simply did what he could to find an alternate route toward their goal. Katrin must know, he thought. Why else would she follow his lead so blindly and without a word? She must feel it too. At the next junction, he hesitated. Katrin drew him along, taking the lead and moving in the direction his spirit also told him to go. He'd been right. Both moved with increased confidence. They were getting close. He could feel it. When Katrin reached out and squeezed his hand, a thrill ran along his arm, and he met her eyes. Whatever was going to happen was about to happen. Prepare yourself, her gaze said. There was something else there, too, and Pelivore felt like a teenager all over again. Before the courage left him, he placed a hand on Katrin's hip, grabbed her face in his other hand, and kissed her like he meant it. When he released her from his grip, Katrin remained silent, her eyes unreadable. Demons moving behind them drove them forward without time for further contemplation. Everything changed at once, and Pelivore's mind could barely keep pace with his senses. The first indication was Katrin's herald globe growing the slightest bit brighter. It could have been the result of the cloth it was wrapped in shifting, but then the ambient light level also increased. Amber and hue, natural light pooled in the hallway ahead, filled with texture and life. A familiar buzzing crept back into Pelavor's essence. It was something that had been undetectable until its sudden absence, and now its equally sudden restoration. Demons appeared in the hall behind them, and Pelivor dragged Katrin forward. She too appeared overwhelmed by the changes in the environment. The hair on Pelivor's arms and neck stood, and stepping into a hidden marvel stole his breath. Amber light illuminated a vast plain. Waterfalls and living trees within Dragonhold they had seen before, but this place was different. Raging from high above, the waterfall emerged from a stone god's open jaws. The image represented no god Pelivor recognized, and its age was palpable. The water fell clear of the statue before plunging into a foaming pool below. The stone god sat, cross-legged and palms up, providing keys to life within Dragonhold. Clear, fresh water was not all the river brought into the hold. Pelivor didn't know through what mechanism it was accomplished, but a disproportionate number of large fish poured through the god's mouth and into the pool. Sizable fins emerged from the depths and converged on newcomers, devouring them. Cradled in each of the god's palms were the largest carved gemstones Pelivor had ever seen. The stones themselves were a rich tapestry of light and texture, behind smooth, clean facets. Whoever had cut these translucent green gems had been a master of the craft. Above the god's head, roiling black clouds partially obscured amber crystals above. Steadily, the waterfall provided additional moisture that gathered in thunderheads over the rolling plain. A bright flash brought Katrin and Pelivor from their revelry. Lightning leaped from the blackness and pulsed with blinding light, leaving purple streaks in Pelivor's vision. The resulting thunder rattled his soul. The tree the lightning had struck sizzled and popped. It, like the other trees around it, was warped and twisted like a candle left in the sun. Some trees along the colossal cavern's edges were less warped, but those in the open ground showed evidence of frequent strikes. Rich green leaves harboring glossy orange fruit proved they were a hardy lot. If not for the demons behind them, Pelivor could have spent hours taking in the details. He and Katrin stepped farther into the open, exposing themselves in the process. Pelivor would have preferred having stone on at least one side. His back and flanks were poorly protected. The forest, with its short and widely spaced trees, would provide little cover. Given the size of the fins in the pool, Pelivor wanted nothing to do with those waters. He suspected anyone who ventured in would receive a reception similar to the fish falling from above. Pelivor could see how having a steady supply of stunned, fat, juicy fish could result in some enormous predators. Bright violet birds with wings tipped in fiery orange swooped through the trees and danced along the mist's edges. Flocks of stark white swallows soared higher, disappearing into the clouds. Given the place's majesty, overlooking critical details might have been forgivable, but Pelivor cursed himself when he saw demons watching from the hall. Standing at the edge of the natural light, they came no farther. Katrin watched them as well, and Pelivor turned back to the seated god only to see him moving. He turned her around before his mouth could form any words. The upper portion of the stone god remained stationary, but behind the falls, the giant lap area shifted and moved. Scales appeared within the mists, and Pelivor's mind finally registered the horror awaiting them. Perhaps the largest feral dragon to ever exist on Godsland overflowed from the god's lap. It was as if it had chosen its favorite sleeping spot when it was smaller, and had outgrown it over time. Everything about this dragon spoke of age and power. It was nothing like those young and fresh dragons, so full of their newfound vigor. The feral dragons Katrin had fought until now had been but babies. Now they faced the elder statesman. At least that was how it felt to Pelivor. "Come closer." The command was palpable, and Pelivor found himself drawn to the water's edge. Katrin walked beside him. The gems reached out to them, calling for him to embrace them and draw from the deep well they provided. He did not know what kind of stones these were, but Pelivor sensed the energy they stored, much like dragon ore. He could feel the energy the shield trapped, being intensified and concentrated and forced into the stones with tremendous resistance, unlike the way dragon ore simply absorbed light. The frequency of their vibration made Pelavor's joints ache.
That's close enough.
Peering from behind the waterfall, the dragon's head, like a living mountain suddenly awake and hungry, moved. Pelavor looked to Katrin, who was entranced. The herald globe in her hand now glowing brightly, he wondered if he dared tap the power contained within this cavern. Already he could feel his innate abilities warming in the light, like feeling return to a sleeping limb.
Your kind forfeited this place long ago.
Pelavor heard the statement, but he was getting only one side of the conversation. With lidded eyes, as if in torpor, Katrin appeared asleep. He had to trust she was communicating with this ancient dragon, and that he should keep his mouth, or mind, shut.
I am much pleased that you've given me back my power. You'll be rewarded for this act once you've completed the task.
Not knowing what the task was, a bad feeling festered in Pelavor's gut. The dragon looked down on them greedily. Katrin had said this place was a prison. She'd been correct, and it was occupied all along. No ordinary dragon, this beast had full and skilled access to Ishtra's power. Pelavor could feel the intricate control and subtle touch the magnificent beast possessed. Katrin had once marveled at his control and the complex structures he'd instinctively created, but both were clumsy hacks in comparison to this creature.
Male.
The name thundered in Pelavor's mind. He was helpless to resist such power and control. The chance to run was past, and Katrin appeared to be faring no better. The fear keeping the demons from entering this hall was real and warranted, but Pelavor now realized even that was futile. Male had long been manipulating the people of the Godfist, preparing to use them as the instruments of his release from this millennia-old prison. Even the dragon's wing had not been immune. Male sent Pelavor visions of the events that brought them into the hold. So many random and otherwise unexplainable things began making sense, which terrified Pelavor more than anything else could. If this creature escaped from Dragonhold, no one in the world would be safe, and Male made it clear he would have no mercy on the descendants of those who'd imprisoned him. It may have been thousands of years ago, but dragon memories are longer than those of trees. If Male had been able to exert that much influence from within the most powerful prison ever built, then he would be unstoppable in the unfettered light. What had once been Pelavor's will collapsed under Male's influence, staying his hand. Pelavor's fingertips itched with power, the attack ready to be unleashed with a flick of his will, but the dragon's desires preempted his own. Pelavor was lost. Chapter 8. Given a single chance, dragons will rule us all. Lord Bergeron. No matter what logic told him, St. John knew his wife would go the way Trinda had told her not to. Kendra was no fool. She knew the Child Queen was a trickster, and her presence likely meant they had found what they were looking for. The hallway beyond twisted and turned more than any they had encountered before. At times, the tunnel would switch back to go in almost the opposite direction, only to turn back again a few paces farther ahead. Soon, though, sounds began to filter to them. A low, steadied roar was accompanied by louder, more abrupt calls along with high-pitched noises. It was impossible to distinguish any of what they heard, which left them on edge. When the tunnel ended, they had to turn sideways to get through the intentionally narrow portal. Amber light poured through, and St. John thought he saw grass on the other side. Part of him dared to hope they'd found a way out of Dragonhold. Kendra guarded the entrance while St. John squeezed through. What he saw when he emerged was beyond his ability to describe. A massive statue loomed over them, shrouded in mists. Twisted trees grew from rolling hills covered in lush grasses. A silver fox peered from behind a nearby tree and issued a high-pitched bark before scampering off, its glorious tail glistening with humidity. St. John wondered for a moment if the animals here had fallen into the river above and survived the plunge over the falls. It was unlikely, given the feeding frenzy underway in the pool at the waterfall's base. It was then St. John saw his mother and Pelivore standing, silent, staring at the stone god. "I tried to spare you this," Trinda said after appearing nearby. "No matter what you think, I wish you no ill. If you turn back now, you might be spared his direct attention." The presence of something in this place was undeniable, and St. John had no trouble believing a powerful being waited here. What were his mother and Pelivore doing? Every part of him was drawn there. He wanted to join her, to stand beside her, no matter what she faced. He wasn't afraid of some ancient statue, even though history told him he should be. When something behind the falls moved, however, he adjusted his assumptions. A huge dragon revealed himself, shifting his mass on a too small resting place. "Last chance," Trinda said. "Go back now, or face him." For once in his life, St. John believed Trinda, but that didn't mean he would take her advice. If his mother and Pelivore faced the dragon, then he and Kendra did so as well. "Thank you, Trinda," St. John said. "Consider my debt paid, St. John Volker. I wouldn't cross me again if I were you." With those words, the queen slipped between the trees, scaled a section of rough-cut rock with bare hands and feet, and disappeared into the rock wall itself. That girl was as mysterious as the wind. She'd been right about one thing. This was his last chance to walk away, and he did one of the most foolish things he'd ever done. For his mother, he took a trembling step forward and drew a breath. Kendra did the same. Somehow she knew what he planned and stood beside him. St. John could not count the ways he loved his wife. Endangering her went against his every desire, but safety had long since fled. If they all died as a result of his actions, then he probably would have saved them some other imminent death. When he spoke, his voice had Ishtra's strength, revealing to St. John he had some power in the stone god's presence. "If you wish my mother harm, then you'll have to deal with me." The words left him before he could fully consider the consequences. Water showered the plains as the dragon reacted. Echoing pops and creaks accompanied the sudden movement. More joints snapped and shifted as mighty wings spread for the first time in who knew how long. The dragon's wings were constructed of thin, frail-looking bones, supporting membranes like overstretched leather. Light shone through tears in the membrane, and the claws on the ends of the bone structures gleamed under a patina of ages. Water thrashed the plains when the dragon flapped his massive wings, sending the waterfall soaring across the cavern, fish included. St. John was distracted for the slightest instant when he saw the silver fox grab a fish from the lush grasses and run off looking like the cat that caught the bird. With two more flaps of his wings and a single leap, the feral was upon them, seething with fury. "Who dares challenge me?" Anyone bent on living would have been digging a hole to hide in or running for his life, but St. John had already resigned himself to death. He could think of no better way to go than protecting those he loved. Opening his mouth to issue a taunting response, St. John froze, the words never leaving his lips. He'd been a fool to think he could resist the most powerful sorcerer ever to live. The thoughts were no longer his own. Mael's influence, for he knew the name as well as his own, blotted out his will, and that which was St. John was nearly lost as the dragon's eyes focused fully on him. "Leave him alone!" Trinda Hollis shouted, and even in his stupor, St. John was surprised. Taking advantage of the sudden shift in Mael's attention, Kendra grabbed St. John by the shoulder. "You're a brave fool," she said, pulling him back the way they had come. When it looked as if Mael would swallow Trinda in a single bite, though, Kendra stopped, picked up a fist-sized rock, and threw it with all her might. Her aim was uncanny, but St. John had to wonder who was the brave fool now. When the rock struck Mael in the eye, the ancient dragon could not hide the pain. With an angry roar, The massive head swung back towards Sinjin and Kendra. His wife had done what she had to do, but it was too soon for their sake. Given the dragon's speed in spite of his age, they would never make it to shelter. Not to mention the fact that they would take time squeezing back into the hall. Mail proved just how potent a foe he was. As his head lowered, blue-orange fire danced around the cavernous nostrils. Words of warning never left Sinjin's lips before Mail issued a stream of blue flame. Sinjin ran and pushed his wife ahead of him. She stumbled, but he propelled her forward with the full strength of his will and every measure of physical prowess he possessed. In the next instant, Sinjin held his breath. A sheet of flame washed over him, but then it was gone. It left Sinjin stinging, smoking, and overwhelmed by the stench of burning hair. Thunder boomed as greenish lightning struck Mail from behind. Sinjin caught sight of Pelivor as he and Katrin, released from compulsion, came to his rescue. Mail swept his tail through the trees as Kendra and Sinjin ran, and the ancient dragon bore down, once again, on Katrin and Pelivor. Both retaliated, making their way closer to Kendra and Sinjin. Not allowing Sinjin to watch, Kendra grabbed his jacket and dragged him away. "Wait," Sinjin said. "We have to help my mom." "We need to get out of here," Kendra responded. "Or your mother's and Pelivor's efforts will be for nothing. We aren't strong enough to face Mail."
"Sinjin? Kendra? Is that you?"
The voice reached out from empty air, and Sinjin spun in circles.
"Durin, where are you?" "At the bottom of the black spike,"
Durin said.
"Creepiest place ever. Your mom sent us here."
"Whatever you do," Kendra said, "don't do anything Katrin asked you to do."
"What?"
Strom's voice asked.
"What do you mean?"
"There's a dragon sorcerer in Dragonhold manipulating us all." Those were the last words Kendra got to say before another wash of fire gushed toward them, despite the thunder of Pelivor's attacks. Kendra must be right, Sinjin realized. If Mail had been influencing them, his mother's instructions could well have been part of the dragon sorcerer's plan.
"What do we do?"
Durin shouted across the massive distance, and his voice echoed throughout the cavern. Sinjin and Kendra were in no position to respond. Running as fast as they could, they barely outran the flames. Katrin and Pelivor redoubled their attacks to give Sinjin and Kendra time to escape. Trinda was nowhere to be seen. Sinjin crouched in the darkness, presumably safe from dragon fire, and his mother's voice rang out. "Do as I've asked, Strom." Her words were audible even from a distance. Sinjin had no doubt she was filled with Istra's power, but also that her will was not her own. A more terrifying thought Sinjin could not imagine. That was until his wife gasped. She was closer to the opening than he was, and she could still see back into the chamber. Sinjin wanted her to come away from the threat of dragonfire, but she stood captivated, and, by the look on her face, horrified.
"What is it?"
Sinjin finally asked. Benjin and Wendell walked into the open, moving toward the dragon, followed by Chase, Morif, and others. "The rest of the exploration party has arrived." Durin, Strom, and Osborne moved deeper into the black spike. Greenish light split the darkness ahead, and resting in a pool of light waited something akin to a herald globe, but different. Strom reached the stone first and picked it up. Durin wished he hadn't. The two had been at odds ever since leaving the Twisted Stone Forest. Durin had a closer relationship with Sinjin, and Strom had always been loyal to Katrin. Given the conflicting information, it was impossible to know what to do. For Durin, it came down to his trust in Sinjin. He suspected the same was true for Strom with regard to Katrin. It was an untenable situation that had placed a wall between them.
"Maybe we should just wait and see if we can get more information,"
Osborne said, once again trying to bridge the gap.
"We need a better understanding of what's happening. Too much is at stake to blindly act."
"Inaction is also a hasty decision," Strom said, his jaw set. Durin and Osborne both knew that look, and neither tried to argue the point any further. A sigh escaped Osborne, and they stepped into the light. What they found there was unexpected. So much of what surrounded them was derived from madness. But this was a place of order, symmetry, and adherence to the natural world, at least to a greater extent than the rest of the Black Spike. The cavern formed a perfect circle. At the center was a ring of carvings like those in the stone forests. This was another keystone by Durin's estimate, except this one was more elaborate and had an enormous lever in the middle. Standing at an angle, the lever was taller than Durin, as if made for a giant. Motion was the next thing to catch the eye, and Durin turned to see what new threat awaited. Instead, he found more orderly movement. A shaft as tall as 50 men oscillated in a way that gave Durin mental glimpses of what must lie out of sight. Its top and bottom encased within stone, the shaft moved up and left. Then, at the top of its mighty stroke, the angle shifted to the right, and it moved just as swiftly downward, only to repeat the cycle. No matter who was right, there would be consequences, perhaps global. The keystones were intertwined in a way Durin didn't understand, but he knew they were connected. The fact that this keystone lay at the bottom of the blackest pit Durin had ever known should give evidence to its nature, but Strom was determined to satisfy Katrin's request. The man owed Katrin his life, just as Durin owed both Katrin and Sinjin his. When Strom took another step toward the giant lever, Durin did the only thing he could think of. He ran out and faced the powerful smith.
"I do not wish to fight you, but I cannot allow you to do this. Too much is at stake."
"Step aside," was all Strom said. He outmatched Durin in every way. He had physical prowess, strength of will, access to Ishtra's power, and the spider stone Katrin had left him. He could easily defeat Durin, but the smith had one other thing Durin was counting on: a conscience.
"Kendra and Sinjin are no fools, and they would not defy Katrin without good reason. Unless it was they who were coerced or tricked," Strom said. "I must place my faith in Katrin Volker, the herald of Ishtra and my friend, and Sinjin's mother, I might add. I don't want to hurt you, but you will let me pass." Sinjin had always told him to stand up for what he believed, and there was no one he believed in more. Sinjin Volker was his best friend, Aldraken, and son of the herald. Durin held his ground. "I cannot allow this," Osborne said. "Katrin would not want this. There are 3 of us. We will put it to a vote."
Durin swallowed. His vote was already cast, as was Strom's.
"Do as Katrin asked."
There was no joy in Osborne's words. Durin allowed Strom to pass despite yearning to stop him. Keeping up with Alette proved almost impossible. The girl was in prime physical condition and an apparent rush. Fear built up in Kenward's belly when they encountered demons, and those creatures stepped out of Alette's path in deference. Kenward wanted even more to catch up just so he did not fall out of her sphere of influence. He had no idea how far her protection extended, and no desire to find out. Sprinting ahead would leave Onan behind. Kenward genuinely liked the man, and his honor simply would not allow it. He considered asking Alette to slow down, but her body language made it clear she would not be deterred. When they broke into a gigantic chamber filled with unusual sights, he felt as if they were late to the party. Most of those searching Dragonhold for a way to destroy the fifth magic gathered along the shores of a frothing pool. The waterfall above defied description. What they had walked into, Kenward did not know, but he liked it not one bit. The dragon proved his instincts by breathing fire at the fleeing Sinjin and Kendra, which didn't make him feel much better. Beside him, Onan cursed between ragged breaths. Alette stepped into the cavern and walked toward the massive dragon. The girl feared nothing, Kenward thought, lacking the courage to follow her.
"What's she doing?"
Onan asked.
"Whatever it is," Kenward said, "she's a better person than me for doing it."
Onan grunted. The Black Queen did something then that Kenward had not considered, and it chilled his blood. The girl was a dangerous flower. After stepping between the dragon and the stone god, Alette summoned the demons. Glaring down at her, the dragon practically sneered.
"Who dares challenge Mel?"
Giants and demons alike hesitated. With a single gesture,
Alette obliterated that hesitation. A dangerous flower indeed. Reaching physically toward the gem wells, Alette gathered energy, creating a visible wash between them. A diaphanous river twisted and churned with captivating beauty. Demons converged from every direction, their numbers shocking. How had so many come to be in the hold? Knowing how many people had been living so close to such evil and corruption made Kenward shiver. No matter what he felt for Alette, he had no real understanding what that was. He could not abide the presence of demons. These creatures desecrated nature. For a moment, though, he had to ask himself what he would have done. Alette had not created these aberrations. Sometimes a tool is a tool, no matter its nature or source. In this case, she used her control over the demons to try to accomplish something for the good of all of them, except perhaps Mael. Despite his reasoning, fear gripped Kenward in the presence of so many agents of darkness. Mael reared up to his full height before Alette and her approaching army. There was something akin to laughter in his ancient eyes. Katrin and Pelivor continued to make their way toward where the dragon stood, wings extended and flames coursing around his nostrils. Kenward knew not what they sought, but he wished them luck. This was like no foe any of them had ever faced. Mael issued a torrent of fire directed at the approaching demons, which sent Alette, Katrin, and Pelivor scrambling. Even as they ran, Kenward saw the herald globes in both Alette's and Katrin's hands steadily growing brighter. With every attack, Mael charged the air in the cavern, and those nearby did everything they could to capitalize on it. Taking the brunt of Mael's attack, the demons scattered.
We should have destroyed the Noon Spire before it could corrupt the world so completely.
Mael's thoughts echoed around him and thundered in Kenward's mind. He didn't know what the Noon Spire was, and didn't have time to consider further. A high-pitched tone, loud but not unpleasant, rang through the chamber.
I am well pleased. You've performed admirably, Herald of Istra.
Kenward could not see Katrin's face, but he'd have wagered everyone around him heard the words. Those who'd been a part of Katrin's exploration party now sought shelter from dragonfire, and they, too, reacted to Mael's thoughts. Light poured from the circle of stone within the trees. Colors danced in streaks like misty wraiths, and Kenward could feel the energy. He knew how it felt to be in the presence of great power, and this dwarfed anything he'd ever experienced, as if the entire planet were being charged. Like others in the chamber, Kenward was drawn to the keystone. Everyone and everything still alive and conscious within the chamber gravitated toward the shimmering and now singing artifact. There was a striking harmony, as if all the most talented singers in the world worked together. The beauty of this event was unmatched in Kenward's experience, and he prayed it would be for the good of the world. It was unlikely, as Mael made his way to the stone. He did not rush, apparently relishing the experience. It had been a long time since he had been in power, and Kenward could see the conqueror for what he was. If unleashed on the world, Mael would subjugate them all. That was when Kenward learned the keystone's true nature. Before him stood a gateway to anywhere, allowing him to see the other side. At first, he saw the mighty pillars amid the shallows, and, as he shifted his perspective, the grove of the elders appeared, new great oaks eagerly reaching toward the sky. The more he turned, the more he saw. Some places were familiar, but most were not. Some were dark and twisted, and in one such place he saw his friends. There stood Durin, Strom, and Osborne, looking as if they'd been struck dumb. Mael's laughter was overwhelming as he crossed the final distance separating him from the portal. "No!" Kenward screamed, hoping Strom and the others would hear him and undo whatever it was they had done. "Close the portal, Strom, or we'll all be doomed!" Those were the last words Kenward uttered before Mael's tail blotted out the light. From one side came a flash. Alette was trying to distract the dragon. Just before the tip of Mael's tail smashed Kenward into the mossy soil, a blast of frigid air thrust him aside. The dragon turned his attention on Alette, the more dangerous foe, and Kenward prayed for her. Running faster than he would have thought her capable,
Alette darted through the trees, dodging dragonfire, claws, and the monster's tail, the demons remaining at her command too far away to be much use. The blinding glow of her herald globe, though, gave evidence she was anything but a frightened child. Recognizing the threat, Mael roared. Stones broke loose and dropped from above, the cacophony deafening. A flash of white within the trees caught Kenward's attention for an instant. He could just make out Trinda Hollis, and he prayed for her, no matter her evil deeds. Some 3 strides from the keystone, Alette leaped into the air, her herald globe held before her, leaving a blue streak across Kenward's vision. Mael whipped around and lunged toward the flying girl, but he was too late. The herald globe never actually struck the stone. An instant before it would have, the object Katrin and Osborne had crafted released its charge. The shockwave caught Mael in the face and turned his head to one side. The initial blast triggered a far larger explosion that sent gouts of fire and lightning gushing from the keystone. For a brief instant, Kenward caught sight of devastation spread across the planet. Pillars amid the shallows fell and snapped in pieces. The black stone at the center of the grove of elders cracked open and spewed forth white-hot magma. The scene probably would have continued if not for the portal collapsing inward on itself, sending one last energy wave blasting through the cavern. Kenward could not see where Alette had ended up, but he doubted anyone could have survived such destruction. Mael's rage was undeniable. The dragon looked as if he might tear the god fist asunder. Turning his attention to Alette and the keystone had been a mistake, though, for he had underestimated Katrin's will. As the massive dragon swung his head around, preparing to incinerate them all with dragonfire, Katrin threw her blazing herald globe at Mael with all her might. The Herald of Ishtra proved her aim when the glowing orb disappeared into Mael's vacuous nostril. An instant later, the dragon's skull lit up from inside, and a different kind of flame shot from his jaws. His eyes rolling up until only white membranes were visible, Mael collapsed amid the trees.
Chapter 9. Sailing the skies is a lot like sailing the seas, except the people you throw overboard don't live as long. Kenward Trell, airship captain. Watching helplessly as Strom walked to the keystone center, where the huge lever stood, Durin hoped he was wrong. He truly didn't want to be correct, but he'd come to trust his instincts. Unfortunately, Strom and Osborne had learned the same lesson, and their instincts had disagreed with his. Osborne stood beside him.
"I'm sorry." "Don't be,"
Durin said.
"You did what you thought was right. Now all we can do is pray you were correct."
Durin's sudden pragmatism clearly unnerved Osborne, but there was nothing to be done about it. They stood on the cusp of change, the likes of which their planet had never seen. Durin wasn't certain he understood how or why, he just knew it was so. As he'd learned from his own past, opportunity for tremendous change was also opportunity for things to go terribly and irreversibly wrong. Strom placed the amber figurine and the spider stone next to the lever, and looked back one last time to Durin and Osborne, an apology and fear in his eyes. This did nothing to calm Durin's nerves. When the powerful smith turned back to the lever, Durin could see his muscles bulging from the effort, yet the lever did not budge. For several long minutes he tried, and Strom could not make the lever move even a small amount. Durin dared to hope that he'd give up. He didn't know all that much about Strom in general, but he did know the man detested Kyrians speaking in his mind and using Ishtra's power. Both things disturbed the man greatly. He said he wanted to be nothing more than a simple smith, but he was not. Durin found it ironic the big man refused to accept his own destiny when he'd been among those who'd driven Katrin to accept hers. Given the way that had turned out, Durin couldn't blame the man. His hopes were crushed, though, when Strom bent down with obvious reluctance and picked up the spider stone. The smith would give up a small part of himself just to use the artifact, and Durin truly didn't wish it. Despite their disagreement, even considering the magnitude of the matter, Strom was his friend. It hurt Durin's soul to see the mighty smith illuminated by the power he wielded against his own wishes. Strom did this for Katrin, they all knew. He owed her his life many more times over, and would not be deterred no matter what she asked of him. When Durin considered the situation, he realized he never had any chance of dissuading Strom. The man would die before betraying Katrin. Durin respected the smith for that, but also recognized the dangers of such blind servitude. With lightning pulsing around him, Strom applied his will along with his muscles, and he was rewarded with a deep, grinding sound. Slowly the lever moved. Osborne looked as if he wanted to help his friend, but the spider stone's power turned the smith into a frightening and imposing figure. Sweat dripping from his trembling muscles caught the light and flowed over the lines of his definition. When the massive lever crossed over the halfway point, energy and anticipation thickened the air. The lever moved faster now, and Strom gave one final effort, which left him breathing hard. With a deep thunk, the lever seated itself. Nothing happened. Then a harmonious tune grew to fill the air. Luminous wisps danced over the keystone. Durin dared to hope he'd been wrong. There had been enough precedence. Strom stepped back, having the foresight to grab the amber figurine, but ultimately appearing horrified by what he had done. He returned to them, an apology still in his eyes.
"When this happened to Katrin, I didn't understand,"
he said, his head hanging despite the spectacle happening behind him.
"I should have been more kind to her."
It was an admission that shocked Durin. He'd always heard of Strom being among Katrin's most staunch defenders. He might have said more if not for Kenward's determined shouting. The blood drained from Durin's face, and he went cold.
"Close the portal, Strom, or we'll all be doomed!"
Kenward's shout carried across the vast distance, sounding surreal. Durin needed no more evidence. He'd been right all along. Strom and Osborne hesitated, probably still coming to terms with the magnitude of their mistake. All Durin wanted was to undo that most grave of errors. Running forward, he grabbed the lever and tried to pull it back. Looking through the keystone almost made him release his grip in shock. A massive dragon loomed over Katrin, Pelivor, and Alette. Though he'd heard Kenward's voice, he did not see his friend there. The lever held fast. Strom and Osborne were just now moving to help. Knowing he needed to apply all his strength, Durin swung around to the other side of the lever. From there, he looked into an idyllic scene. Along the seacoast, amid lush grasses, the world was at peace. The danger seemed so far away, and Durin considered stepping through, leaving all this behind. Instead, he pushed harder, hoping to save those he loved. No temptation could pull him away. Sounds of fighting within Dragonhold drifted across the portal, the crescendo reaching a fever pitch. Alette's battle cry grew louder just before the keystone exploded. Those within Mael's cavern moved to find the survivors, most of them wounded and, in some cases, the dead. The ancient dragon still breathed but was unconscious. Kenward ran straight for the now shattered keystone. He'd watched Alette dive onto the stone, and he'd witnessed the explosion, but after involuntarily looking away, he'd lost track of her. Now she was gone. Katrin and Pelivor climbed the stone god, having left guards armed with overcharged herald globes near Mael's head. Kenward worried the dragon would find a way to manipulate and subvert them, as he'd done in the past. He was among those who supported killing the ancient dragon. Such a threat should not be allowed to exist. It had been Katrin who talked most of them out of it. Kenward was a charitable soul, as long as it didn't endanger his life. When he considered how dangerous Mael was, he couldn't help but reach the same conclusion as before. Had Katrin and Pelivor not both vowed to stay and watch over the dragon from a place of power and preparedness, Kenward might have tried to kill the beast himself. Even he laughed at that notion. On his way to the broken keystone, which now bled fire and oozing rock, Kenward encountered Keenan. The man's face matched his own. Concern, fear, confusion, and resignation. In spite of previously being on different sides, Kenward took pity on the man who was also trying to protect those he cared about.
"Looking for Trinda?" he asked.
Keenan looked at him with false hope.
"You've seen her?"
"Not since the explosion,"
Kenward said.
"I'm sorry." The disappointment in the man's eyes was difficult to bear.
Have you seen Alette, the Black Queen?
Keenan asked, then realized what he'd said.
No.
Kenward nodded.
If you see her.
Same, Keenan said, patting Kenward's shoulder on his way past.
People of Dragonhold,
Katrin spoke in a power-enhanced voice.
In order to contain the dragon, Pelivor and I will need to deplete his power source. We have discussed it, and believe we can do so safely, but it will be best if all of you exit the cavern.
Moving toward the halls leading out of the cavern, Kenward did not leave. If he had to, he would duck behind solid stone. He'd come this far, and refused to miss seeing how this ended. Someday he'd have to tell this tale over whiskey, and he hoped to do it justice. A few others stayed behind, Benjen, Wendell, Chase, and Morif. They huddled together and watched, praying Katrin knew what she was doing, and hoping she would be able to get them out of this mess. Pelivor reached into the gem well he stood beside. The faceted gem towered over him, leaving him looking insignificant against the backdrop of the stone god and waterfall. Green light radiated when he tapped the stone's energy, a nimbus of power enveloping him. Katrin connected with the stone she stood beside, the scale of her surroundings dwarfing her. When filled with power, though, she was impossible to ignore. Glowing like a new star, Katrin appeared strained, yet determined. After a glance at Pelivor and a firm nod from him, Katrin pulled Ko from her pocket. The dragon ore carving was glossy, translucent, and slick. The air itself changed when Katrin applied her will. Slowly, she and Pelivor drained the energy from the stones and fed it to the surrounding soil and rock, which absorbed it easily. Everything seemed to be going as planned, until Mael gave a single, massive twitch. There was a shift in the energy around them that was obvious even to those without any access to Ishtra's power. Without warning, power arced between the two stones with a thunderclap. Both Katrin and Pelivor went rigid, their faces masks of pain. The green light flickered and pulsed.
Go!
Katrin shouted in a godlike voice.
Mael left the trap, but we are not defenseless. For a short time the shield will be down. Go, now! This may be your only chance to escape.
The words hadn't completely sunk in when Benjen grabbed Kenward and pulled him away.
What's it going to take to get the wing out of the hold?
Morif asked, moving at a brisk pace. There was far too much distance for them to run the whole way, leaving them at a fast walk no matter how great the urgency. Benjen shook his head.
Without Pelivor, I don't know if we can do it,
Gwen said.
Even with his help, I'm not sure we could gain the skies.
Worst case,
Morif said.
we climb down from the main entrance.
Chase shook his head.
The stair is mostly gone.
Morif just shrugged. The old soldier was right. They had few options. When they finally reached the kitchens, they found Miss Maris in frenzy, preparing packs for anyone who could escape the hold. Indeed, Katrin's words had been heard throughout Dragonhold. Morif looked as if he would drag Millie and Miss Maris from the kitchens, but Miss Maris just placed her hands on her hips.
I'm not going anywhere. Katrin will need to eat. If she stays, I stay. And if they stay, I stay,
Millie said in a tone that brooked no argument. Turning to the others, Morif shrugged.
I'll help you carry your packs and see you off.
Kenward was torn. Getting the dragon's wing out of the hold was in many ways just his kind of crazy, but he wasn't certain it would work. If Pelivor had been there to provide the needed lift his wing structures afforded, then maybe, but even that was a stretch. Though Gwen was strong, she was the thrustmaster, and she never had successfully flown the ship. In the end, they had little choice. It was either risk being stranded outside the hold with no ship, or face the chance of being dashed to pieces when the dragon's wing dropped from the sky like a stone. No matter what one wishes, his mother had always warned him, gravity will continue to function. Thus far, her words had proven accurate. People rushed in all direction in preparation, and the hopes the main entrance would soon be clear. The plasma shield was, indeed, lowered. Katrin had been good to her word, and had perhaps saved his life once again. He'd not always been grateful to her,
but he was very much so at that moment. Kenward was unable to bear watching the preparations being made on the dragon's wing, or the miles of coiled rope gathered. Fasha said Kenward was only happy when the crazy ideas were his, and perhaps she was right. The plan was almost guaranteed to fail, but neither Kenward nor anyone else had any better. What they also lacked was time. No one knew how long Katrin and Pelivor could disrupt the shield, and Katrin had made it clear this might be their last chance to escape. Kenward was going to take her word on that. No matter what happened, he would be free of this infernal place before that shield was reestablished. Everyone assumed Katrin would be able to warn them before the plasma wall regenerated, but there was a chance she wouldn't. Itching to get out of the hold, Kenward walked closer to the main entrance. In the back of his mind, he wondered what had happened to Alette. If not for a number of factors, he would have assumed her dead, but he wasn't so sure. Trinda Hollis's disappearance added to the feeling. That girl was no fool, and had a healthy sense of self-preservation. The Keystones had been acting as portals at the time of Alette's attack, and she could have ended up just about anywhere. It was a thin hope, but Kenward clung to it. He'd grown attached to the mysterious woman, and wished her well. Even Trinda, for all her quirks and misdeeds, bore no ill will from him. The unfettered horizon was medicine for Kenward's soul. He could smell the salt on the air and feel Ishtra's light on his face. In every sense, he had not known what he loved until deprived of it. Viewed through a different lens, these things were newfound treasure. Despite everything else, Kenward couldn't stop grinning. Seeing Onin atop Jerregard also made him smile. The two misfits were perfect for each other, and Kenward knew the value of that. When he realized the Feral Queen was watching him from the opposite side of the broken spire, he took a step back. The sight instilled fear. Alette wasn't there, and Kenward had no way to know the dragon's loyalties or intentions. Roaring in disapproval, the Feral Queen backed away. A moment later, hot breath gusted like a spring breeze behind him. Kenward turned to see Kyrian regarding him with an unreadable expression. Dragons would be a lot easier to deal with if you knew what they were thinking, Kenward told himself. Then he reconsidered, remembering how Strom had reacted to Kyrian's touching his mind without his permission. For that matter, Mael had apparently been doing it to all of them for decades. Perhaps not knowing what the dragons were thinking wasn't such a bad thing after all. Kenward just did what any wise person would have done. He slowly backed away. Onin issued orders from outside the hold. Then something amazing happened. As one, the Feral Queen, Jerregard, and Kyrian latched onto the broken spire and pulled. Covering his ears against the overwhelming noise, Kenward watched a sliver of daylight appear between the stone floor and the mighty stone finger. Creaking and groaning, the spire did not go willingly, and Kenward feared they might lose their massive grips and send it crashing back down on them. "Hurry!" Katrin's booming voice echoed through the hold. The time for contemplation was past. Kenward did what he'd done for so much of his life. He followed his gut. Making a run for the dragon's wing, he helped Morif drag the huge length of braided rope toward the main entrance. As they approached, the spire reached the top of its arc, then settled slightly askew, leaning outward in comparison to its original orientation. No one knew what would happen when the power was restored, and Kenward hoped to be far away before anyone found out.
"Thank you, my friend,"
Morif said.
"Now go. Be free."
Kenward gave a quick, awkward bow.
"Be well, Morif. If you ever need me, send word, and I'll come for you. We'll see each other again."
Morif gave him a one-eyed look that made it clear he didn't believe it, but appreciated the thought nonetheless. Once again, Kenward had to marvel at how men missing eyes and tongues somehow managed to be better communicators than he.
"Can't hold it any longer,"
Katrin boomed, the strain in her voice evident to all.
"Go!"
Morif said. Kenward ran. The dragon's wing was perched, ready to slide onto a series of rollers made from rounded logs, many of which were too short for the job. Everything was in scarce supply, especially time, but they all hoped the lubricated logs would allow the ship to slide forward more easily than it would across bare stone. More people than Benjen and Fasha had wanted on their ship scaled the boarding nets. Those aboard would have to stay or make the jump back to unforgiving stone. There would be no time for climbing down. Those who left Dragonhold would do so a dragonback or aboard the dragon's wing, neither path certain. At the stern, Gwen looked terrified, despite being secured in her usual spot. Kenward hadn't even considered the fact that the girl had been cut off from Istra's power, and had access to only what little bit of light reached the ship from outside. His courage wavered. Looking back at Dragonhold's main entrance, having dragons pull the wing from the hold seemed an unlikely and audacious plan. Morif stood on one side of the entrance, swinging a rock over his head in a wide circle. The rock was secured to the rope using a series of knots, such a feeble thing. Bradley stood on the opposite side, trying to match Morif's feet, and not quite succeeding. The weight of it was simply too much for the smaller man. Attached to mooring rings on the dragon's wing, these ropes might be the only thing to get them airborne, assuming the dragon succeeded in latching onto them in mid-flight. Onan's voice sounded again from outside, growing louder as he approached the hold. Kenward couldn't understand his words amid the furor, and Gwen's straining to provide thrust. The air moved faster. The girl was succeeding to at least some extent. He was proud of her and hoped it would be enough.
Make sure you are securely tied to something strong,
Fasha commanded.
Be ready. This might get a little bumpy.
Kenward shook his head. His sister had a talent for understatement.
Go now,
Katrin called out.
Can't hold it any longer.
At the same time, Onan's cry reached them. Both Morif and Bradley released their ropes in near synchronicity. Morif's stone flew from the hold in a sweeping arc. Bradley's barely made it past the gate. The two men were nearly sucked into the air when Jerrigard swept past at full speed. Catching Morif's rope in his massive jaws, the verdant dragon turned immediately and soared away. Dragonhold trembled when Chiron struck the stone at high speed and latched on to the rope Bradley had thrown. The valiant guard stood, windmilling at the entrance until Morif caught the back of his coat and dragged him away. The coils sang as the dragons flew away. Anyone caught in those ropes would suffer a quick death, and Kenward was glad to see the two safely away. Time passed slowly then, as they waited for the last coils to run out. This would be no gentle ride. Gwen's thrust edged higher in pitch, her face glistening with sweat. What he hadn't expected was to see Jessup Tillerman run to where she was secured.
No,
Gwen shouted. Only a few coils of rope remained.
Maybe I can help you this time,
Jessup insisted.
Draw strength from me. You're not sick.
Gwen's words were cut off when the shorter of the two ropes snapped taut, wrenching the dragon's wing sideways. Had he not been tied to the rail, Kenward would have gone overboard, as would many of the others aboard. Jessup was the only one not secured, and he sprawled across the deck. Half a dozen people looked to be considering untying themselves to help the young man, but it was already too late. The dragon's wing lurched forward, and the second rope snapped taut, now jerking the ship back in the other direction, which righted her. They were now pointed toward the sky, at least. The logs beneath them creaked in protest, but mostly did what the people had hoped they would. Saved only by slamming into the rigging, Jessup pulled himself from the deck and clawed his way to Gwen. All Kenward could see was the open sky. It was a welcome sight. He just hoped it wouldn't be his last. He did notice another increase in the pitch of Gwen's thrust. It was not enough. A slick, glistening log, not quite fully rounded and smooth, caught on something, twisting beneath the dragon's wing and casting the ship sideways once again. The hull dragged along bare stone for a brief time. Sideways, and with less speed than anyone had hoped, the dragon's wing burst into the Pinnock Valley. The ship screamed as she came, or at least her passengers did. The dragon's wing pitched downward and plummeted, leaving them staring at rocky, debris-strewn ground below. At that moment, lift was what they needed most, but Gwen specialized in thrust. "You can do it!" Jessup shouted. Repeating words still ingrained in his memory, he hoped to channel Pelavor's calm, but soon failed. The dragon's wing shot downward with incredible speed, until the ropes went taut again and snapped the prow upward. Kenward prayed dragons were as powerful as they appeared, since it seemed they were the only thing keeping the wing aloft. Now those aboard were treated to an unobstructed view of the horizon, a sight Kenward had dearly missed. Ahead, Jerregard and Kyrian flapped hard, trying to pull the dragon's wing high enough to avoid the peaks on the valley's opposite side. It wasn't going to be enough. Kenward issued one last prayer as the rock wall raced toward them like the hammer of the gods. Nothing could have prepared them for the sudden change in trajectory. The hull thrummed with impact. It was not the rocks they had hit, but the Feral Queen. Wings extended on either side of the ship, and Kenward looked down in amazement. This was a sight he'd never thought to see. Silently, Kenward thanked the Feral Queen and Alette, wherever she was. Somehow she'd managed to save them all. He hadn't misjudged her. That thought made Kenward Trell smile. Clearing the highest peaks and soaring over open seas brought encouragement and a thrill. Their flight path leveled and stabilized, and Gwen provided sufficient thrust to keep them moving forward. Unfortunately, no one had figured out what they would do next. There simply hadn't been enough time. No time remained, as the Feral Queen dropped from beneath them without warning and wheeled away, flying back toward the Godfist. Kenward would have thanked her if he weren't so busy screaming. Chapter 10. If you work with horses long enough, you're bound to get stepped on. If you work with dragons long enough, well, wear sturdy boots. Durin, Dragon Groom. A dispirited group gathered not far from where the kitchen tunnels opened into the main hall. Those assembled had various reasons for staying within Dragonhold, as well as reasons, perhaps, that they might have wanted to go. For Miss Maris, the dragon's wing carried with her bonds of blood and friendship. Watching the ship being hurled into the air tied her guts in knots. She'd had to see it firsthand, to know the fate of those she cared about. Strong hands steadied her all the while, knowing just what it was she watched. Morif did his best to support both Millie and Miss Maris, but she knew he, too, was probably struggling with his decision. Soon they would be trapped once again, with the chance none of them would ever escape Dragonhold alive. But Miss Maris knew her place. If Katrin stayed, she stayed. Chase and Bradley stood nearby, pillars of strength and dedication. She was grateful for them as well. It was easier to be strong when those around you were strong. Seeing the dragon's wing carried by dragons, then lost from view, was more than Millie could bear, and she walked toward the kitchens. No sense in worrying over the things I can't do anything about when there's work needing done. Morif grunted in agreement. None on the dragon's wing untied themselves. It was clear Kyrian and Jerregard would be able to keep them airborne for only so long. The ship would either need to fly on her own or end up in the water. Conventional sailing would have suited them all just fine, if not for the distance between them and the waves. It didn't help that hastily tied knots were coming loose and weren't all that well placed to begin with. Setting the ropes farther apart would have lent stability to their flight, but there had been no time, and it was far too late to do anything about it. If the dragons had to lower them into the water, they would go in at a bad angle. Gwen extricated herself from Jessup's overzealous embrace, leaving him secured with part of her harness she'd loosened enough to admit his torso. It wasn't perfect, but Kenward hoped it would keep him from going overboard. Jessup grabbed her hands and cast their arms out wide, emulating Pelivor. "Create the leading edge first," Jessup said as calmly as he could. "Then pull back to create a completely flat surface that cuts the air." The air around them issued a steady, low rumble. "And when you feel comfortable, shape the wing." For the briefest instant, wing structures provided lift. Two dragons still supported them, but the ship swung between them like a crazed pendulum. The Feral Queen had held them high, then dropped them. Not unlike a bird kicked from the nest, it was fly or fall. Jerregard and Kyrian flew with all their might, trying to account for the Feral Queen's absence. Clouds obscured the light, and Gwen faltered. Yanking her hands away, she placed them back on the thrust tubes, and did what came natural to her. "You can do it!" Jessup shouted. "You just about had it!" Gulping air, The young man leaned into the wind and applied his own will to support Gwen's efforts. Traces of light glittered alongside the ship, but failed to take form. The wind tore at them, further destabilizing their attempted flight. Gwen reached out and put her hand on his shoulder. The pitch of her thrust went down dramatically, but the energy boost was enough to let the formation solidify. When the clouds parted, bathing Gwen and Jessup in full light, they achieved stability. For the first time since they left Dragonhold, the dragon's wing flew on her crew's merit. With the wing formation stabilized, Gwen withdrew her energy. "I'm losing it!" Jessup shouted as the wing structures wavered and faltered in turbulent air. Again the pitch of Gwen's thrust lowered as she bolstered his will. Simultaneously proud and embarrassed, Jessup did his best to concentrate.
"Can you keep us aloft?"
Fasha asked. Jessup remained silent, unable to do so by himself.
"We can do it,"
Gwen said.
"Jessup and I can do it. We believe in each other."
At those words, Kyrian and Jerigard released the ropes. If the wing was going to fly, she was going to have to do it on her own. The dragons parted and flew away. Onin and Jerigard flew toward the Firstland. Kyrian disappeared into the clouds. Strapped in and with the physical, emotional, and energetic support of the crew, Jessup Tillerman did his best to make them lower, safely. When the dragon's wing did grace the seas once again, she entered the water like a brick. Jessup managed to land the dragon's wing without sinking her, though he did soak the crew. Gwen shook her head and unbuckled herself.
"I thought you were going to kill us all. Sorry about that,"
Jessup said. His head hung so low, Kenward could barely see how red his face was.
"It looked like you needed help."
Gwen smiled.
"I did, and somehow being smothered by you did manage to improve the situation."
He grinned at that statement.
"I told Grandma and Grandpa I'd be a great adventurer one day,"
he said with a catch in his voice and a tear on his cheek.
"And that you are," Kenward said. "By the looks of it, part flight master and part thrust master to boot. You're going to have to tell me how you learned so fast. You should have seen what it was like trying to get Pelibor to do it."
"I watched him and Gwen. Always thought I could see the wing structures, but never believed I could do it myself."
"What changed your mind?"
Kenward asked.
"I hated being in Dragonhold,"
Jessup admitted.
"Once the barrier went up, I felt like I was suffocating. Most people seemed to be fine, but those with power suffered."
He shrugged.
"After that, I just acted on instinct. I thought we were all going to die."
"You did well,"
Fasha said.
"Now we just need to figure out what to do next."
"Please," St. John said as he emerged from the crowd. Kenward hadn't even seen him board. It must have been terribly difficult to leave his mother behind.
"Take us home."
This was the first time Kenward had heard St. John refer to the Firstland as home. It was progress, he supposed. Going there suited him just fine. Most of his crew was aboard, and the Firstland was an easy place as any to build a new airship. Having access to dragons tended to make a great many things easier. After no one aboard offered any argument, Fasha set a course. Wind and sail propelled them, and Kenward could hardly believe it. Taking deep breaths and stretching out on the deck of his sister's ship, he enjoyed it while it lasted. A few moments later, a bird flew overhead, and he grinned. Reconciling figures and accounts was far from Nora Trell's favorite task, but it was among her most productive. A successful business did not thrive without a firm hand on the tiller. A firm hand was born of confidence. Her job was to make sure that confidence was warranted and their course was true. Grimacing, she closed her long-term tallies. Costs were up and profits were down. The world changed, and a successful trader had to change with it or become obsolete. Beneath the ledgers rested a thick tome, weathered and aged, but whole. A strip of white silk saved her page, and she resumed her search. She'd taught her children well, and they had discovered things beyond her wildest imaginings. Now that she knew what was possible, though, she could imagine a great many things. Knowledge was the key. Trade was always more profitable when you know things others do not. The Trell family had always thrived on innovation, their ship designs unmatched. But Nora knew the truth. The trader's wind would soon become at least partially obsolete. Each page of this faded text held the potential for discovery, though few did more than tantalize. So many things the ancients knew, but did not write down. Their tales intrigued, but failed to provide adequate detail. Even so, she'd already learned much. The next page bore an illustration of a complex spherical object. Reading the description, Nora drew a sharp breath. When one of her runners entered without a knock, placed a small rolled parchment on her desk, and silently left the room, Nora smiled. Having a well-trained staff was one of the keys to a successful business. She did not yet know the name of that young man, but soon she would. The rolled parchment was difficult to open, mostly because it was so small, having come by bird. She also feared what it might contain. With her children, she never knew what to expect, and this message had, without doubt, come from Pasha. Some things a mother knew.
What trouble have my children got into this time?
After reading the missive, all she could do was shake her head. Something would have to be done. Something drastic. Molten stone and sparks flowed from the keystone. The concussion from Alette's attack had knocked Strom and Osborne clear of the major devastation. They had been pelted with hot rocks, but bore mostly bruises and cuts that would heal, given time.
Durin!
Osborne said the name before Strom could get it out. No answer came. The men moved with cautious haste to find the young man, and when they did, both drew sharp breaths. Durin did not move. Parts of his clothing and one boot were on fire. Moving as quickly as they could, they pulled Durin away from the molten rock spewing from deep fissures in the cavern floor. The damage to the Black Spike's foundation sent rocks crashing down from above. Delaying only long enough to put out the flames, they dragged Durin's unconscious form back to the tunnels.
What are we going to do now?
Osborne asked.
You choose,
Strom said, the consequences of his last decision still fresh. Osborne was silent for a moment after gently lowering Durin to the stone floor and checking his pulse.
He's alive.
Strom just grunted.
We go back up the way we came in,
Osborne said. Doing his best not to despair, Strom tried not to think about the stones that had closed in behind them during their descent. Having been so close to simply stepping into another place taunted him. Their chance had passed. They could have gone just about anywhere, and they had stayed within this black pit like fools. It was perhaps the stupidest thing he'd ever done, and he suspected they would pay with their lives. Durin may have already done so. Strom was no fool. He'd seen people die from less grievous wounds, and Durin's comatose condition did not bode well for the young man. He needed the kind of medical attention they were neither trained nor equipped to provide. Osborne came up with the idea of making a litter from just their shirts and jackets. The result was more sling than litter, but it did make it easier to carry Durin's limp form. The thought of carrying the young man up the spiral stair made Strom quail, but he pushed the thought from his mind. Getting back out of the tunnels didn't take as long as Strom had thought it would. Eventually they reached the place where they had found the dragon skull and the second figurine. Now, though, the skull was gone. Osborne looked over his shoulder at Strom, who just shrugged. After a tense moment, Osborne chose. He walked into the hall the skull had previously warned them against. Durin had said he thought there was water in this place, and Strom suspected that was what made the decision for Osborne. It was the same call he would have made himself, and somehow that made him feel responsible anyway. Inescapable guilt tormented him.
Stop there!
The voice came without warning, and the two men nearly dropped poor Durin. Strom shifted his grip on the makeshift litter and looked around.
You are welcome here, but please come no farther for your own protection.
They eased Durin to the black stone. Before them, a brightly illuminated chamber danced with ever-shifting light, reflected off glistening rock. Glowing crystals jutted from what was, by the look of it, a naturally formed chamber. Beside a shimmering pool stood a saltbark tree. Strom would know the crystal-covered leaves anywhere. Between them and the pool stood perhaps the most beautiful creature either had ever seen. Clothed in glittering emerald leaves, her long hair cascaded in intricate braids that sparkled in the light.
The one you called Durin acted bravely. His wounds are grievous.
Strom nodded at this, a tear falling from his eye and his chin quivering. He faced judgment for his actions.
"You are loyal, faithful, and a man of integrity, Strom." "You have us at a disadvantage, my lady,"
Osborne said. The beautiful woman laughed a tittering trill that set Strom's heart at ease.
"Forgive me. I do not meet new people often, and I forget my manners. I am a dryad. My full name is long, but you can call me Larissa Relentarenthal."
Strom was grateful to his friend for knowing what to say.
"Forgive us, lady,"
Osborne said.
"Our tongues are clumsy. May we call you Larissa?"
The dryad laughed again, but soon returned her attention to Durin.
"He has suffered enough,"
she said, and carefully removed a sparkling leaf from above her left breast. The leaf was bigger and had more crystals than any Strom remembered from the saltbark trees in the shallows. Larissa bent down and gently took Durin's head in her hands. Her pale white flesh stood out in contrast to Durin's tanned and now burned, soot-covered skin. With motherly care, she tilted his head back until his mouth opened. Placing the leaf on his tongue like the greatest treasure, Larissa slid a hand under Durin's jaw and pressed his mouth closed. The young man made no reaction.
"Will he live?"
Strom asked, choked with emotion. Larissa met his eyes.
"There is nothing I can do that will heal all his wounds, friend Strom, but I do think he will live. For now, we must let him rest."
Under clear blue skies, the dragon's wings skimmed the waves, Jessup Tillerman just barely managing the role of flight master. Even with experience gained during the long and arduous journey back to the Firstland, the entire crew was exhausted, and no one, including him, wanted to take the ship any higher than necessary. On occasion they clipped tall waves, slowing their progress, but it was still far faster than traditional sailing. Capable of maintaining flight, albeit without great confidence, Jessup had also learned to provide thrust. The only time he could practice was when they were in the water, but Gwen proved a skilled teacher. Jessup was unable to return the favor, and flying the dragon's wing unassisted remained beyond her abilities. Providing thrust came to him more easily than acting as flight master, but there was no one else aboard to replace him. It was a feeling that would take some getting used to. Not long before Windhold and the natural harbor came into view, regal dragons flew out to meet them. Valterius and Garanda cried out to Sinjin and Kendra. It was in many ways a joyous reunion, and Kenward was not ungrateful for the escort. No one was certain how the dragons had known they were coming. Most chalked it up to them sensing those they bonded. Their cries were both merry and mournful. Flying in close, Kenward thought they might land on the wing, but perhaps they sensed the crew was already strained and chose not to distract them. When Jessup eased the ship back into the water, he did so with growing confidence and skill.
"Well done,"
Fasha said. The crew hooted and hollered their agreement, though some commented on how many times it had taken him to get the hang of it. Dragons waited on the shoreline, and Benjen dropped anchor in the shallows. With the boats lowered, weary crew and passengers climbed down the boarding nets and crossed the final barrier separating them from land. Growing winds drove white-capped waves ashore, making the final row treacherous. Kenward joined Kendra and Sinjin in one of the boats, and despite nearly capsizing, they did eventually gain the shore. The dragons cooed and bobbed their heads up and down until Sinjin and Kendra stroked their foreheads. Valterius offered his wing to Sinjin, and Kenward's friend hadn't looked that happy in months. He smiled, albeit a bit sadly. Tension between Kendra and Garanda was apparent, but Kenward chalked that up to both being female. Complicated creatures, those. The embrace was longer in coming, but no less enthusiastic. Soon the two ferried supplies up to Windhold, saving the need to carry everything up the steep climb. Draken followed suit, and when the cargo had been unloaded, they carried wearied travelers up to the hold. Kenward watched the first few go, and turned a bit green as they slipped into the mountain. He was a brave man, but some things were beyond even his courage. Putting his life in a giant flying lizard's control was among them. He'd never admit it to those around him. Climbing on foot was statement enough. He was not alone, though, and that gave him comfort. Reaching Windhold left Kenward mentally and physically exhausted. So many questions and ideas rattled in his mind. He could make sense of none of it, which left him unsettled. Near where a member of the dragon clan unsaddled Voltarius, St. John and Kendra stood. Their heads hung low. Durin's absence cast a pall over everything they did.
"Our world continues to change,"
St. John said to those gathered. A few people were still filling in at the back of the crowd.
"Our stores have been taxed, and all the things we've worked so hard for are at risk. We must be vigilant. We must be strong."
Windhold rang with a cheer of agreement.
"We've guests to feed as well. Hunting and fishing duties are to be redoubled. I know it's a lot to ask, but I ask it nonetheless. We can no longer overlook the need for defense and secure housing for the Draken and Dragon clan alike."
Even after time had passed, Kenward sensed the Dragon clan's disappointment. They had chosen to dedicate their lives to dragons, but had not been rewarded with a bonded dragon of their own. Kenward could only imagine how that must feel, and he gave those people credit for not being more bitter and for supporting their more fortunate brethren.
"It seems like long ago that we found an ancient place high atop the peaks. The time has come to focus our resources on seeing if this place can support us,"
St. John continued. This statement was received with some enthusiasm. Life within Windhold was difficult, and any advantages they could gain would be most welcome. An outsider, Kenward wasn't a part of these efforts, and he felt selfish for having hoped St. John would make his requests a priority. Looking to his right, he caught Fasha's eye. She gave him a sad smile. Kenward couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of his sister in that moment, and he felt a smaller person for it, but she always managed to have a serviceable ship when he did not.
"I've already asked much of you, but there's one thing more,"
St. John said. Windhold fell silent, save the rushing wind and the occasional rattle of harness.
"The Draken and Dragon clan do not forget those who help them."
This brought a cheer.
"We don't forget a friend who needs us, and despite everything else that must be done, I ask all of you to rise to this challenge and show just how we treat those we care about."
St. John's words evoked a rush of emotion that flooded the hall. Kenward's face flushed, and when he looked back at his sister, tears threatened to fall from her eyes. The very one he'd been jealous of a moment ago was overwhelmed with emotion. Kenward was ashamed.
"We've work to do, my friends,"
St. John said with a flourish and a grin.
"We've a ship to build."
Overcome with emotion, Fasha could not hide it, and tears clouded Kenward's vision. Never before had he been honored so, and he took a ragged breath before speaking. When he did regain his composure, his words stunned everyone.
"You are gracious and kind," he said. "But if we're going to go to the trouble of building a ship, perhaps we could attempt something a bit more ambitious."
Nora Trell preferred a sturdy deck beneath her feet and water around her, but she had to admit the land-bound served a purpose or two. Though the sea provided most of what she needed, the food on land was worth a bit of risk and occasional discomfort. Fruits and other nutrient-rich foods were essential to supplement the sea's bounty. Such ingredients weren't always easy to come by, even for a trader. Buying a variety of items in small quantities was nothing like brokering large shipments. Trading was about relationships, and Nora maintained her connections carefully, knowing those who weren't vital at one time could well be in another. Not all contacts were equal. Some were more dangerous and dealt with darker business than others. The Trells had never been ones to meddle in land-bound politics. There were just too many rules and invisible lines determining what belonged to whom. No one owned the seas. Not that the land-bound didn't try. Where land meets water, fortunes can be made, but not without risk. Aware of the danger, Nora turned onto a narrow street. This was not a well-patrolled avenue or a sanctioned trade route. This was the kind of place a person could disappear. Tiny houses stacked atop one another formed a haphazard maze of the land-bound's cast-offs. Distrustful eyes watched between slats in shoddily constructed walls. Nora kept her head down, but her eyes up. Avoiding eye contact with anyone, especially the hooded, black-robed figure walking toward her, she slowed. Within the narrow alley, there was not always room for two to pass. Stepping to the side as far as she could, Nora hoped she wasn't invading anyone's personal living space. This was an easy way to spring a leak. Looming over her, it was clear the hooded man could do as he wished with her, and nothing would stop him. No one would interfere or cry for help. The jagged, crumbling walls closed tighter, pressing in on her. The sky darkened. Taking a deep breath, Nora remembered why she spent her life at sea. She couldn't imagine people choosing to live like this. Most had no choice, which only made the feeling worse. If she'd been born on land and unable to sail the sea, surely she would have gone mad. This, of course, explained most of her experiences with the landbound, a dangerous and unpredictable lot. As the robed figure passed, he bumped into her, knocking her off balance. Never had she felt so vulnerable. Part of her wanted to run, to leave this awful place and never come back. But the other part, the part that usually won, knew this was important. Her future was at stake, and she cast her fears aside. The big man's hand glided across hers, leaving a parchment scrap in her palm. After casting him a surly glance, Nora moved on. Still people watched, the danger far from averted. Some things were worth the risk. Chapter 11. A skilled flight master sculpts air into art only a fortunate few can see. Pelivore, Flight Master. Windhold buzzed with activity. Never had Kenward known such joy and pressure at the same time. Always before, he'd had control over his ship's construction, but he'd been limited by time, gold, and manpower. Now he lacked materials and expertise. The Draken had proved good to their word, and helped him gather the bulk of what he needed. Benjen stood stroking a prized piece. Bearing the exact curves they needed with richly grained wood, the massive tree had been close to impossible to get into dry dock, but 6 dragons working together somehow made it happen. Kenward was amazed at what these people could do with flying lizards, even if he really had no desire whatsoever to fly on one. Knowing he might no longer have a choice in the matter, Kenward turned his attention back to the drawings. Benjen knew his business and needed no guidance. He'd criticized the serpent's masthead, and Kenward was hardly in a position to argue when the man offered to carve this new one. The likeness of Altarius was a nice touch. This time his ship wouldn't be a poor imitation. It would be the first of its kind, at least in this age. St. John had provided the desk and dried fronds on which Kenward could draw out his designs. There were multiple gaps in his plans, but he had to push on anyway. Somehow they would find a way to fashion what they needed from what they had. Years before, Kenward would have balked at raiding the slippery eel. He'd lost the serpent in the meantime, and somehow that gave him distance from the loss of the eel. Now he tried to look at things differently. Rather than desecrating the eel's resting place, he gave parts of the ship a new life. It still hurt, but it also gave him hope. It was worth it. Much of what he lacked now was skill, which he hoped to replace with experimentation. After all, the things he didn't know how to do were just the things he'd never had to do before. The metals and canvas from the slippery eel had been the deciding factor. The Firstland had no mining operations, and thus no access to ore. The Dragon's Wing carried additional sails, but for a reason, and Kenward couldn't ask when he had access to canvas of his own. Overseeing the operation had been difficult, but it was something he simply could not trust to someone else. He would never have been able to forgive himself for sending someone in his stead on that particular expedition. Kenward's ships were pieces of himself, and though he inevitably risked and lost, his treatment of them mirrored how he treated himself. Again, he pored over the drawings, trying to find some other task that needed doing, some other purpose more important than finding the lightwood he needed. In spite of describing it to St. John in abundant detail, no one had been able to find any of the precious wood. This frustrated Kenward more than anything else, and he did his best not to mutter under his breath. When he glanced over his shoulder, St. John and several of the Dragon clan worked to saddle Valterius. The dragon seemed to miss Durin as much as anyone else, and refused to cooperate. 3 people went down with a single swipe of the dragon's tail, and Kenward wondered how anyone could work with a creature capable of killing them at any given moment. He thought it inevitable, but he hoped he was wrong. When St. John started his way, Kenward swallowed hard. He'd found no suitable excuses. It was his fate at stake, his vision, his dream. Kenward could not expect someone else to achieve his destiny. He could ask for help and no more. He'd asked and received help in abundance, but some things remained up to him. He'd considered combing the forest floor on foot, but had enough sense to realize how much faster they could search from the air. Part of him wanted to say he might not recognize the trees from above, but given the amount of time he'd spent telling St. John how to spot it from that exact vantage, his ruse would be thin at best.
So?
St. John said. There was no need to say more. Kenward just nodded in acceptance of his fate. He donned the heavy jacket and goggles St. John provided, feeling foolish. He'd always thought the goggles made people look like frogs, and now he was the frog. On trembling knees he approached Voltarius. The dragon watched with knowing eyes and remained still. Kenward had secretly been hoping the dragon would misbehave and make this trip somehow impossible. The dragon's expression was unreadable, but Kenward got the sense the dragon knew his thoughts and enjoyed a good laugh at his expense. Leaning down and extending his wing, Voltarius invited them to mount. St. John went first, climbing nimbly up and sliding into the saddle like greeting an old friend. Kenward grabbed St. John's extended hand tentatively, afraid he would somehow hurt the dragon and end up being its lunch. Voltarius watched him with amusement. With a deep breath, he pulled himself up. It felt as if his boots were digging into the dragon's flesh, and Kenward tried to hurry. This, unfortunately, caused him to be clumsy, and he nearly fell back to the stone when his boot got caught in the straps. After putting all his weight on the other foot, Voltarius issued a woof. Eventually, Kenward found himself in the seat behind St. John. He let his friend secure the straps, afraid he would do it incorrectly, and end up smeared across the rocks below the keep. His breathing was rapid when St. John gave his straps one last check. His friend gave him a firm nod and a pat on the knee. It didn't help. Kenward was about to ask for information that could mean the difference between life and death, but Voltarius ran out of patience. Before St. John could turn back around, the dragon hit a full run.
Voltarius!
St. John scolded, which drove the dragon faster. Being supported by nothing but the translucent wing membranes was a big part of what Kenward had been dreading. Little did he know, that should have been the least of his fears. He had no idea what the dragon's cry meant, but the meaning became quite clear. The dragon had been waiting for this moment, and now he would have his revenge. Voltarius did not extend his wings. They dropped from windhold and spun like a falling seed pod, the world around them alternating between stone and sky. Kenward thought he might pass out before they all died. He did not. Mere hand-widths above the rocky soil, Voltarius pulled up, stabilizing their flight. In case Kenward had not gotten the message, Voltarius turned and met his eyes. In that instant, Kenward vowed never again to think of dragons as flying lizards. Sebelon made it as far as the waters off the coast of the Falcon Isles before the Night Fist's crew tossed him overboard. Grateful he was not full of holes, Sebelon swam to the nearest rock he could find. Swimming was not his strongest skill, but he had survived worse. The Falcon Isles were in many ways a series of small, rocky outcroppings jutting from the sea, and he would have to swim only the distance between them. Buoys tied to some of these formations gave evidence fishermen would come as well, but Sebelon did not want to rely on the generosity of others. From the little bit the men aboard the Night Fist told him, few ships frequented the Falcon Isles these days. Fears of feral dragons and demons persuaded most to find trade closer to home. Those who remained on the island had little choice, and most were desperate, including the jungle savages. Sebelon wondered just how much of the happenings in his life were the thief's luck, and how much was manipulation. He began to feel the strings tug, as lights once again appeared in the water. This ship he did not recognize, which was something of a relief. There was no denying the fact that it came straight for him, though, which made no sense. Bright light shone on the rock where he huddled defenseless, cold and wet. Few times had he ever found himself in a more desperate state. Part of him wanted to slip into the water and hide, but they would find him, every advantage theirs. From the masthead looked down a mighty wolf, and it almost seemed as if it spoke.
"Are you the man they call Sevalon the Thief?"
The question came as a blow to Sevalon's confidence and ego. Most of his life had been spent avoiding that exact question, and now it had been for naught.
"I am,"
he said. A rope ladder fell from above, and Sevalon the Thief decided to trust his luck. Grabbing the rope, he climbed aboard an unknown ship, where people already knew his name and profession. Getting out of this alive might be a trick.
"Have no fear,"
said an older man with a hard jaw.
"My name is Jarman Kite, and you are welcome aboard my ship. I have something for you."
Though perhaps meant to soothe Sevalon's fear, the words increased it instead. He knew who this man was, and his presence meant Katrin or someone had been manipulating him this entire time. Part of him wanted to be angry with him, and part of him was angry with himself. They had figured him out and used him as a tool. The fury began to grow.
"How did you know to find me here?"
It took a moment before Jarman Kite replied, his expression thoughtful.
"It was a rather uncomfortable experience," the man admitted. "But I do believe I was spoken to by the Lady Katrin's dragon, Kyrian."
Having his suspicions confirmed reinforced Sevalon's fear. His eyes scanned his surroundings, searching for a way out, understanding the threats and looking for ways to neutralize them.
"I ask nothing from you, except that you take what Katrin has asked me to give you," Jarman said. "And if I choose not to take it?"
Jarman shrugged.
"You seem like a nice enough fellow, but I don't suppose we'd take it very kindly. I mean you no harm, mind you, but Katrin's family. It's my wish to carry out her desires in this instance, and I will gladly transport you back to the Godfist along with this."
Wrinkling his nose and backing away even before the blanket came into contact with him, Sevalon could not imagine a less appealing object. Smelling of wet dog, it looked like nothing more than a heavy, dirty blanket.
"I'm hoping you know what you're supposed to do with this," Jarman said.
Sevalon was busy trying to figure out who was the greatest threat, Jarman, Katrin, or Kyrian. In the end, he decided it was the last. With a sigh, Sevalon turned back to Jarman Kite and said,
"I'll do as the lady requires."
Once Voltarius wasn't actively trying to kill him, Kenward recognized St. John's wisdom. It would take months to explore on foot what they could cover in a single afternoon at Dragonback. Cutting through the air at high speeds was less familiar to Kenward, but he did enjoy the sensation of flying. The lack of control he didn't like, but he was in no position to complain. Most of the foliage belonged to hardwoods, far too heavy for the main structure of Kenward's new ship. There would be elements of the ship carved from hardwood, and Kenward made note of where the oldest specimens appeared to be. Tall, straight hardwoods were essential components in some of his newest designs. The designs were not something he assumed full credit for, since much of the inspiration came from books Sevalon had given him. Clearly the man had felt bad about deceiving them. Kenward understood shame and remorse. There were people he'd wanted to avoid for large chunks of his life out of embarrassment over mistakes he'd made. Kenward had told the thief he'd forgiven him, but the man didn't appear to believe. Guilt and shame were powerful emotions indeed. The books filled Kenward's mind with incredible visions. Described within were machines far beyond Kenward's feeble abilities to replicate, but some things aligned with what he'd learned building the Serpent. Ancient knowledge had led him to that construction, and this was the perfect opportunity to take things to the next level, or perhaps up a few levels. Anything worth doing was worth overdoing in his opinion. Well, almost anything. Sweeping low into a valley clogged with jagged rock formations, Voltarius flitted back and forth, sometimes with just a tilt of his wings, and sometimes with rigorous flapping. Kenward did his best to anticipate the dragon's next move, but he was terrible at it, which left the straps to hold him in place. He soon learned that clinging to St. John and leaning whichever way his friend did made for a smoother flight. Then Voltarius pulled up sharply.
"Hold on!"
St. John shouted. What did he think he'd been doing? Kenward asked himself. not prepared for anything worse than what they had already been through. Using every bit of the speed he'd been able to muster, Valterius sent them straight up a vertical face. Peaks leaned out over the cliffs like claws. The higher they flew, the less speed they carried, leaving Kenward momentarily weightless, a feeling he knew from nightmares. At the zenith, a flash of green light amid the peaks caught Kenward's eye. It seemed likely they would slam into the same peaks at any moment. Turning until they faced downward, Valterius partially extended his wings and reached speeds that took Kenward's breath. Leaning over, he thought he might be sick, but his eyes caught sight of the very prize they sought: lightwood trees. Distinguishable by their flaky white bark, roughly triangular leaves, and shorter stature, the trees grew best where high winds were not prevalent. This hidden valley provided an ideal environment for them to flourish. Sucking in air and trying to speak, Kenward remained mute. As if proving he knew Kenward's mind, Valterius circled lower and landed by a rock outcropping that dominated the clearing. Dismounting first, St. John said nothing about his dragon's choice of a landing place. Kenward tried not to appear rushed in his escape from the saddle, but Valterius watched him intently. This was unnecessary, since the dragon apparently knew his thoughts. After stretching until his bones popped and shifted, St. John regarded his friend.
"Sorry for the rough ride. Valterius gets a little carried away sometimes."
Kenward just grunted. Trapped in this remote place, he didn't want the dragon to hear his words.
"Does he read your thoughts?" "It seems that way sometimes, but no," St. John said. "Are you sure?"
The question unnerved St. John.
"Well, I mean, we communicate without words if that's what you're asking, but even that is mostly body language and physical contact. I think."
St. John was no longer certain of his words.
"Why did we land here?"
St. John nodded as if understanding.
"He landed here on his own. Sometimes he just needs a break. Why do you ask?"
"Because there's a grove of lightwood trees over those hills."
This took St. John back a step.
"And you saw them right before we landed."
St. John turned to Valterius, who gazed back at the two of them with an unflinching stare. With a shrug, he turned back toward where Kenward indicated.
"Let's have a look."
In no way clear, the walk was, in many places, more of a climb.
"He could have set us down a little closer,"
Kenward said.
"I'm telling you, he may have excellent instincts, but I seriously doubt he can read your thoughts."
"Laugh all you want," Kenward said. "Mail has been playing with all of our heads for decades. Think about it. How many of the events that shaped your life were driven by an ancient dragon trying to get free of his prison?"
He really hadn't meant to say the words, but they poured out nonetheless.
"I'm sorry,"
he said before St. John could respond.
"Don't be. You're correct. I cannot change what Mael has done, but do not attribute his deeds to all dragons. They're like us, you know. There are good dragons and greedy dragons and malicious dragons. I'll admit there's an entire breed with debts to settle, but that doesn't change the good Kyrian and the Draken have done."
"Sorry,"
Kenward said again, not knowing what else to say. Ahead, flashes of white could be seen, and soon the lightwood trees became visible. Kenward counted as they walked, knowing there needed to be at least twice the number of trees he required for his ship. Only a fool would cut down all the trees to build a ship. All too soon, though, elm, oak, and pine intruded, blotting out the sun the shorter lightwood trees craved. Not seeing enough to satisfy his conscience, Kenward did the next best thing.
"Help me gather the seed pods," he said.
"What for?"
"We'll need to cut down more than half of these trees to get the very minimum lightwood I'll need. I may be a man of the sea, but what kind of steward would I be if I did not replace what I take? We can pot these and water them to help them along. Then when we cut the trees, we'll do so strategically and plant new trees in place of those we take."
St. John nodded.
"It's a good plan. I'm just trying to figure out how we get all these trees out of this valley."
"We don't,"
Kenward said with an evil grin.
"We just need to bring the other components here."
"Oh, sure, no problem. You do remember the ride in, don't you?"
This point Kenward could not argue. It was a maddening situation. He had found all the components he needed, yet couldn't quite bring the pieces together. It made him want to scream.
"I am sorry, though," St. John said, perhaps sensing his mood. "I would have liked it if this were easier. Unfortunately, the trip out of the valley is not much better than the way in. We're sort of trapped in a little bowl, surrounded on all sides by steep peaks."
Those were the exact conditions that made it perfect for lightwood to grow. Kenward sighed. Nothing was ever easy.
"Well, at least we know there's lightwood growing on the island. Perhaps we can search for some that are more accessible."
"A reasonable plan, but not today."
"We still have some daylight left," Kenward argued.
"We do, indeed. Building your inventions is not my only priority."
Nodding, Kenward reminded himself just how much he asked of the Draken and the Dragon clan. He consumed almost all of their time, which caused their resources to dwindle. St. John had goals of his own, and caring for his people trumped Kenward's dreams. If not for the fact that his new ships would greatly benefit the people of the Firstland and the rest of the world, he might have felt bad about it.
"I need to make a stop on the way back to Windhold," St. John continued. "Getting there might be a bit of a bumpy ride. We could probably come back for you if you would rather abstain."
"Might?"
Kenward asked, already knowing St. John and his dragon would not leave his sight until he was back within Windhold. St. John he trusted. He tried to not think the next thought and hoped Voltarius was too far away to know. It had the potential to be a terrifying ride, and Kenward's guts churned. Voltarius watched them approach with impatience in his unflinching gaze. It made Kenward feel like prey. Another thought he hoped was his alone. St. John mounted with practiced ease and offered his hand. To his credit, Kenward found his seat easily this time, and Voltarius barely complained. He did give a huff while the two strapped themselves in. St. John was still double-checking straps when Voltarius launched, his powerful wing strokes sending dust into the wind. Kenward pulled his goggles back on, now thankful for them. After going almost straight up until they cleared the trees, Voltarius turned on his wingtip and soared along the steep walls. The valley's end approached faster than Kenward would have thought, and he held on to St. John with all his might, trying unsuccessfully to determine what the dragon would do next. Sending them straight up into the air, but without enough speed to escape the valley, Voltarius flipped over backward and spun. Now pointed back at the treetops, they raced on trimmed wings, gaining even more speed. Twice more Voltarius picked up momentum before escaping the bowl-shaped valley. It was clear these trees were beyond their reasonable reach. Chapter 12. Never stand in the shadow of dragons. Benjamin Hawk, Father. With Larissa watching over them, the black spike was not nearly as frightening. Durin sat cross-legged, with a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. Strom and Osborne both paced the area to which they were restricted. Larissa had not forbidden them from going anywhere else, but she had asked them not to go near the tree or the glistening pool. Whatever they needed, she brought them, and no one had any desire to venture back into the darkness, even with the amber figurines.
"You'll not have to wait here much longer,"
Larissa had said, but she quietly declined to elaborate. Escape from this place was perhaps more than they could wish for. Even if they could get past the stone defenses that had closed behind them during their descent, they would have no way to tell the dragons they were ready to leave. Durin and Voltarius were going to have a long talk if he managed to survive this and track down the ornery dragon. When Larissa returned, she brought cool water, large, thick nuts Durin didn't recognize, and a bit of honey in which to dip them. It was delicious and restored his spirit. He tried not to think about his wounds. The saltbark leaf had undoubtedly saved his life, and many of his injuries were no longer visible, but he felt fragile and weak, as if he might crumple from any sudden movement. Strom and Osborne had explored the immediate area and reported a sizable stone landing jutting into cold seawater. From that direction came a muted roar. Rising slowly to his feet, he and the others were on full alert, though Larissa continued to wear a placid smile. It made Durin feel a little better. He was in no condition for a fight. Walking toward the growing noise, Strom held the amber figurine high.
Osborne grabbed the other and followed. Despite Larissa's reassurance, Durin trembled and nearly passed out when the dragon's fierce visage appeared in the water, air bubbles dancing around it as it rushed toward the surface. All three took a step backward. Kyrian emerged in his full glory to dominate the hall. On his back rested Katrin's original leather saddle.
"He's going to take us out of here,"
Strom said after a long stare from Kyrian. The smith appeared torn.
"We should let him take Durin first," Osborne said. "Getting him back to the sunlight would be best."
The last of the regent dragons gazed at them, his eyes focusing on Strom.
"All three of us go at once,"
Strom said.
"But—"
Osborne started. A look from Kyrian silenced them.
"Climb up, Osborne,"
Strom said.
"I'll show you how he wants us to strap ourselves in. It's not perfect, but it should work."
Durin didn't like the sound of the word should, but he liked the thought of staying here forever even less, no matter how pleasant Larissa's company.
"Before you go," she said, "I have a gift for each of you."
The dryad presented each of them with a glistening saltbark leaf. A precious gift indeed. Strom and Osborne pressed theirs in parchment Larissa provided. For Durin and Kyrian, however, the dryad placed the leaf on their tongues. There was magic in that placement Durin didn't understand, but was somehow undeniable. Her actions also proved her bravery. Not many would have had the courage to place something on a dragon's tongue. Kyrian, though, bowed his head in respect of Larissa and moved his forehead closer to her. She laid her hands on him, and his eyes closed. For some time they stood in silent communion, and Durin wondered what transpired between them. Strom and Osborne stashed the amber figurines in their jackets to protect them. Reaching down, Strom pulled Durin up and showed him where to put his legs. It didn't look as if it would work, but it was more comfortable than he had feared. Soon Strom had all three of them strapped in. They turned almost as one to say a final farewell to Larissa, who waved, with tears in her eyes. She hadn't known them long, but Durin suspected she would be all alone again after they departed. He also knew the tears were more likely for the loss of Kyrian's company. Still, Durin almost felt bad for leaving. Not that he had any choice. He was still trying to figure out just how they would get out of the Black Spike without drowning, when Kyrian leaped into the water. Durin's scream cut short as he was almost instantly submerged. Somehow, the dragon moved fast enough and with enough force that a cavitation formed in the water behind his massive head. In his own terror, Strom raised a fist holding the spider stone, blue plasma crawling over his outstretched arm. Lightning and sheets of plasma pressed outward on the water and added to the effect. Moving in a bubble of compressed air, Durin's ears popped just before Kyrian burst into the open sky. The sudden change in pressure made him queasy, but gulping fresh air outweighed all else in that moment. His stomach churning, Kenward hoped Voltarius wouldn't need to do any more aerial acrobatics. Things didn't go his way. Wind gusts made flying erratic, and Kenward didn't care for being pushed around in the air. Aboard the Serpent, he'd always compensated for wind, but he never intentionally flew so close to rocks and trees and all sorts of things waiting to impale them. St. John was confident and flew without worry. It disgusted Kenward. How could anyone be so calm when hurtling toward peaks of black rock? Voltarius twisted and turned, just barely clearing the peaks before crystals came into view. What Kenward saw was distressing. The place resembled the Grove of Elders. Green crystals as big around as great oaks, but only a little taller than the average man, ringed a black stone carving that must have once been beautiful. Now, though, the place looked as if Vestra had struck it with a hammer. Deep fissures divided the ancient carving into hundreds of smaller pieces. Smoking chasms glowed orange, the air shimmering above them. Of the gem plinths themselves, all appeared damaged save one. Others existed in various states of disarray. One had almost completely disintegrated into fist-sized chunks. Others remained largely whole, save for visible cracks bifurcating them. Voltarius hovered above the broken stone, the heated updraft suspending him. The air was cooler than Kenward would have expected, and he wondered if the heat were the only source of the wind. It felt as if he could step off the dragon and hang in the air. Not that he would dare such a thing. Kenward Trell was loosely wrapped, but he wasn't that crazy.
"Put us down outside of the ring, please," St. John said.
It took a moment for Voltarius to obey. Kenward got the sense the dragon was basking in the energy there. Like the other keystones, there was an immediate sense of power when one entered their sphere of influence. In spite of the damage done to the crystals and stone, the energy persisted, and somehow that gave Kenward comfort.
"I thought you wanted a whole team to come up here,"
Kenward said, unsure if he wanted to explore this place. Going into holes in the world was not something the sailor ever wanted to do again. Dragonhold had been enough for a lifetime, but caves were what St. John wanted to explore. Kenward knew he was in trouble when he saw the damage done to the ancient barriers blocking the entrances.
"It's a dangerous place to get to,"
St. John said, and Kenward knew the truth of his words all too well.
"And I wanted to take a look for myself.
Thanks for bringing me along."
"This shouldn't take much time,"
St. John said, and he pulled a herald globe from his jacket.
"You knew we were coming here, and didn't mention it on purpose."
St. John just grinned.
"Come on, it won't be so bad."
Kenward mimicked him in a most unflattering way. In truth, he owed St. John for what the Draken and Dragon clan were doing for him, but he couldn't help his sarcasm. It came naturally and unbidden. Free of his burdens, Voltarius immediately returned to the air above the broken stone and hovered, his eyes mostly lidded.
"At least he's having a good time,"
Kenward said. Exploring was far less fun than it sounded. Mostly in this case, it involved moving large pieces of rock while hoping the rest didn't suddenly fall on them. Help was a long ways off, and Kenward didn't want to find out how Voltarius was at moving rocks, unless he could watch from a great distance. Due to the shift in the landscape, it wasn't all that long before St. John slipped into the darkness, the herald globe's light showing the way. For several long moments, Kenward tried to decide whether to follow or guard the entrance. Voltarius was the only other living creature there, but the sense of ancient power and the creepiness of the broken crystals and the giant carved black stone made him not want to be left alone. Looking into the cave, he saw the ring of light moving away. After a deep breath and a fair amount of cursing, Kenward slipped into the semi-darkness.
"Wait for me."
"I thought you might guard the dragon," St. John said with a malicious grin.
"You're just a little bit evil. Do you know that?"
"I wonder where I get it," St. John said, and Kenward couldn't help but laugh.
"Looks like this cave goes back for quite a distance, and there's plenty of room in here for more than one dragon."
"You're really thinking about moving in here?" "We need a much more defensible position with better protection from weather and other natural threats," St. John said.
"And I thought being landbound was bad enough. Now you have to live in a hole in the ground. What has this world come to?"
"We'll get you back in the air soon enough, I hope," St. John said. "And I'm not saying the place couldn't use a little freshening up." The detritus of ages littered the cave floor, but the walls and ceiling were rounded and smooth. As they moved deeper, the entranceway opened into a much larger chamber, honeycombed with what could be sleeping nooks for dragons, larger than regals.
"I knew it,"
St. John said.
"I knew this had to be where the ancient dragon riders lived."
"I see evidence of dragons," Kenward said. "I see nothing to indicate riders." The silence was all that told of St. John's thoughts. Looking as if he would move deeper into the cave, he held the herald globe high. There were carvings in the stone above, but the lines were wide and deep, as if dragon claws had made them. Kenward had never wondered if animals and other creatures might be artistic, and the thought bothered him more than he would have expected. If dragons created art, then what separated them save their physical forms? The question rang in Kenward's consciousness, and, as with all things, the more he tried not to think about it, the more it persisted. The cavern's acoustics made even small sounds echo loudly. Kenward tried to imagine what it would be like with dragons and people living in there, but failed. A chill ran down his body when a distant roar cascaded through the hall. Neither had to say a word. Both moved back toward the entrance and Voltarius. Knowing more than a few tales of Voltarius's behavior, Kenward prayed the dragon was still there and wouldn't leave them stranded. St. John moved with renewed urgency. Kenward did his best to keep up. Failure meant being left in the dark, and he wanted nothing to do with that. The place gave him the crawls.
Smaller rocks tumbled down as St. John climbed, and he waited impatiently for the way to be clear. Then, feeling the specter of darkness at his back, he scrambled up with exaggerated urgency.
"Are you hurt?"
St. John asked.
"Your hand is bleeding."
"I'll be fine." Kenward sucked his thumb. To his relief, Voltarius waited for them, still hovering in an apparent state of bliss.
"We need to go,"
St. John said. Voltarius ignored him.
"Didn't you hear that? We need to go."
As if to remind St. John of his place, the dragon took a few moments more before opening his hooded eyes and winging over to where they stood. Knees trembling, Kenward waited for St. John to mount. He dreaded the ride back, but certainly didn't want to be left behind. When the dragon turned his level gaze on them, he tried to think of anything else. Never anger the dragon you are about to ride became one of Kenward's life rules. The journey out of the valley was shockingly easy. Voltarius turned a tight circle over the shattered keystone. The hot air and whatever other forces were in effect pushed them higher and higher until Voltarius simply turned on a wingtip and soared back toward Windhold. Shouts and cries cut across the distance, and even Voltarius showed some sense of urgency. Triple-checking his straps, Kenward quailed, hearing another deep roar. Most times, Voltarius and the other dragons approached Windhold at a moderate speed. This was not one of those times. Knuckles and knees clenched, Kenward screamed as Voltarius plummeted toward Windhold's main flight deck.
"You're going to get us killed!"
He could almost see St. John's grin. The tables had turned. One instant they raced toward the hold. The next, they were screaming through it, with Kyrian roaring at them. Speeding past the last of the Regent dragons was among the most terrifying things Kenward had ever experienced, with the noted exception of their high-speed landing. It left him with the taste of blood in his mouth, and he teetered in his seat. Before Kenward could regain his senses, St. John dismounted and ran to Kyrian. Kenward was less enthusiastic. He did smile a moment later when St. John returned, Durin on his heels, scolding him about not caring for Voltarius before dashing off to visit.
"It's good to have you back, my friend,"
St. John said.
"Strom and Osborne, too."
The older men waved from across the wind channel.
"I bet,"
Durin said. His bravado was still there, Kenward noted, but the younger man kept shifting his weight as if in pain.
"You probably had no one to unsaddle your ungrateful dragon. In fact, I think you might want to get Voltarius out of here before Strom decides to come this way. Leaving us atop the Black Spike was a poor way to foster good relations."
He said the words while staring down the dragon, who just gave a great woof and stepped on his toes.
"Some things never change."
When Strom did approach, he did not appear angry.
"The dragon tells me you need help building a ship,"
he said to Kenward.
"What happened to the last one?"
Not many would dare ask the captain such a question, but Kenward just grinned.
"Someone parked a ship on top of her, and then someone else used her for kindling. My ships do have a bad habit of coming in handy."
"It'll be an honor to get you back in the air, or water, or whatever it is you choose."
"You said the dragon told you?"
Kenward said.
"Kyrian and I had a lot of time to talk. He said you were working on a new airship, and you might need help making some pretty strange things. He even sent me pictures in my mind, but I still haven't made sense of them. What exactly are you building?"
Unsure he should answer, Kenward had to wonder if the dragons weren't manipulating all of them. How had Kyrian known his plans? Were they really his plans? After thinking about it, he realized he couldn't spend the rest of his life wondering if he was being manipulated. In this case, if the dragons wanted him to have the greatest airship ever constructed, he agreed.
"I'm building the future,"
Kenward said.
"Thanks for being willing to help. Building the future is harder than it sounds."
Days later, Kenward Trell ducked beneath his new ship, narrowly avoiding the massive carved tree that formed both keel and masthead. It dangled beneath Kyrian and was subject to the wind. The larger dragon's aid had been critical in getting the wood they needed and moving the completed pieces from the staging area to the dry dock. Fasha watched from nearby and shook her head.
"What kind of a ship are you building, my brother?"
Kenward just grinned.
"You'll see. I've heard that before." "And have I failed to impress?"
Kenward asked.
"No, you have not. But I'd be lying if I told you I'm not a little concerned. I've seen some of the parts people are working on, and I can't make sense of it. What kind of madness is this? We're at the beginning of a brave new age, Kenward said with a wink. The ancients possess knowledge we've long since forgotten, and I've seen some of those things. Now I'm going to build my own version of what the manuscripts describe and see if my ideas truly fly. And if they don't? Kenward shrugged. There are risks. Look out!
A sudden wind gust caused the masthead to swing directly toward where Fasha stood, but she hadn't lived as long as she had without being quick on her feet. Once the keel was set, Fasha inspected the rectangular framing.
It looks like a brick, except for the carving of Voltarius. That's nice. A flying brick, Kenward said. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to fly. But I agree the masthead is a work of art. Your husband just couldn't have me sailing around with a poor imitation. At that, Fasha laughed. I tell you Mother wouldn't approve, but that never stopped you from doing anything. Mother taught me to follow my gut, Kenward said. Unfortunately, after that, my gut never agreed with anything else she said. A pity, really. Somehow you'll be the death of us all, and somehow you'll make us all laugh with our last breath. I expect nothing less, you know, so don't disappoint me.
Kenward took a bow and looked back at his ship. He used hardwood sparingly in his design, but having it would provide the stability the Serpent had always lacked. This ship would be heavier and more tightly built. St. John probably hadn't realized what he'd agreed to until he saw how much canvas needed sewing. Kenward did what he could to reduce the workload, maintain efficiency in their build process, and train the people so they could work as proficiently as possible, but there was only one of him. He was grateful for his friends. If not for everyone around him, none of this would be happening.
Now that this is in place, I need to check in with Strom and the hardwood workers. You've got this entire island swimming like a kicked anthill. You know that, don't you? Yeah, I know, Kenward said with a grin. But you only live once, sis. Might as well live big.
The two climbed and continued to pick on one another, but both knew the way they really felt underneath. The jokes had always helped them cope with difficult situations and were a part of their relationship. It drove their mother to distraction, but that had never stopped either of them.
I need more heat,
Strom said when they reached the impromptu smithy. The facility was sorely lacking.
And I need ore and bricks. And I still need to make an anvil. Have you ever made an anvil? Do you have any idea how much heat and work it takes to make an anvil? Of course not. But I'm just supposed to pull one out of my shirt pocket.
Kenward had heard the complaints before. At least the list was shorter this time. Progress had been made.
The mud bricks are almost dry,
Kenward said. Strom scoffed.
Have you asked Benjen if there's any more metal on the dragon's wing?
Grub told me anyone who comes near his stove or his last cookpot will be the next meal,
Strom said. Kenward sighed.
I guess we'll have to make the tank walls a little thinner then.
Easy for you to say,
Strom said. His sweaty, soot-covered arms crossed over his chest.
You're not the one who'll have to hammer it all thin.
Trust me,
Kenward said.
I'd rather have the walls thick. I just don't know where to get any more metal. Do the best you can, my friend. I thank you.
The smith just grunted and returned to his work. Trying to do things on the firstland the smith had been perfectly set up for within Dragonhold had to be frustrating. In Windhold, he had few of the tools he needed to do things right. When everything was a workaround, everything took longer and produced a lower quality product. Kenward was just glad the man was willing to continue. Walking toward where sails were being sewn into windsocks, Kenward was about to ask how things were going when a strong wind gust tore through the hold and sent an expansive section of sail into the air. Kenward's breath caught in his throat, but the Dragon Clan and Draken were crafty. Within moments, they had retrieved the massive canvas and had laid it out, workers sewing once again. Entire sections of canvas had been reduced to threads just to facilitate the stitching of what might be the largest windsocks Godsland had ever known, 5 of them in all. Kenward couldn't wait to see the vision in his head made a reality, and it kept pushing him forward in spite of so many obstacles. When they reached the area where the more experimental and complex parts were being assembled, Fasha raised an eyebrow in unspoken question.
You'll see,
Kenward said.
unable to verbalize his full vision. The best he could do was explain each piece to the person making it. Once it was all put together, he'd let them judge for themselves. When he was honest, he wasn't certain any of it would work. He tried not to think of how all these people and dragons would react if he failed. In the end, he was trying to change the world for the better, and sometimes that meant taking risks. His mother definitely would not approve.
Chapter 13. If you were insane, would you know? Geist, Sleepless One. Walking amid the chaos within Windhold, Brother Vaughn's trepidation grew. His life had forever changed, and he